Supreme Pupillary Master, Peerless Eldest Miss Chapter 171 to Chapter 346. Mistress. Suyu's eyes were filled with tears. She had never thought that she would have such a day. With her current physique, she would be a genius that everyone would fight for, even in the four great sacred dynasties, a carp leaping over the dragon's gate in a day, and all of this was brought about by the girl in front of her. She had bought her and saved her. She even gave her such a great opportunity. Suyu felt that even if she were to be smashed to pieces, she would never be able to repay Mistress's kindness. Mistress. She struggled to get up, but fell back onto the couch. Luo Qingtong wanted to press her back down, but was stopped by her. After a few times, Suyu finally dragged her body and knelt in front of Luo Qingtong, dripping with cold sweat. Mistress. Suyu has a request. You want to destroy the Qing clan and Sunrise Country? Luo Qingtong looked in her direction blankly. I can agree to this request of yours. The Qing clan had provoked her, so Luo Qingtong didn't mind making them pay the price. Suyu's ability wasn't bad, so she could let her do it. No. Unexpectedly, Suyu shook her head. I know that if I ask Mistress will definitely help me. But Suyu doesn't want to implicate Mistress because of her own matters. Moreover, the blood feud of my Su clan can't be resolved just by destroying them. I want them to pay a price that's even more disastrous than the destruction of my Su clan. I want to use my hands to bring them complete despair and pain. I want them to know that what they did to my Su clan back then was a huge mistake. Only in this way can my Su clan spirit in heaven be comforted. Suyu said these words with great difficulty. She had just escaped death, and her entire body was extremely weak. However, that body was still standing perfectly straight. That beautiful and fierce face that did not lose its heroic spirit was filled with determination and determination. She couldn't implicate Mistress anymore. She had to avenge herself. This time, because of her, her master was almost in danger. She would never allow it to happen again. Master, please allow me to go to the southern wasteland, the land of chaos. Suyu was willing to become the sword in Master's hand and create a powerful force that absolutely belonged to Master. So that Master will have no more worries in the future. Master, please grant my wish. Suyu bent down heavily and kowtowed in front of Luo Qingtong. There were layers of bandages on her back, but at this moment, they were completely torn apart by her movements. Blood quickly gushed out. The extreme south wilderness. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes. Outside of the eastern region where the four great holy dynasties were located, it was a desolate area that had yet to be fully opened. That place had the most ferocious savage beasts, the most treacherous hearts, and the most abundant resources. Countless countries and forces had sent people to work hard in it, and the rich resources they obtained were all sent back to their respective forces. That area was truly a land of chaos. Bandits and mercenaries ran rampant. In that place, there were no rules or laws, only blood and death, but at the same time, once one made a name for himself there, the rewards would be very frightening. That was a place where both opportunity and death were equal. For Suyu to make such a choice, it was obvious that she had already disregarded life and death. All right. I promise you. Luo Qingtong said in a low voice. Since Suyu had such intentions, why wouldn't she grant her wish? Moreover, she did need a force of her own, whether it was for herself or for the Luo clan. She needed to build a force that no one would dare to humiliate. The extreme south wilderness was indeed the best place to break through. Thank you, Master. Suyu kowtowed again. Suyu swears by the heavens and earth that I will never betray Master in this life. I will serve Master for the rest of my life. If I have second thoughts, I will be punished by the heavens and earth. Rumble. When Suyu made the vow, the heavens and earth shook. Two undetectable rays of light fell from the sky. Luo Qingtong had a realization in her heart. Suyu's words had been recorded by the heavens and earth. If she violated it in the future, she would be punished by the heavens and earth. This kind of punishment was much harsher than offering one's soul and serving Luo Qingtong as master. Because she offered her soul to serve Luo Qingtong as her master, if Suyu had second thoughts, as long as Luo Qingtong was willing to let her go, she could still live. However, the heavens and earth were the arbiters of the heavens and earth. As long as Suyu had any thoughts of disrespecting or even harming Luo Qingtong, the heavens and earth would sense it and punish her immediately. Moreover, after she was killed, She would never be reincarnated. Luo Qingtong's heart was shaken. She didn't expect Suyu to make such a heavy vow. She saved Suyu only because her authority was shaken, so she used the Qing family as a warning to others. Suyu had sold her life to her. Good. Suyu, since you vowed to follow me forever, I won't treat you unfairly. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes and raised her hand to summon Snowball. Take it with you and let it grow with you. The southern wilderness is dangerous, but it can protect you at critical moments. In addition, this is the weapon used by Elder Lu. It's a good spiritual weapon. Combined with the king-level technique, Raging Flame Cut, its power can't be underestimated. Later, I'll copy the king-level cultivation method, Raging Flame Slash, and give it to you. Luo Qingtong's voice was light, but she didn't know how shocked Suyu was. King-level cultivation technique? Raging Flame Slash? Copy it out for her, this. Not only did Master learn the Raging Flame Slash, a king-level cultivation technique, on the spot, but he also completely understood it and could copy it into a secret manual for her. Is Mistress really not a martial emperor? This was not something a martial master could do. Suyu was shocked beyond words. She didn't even pay attention to what Luo Qingtong said about Snowball. She only thought that it was just an ordinary spiritual pet. Master? He watched as Luo Qingtong copied the king-level cultivation method right in front of him and concocted a bunch of medicinal liquid for him on the spot. Suyu realized that he was almost numb from the shock. Oh my god, how much ability does Master have that hasn't been revealed yet? Master's refining speed was simply faster than any other alchemist she had seen before. Suyu had never seen any alchemist refining medicine like Master. He just casually glanced at it, then raised his hand and rubbed it. A bunch of medicinal liquid came out. Moreover, the medicinal strength of each medicinal liquid was very rich. Even if Suyu didn't study the elixirs, she could see that the elixirs refined by her master were extraordinary. The medicinal strength was so rich that it was even richer than the best medicinal liquid she had encountered in the Su family. Master. You. What level of alchemist are you? She couldn't help but ask. Suyu listened to those words, then looked at her own master's flamboyant movements. Almost casually kneading and pinching to perfectly refine the medicinal liquid, and her entire person was petrified. Never learned alchemy? Master, are you kidding me? Even if she wasn't an alchemist, Suyu also knew that her master's incomparably skilled movements weren't something that an ordinary alchemist could perform. Instant medicine. Master, if you still say you don't know alchemy like this, you'll be beaten when you go out. Just as Suyu was shocked beyond words by her own master, Luo Qingtong had already finished refining a batch of medicinal liquid for her at an extremely fast speed. Looking at the pile of medicinal liquid in front of her, Luo Qingtong was very dissatisfied in her heart. These medicinal liquids were actually still not enough. Suyu wanted to establish a force, so naturally, the more medicinal liquids she had, the better, but there were too many of these things. How was Suyu going to take them all? Luo Qingtong thought about it and frowned. At this time, Suyu also discovered the problem. Master seemed to have prepared a lot of things for her. She looked at the large pile of medicinal bottles on the ground, and her heart was tangled. The quality of the medicinal liquids refined by Master was very good, not to mention how much it would cost to invite an alchemist like Master. There were basically no alchemists in the extreme south wilderness. These medicinal liquids would be very useful in the future. Relying on these medicinal liquids, she could completely make a name for herself in the extreme south wilderness in a short time. Suyu had confidence in herself. But it wasn't easy to take so many medicinal liquids. If only there was a space storage treasure. She sighed and said. What treasure? Luo Qingtong, who was thinking about how to put these things in Suyu, heard and asked. A space storage treasure. It's a Sumeru spatial spiritual tool. Suyu explained to Luo Qingtong. However, Sumeru spatial spirit tools are extremely rare and precious. Only inscription masters can refine them. Every time it is refined, it will be snatched up by all the major forces. Ordinary people don't even have the chance to get it. Some people have never even heard of it and don't know that such a magical treasure exists in this world. If I have a Sumeru spatial spirit tool, I can store all of these medicinal liquids in it. I can carry them with me, and I won't be afraid of anything else, Suyu said. Hearing this, Luo Qingtong looked pensive. Sumeru spatial spirit artifact, this thing is really convenient, she was just worrying about where to put all the good stuff she got in the future. Does the auction house sell these things? If there is, I'll buy it. For Luo Qingtong, problems that could be solved with money were not problems at all. No. Suyu shook her head, Master, you don't know. Sumeru spatial spirit tools were far too precious. They would almost never be sold in public auctions. Even those secret auctions where ordinary people couldn't enter were rarely sold. It's basically impossible to buy them. The secret auctions where you can buy Sumeru spatial spirit tools can only be found in the main cities of the great holy dynasties. Without a certain status and strength, you can't enter. So troublesome? Luo Qingtong frowned as she listened. Suddenly, she thought of something. She raised her hand and released Little Pig from the 9-layer exquisite pagoda. Among the things Tian Mingzi left for me, is there a Sumeru spatial spirit tool? Of course not. Little Pig rolled his eyes as he was being carried by her. It's already good enough that he could escape from those people with the life and death duality sword and 9-layer exquisite pagoda. You still expect him to bring those trash with him? Is there a hole in his brain? Luo Qingtong, those trash? She raised her eyebrows. That's right. Little Pig was swaying in her hand, and its 4 little hooves were flapping. Isn't it just those trash? Have you forgotten what that old man Tian Mingzi does? He can make as much trash as he wants. Why would he need to bring them? Luo Qingtong instantly remembered. In the inheritance that Tian Mingzi gave her, he mentioned the great Tao of inscription. He was an inscription master, so he naturally didn't care about those spatial spiritual tools. After all, he could make them whenever he wanted. What do you need spatial spiritual tools for? Little Pig asked as it looked around and saw a pile of medicinal liquid on the ground. Don't tell me it's for storing these things? Is there a problem? Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows and looked at Little Pig. She was thinking about the probability of learning inscription patterns and refining spatial spiritual tools. However, she didn't know anything about inscription patterns right now, so it would be a little difficult to apply what she learned now. If she spent too much time on it, the losses would outweigh the gains. After all, she had been away from the Luo family for a long time, so she had to go back and take a look. Luo Qingtong frowned as she thought about it. At this moment, Little Pig's voice sounded. Why would I need a spatial spiritual tool to store these things? It's fine as long as it can store things. Little Pig said as it wriggled in Luo Qingtong's hand. Let go of me first. I remember that I have some things that old man Tian Mingzi ruined. I thought they were pretty, so I kept them. Although they don't have spatial spiritual tools, they can still store things. I'll go get them for you. Luo Qingtong let go of Little Pig after hearing that. The little pig disappeared in a flash. After a while, it came out with a ring on each of its hooves. Here. This is Grandpa Pig's collection. Look at these 2 rings, aren't they beautiful? Little Pig proudly put his little hooves in front of Luo Qingtong. At the side, Suyu was already stunned by the conversation between Luo Qingtong and Little Pig. She looked up from Little Pig's trotters and instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. Oh my god, surprisingly, Little Pig's hooves were adorned with 2 extremely luxurious rings. The rings were decorated with 2 mythical beasts of unknown origin. The majestic aura around the rings was so vivid that people couldn't help but want to worship them. Are these 2 ruined items? What would they look like if they were refined? Suyu's eyes widened, and she didn't know what to say. She had seen countless treasures, but none of them could be compared to the 2 rings Little Pig took out. The mythical beasts on the rings were so lifelike that they could be awakened at any moment. She is indeed very beautiful. Luo Qingtong also praised her. Of course. Little Pig's tail was almost raised to the sky. That's my taste. If they weren't beautiful, why would I keep them? Here. Take them. Although these 2 rings are ruined, at least the space inside is barely formed. Don't even think about adjusting the flow of time, moving mountains, filling seas, gathering spirit springs, and so on. It's not a problem to store things that are hundreds or thousands of square meters. Bam! After Little Pig finished speaking, Suyu fell to the ground with a bang. Oh my god, hundreds or thousands of square meters? This is still considered a waste? Suyu wasn't an ignorant person. On the contrary, during the Su family's glorious days, she went to the secret auction with the Su family's general. At that time, a storage ring was auctioned at a sky-high price in the secret auction. All parties were fighting over it, so you clearly remembered that it was a storage ring refined by an extremely famous inscription master in the Holy Dynasty. 100 square meters of storage ring was enough to shock all parties. At that time, the 4 great holy dynasties and the imperial family were all present. The whole auction scene was unprecedentedly grand, and now, Suyu looked at the trash that Luo Qingtong handed to her. Her lips twitched. She imprinted her spiritual power on it and was shocked to find that it was an incomparably spacious space. However, it was surrounded by a dusky mist, as if there was something that hadn't been expanded yet. Suyu didn't doubt that little pig's words were true. This was really a trash, and the real Sumeru spatial spiritual tool's function wasn't just for storage, adjusting the flow of time, moving mountains and filling seas, gathering spirit springs. Oh my god, is this a real Sumeru spatial spiritual tool? The Sumeru spatial spiritual tools that she had heard of before were inferior to trash? Suyu was shocked, and so was Luo Qingtong. She didn't expect the inscription technique to be so powerful. Luo Qingtong was very interested in the effects of the Sumeru spatial spiritual tool that Little Pig mentioned, adjusting the flow of time, moving mountains and filling seas, gathering spirit springs. It seemed like she had to study the inscription technique when she had the time. This was a field that she had never come into contact with before. Luo Qingtong was now a little curious about the inscription technique. After letting Suyu rest, Luo Qingtong returned to her room and used her fastest speed to refine the medicinal liquid that she was going to prepare for Suyu. Looking at the half-filled storage ring in Suyu's hand, Luo Qingtong nodded with satisfaction. This should be enough. The main thing was that Luo Qingtong didn't want to attract too much attention. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a problem for her to fill Suyu's storage ring to the brim. Luo Qingtong spent 3 days refining the medicine. During these 3 days, the answers that Xianxia wanted were presented to him in the Blackfield Subsidies report. Master, we've investigated it. There was nothing unusual about the servant called Little Six when he went out of the door and into the medicine storage room. The only strange thing is that when she was in the medicine warehouse, she asked for an extra ingredient, the Heaven's Heart Jasper fruit. Master's heart's heart jade heart's master's heart's his gift. Beiqing and Fengyu kneeled in front of Yi Qianren and reported. The two of them used all their strength to properly investigate these matters within 3 days. Nothing unusual? Yi Qianxian narrowed his eyes as he looked at the report in his hand. There was no joy or anger on his face. Only that pair of ice-cold eyes flickered with a faint light. That woman's eyes were indeed fine at that time. In that case, her eyes could temporarily recover. Yi Qianxian's index finger tapped on the table as his eyes drooped slightly. The damage of the medicine and poison wasn't so easy to cure. Since she came to the city lord's mansion to steal the jade Heaven's Heart fruit, it meant that she needed that medicine very much. It was very likely that it was one of the antidotes for her medicine and poison. That woman was really not simple. Yi Qianxian narrowed his eyes. Take this to Elder Yu and ask him to figure out the antidote for other poisons. Also, show me the list of medicinal ingredients that the evil doctor handed to the bloody arena. He wanted to see if that woman was the evil doctor or not. Yes. Beiqing and Fengyu were about to leave after receiving the order. At this moment, Yi Qianxian stopped them. Wait. He raised his hand and drew a portrait. It was Luo Qingtong's original appearance when she took off her mask in the Blackfield City Lord's mansion. That gorgeous and devilish face was 30% evil and 70% biting cold. The smile on his lips was wanton and carefree. He was really a beautiful young man. It was devilishly charming to the extreme. Beiqing and Fengyu took the portrait with cold sweat on their faces. What is Master doing? Didn't he say he was looking for that woman? Why did he draw a portrait of an enchanting young man for us? First, it was the evil doctor. Now, it's an enchanting young man, Master. Master, what's wrong with you? You can't be gay. However, Yi Qianxian couldn't hear their thoughts at all. Spread this picture to all the cities in the superior countries. No, all the cities in the intermediate countries and above. Let them take a closer look. Is there such a person? If there is, immediately report to me. Yi Qianxian was betting. He was betting that this face was the other party's true appearance. At that time, he would know who the evil doctor was. He was going to attack from both sides. He didn't believe that he couldn't find out the other party's true identity. Bei Qing and Feng Yu wiped their cold sweat and got up to leave. Yi Qianxian sat upright on the huge black throne. His face was slightly gloomy and his eyes were slightly narrowed. Let's see where you can escape to this time. In the Blackfield City Lord's mansion, Luo Qingtong still didn't know that her identity was about to be exposed. At this moment, she was in the hall, looking at a group of powerful battle slaves that she had gathered. These people were all purchased by her at the slave market. In addition to increasing the number of guards in her residence, it was also to increase the strength of the Luo clan. As the marquis of an inferior country, although the Luo family's status was extraordinary, it was actually very awkward. Its current status was completely based on the engagement with the Tianyu Empire, and now Luo Qingtong wants to break off the engagement. Without the protection of the Tianyu Empire, the forces that had been suppressed by the Luo family would be ready to take action. In this world, it was always easy to add flowers to brocade, but difficult to provide timely help. Luo Qingtong wouldn't put her hope on the possibility that others wouldn't cause trouble for the Luo family. What she wanted was to control everything in her hands. Rather than hoping that others wouldn't come looking for trouble, it was better to be safe than sorry. She preferred to beat up all the people who came looking for trouble, so that they wouldn't dare to cause trouble again. I bought all of you from the slave market. Now, I'll give you two choices. 1. Leave Blackfield City with me. 2. Stay in the Blackfield City Lord's mansion and guard it. Luo Qingtong sat on the big chair made of rosewood. Her eyes, which had recovered, swept over the people present. Master, are you going to abandon us? The people who were questioned were very frightened. Especially those in the martial marquis realm. After seeing Luo Qingtong's power before, they had already regarded her as their only master. Even if they didn't want to surrender, they were completely eliminated by Luo Qingtong's series of means, but now, their master actually asked them to make a choice? That's not it. Luo Qingtong's eyes drooped down slightly. I'm just giving you a chance. But whether you can grasp it or not, it's up to you. Luo Qingtong's voice was faint. Of these two paths, one represents the supreme path. As for whether you are willing to take it or not, it's up to you to choose. If they were willing to leave the Blackfield City with her, then when they returned to the eastern border country, even if it was for the Luo family, she would not treat those slaves unfairly. Those people would be another secret force she would set up for the Luo family in the future. She would naturally pave the way for them in the future. As for those who stayed behind, since they chose the comfortable Blackfield City, it showed that they had no spirit to fight. Then they could only be like this in the future, but Luo Qingtong would not tell them this. Everything was up to these battle slaves to decide for themselves. I can only tell you that if you leave with me, it will be very dangerous. Maybe, you won't be able to keep your life. But if you stay in the Blackfield City, it will be relatively safe. You can choose for yourself. Luo Qingtong wore the Luosha mask and looked at them. Now, I will count to 3. Those who are willing to go with me, line up on the left. Those who want to stay, line up on the right. As Luo Qingtong spoke, she started counting calmly. 1. Her voice sounded, and the slaves' hearts were in a panic. They didn't know what this choice meant. Seeing that Luo Qingtong had counted to 2, many people suddenly gritted their teeth and chose according to their own ideas. 3. Luo Qingtong's voice stopped. She looked at the battle slaves who were already standing in front of her and nodded. Good. Those who choose to leave with me, now start to leave the city in batches. Luo Qingtong would not give the people in the Blackfield a chance to track her whereabouts. After these battle slaves had all made their choice, she immediately had them leave the city with their identities concealed. Anyway, there were so many slaves coming in and out of her mansion every day. She didn't believe that the Blackfield people would be so bored as to mark everyone. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him. They probably didn't even take these battle slaves seriously. You guys lead the team. Luo Qingtong looked at the martial lord experts and said. None of these people were willing to stay in the mansion in the Blackfield subcity. They were all willing to leave with her. Very good. In the future, they would know that they had made the right choice. Master. At this moment, Chu Lingfeng stepped forward. He was originally standing behind Luo Qingtong and didn't need to make a choice. But now, he stepped forward and knelt in front of Luo Qingtong. Master, I want to stay in Blackfield City. As soon as Chu Lingfeng's words came out, Luo Qingtong immediately looked at him. Those Martial Marquis realm battle slaves were also very surprised in their hearts. Could it be that this Chu Lingfeng was really a big idiot whose brain wasn't clear? Didn't he know Master's ability? Following Master's side, even if they would face danger, it also represented a huge opportunity. If Master casually gave them something, it would be enough for them to benefit endlessly. He actually didn't want to, but wanted to stay in Blackfield City? Reason. Luo Qingtong looked at Chu Lingfeng. She didn't believe that Chu Lingfeng was the kind of person who was greedy for life and afraid of death and coveted for ease. This big idiot had been very loyal and pure ever since he came back with her. Master, I want to become stronger. Chu Lingfeng's silly face was full of disappointment. I'm too weak. I can't protect Master if I stay by Master's side. It's good to have a few of them by your side. As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed to the martial lord experts at the front of the left. With them around, and Master being so powerful, nothing will happen to him. But if I stay by Master's side, I will only implicate Master. Chu Lingfeng tried his best to organize his words. I've thought for a long time. I don't have outstanding talent and my brain is not good. I'm stupid and stupid. How can I be useful to Master? As he spoke, he grinned at Luo Qingtong. I didn't sleep last night. I finally thought of it. Master, I'm not afraid of pain. I can take a beating. I'm not afraid of injury. Master. I'll be your shield from now on. With me here, no one can hurt you. So, I want to stay and go to the bloody arena. Only there can I grow. As Chu Lingfeng spoke, he kneeled a few steps in front of Luo Qingtong and whispered mysteriously, Master, you don't know, I have a secret. My body is strange. The more I take a beating, the stronger I become. A lot of people can't kill me. In the end, their strength becomes mine. Master, don't tell others. My mother said I can't let others know. As Chu Lingfeng spoke, he scratched his head. He didn't know if Master understood. But he knew since he was young that unless he was killed in one blow, he would slowly absorb the strength of those people who beat him. It could either repair his body or increase his strength. Mother said he can't tell others his secret. But Chu Lingfeng felt that Master was. Not others. Luo Qingtong's eyes softened. She didn't expect Chu Lingfeng to stay for this reason. This is good. With his special constitution, it was true that the bloody arena was the best place for him to train and improve himself, especially in a place where there were constant battles. This blockhead was really born to fight. Previously, when Luo Qingtong saw his wound, she found it very strange. She felt that his recovery ability was too strong. Who would have thought that there would be such a secret? Okay, then you can stay here. I'll talk to the bloody arena, Luo Qingtong said. Yes. Thank you, Master. Chu Lingfeng's mind was pure. He didn't think that his previous action of staying might make Luo Qingtong unhappy. Hearing that she had agreed, he instantly laughed mischievously, with a face full of disdain. The nearby martial lord realm battle slaves all sighed in their hearts when they saw this. Sigh, truly, fortune favors fools. If it was someone else, they might have angered Master by making such a move. This blockhead's sincerity actually made Master value him even more, but this kind of sincerity was something they couldn't learn. Who would have thought that Chu Lingfeng wanted to stay to enter the bloody arena? That kind of place was really not a place that martial cultivators who had the slightest ability would want to enter. After all, it was a matter of life and death. Only this blockhead, with his pure mind and wholeheartedly for Master, would make such a decision. The group was divided into two groups. Those who stayed behind were led by Chu Lingfeng. Rumble. In the mountains outside the Blackfield city, a rumbling sound rose. A huge and beautiful flying boat rose into the air and stopped in front of him. The group of battle slaves who were preparing to leave with Luo Qingtong were stunned. Oh my God, the group of battle slaves were not people who did not know what was good for them. In this world, spiritual weapons were divided into 4 categories: mortal, human, earth, and heaven. Each category was divided into 9 grades. Luo Qingtong's flying boat was clearly an Earth-grade spiritual weapon, but they did not know what grade it was. This was an Earth-grade spiritual weapon that only the experts of the 4 great holy dynasties were qualified to possess. They did not expect Luo Qingtong to have such a flying boat. Their master's identity must be extraordinary. However, these battle slaves did not know that they had guessed wrong. When they arrived at Eastern Fence Country and found out Luo Qingtong's true identity, they realized how wrong they were. Their powerful and domineering master was actually the eldest daughter of a low-level country's marquis. This was impossible no matter how they looked at it. On the 3rd day after Luo Qingtong and the rest left, Chu Lingfeng came to the bloody arena with the letter left by Luo Qingtong. At this point, the people in the Blackfield city knew that the evil doctor had left, and there was no trace of her at all. Oh my God! My lord evil doctor! Why did you leave just like that? After receiving the news, the Blackfield city lord wanted to cry but had no tears. God knew that he had just received news from the main city to keep an eye on the evil doctor and not make any mistakes. Now, it was not just a mistake, but a complete loss of her. The Blackfield city lord's heart was stifled. Fortunately, Chu Lingfeng, that big blockhead, did not leave, which made him feel more at ease. The other party was personally saved by the evil doctor and arranged for him to enter the bloody arena to gain experience. It was impossible for her to ignore him. Thinking of this, the Blackfield city lord wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and hurriedly reported this news to the main city. At the same time, in the Blackfield's main city, Mingzun Palace, Xianxia also received the list of medicinal herbs that Luo Qingtong had given to the bloody arena. Looking at the words Heaven's Jade Heartfruit, the veins on Xianxia's forehead throbbed. Evil, doctor, ghost, I. He gritted his teeth as he enunciated each and every word clearly. That woman wanted the exact same herbs, and so did evil Dr. Ghost Eye. How could there be such a coincidence? The heavens, most likely that evil doctor was that woman. However, during the previous few probings, the other party had always acted like a man, so Yi Chanren could not be completely sure. Damn it, that day in the city lord's manor, she shouldn't have been confused by his perfect eyes. He should have stripped off his clothes. That way, she would know whether he was a man or a woman. Yi Chanren's eyes were cold. He suddenly stood up. Prepare the spirit boat. I'm going to the eastern border nation's Black Region branch city. This time, he would definitely not let the other party escape. He would not allow her to play any tricks. However, just as he finished speaking, Beiqing hurried in with an urgent report from the Blackfield city lord. Master, the evil doctor has already left the Blackfield city lord. Her whereabouts are unknown. He lowered his head and knelt on the ground to report carefully. Oh my God! The evil doctor had actually disappeared. Master was going to explode from anger. Sure enough, when he heard Beiqing's report, Yi Chanxian directly crushed the armrest of his throne. Yes. Beiqing hurriedly replied. He was afraid that he would be crushed like the armrest of his master's throne if he agreed too late. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and left, muttering to himself along the way. Master is too concerned about this evil doctor, isn't he? Even if he has something to do with that girl, shouldn't Master be searching for that girl's whereabouts more closely? Why is he so fixated on the evil doctor the moment he woke up? Master, aren't you putting the cart before the horse? That girl is the main culprit. The evil doctor isn't her, Beiqing screamed in his heart, wanting his master to realize his mistake as soon as possible. However, when he saw his master's dark face and the broken armrest, he silently swallowed his words. Feng Yu, do you think our master is he? After leaving the main hall, Beiqing looked at Feng Yu, who was standing beside him, with a conflicted expression. He wanted to say something, but stopped himself. What is it? It's nothing. Feng Yu's lips twitched as he watched a certain figure walk out of the main hall. He kept winking at Beiqing. Shut up, idiot, master is coming out. However, Beiqing, who was dense, didn't understand his meaning at all. Did our master really fall in love with the evil doctor? Why does he care so much about the evil doctor? He's obviously a shameless old man. Feng Yu, do you think our master is, eh? Feng Yu, why are your eyes cramping so much? Are your lips twitching too? Did he have a stroke? You're the one who had a stroke. Your whole family had a stroke. Feng Yu looked at her master's face, which was so dark that ink could drip out of it. She couldn't help but cover her eyes. Beiqing, this idiot. Moss. Master. Seeing Feng Yu's actions, Beiqing's single-celled subordinate finally realized what was going on. He turned around and saw his master's dark expression. His face instantly turned green. Oh my god, master. When did master come? He, Feng Yu, that disloyal person, did not say anything to remind him. What's the use of just slapping his face? Master, Before Beiqing could say anything, Xianxia flicked his sleeves and walked past him. Strip him naked and throw him into the brothel. Without my order, no one is allowed to let him out. The cold voice sounded as if it came from the snowfield of the northern kingdom. Beiqing jumped up from the ground in fright. Master. Master, don't. He didn't want to sell his body, please change the punishment. Master, however, before he could catch up to Xianxia, he was surrounded by Wind Feather and his men. Beiqing, you know master's temperament. She always means what she says. So. Wind Feather looked at him with an elegant smile. Do you want to do it yourself, or do you want us to do it? As he spoke, he twisted his fingers with a caw-caw-caw sound. This idiot, I've already reminded him, but he still wants to find trouble with master. She had almost been implicated by him. Feng Yu felt that he must carry out master's orders and teach Beiqing a lesson. Wait, don't come over. Seeing Wind Feather and his men approaching, Beiqing subconsciously turned around and tried to escape. However, he was swarmed by them and pressed to the ground. In an instant, he screamed in pain. Xianxia's anger had yet to subside when he returned to his sleeping quarters. He likes that woman? How could he possibly like that woman? Xianxia had subconsciously linked the evil doctor to that woman. Now, he just needed to confirm it. At this moment, Xianxia's heart was filled with anger because of Beiqing's words. For so many years, there had been countless men and women who had liked Xianxia, but he had never looked at any of them in the eye. Xianxia's face turned cold as he thought about all those people who claimed to like him throwing themselves at him and doing disgusting things. If that was liking, then he definitely didn't like that woman. However, Xianxia's heart was filled with irritation and anger when he thought about how that woman had escaped from his hands again. He didn't know why, but he just wanted to catch that woman and hold her in the palm of his hand. He wanted to see her arrogant, wanton, and extremely evil side become even more lively in front of him, that woman. He didn't know how many sides she had. She was bold and cunning, intelligent and quick-witted, and black-bellied and evil. She was truly ever-changing and impossible to guard against. Xianxia's heart was filled with an indescribable emotion when he thought about how he had been repeatedly thwarted and taken advantage of by her. He fiercely gritted his teeth. Don't let me catch you. Otherwise. I must get back all those things. Xianxia himself didn't notice that when he mentioned Luo Qingtong, he was gnashing his teeth and feeling ashamed and angry. The only thing missing was murderous intent and murderous intent. If Beiqing and the others were here, they would definitely be shouting in their hearts, Master, do you have some misunderstanding about the word like? Isn't this what you call like? If it were anyone else, don't even talk about taking advantage of you, they would die if they even touched you. However, there was no one here, so no one knew what Xianxia was thinking at this moment. Just as Xianxia was thinking about catching Luo Qingtong, the latter had already brought a group of battle slaves she had bought and embarked on the journey back to Dongli country. Everyone, including Xianxia, didn't expect that Luo Qingtong was actually from Dongli country. Because of this, all the Blackfield cities had received orders to search for the whereabouts of the evil Dr. Ghost Eye. Only Dongli country's territory was peaceful. After the city lord of the Eastern Fence Nation's Black Region Branch City reported the news of Luo Qingtong's departure, he guarded Luo Qingtong's residence wholeheartedly. He waited for the evil doctor to return so that he could inform his lord immediately. As to search for her whereabouts, haha, how could someone like the evil doctor be from Dongli country? One had to know that even among the inferior countries, Dongli country was definitely at the bottom of the list, evil doctor to Dongli Eye. Because of this, Luo Qingtong's journey was very smooth even when there was a huge wave of people searching for her outside, it could almost be described as pleasant. However, this feeling of contentment was quickly broken by a certain piece of news that he heard along the way. Hey, have you heard? The Luo family wants to break off the engagement with the Tianyu royal family and angered them. Now they are being suppressed everywhere. Life in Dongli country is very difficult. Isn't that so? Sigh. We heard about it too. The Luo family is also unlucky. Isn't it normal for the Luo family to break off the engagement after what the Tianyu royal family did? Do you want to see your granddaughter jump into the fire pit with your own eyes? I respect old Master Luo as a man. What a pity. Hearing these voices, Luo Qingtong threw a piece of silver on the table and summoned a waiter. Here's a piece of silver. Tell me about the Luo family in Dongli State. Yes, sir. Looking at the piece of silver thrown on the table, the waiter's face lit up with joy. Sir, you're not from here, right? The news has been spreading around here for days. Alas. The Luo family is really unlucky. Ever since Master Luo went to Tianyu Empire to break off the engagement, the Luo family has been suppressed by various forces in Dongli State. Even the royal family of Dongli State summoned Master Luo to the palace and reprimanded him several times. They said it was for political and military affairs, but everyone knows that if the royal family of Tianyu State didn't say anything, they wouldn't dare to touch the Luo family. Isn't that a slap to the royal family of Tianyu State? Alas. But Master Luo is really stubborn. He won't change his mind. And he said in public that whether the royal family of Tianyu State agrees or not, he will break off the engagement. He will never let his granddaughter marry into the royal family of Tianyu State. That young lady of the Luo family is really lucky. She has such a grandpa who is wholeheartedly thinking for her. She is indeed very lucky. As Luo Qingtong spoke, she raised her hand and threw the silver to the waiter. Then, she took out another piece of silver and threw it over. And this is for you. As Luo Qingtong spoke, she led the group of battle slave experts and left. Sir. Customer, you're the one who just entered the store. Don't you want to eat? The waiter chased after her. Luo Qingtong didn't look back, no need. She was full of anger. What else could she eat? The royal family of Tianyu State, you guys are really great. Luo Qingtong's smile was cold. She didn't want to deal with them so soon, but since they couldn't wait, she would feel bad if she didn't follow their wishes, then she would ask for some interest first. Let's see if they still have the time to deal with the Luo family. Take the spirit boat to Eastern Fence Nation's Windgate City and secretly protect the Luo clan. Don't let anyone humiliate them. Especially Grandpa Luo. Whoever dares to harm him, kill them all. Luo Qingtong's voice was cold. Although the group of battle slaves didn't understand why, they naturally obeyed their master's orders. However, Master, is it just old Master Luo alone? If that was the case, then this mission would be simple. A few martial marquis experts, as well as a group of upper middle level great martial general experts, to protect the Luo clan, was not a trivial matter. The majority of the Luo clan cannot be harmed. But you don't have to protect the second branch of the Luo family. Luo Qingtong's voice was cold. Now that the royal family of Tianyu had made a move against the Luo family, she didn't believe that Luo Xinning and the others wouldn't do anything. She would deal with this family after she returned. Luo Xinning had been jumping around for a long time. In a month's time, it would be the Empire of Qin's Tianyu branch examination. She probably couldn't wait any longer. She didn't know how much her strength had improved after she was taken away by the imperial family of Tianyu. If the improvement was too little, he would be disappointed. Luo Qingtong's smile was bloodthirsty and wanton. Luo Xinning and the rest had better not participate in the attack against the Luo clan. If she found out that these people were helping outsiders to deal with the Luo clan, she would skin them alive. Yes. Before Luo Qingtong left, she'd left them a token. In the event of an emergency, they could take the token directly to Grandfather Luo. The latter would believe their identities once he saw the token. However, Luo Qingtong felt that the people of Dongli might not dare to be so bold. After all, her engagement with Tianyu's imperial family hadn't been annulled yet. They could help Tianyu's imperial family embarrass the Luo clan, but they didn't have the guts to destroy the Luo clan. However, one had to be prepared for both eventualities, right? If the people of Dongli dared to lay a hand on Grandfather Luo, she would overturn the entire country and then attack Tianyu's imperial family. She would make them pay the price. Swoosh. After giving instructions, Luo Qingtong flew out of the spirit boat. The group of battle slaves went to Dongli according to her instructions, while she went to the imperial capital of Tianyu Empire. At the same time, Dongli's Blackfield branch welcomed a group of unexpected guests. "May I ask if this is Evil Dr. Ghost Eye's residence?" A group of well-trained people stopped at the entrance of the Evil Doctor's residence and asked respectfully. "Yes. However, my master has gone out and is not in the residence." The battle slave in charge of guarding the gate nodded. "The Evil Doctor is not here?" The guard was taken aback when he heard this and subconsciously looked at the carriage behind him. What should they do? They'd escorted their young master all the way here to find Evil Dr. Ghost Eye for an antidote, but he wasn't here. When will Lord Evil Doctor return? If it wasn't too long, they could stay in the Blackfield branch and wait. "I don't know. My master didn't say." The battle slave in charge of guarding the gate shook his head. "This?" The guard wanted to say something else, but a voice came from the carriage. "Forget it. Since the Evil Doctor isn't here, we'll leave first. Please accept this invitation and give it to the Evil Doctor when he returns. Tell him that the House of Lanue invites the Evil Doctor to visit us. Please do not hesitate to come." The House of Lanue. Once those words were spoken, that battle slave's expression instantly turned cold. Clearly, he had heard of the Lanue family before. The Lanue aristocratic family was an extremely ancient aristocratic family of the Tianyu Empire. Even the imperial family of the Tianyu Empire couldn't compare to its background. This was especially true for the current generation of the Sleeping Moon family, where a super genius had appeared. Because of this, the House of Lanue's reputation resounded throughout the Empire of Qin. It was said that the Lanue family's foundation wasn't limited to this. It was just that most people didn't know about it. While the battle slave was in a daze, an invitation was handed out from the carriage. The purplish gold edges and the wax seal made the battle slave suck in a sharp breath. The purple gold invitation was the highest level of invitation the aristocratic families could give to outsiders. The Lanue aristocratic family actually invited master with such courtesy. The battle slave hurriedly took the invitation. The people from the Lanue family bowed to him and left. "Little master, it's all right. When the Evil Doctor returns and receives the invitation, he will definitely come to our Lanue family. At that time, the poison in young master's body will be cured." In the carriage, a cute little Shota looked back at the Evil Doctor's residence with reluctance. He turned back and shook his head. "I'm not afraid of not being cured." He missed Fairy Sister. He didn't know if that Evil Doctor was really Fairy Sister. When he thought of the Peerless girl who'd saved him on Dongli Nation's 9 Shaman Mountain, his eyes dimmed. Tianyu Empire, Family Yanyu? Blackfield. Reading the news from the Blackfield subsidy of Dongli State, Xianxia's eyes were cold. He sat on the throne expressionlessly and tapped on the armrest. The next second, he suddenly stood up. "Prepare the spirit boat. We're going to the Tianyu Empire." It didn't matter whether the family Yanyu knew the Evil Doctor or not. It was always good to take a look. The highest level of invitation. It seemed that the family Yanyu was surprised by the family Yanyu. However, he had checked and found that the Evil Dr. Gui Tong first became famous in the Blackfield subsidy of Dongli State. There was no information about him before that. In that case, how did the people of the Lanue family find out about him? Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Just for this point, it was worth taking a look. It would be best if he could uncover the identity of the Evil Doctor. Speaking of which, the Evil Doctor was too good at hiding. That portrait had been circulated for so long, but there was no news about it. Thinking of this, the veins on Xianxia's forehead bulged again. "Yes, master." Fengyu answered and then stole a glance at Xianxia. He coughed lightly and asked, "Master, do we need Beiqing to follow us this time?" "Bring her along." Xianxia glanced at him and knew that he was pleading for Beiqing. But the latter had been thrown into the brothel for several days. She should have been punished enough. "Yes." Fengyu answered and left, taking his men to the brothel. Beiqing was still being trained in the brothel. "Your fingers should be so curly. Like an orchid." "Beiqing. Are you going to stab the person you want to get information out of with your fingers?" Slap. Beiqing's hand was slapped. In an instant, his hair stood on end. Zhuofei, you bastard. You hit me dozens of times today. I dare you to hit me again. Beiqing was a big man who was 1.8 meters tall. He was only wearing a red gauze robe. Coupled with his angry expression, he was indescribably eye-catching. Opposite him, a charming and seductive man sat in front of him and sneered at him. This is what Master told me to do. Anyone who enters my espionage workshop is one of my subordinates. What? Do you want to eat and not work? Why do I keep you as a freeloader? And you eat so much. You even use buckets to scoop your rice. And Zhuofei glanced at him with a look of disdain. I didn't even say that you lowered the standards of the beauties here. What else do you have to say? You look like a bear. Beiqing wanted he face words, Uncle Zhuofei su, Bei, he and you, he was. Him, Zhuofei waved the feather fan in his hand and opened his thin lips when he saw that the young man was about to charge at him. Master. Beiqing was immediately discouraged by his master's words. So arrogant, right? He lifted the hem of his gauze robe angrily, sat down at the table and raised his thumb and middle finger. My eyes. Zhuofei looked at him and suddenly raised his fan to cover his eyes. Damn it. No one can stop me. I must kill him. Just as Beiqing was about to kill him, Feng Yu and the others came. Ha, ha, ha. Looking at Beiqing's charming appearance in her gauze dress, the crowd instantly burst into laughter, not caring about their image. Beiqing, not bad. This outfit suits you very well. Ha, ha, ha. Get out of here. Beiqing's face turned green. Did these bastards come to laugh at him? Don't. Master said you can go. Let's go to the Tianyu Empire. Feng Yu held back her laughter and caught his fist. Take off your clothes. Let's go. I don't need you to remind me. Beiqing took off his gauze robe as fast as he could, put on a robe and ran away. Tianyu Empire's imperial capital. Luo Qingtong walked down the street and looked around at the bustling buildings with a faint smile on her face. Tianyu Empire's imperial capital is quite prosperous. Compared to Dongli Empire, Tianyu Empire was more than 10 streets ahead of Windgate City. Hee, it's good to be prosperous. You can cause trouble whenever you want. Master. My good master, how are you going to deal with Tianyu's imperial family? Little Pig was jumping around happily in Luo Qingtong's sleeve, his 4 little hooves stomping here and there. Causing trouble. I like it, it's great to follow such a decisive and vengeful master. Tianyu's imperial family is going to be in trouble. Would it be able to reap some benefits from this? Little Pig's heart jumped with joy at the thought of regaining some of his strength. Sigh, it's all my fault, otherwise, I wouldn't have turned into such a cute pet. Look at that pink little nose, look at those fluttering little ears, and then look at that pink appearance from head to toe. He doesn't look like a divine beast at all. If my previous opponents saw this, they would laugh themselves to death. I have to recover my strength as soon as possible. What's the hurry? Luo Qingtong's lips curled up. Since she came here, she naturally had her own plans. Tianyu's imperial family is definitely going to pay a heavy price this time. Luo Qingtong wasn't in a hurry to find trouble with Tianyu's imperial family. Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you'll never be defeated. She had to make a good plan to make Tianyu's imperial family suffer so much that they won't have time to find trouble with the Luo family. Luo Qingtong arrived at the most prosperous restaurant in Tianyu Empire's imperial capital, which was also the closest to the imperial palace. She picked the highest seat by the window and drank tea while looking at the magnificent imperial palace shrouded in the afterglow of the setting sun. At this time, Xianxia's group also arrived at Tianyu Empire's imperial capital. They set off later than Luo Qingtong, but the Atlas spirit ship could travel 1,000 li in a day, so they quickly arrived at Tianyu Empire's imperial capital. Master, it's getting late. Why don't we have a meal here and stay the night? We'll pay the Lanyue clan a visit tomorrow morning, Feng Yu said to Xianxia. Alright, Xianxia replied faintly. This time, the man was dressed in a white brocade robe. His black hair was tied up high, and his eyes were cold. That elegant and noble aura was embellished by the white robe, making him look like an immortal from the 9 heavens. However, it also carried an indescribable domineering aura. Xianxia didn't use his identity as Ming Zun when he was outside, and he didn't wear his trademark dark gold mask either. When the group of people entered the restaurant, it instantly caused a commotion. Looking at this man who was like the clouds and the moon, as well as the peak of a mountain that was hard to look at, the noisy restaurant instantly quieted down. It was only when Xianxia and the others went up to the private room on the top floor that the noise from below exploded again. Wow! Did you see that? The man in the lead was so handsome. He's really like an immortal from the heavens. Yes. And his aura is so amazing. The 2 attendants beside him are not weak either. It's so scary. They just glanced at me out of the corner of their eyes, and my legs are still shaking. I really don't know where this noble young master came from. This aura, I'm afraid only the direct descendants of the aristocratic families from the sacred dynasty can cultivate such an aura, right? There was a burst of whispers in the hall downstairs, all of them guessing Xianxia's identity. The latter didn't deliberately reveal his aura, but the trace of aura that leaked out occasionally was enough to awe others and make them unconsciously focus their attention on him. Oh my god, Luo Qingtong instantly turned around and covered her face with the wine glass. Holy shit! Why is that man here? Why is he here too? Damn it, Luo Qingtong felt gloomy and wished she could run away right now. This man must be my jinx, why is he everywhere I go? She decided to come to Tianyu Empire's imperial city on the spur of the moment. How could she still run into him? Could her fate be any worse? What a pain in the ass. On the other side, Little Pig seemed to have sensed the aura hidden on Xianxia's body. It instantly laid down its 4 little hooves and curled up in Luo Qingtong's sleeve without making a sound. Oh my god, this woman ran into that man again. Luckily, the seal on my body has been broken. That man shouldn't be able to detect my whereabouts like he did in 9 Magi Mountain. As long as I behave myself, but what about this woman? I can't run away if she's exposed. Something's wrong. This woman is in men's clothing now. What's there to be afraid of? You're a man now. Don't be afraid of him. Little Pig laid in her sleeve and whispered, don't be such a coward. Of course I'm a coward. Luo Qingtong gritted her teeth and replied, although I'm in men's clothing now, he saw my face at the Castellan's mansion in eastern border country's Blackfield City. In other words, as long as a man saw her current appearance, he would know she was evil physician Ghost Eye. So what? It's just evil physician Ghost Eye. He doesn't know you're the woman who poisoned him in 9 Magi Mountain. Why are you so nervous? Little Pig rolled its eyes. It was also nervous just now that it thought about it, so what if it's evil physician Ghost Eye? That man won't hold on to me for dear life. Didn't you say he stopped suspecting you when he found your eyes intact? That's true. Luo Qingtong relaxed a little when she thought of this. At that time, that man had indeed stopped suspecting her. Luo Qingtong was still able to see through this. As for the matter of sneaking into the city lord's mansion and tricking that man again, he had already fainted at that time. It was impossible for him to know that it was hers, Luo Qingtong thought and heaved a long sigh of relief. It was all because of that man's suspicions. Her nerves were all tensed up. At this moment, Feng Yu walked over. Master, let's sit here. Windfeather went upstairs and looked around. All the good seats near the windows were almost full. There was another table beside Luo Qingtong's seat. She immediately said to Xianxia. The man responded in a low voice and walked over with his hands behind his back. Luo Qingtong's lips twitched as she watched them sit down opposite her. Fortunately, she had been drinking with her head lowered, so Xianxia and the others did not notice her. After Feng Yu sat down in Xianxia, he called for the waiter to order some dishes and wine. Most of the people's gazes were focused on Xianxia, but the man seemed to be oblivious to it. He leaned against the window with his eyes slightly downcast. His gaze was indifferent and cold as he watched the scene outside. Luo Qingtong also took advantage of everyone's gazes to secretly size him up from the corner of her eyes. The more she looked, the more she felt this man was truly a peerless evildoer. Even a casual pose was so eye-catching, even though he didn't do anything, he was still able to attract people's gazes, making it impossible to remove them. However, Luo Qingtong also noticed that Xianxia didn't wear a mask this time. He also didn't use any power to cover his face. It was obvious that he was walking around with his identity concealed. It's good to hide his identity. Her gaze roamed around the man's body, and her mind was racing. To be honest, Luo Qingtong was very curious about the injuries on Xianxia's body. The injuries on this man's body were the only ones that she couldn't see through. The more it was like this, the more curious Luo Qingtong was. In her previous life, she had traversed countries all over the world, and had special abilities in the ancient martial arts world. Because of this curiosity, she didn't know how many aristocratic families, sects, and powers she had destroyed because of this curiosity. She couldn't see through the injuries on this man's body. Now that she saw him walking around with a hidden identity, how could Luo Qingtong's heart not be tempted? Previously, this man was Ming Zun, and she couldn't get close to him. Now that he was hiding his identity, could she pretend not to know his identity, and brush up on his favorability, and see his internal injuries? Luo Qingtong thought, and in a flash, she went through this matter in her heart. It's feasible. In any case, although this man had seen her face, he only knew that she was the evil Dr. Ghost Eye. It's good that he knew. It also saved her the trouble of finding an excuse to see his injuries. Luo Qingtong thought like this, and immediately put down the wine cup in her hand, and walked over to Xianxia. This brother's temperament is like the wind and the moon, making people admire you very much. I don't know if I have the honor of drinking with this brother at the same table? Luo Qingtong's eyes were quick-witted. Just when she got up, she had already activated the trace of power that Tian Mingzi left in her eyes, and restored her eyes. The young man's face was enchanting and gorgeous, and his pair of clear eyes were extremely pure and clean. The light flowing in his eyes was crafty and quick-witted, giving people an indescribable feeling of wanting to explore. That temperament of his was even more unscrupulous, but it didn't make people dislike him. Instead, it made people feel that this person was very interesting. She moved closer to Xianxia's side, completely ignoring the aura that kept people away from him, and looked at him with a smile. Brother, how is it? Xianxia's eyes were deep and serene. He watched as Luo Qingtong stood beside him and put her hand on his shoulder without any hesitation. His heart felt very strange. He didn't expect to find him so quickly, and in such a way. Hadn't this woman, no, this evil doctor always been afraid of him? When they saw him, they were like mice that had seen a cat. Don't even mention how fast they ran. Xianxia recalled his interactions with Luo Qingtong and realized that both the evil doctor and that woman would run as far away as possible from him. She had used all kinds of tricks just to escape from his hands, but now, it had taken the initiative to deliver it to him. Xianxia looked at the young man in front of him, unable to react. He had completely forgotten about his decision to capture the young man the moment he saw him and interrogate him to find out his identity. Luo Qingtong was not annoyed by his silence. This man was just like that. She was used to it. She smiled and sat down beside Xianxia. Brother, if you don't say anything, I'll take it as a yes. Luo Qingtong said as she poured herself a glass of wine. She smiled and raised her glass to Xianxia, saying, I wonder where you're from? How should I address you? She's truly charming, making people admire her from the bottom of their hearts. She wanted to get close to Xianxia, so of course, she had to flatter him. Of course, she wasn't wrong. Xianxia had always been charming. Luo Qingtong could vaguely see that Xianxia had slightly altered his appearance. If he revealed his real appearance, the impact would be more than 10 times greater. However, Luo Qingtong didn't expect that with her current appearance as a man and her current actions, she would say such frivolous words. Rather than praise, it would be better to say that she was flirting with Xianxia. However, the heavens took pity on her. Luo Qingtong really didn't have that intention. She was seriously praising Xianxia and wanted to build a good relationship with him, okay? Hiss. Seeing this outstanding youth's actions, many people around them gasped. This man wasn't someone to be trifled with. This youth actually dared to strike up a conversation with him. His words were so frivolous and indescribable. His courage was truly commendable. Feng Yu and Bei Qing were also stunned by Luo Qingtong's boldness. Oh my god. Was this youth courting death? When Xianxia hid his identity outside, There was no lack of men and women who were attracted by his appearance to strike up a conversation with him. But those people, without exception, all of them died very miserably. They didn't expect this youth to be even bolder than them today. He even put his hand on their master's shoulder. They watched as Luo Qingtong smiled and moved closer to Xianxia. She raised her cup as if she was familiar with him and wanted to drink with him. They couldn't help but raise their hands to cover their faces. This youth is dead meat. However, after waiting for a long time, they didn't hear any screams or cries from the youth. Instead, they heard their master's voice ring out. Admiration? Xianxia played with the wine cup that Luo Qingtong had stuffed into his hand. His eyes darkened as he looked at her. This woman had said these two words twice. Was she trying to emphasize something? Yes. Luo Qingtong didn't know that Xianxia had misunderstood her meaning. She immediately nodded her head. How can a celestial being like brother not make people admire you? I'm sure there are many people around here who have the same thoughts as me. Luo Qingtong simply opened her mouth and said such flattering words. In any case, flattery didn't cost money. Moreover, this man was indeed worthy of this praise. Didn't they see the envious gazes that were cast at her from all directions after she sat down with the other party? However, Luo Qingtong didn't expect that the man would be so easy to approach after hiding his identity. He had done the right thing today. Luo Qingtong secretly gave herself a thumbs up for today's wise decision. If he missed this opportunity, he didn't know when he would be able to meet this incognito man again. Is that so? She did not pay attention to Luo Qingtong's last words. Xianxia's attention was all on her first sentence. So it was because of admiration? Was that why she took the initiative to approach him and appear in front of him? Xianxia's heart stirred slightly as he looked at the young man in front of him. The latter's face was gorgeous and enchanting. Her squinting eyes and smiling appearance made her look indescribably cunning and willful, agile and threatening. Did she think that he didn't recognize her? So after she changed her identity, she directly appeared in front of him as the evil Dr. Ghost Eye. She clearly knew his true identity, yet she still dared to provoke him again and again. So fearless of death. Did she like him that much? Xianxia thought and frowned. He didn't like those who liked him to deliberately approach him, but if it was this woman. Xianxia looked at Luo Qingtong's evil and clever expression and suddenly felt that he could accept it. As long as she didn't run away, he could allow her to stay by his side. Xianxia, my name. He raised his hand and took a sip of the wine in his cup. Seeing how infatuated you are, I will allow you to know my name. I will allow you to drink with me at the same table. For some reason, Xianxia felt very comfortable knowing that Luo Qingtong liked him. It turned out that this woman liked him so much. So she didn't dare to approach him before because of his identity as the underworld senior. Since that was the case, he could forgive her for her previous disrespect. After all, he was the underworld senior and had a noble status. It was normal for this woman to be worried and afraid to approach him. Was she afraid that he would be unhappy or even put her in a disadvantageous position if he knew? Thinking about how Luo Qingtong tried to escape in every possible way before, Xianxia's anger dissipated a lot. His plan to capture her as soon as he found her also changed a little. Oh. Brother. Yi. Luo Qingtong felt a burst of happiness in her heart. Xianxia, who hid his identity, was much easier to approach than she thought. She even asked for his name. Would it be long before she could see his injuries? Her heart was restless as she seized the opportunity and said, "This little brother is called Xia Tong. Brother, you can call me Xiao Tong in the future." Humph. Xianxia lightly snorted. This woman was really cunning. What Xia Tong? Wasn't it just the abbreviation of evil Dr. Gui Tong? He let her approach him and even told her his name. She actually used a fake name to fool him. Xianxia was slightly angry as he thought about it. He looked at her coldly. Xia Tong? Evil Dr. Gui Tong? Your name is strange. Did she really think that he didn't know her true identity? Cough cough. Brother Yi knows me? Luo Qingtong pretended that she really didn't know anything. She didn't know that this man was the underworld senior and didn't know that he knew her. She deliberately said the name Xia Tong. Otherwise, how could she logically reveal her identity as an evil doctor and treat his injuries? After all, from the way she was acting now, she didn't seem to know this man. I can't let him see that I'm pretending. Humph. Xianxia snorted. This woman was really cunning, his acting was so real. If he did not know that she was the woman from the Nine Magi Mountain and had seen her real appearance, he would have thought that she did not recognize him. Xianxia's expression did not change, but he said coldly, "Of course I know. The entire black field is looking for you, evil Dr. Ghost Eye." Cough cough, hearing his words, Luo Qingtong choked on the wine in her mouth. It can't be, right? The black field is looking for her everywhere? Didn't that mean that this man was looking for her everywhere? Luo Qingtong felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Why was this man looking for her everywhere? Didn't he dispel his suspicions about her? Could it be that when he went to the city lord's mansion to steal the medicine, something went wrong and he was exposed? Luo Qingtong felt guilty as she thought about it. She looked at the handsome face of the man in front of her and suddenly felt that she had dug a hole and buried herself. She couldn't have done something stupid and delivered herself to his doorstep, right? Ha, ha. Really? That. I really don't know. Luo Qingtong gave a hollow laugh. She quickly changed the topic. Brother Yi, what are you doing in the Tianyu Empire? To capture someone. Xianxia replied concisely. That pair of cold eyes stared at Luo Qingtong just like that. Hee hee. Luo Qingtong felt her hair stand on end from his stare. She couldn't have exposed herself, right? But Luo Qingtong went over everything that happened in the Blackfield City Lord's matter. She couldn't find any flaws. Previously, she had indeed dispelled this man's suspicions. Later, when she sneaked into the city lord's manor to steal medicine, she didn't expose herself from beginning to end. Even when she was treating his injuries, he fainted. There was no one in the bath hall and she walked very quickly. This man shouldn't have discovered her. Luo Qingtong felt a lot more relieved. Just as she was about to probe this man again, Xianxia suddenly looked away. He took the wine cup in her hand, poured a new cup, and handed it to her. What's wrong? Drink. Didn't you say you wanted to drink with me? The man held the wine cup and leaned back on the chair. His posture was languid and noble. Xianxia wasn't in a hurry to expose Luo Qingtong's identity. He wanted to let this woman think that he hadn't seen through her. In addition, he wanted to see how long her eyes could hold on. Compared to directly exposing this woman's identity, Xianxia was more willing to see Luo Qingtong expose herself. Humph. Let's see where she can run this time and what tricks she can play, Xianxia snorted. His eyes darkened and he directly drank the wine cup in his hand. Oh. Luo Qingtong looked at the wine cup in her hand and then looked at Xianxia's indifferent expression. She couldn't help but wonder if she was too nervous and overthinking things. This man shouldn't have discovered her identity. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so indifferent. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtong let go. Okay. Brother Yi, please. It was rare that this man was willing to let someone get close to him, so she had to seize this opportunity. However, this man was so vigilant. How could she make him agree to let her see his wound? Luo Qingtong thought to herself as she drank. The two of them had their own thoughts, but on the surface, they were toasting each other as if they were old friends at first sight and regretted not having met earlier. They drank merrily. On the other side, Feng Yu and Bei Qing, who had been completely abandoned, were staring blankly. Feng Yu, I. Am I seeing things? Quick. Hurry up and pinch me. Bei Qing was stuttering as he spoke. Oh my god, the man who was drinking with the evildoer youth until his brows were relaxed and the corners of his lips were slightly raised was their master? How was this possible? His eyes must be damaged. Furthermore, that young man was actually an evil doctor. How was this possible? Wasn't the evil doctor a shameless old man? How could it be the demonic youth in front of him? But then again, that young man's face was indeed very familiar. Bei Qing racked his brains and quickly remembered that the young man in the portrait that his master had asked them to send to the middle country of the Black Field to search for him was the face of this young man. Oh my god, no wonder they were wondering why their master was paying attention to a young man for no reason. So, he was the evil doctor. Bei Qing was shocked. For some reason, she felt as if her world had been turned upside down. But wait. This wasn't the point. The point was, when had their master ever smiled at someone like this? Bei Qing looked at the faint smile on Xianxia's face. She was completely shocked. Brother Yi, you already know who I am. This younger brother doesn't have anything to give to Brother Yi. Why don't I take a look at Brother Yi? Luo Qingtong and Yi Qianxian drank one cup after another for a while and gradually felt a little tipsy. This man was completely different from when he was hiding his identity and when he was Ming Zun. If she didn't have her eye technique and had seen this man's true appearance, she would have thought that he was someone else impersonating him. Seeing that time was passing little by little, Luo Qingtong felt that the trace of power in her eyes was slowly dissipating. She immediately took advantage of her drunkenness and proposed to take a look at the man. Otherwise, if this continued, she wouldn't be able to hold on. All right. Looking at the young man in front of him who had become even more devilish and wanton due to the influence of alcohol, Yi Qianxian's eyes darkened. Yi Qianxian expressed that he was very happy that Luo Qingtong was still thinking about his injuries at this time. This woman really liked him very much. Not only did she take the initiative to get close to him, but she was also thinking about his injuries. As Yi Qianren thought of this, his heart was filled with joy. There was also a tinge of joy in his pair of cold eyes. Take a look. He stretched out his wrist. Luo Qingtong saw that he was so cooperative and her heart was immediately overjoyed. She roughly estimated in her heart that the trace of power in her eyes could last for about half an hour, which was 2 to 3/4 of an hour. It was enough for her to examine the man's injuries. This kind of opportunity wasn't easy to find. Previously, when she examined the man's injuries, he was unconscious. She didn't know if it was because of this that her eye technique didn't find any clues. Then Brother Yi, I'll start. Luo Qingtong said as she put her finger on the man's pulse. When the two people's skin touched, Yi Qianxian's body trembled slightly. He inexplicably felt a strange feeling in his heart. He turned his head to look at Luo Qingtong and then at the place where her fingers were pressing on his pulse. He was slightly stunned. Luo Qingtong only touched him lightly. Why did he feel so strange? Her heart seemed to be beating a little fast. Yi Qianxian frowned. While he was troubled by his own feelings, Luo Qingtong also quickly began to check the injuries in his body. Luo Qingtong tried her best to control herself and not send her power into the man's body. Every time she sent her power into the man's body, she would bring his power back and then level up uncontrollably. Everything depended on his ocular technique. Anyway, she didn't need to mend the man's meridians right now, so she could just watch. She lowered her head slightly, hiding the red light in her eyes from using the eye technique. She quickly scanned the man's body. Under Luo Qingtong's ocular technique, the man's meridians, bones, and blood vessels were reflected in Luo Qingtong's eyes in a strange way. It was like a miniature scanner, scanning Yi Qianxian from top to bottom and left to right. It also had its own X-ray vision and various numerical values. Luo Qingtong operated her ocular technique with all her might. This was the first time she used her ocular technique without holding back since she transmigrated. This time, it was unknown how many times more difficult it was than when she used it to examine the poison. This man's physique was too inhuman, right? What AF * King Husky, Luo Qingtong had never encountered such a situation in her previous life. In the past, which ability user's strength could not be seen through by her, even during a battle, she could adjust her attack according to the opponent's weak points at any time. An ocular sorcerer's strength was all-encompassing. Currently, Luo Qingtong's ocular sorcerer's ability was not obvious yet. In the future, as her mental strength increased, her ocular sorcerer's ability would become stronger and stronger. In her previous life, she was a supreme ocular sorcerer. In the 24th century on Earth, no ability user could escape the detection of her ocular sorcerer. Damn it, she could not see through this man at all. Luo Qingtong was very depressed in her heart. However, she did not forget her real purpose this time. If she could not see through him, then she would not look at him for the time being. She would find another opportunity in the future. She would look again when her strength increased. She did not believe that she could not find out this man's limit. Luo Qingtong gritted her teeth and concentrated all her ocular sorcerer's power on Yi Qianxian's meridians. However, with one look, damn it, this man's meridians and the strength of his bones and flesh were two extremes. Luo Qingtong looked at the few pitiful numbers that appeared in her eyes and suspected that she had seen wrongly. However, she raised her head and looked at the man in front of her, then looked at his meridians. She was very sure that those pitiful numbers were the strength of this man's meridians. Damn it. It can't be? The strength of his meridians was not even comparable to hers, although her physical fitness had undergone the baptism of the 9-story exquisite pagoda and the life and death sword. Her physique was not to be underestimated and far surpassed that of most experts. However, with this man's strength, it was impossible for his meridians to be so weak. The more one cultivated, the stronger their meridians. This was the principle of cultivation in this world. Why did this man do the opposite? Moreover, his meridians were so weak. How did he display the strength that could even destroy a heavenly beast? Luo Qingtong was at a loss. Damn it, she had purposely approached this man in order to thoroughly investigate the strangeness of his internal injuries. Now, not only did she fail to find out anything, she had even dug herself deeper. What the hell was going on? Why were the meridians in this man's body so strange? This was definitely not caused by someone else. How did he end up like this? Luo Qingtong's curiosity was like being scratched by a cat. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't reveal her identity, she would have dragged this man in front of her and interrogated him about what was going on. My heart is so tired. The answer to the riddle was getting further and further away from him, wasn't it? Luo Qingtong didn't give up and wanted to check again. However, at this time, the trace of power in her eyes was in danger. At most a quarter of an hour, the trace of power in her eyes would disappear completely. No, I can only look at it next time when I have the chance. Thinking of this, she reluctantly withdrew her hand. The touch of her finger on his skin made Xianxia's body tremble slightly, and the strange feeling in his heart became stronger. He didn't know why, but he suddenly felt that this woman would be fine even if she kept putting her hand on his wrist. Are you sure? Xianxia looked at Luo Qingtong with a deep gaze. Brother Ye's body is fine. He's very healthy. Luo Qingtong reluctantly withdrew her gaze. She couldn't see anything this time. How stifling. While she was feeling depressed, Xianxia's lips curled up. This woman was truly devoted to him. Seeing Luo Qingtong's disappointed expression when she let go of his wrist, Xianxia felt very comfortable. At this moment, he heard Luo Qingtong's voice. Sorry, Brother Yi, I suddenly remembered that I still have something to do. Let's drink again next time. This little brother will take his leave first. As soon as she said this, Xianxia's expression suddenly sank. This woman, is she going to run away again? After experiencing this kind of thing several times, Xianxia didn't believe Luo Qingtong's words at all. He snorted coldly and raised his hand to press down on her shoulder, pushing her back. What's the rush? We haven't had enough to drink yet. If there's anything, I'll go with you to explain later. Just say that we hit it off at first sight and were delayed. How about it? Xianxia looked at Luo Qingtong with a deep gaze. He pressed down on her shoulder with a little force so that she couldn't get up. Or are you saying that you're not willing to give me this opportunity? When you said that you admired me and wanted to drink with me, was that also a lie? Xianxia's voice was cold. This woman was in such a hurry to leave. Her eyes must be showing signs of something. He was going to sit here and watch her expose herself. Luo Qingtong was pushed back into her chair by Xianxia. Her heart was like 10,000 galloping horses. Holy shit, what's wrong with this man? He's not letting me go. Luo Qingtong felt a wave of unease in her heart. Could it be that her previous premonition was right? This man had really seen through her identity. Luo Qingtong carefully sized up the man's expression. However, Xianxia didn't do anything other than push her back into her seat. She couldn't tell if he had seen through her identity under the evil doctor's ghost eyes. No, regardless of whether this man saw through it or not, she couldn't stay here any longer. Otherwise, when the time came and her eyes returned to their blind state, her disguise would be exposed even if she didn't. Thinking about it, Luo Qingtong looked at Xianxia and smiled. Brother Yi, what are you thinking? I really have something to do. But since Brother Yi invites me so sincerely, I can only risk my life to accompany you. As she spoke, she picked up the wine glass on the table. So, let's get drunk today? Xianxia looked at her with narrowed eyes. All right. He wanted to see what other tricks this woman had up her sleeves. No return until we're drunk. She'd be exposed in a while. If Xianxia could guess it, how could Luo Qingtong not be aware of it? She felt bitter as she watched the time slowly pass. Damn, this man was a big pervert. Luo Qingtong felt gloomy when she thought about how he sent someone to guard her when she said she wanted to go to the outhouse. At this time, she was 100% sure that this man was suspecting her again. And he was waiting for her to expose herself. Damn, life was so miserable. If she had known, she wouldn't have taken the initiative to provoke this man. I don't know where he got the clue from, but why is he suspecting me again? Humph. That brat just now really didn't know how to appreciate favors. It's his fortune that I took a liking to him. How dare you disobey? How infuriating. That's right. That guy really doesn't know how to appreciate favors. But why are you so angry, Crown Prince? He's just a good-looking young man. In the future, we'll find a few more for you. I guarantee that their looks won't be inferior to his. A group of people came in noisily from the outside. All of them were drunk and entered the outhouse at the side. That's right. Prince, don't be angry. With your status as Prince Xianxia's prince, that brat didn't obey because he didn't have the fortune. I just can't take it lying down. Suddenly, Luo Qingtong heard someone say, actually, it would be great if we could get hold of the peerless young man in red and the handsome man beside him. Sigh. That feeling must be asterisk 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 asterisk. Yes. Looking at their figures and postures, they were definitely kindred spirits. Seeing that the young man had left his seat, the elegant and peerless man in white didn't forget to ask his attendants to guard him. He knew that the relationship between them was definitely not simple. TSK, what a pity. Those two are not people we can touch. A red-clothed youth and a white-clothed man. Why did he send someone to follow him when he left the banquet? Luo Qingtong lowered her head and looked at the red clothes she was wearing. Her lips twitched, *T. Wasn't that referring to her and that damned man? Those two, burp, they are indeed graceful and peerless. However, the aura of the man in white was too strong. He was not an ordinary person at all. You, what are you doing? Before Prince Xianxia could finish his words, the latrine door was kicked open with a bang. He hurriedly pulled up his pants that he hadn't taken off in time. He turned his head and was about to curse, but Luo Qingtong hooked her arm around his neck and dragged him out of the room. The rest of the people in the outhouse rushed out after hearing the noise. Air. Release the crown prince. Shoo. Aya, don't be so nervous. Luo Qingtong raised her finger and shushed them. Her devilishly beautiful face was filled with a devilish smile. She hooked her arms around Prince Xianxia's neck and said with a smile, just now, I was in the outhouse next door and heard all of your words. Who would have thought? To think that he would meet such a fellow player who knew how to play. It's really, to my liking. Young master, please spare, eh? That Xianxia prince's heir apparent was pulled out of the latrine by Luo Qingtong's arm around his neck. Just as he was about to beg for mercy, hearing what was said, he stared blankly. Young master, you mean, Prince Xianxia looked at Luo Qingtong with surprise and joy. He originally thought that Luo Qingtong had pulled him out to beat him up. He didn't expect the other party to have such a look of admiration for him. Could it be that this young master actually liked to play like this? And he didn't reject anyone? Wasn't this a meat pie that fell from the sky? Thinking that he could have sex with such a peerless, devilishly beautiful young man, Prince Xianxia's heart was fluttering. His gaze towards Luo Qingtong was like a hungry wolf. That's right, it's exactly what you think. Luo Qingtong looked at them with a devilishly charming face. That Prince Xianxia's saliva is about to drip out. Oh my god, not only this peerless beautiful young man, but that indescribably handsome man also likes to play like this? You really can't judge a book by its cover. His face is filled with excitement as he pats his chest. Violence is definitely not a problem. I'm the most violent. Thinking about how he relies on his father's power in Tianyu Imperial City to bully men and women, if he dares to say he's number one, no one dares to say they're number two, he definitely meets the requirements. Compared to this devilishly beautiful young man, that man who clearly had a piercingly cold and elegant temperament was a character he had never met before. To be able to go through thick and thin with that one time, he's willing to die. Oh, really? Luo Qingtong has an evil smile as she looks him up and down. But that big brother of mine isn't an ordinary person. Like you, even if all of you work together, you might not be able to beat him. How can you be violent? If you're not violent enough, that big brother of mine won't be happy and won't do as you wish. That's not a problem, ah. That Prince Chunjiu pats his chest loudly. I can mobilize the elites of the 5 cities wardens department. That's definitely violent enough, right? For that handsome man with a biting cold aura, valiant and domineering aura, he's going all out. At most, he'll be beaten up by his father again. In any case, his father only has him as his only child. He definitely won't dare to beat him to death and end his family's bloodline. Oh. So it's like this, ah. Luo Qingtong's eyes brighten. She didn't expect this Prince Chunjiu's son she casually caught to be so awesome. This hedonist index is very high, ah. Okay. I'll invite that big brother of mine over in a bit. You guys prepare the troops. Right, what is the best way to make Tianyu's imperial family suffer the most? For the last sentence, Luo Qingtong has already used her eye technique soul-absorbing ability. Originally, she wanted to slowly inquire about Tianyu's imperial family and see how to deal with them. But now that that man is here, Luo Qingtong has no choice but to end this quickly. Otherwise, if she's caught by that man, there will be no end to it, especially what she's doing right now. That man will probably be angered to death. Luo Qingtong's lips fiercely twitches as she thinks. Forget it, Tianyu's imperial family's luck. Okay. The crown prince of Prince Chunjiu happily agreed and was about to go look for her. When he turned around, Luo Qingtong patted him. When he turned around, he saw her eyes that were flashing red like a demon. Under the influence of Luo Qingtong's eye technique, the other people's brains slowed down for a second. Before he could react, his mind was already in a mess. The Imperial's good. Done to end, Luo Qingtong's lips curled up slightly. She raised her hand and patted Prince Chunjiu's body. The latter immediately returned to normal, too. Tianyu's. Why is he still here? To go. Let's go. That pure ninth crown prince's face was somewhat dazed, and those lackeys beside him also looked like they had just woken up from a dream. The group of people did not discover anything and just ran away in a hustle and bustle. Luo Qingtong looks at them running away in a hurry. She smiles and crosses her arms in front of her chest as she walks out. Let's go. She looks at Beiqing, who is squatting outside, and the smile on her face is indescribably enchanting. As Luo Qingtong spoke, she hooked her arm around Beiqing's shoulder and pulled him out. When the two of them returned to the dining area, Xianxia looked up and saw the two of them walking over with their arms around each other's shoulders. Suddenly, he stared coldly at the spot where their bodies touched. For some reason, he suddenly felt that Beiqing's shoulder was an eyesore. That woman had never been so close to him before. At most, she would just touch his shoulder. Now, more than half of them were standing next to Beiqing. The latter was stared at by his master's cold gaze and instantly felt all the hair on his body stand on end. Oh my god. Master's gaze is so scary. I didn't do anything. Why is master staring at me like that? Beiqing wanted to cry but had no tears. He felt that his life would be difficult when he went back, but what did he do wrong? Master should know the reason why he died. Feng Yu, on the other hand, noticed something and went over to pull him over. I thought you fell into the pit when you went to the toilet. Yi Qianxian looked coldly at Luo Qingtong and said, your alcohol tolerance can't be that bad, right? Pretend, you're still pretending, you're obviously suspecting my identity. You're just waiting for me to expose myself. You're still pretending that you don't know anything. Fine. You act, I'll act, we'll act, let's see who can act better. Luo Qingtong had a fake smile on her face. She sat down and said, it's nothing. Brother Yi and I hit it off at first sight. When I went to the toilet, I was thinking about Brother Yi even when I was looking at the feces in the pit. I couldn't help but stay in there for a while. Brother Yi, you don't mind, right? Cough, cough, cough. When Luo Qingtong said this, Beiqing and Feng Yu almost choked on their own saliva. Oh my god, is the evil doctor doing this on purpose, or does she not know how to speak? What does she mean by thinking about master even when he was looking at the feces in the pit? Isn't she saying that master is like, the same? The two of them coughed violently as they stole glances at their master. Yi Qianxian's expression froze for a moment when he heard Luo Qingtong's words, but he quickly adjusted himself. This woman had many tricks up her sleeves. Yi Qianxian had experienced it several times, so he had developed some resistance to it. It was not that easy for Luo Qingtong to disgust him. You seem to be in good spirits. I hope you can continue to be in good spirits. Yi Qianxian's voice was cold. This woman was still stubborn even now. He wanted to see how long she could keep her stubborn mouth shut. Luo Qingtong was disappointed that she failed to disgust Yi Qianxian. This man's evolution speed was comparable to a digital Tyrannosaurus rex. She was starting to suspect that the pure and beautiful man she had met before was just an illusion, but soon, Luo Qingtong pulled herself together. Because she heard the hubbub of voices outside, looks like that Prince Chen Jiu's heir had called the people from the 5 cities warden's office over. Luo Qingtong took a look outside and instantly grinned. Then I thank Brother Yi for your auspicious words. Oh right, I know a few friends. Why don't I introduce them to Brother Yi? Come. Brother Yi. Come over here. Luo Qingtong pulled Yi Qianxian up and walked out with a smile. Yi Qianxian saw her pulling his hand and was distracted for a moment before he was pulled out by her. It was simply too easy to find the private rooms of those hedonistic sons. At this moment, Prince Chen Jiu and the others were waiting impatiently in the private room. AI, do you think that peerlessly beautiful young man will come? Is he trying to trick this prince? He rubbed his hands and fidgeted in the private room. Everyone looked at each other and didn't know how to answer. Prince, is there any meaning in this? Even if that young man is trying to trick you, do you dare to rush over and argue with them? The man in white and his 2 attendants were obviously not to be trifled with. As a debauchee, especially a debauchee who can run amok and not die, these people naturally have their own standards for judging people. They were very clear about who they could provoke and who they couldn't. It was obvious that the man in white and that peerlessly beautiful young man were existences that they couldn't provoke. Regarding this point, these people were very clear in their hearts, otherwise, they would have rushed over to seek death. How could they wait for Luo Qingtong to come and find them? Aya, really? This prince is anxious to death. He has already been called over. That devilishly beautiful young man better not stand him up, otherwise, he would be beaten up by his father for nothing. Just as Prince Chen Jiu was anxiously waiting, Luo Qingtong brought Yi Qianxian into the private room. Hello everyone. I brought my brother Yi, have fun everyone. Luo Qingtong smiled at Yi Qianxian. The next second, she ran away. You. Yi Qianming subconsciously chased after her. Oh. Beauty. I'm coming. Seeing that Luo Qingtong really brought him over, Prince Chen Jiu was very excited. He rushed towards Yi Qianxian. At the same time, he waved his hand. Everyone, let's go together. He didn't forget that the young master said that his big brother liked to be simple and violent, and the more violent, the better. Under Prince Chen Jiu's command, his lackeys immediately rushed towards Yi Qianxian. They were all fearless. It was as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Beauty. Just submit to me. I promise I'll be rough. Prince Chen Jiu howled as his fat body pressed down on Yi Qianming. The latter was caught off guard. His line of sight towards Luo Qingtong was blocked, and he lost sight of her. Bang bang bang. Yi Qianming's aura exploded. Prince Chen Jiu's crown prince and the others who were rushing over were sent flying. Air. When the elites of the 5 cities warden's office heard the commotion, they saw Prince Chen Jiu and the others being sent flying before they could rush into the private room. They were immediately shocked. How dare you hurt the crown prince? Catch him. A group of people rushed towards Yi Qianming. The latter stared at them coldly. The aura around his body surged, and he flew out with a boom. In an instant, the entire restaurant was shrouded in that terrifying aura. Everyone was so shocked that they couldn't move. The next second, rumble. One by one, the aura of power exploded. Terrifying energy waves swept out in an instant, almost destroying the entire restaurant. Under such power, no one had the ability to resist. Everyone looked at the figure floating in the sky with fear in their eyes. It was as if he was a celestial being. Not far away, Luo Qingtong turned around to take a look. She was so frightened that she quickened her pace. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, Luo Qingtong dashed through the alleyways. Under the effect of her eye technique, the alleys she chose were all inconspicuous. They were hard to find at first glance, but were also very easy to hide in. Luo Qingtong was confident that even if Xianxia chased after her, he wouldn't be able to find her. Aya, that scared me to death. I almost couldn't get out. She patted her chest with a face full of lingering fear. That man is becoming more and more difficult to deal with, but he clearly saw through my identity this time, so why didn't he capture me? Why did he play a role-playing game with me? Luo Qingtong recalled Yi Qianxian's expression when she drank with him, and her thoughts were inexplicably distracted. That man, it's actually pretty good to get along with him like this. But who knows if he's having a fit, compared to placing her life and freedom in someone else's hands, Luo Qingtong preferred to have it in her own hands. Phew. I don't know how that man discovered my identity. Luo Qingtong stepped on the green bricks, green tiles, and red walls, and in an instant, her figure flew dozens of meters away. Many people didn't even see her figure. Those who saw her thought it was an illusion and just passed by in a flash. Could it be that time when I was treated in the bathhouse? Luo Qingtong thought for a long time, and that was the only possibility. Luo Qingtong's lips twitched when she thought about how she probed the man's body again and again out of curiosity. The energy she brought back almost made her explode. Could it be that at that time, she also left a trace of her energy in that man's body, so he was able to confirm her identity? Damn it, the evils she brought on herself were the hardest to bear. Luo Qingtong felt depressed in her heart. It's always like this. One day, she'll be played to death by her own curiosity. At this moment, Little Pig, who was suffocating to death in her sleeve, finally made a move. Oh my god, you almost scared me to death. Master, Ancestor. Can we stop playing like this? That man is really not to be trifled with. Don't provoke him anymore. It was really an accident. Luo Qingtong's lips twitched. She didn't know that the man had seen through her identity. Otherwise, she would definitely avoid him. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. I'll take you to get some treasures. Take out a few more of your junk. When it's full, I'll give you one. One is too little, there should be at least two. Little Pig muttered as he suddenly came to a realization. Wait, a storage ring of a few hundred square meters isn't enough for you? Where are you going? It had been holding its breath and hadn't noticed Luo Qingtong's soul-searching. Of course it's to rob. Luo Qingtong's lips curled up as she spoke. He flew towards the imperial palace of the Tianyu Empire, at the same time, in the restaurant. Rumble, Yi Qianming's figure was high up in the air. His aura raged and instantly killed all the elites of the 5 cities' warden's office. His expression was ice-cold. Under Prince Chunjiu's horrified gaze, he immediately lifted him up through the air. What did she say to you? Prince Chunjiu's body trembled. At this time, how could he not know that he had been deceived by that enchanting youth? Prince Chunjiu's heart was filled with an indescribable desire to cry. He trembled as he recounted everything that Luo Qingtong told them. In an instant, Yi Qianming's aura became as terrifying as the purgatory of the netherworld. Boom! The energy in his hand suddenly exploded. In an instant, the wall near him was blasted into powder from top to bottom. The entire restaurant collapsed in an instant. Evil eye. Yi Qianming's face was dark to the extreme. His every word seemed to carry a monstrous anger that swept through the sky, making people tremble in fear just by sensing it. That pure ninth crown prince instantly cried out, rolled his eyes and fainted. Yi Qianming raised his hand and coldly threw him outside. He didn't make a move to kill him. This kind of trash didn't need to dirty his hands, only that woman. That evil eye. Yi Qianming felt the veins on his forehead bulging as he thought about it. That woman was too hateful. She couldn't wait to get rid of him. She even dared to lie like this. Yi Qianming's heart was filled with anger. He took several deep breaths, but he still couldn't calm the anger in his heart. That woman, in order to escape from his hands, she really could do anything. She really angered him to death. Yi Qianming was even angrier. That woman kept saying that she admired him, but when it was time to escape, she ran faster than a rabbit. She was that afraid of him? She couldn't wait to escape from him. Thinking about how he foolishly believed that woman's words and thought that she really admired him, Yi Qianming felt that he couldn't hold back the anger in his heart. That woman, don't let me catch her again. Otherwise. Otherwise what? When Yi Qianming said this, his angry words paused for a moment. Break her legs, break her wings, and imprison her by his side, he didn't know why, but when he thought of this possibility, Yi Qianming's heart felt uncomfortable. He thought about how cunning and quick-witted that woman was, and how she looked extremely willful and evil. He thought about the various expressions she had when she met him. He thought about how all these would disappear from that woman in the future, leaving behind only a dull and obedient expression. He didn't know why, but his heart was very conflicted. That woman, although she was rebellious and had offended him in various ways, if Yi Qianming really wanted to harm her, he could have done it a long time ago, but he couldn't bear to, he couldn't bear to. Yi Qianming's furious emotions suddenly froze. He suddenly realized that there was something wrong with his way of thinking. He couldn't bear to harm that woman. Yi Qianming's heart felt uncomfortable. How could he have such a thought, with his status and strength? How could he bear to harm Will, moreover, a woman who had offended him? But if Yi Qianming really wanted to do something to that woman, the only thing he could think of was to capture her. As for what to do with her, he would have to. Yi Qianming's mind suddenly flashed with the words that Bei Qing said to Feng Yu. Do you think that our master really likes the evil doctor? Likes? He likes that woman? At this moment, Bei Qing and Feng Yu rushed up to him. Master, the Tianyu imperial family is on their way here. We can't expose your identity. Yi Qianren was startled awake by their words and instantly broke away from the shocking thoughts that she had. However, the thought just now was deeply imprinted in his heart. I like that woman, so that's why. I like that woman, that's why I can't bear to hurt her. Yi Qianren's entire being was suddenly enlightened. He was very resistant to the word like and never thought that he would like anyone, but that woman, if it's that woman, Yi Qianren thought that it was not that he could not accept it. Let's go. Yi Qianxian's eyes were deep. Since he already understood his own feelings, he wasn't the kind of person who was pretentious and overcautious. If he liked her, he would get her. It was that woman who provoked him first. Since that was the case, she had to bear the consequences. He wouldn't let her escape. As long as she was still in the imperial capital of the Tianyu Empire, he would be able to find her. With a faint smile on his face, Yi Qianxian's eyes darkened. With a swoosh, he disappeared into the ruins of the hotel. Bei Qing and Feng Yu hurriedly followed him. At the same time, in the Tianyu Imperial Palace, Luo Qingtong was flying with Little Pig. Her speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, she had entered the depths of the Tianyu Imperial Palace. Little Pig was flabbergasted as he watched her bypass one sentry post after another without any hesitation. He almost doubted if there was something wrong with his eyes. Oh my God, can this woman be any more powerful? How did she know where those sentry posts were? Furthermore, there were even some martial emperor realm experts among them. Little Pig didn't know how Luo Qingtong knew where they were and how she cleverly avoided them. Those were martial king realm experts. Before Little Pig could finish his thoughts, he saw Luo Qingtong dodge a martial king realm expert's sentry post. How did she do it? Little Pig was going crazy. Forget about the martial king. She was actually able to discover where the martial emperor was hiding and avoid him. One had to know that Luo Qingtong herself was only a martial general. Was this woman trying to defy the heavens? Holy **T, Little Pig's eyes were filled with shock as he watched Luo Qingtong effortlessly find the location of Tianyu Empire's imperial treasury and successfully sneak into the inner circle. It no longer wanted to find out how this woman did it. He was simply a monster. And it was the kind that was on par with that man. No wonder she could escape from that man again and again. What should we do now? After sneaking into the periphery, Luo Qingtong encountered a problem. In addition to the endless number of sentries and restrictions surrounding the royal treasury, there was actually an extremely special energy lock installed on the door of the treasury. Only the direct descendants of Tianyu's royal family could enter. Tisk. Luo Qingtong frowned. Originally, he thought that as long as he broke through the restriction, he would be able to enter the treasury, take the items, and leave. He didn't expect Tianyu's royal family to be so cautious. They even set up an energy lock. This kind of lock was made with a special energy that could automatically detect whether the person entering was a direct descendant of Tianyu's royal family. Let's go. After thinking for a while, Luo Qingtong turned around and left decisively. Little Pig was dumbfounded. Ah? She left just like that? She let the imperial family of Tianyu go? This wasn't like this woman's style. Of course not. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes. She let the imperial family of Tianyu go just like that? Dream on, they must pay the price. Let's go find the key. Since it was a lock, there must be a key. Luo Qingtong didn't believe that the imperial family of Tianyu didn't have a backup plan in such an important place like the imperial treasury. This was the imperial family of a super empire. The treasures and resources inside were so abundant that they could easily build a country like Dongli country. If the imperial family of Tianyu suffered a calamity, wouldn't they want to rely on these treasures to make a comeback? Therefore, there must be another way to open it except for the imperial family. Luo Qingtong's figure flitted through the imperial palace. It didn't take long for her to find the information about the imperial treasury. This was the frightening part of an ocular sorcerer. As long as Luo Qingtong didn't do anything, she could easily find the hidden place where no one could find it. Even Xianxia couldn't find her with his divine sense, let alone the guards of Tianyu Empire. Under her gaze, the strict defense of the imperial palace of the Tianyu Empire was a joke. As long as Luo Qingtong wanted to, she could come and go as she pleased. Of course, the premise was that she didn't do anything and didn't expose her aura. Otherwise, the experts in Tianyu Imperial Palace would have sensed it immediately. Prince Qianxia, Luo Qingtong murmured the information she found and her lips twitched. What kind of ill-fated relationship was this? She had just schemed against Prince Qianxia and made him find trouble with Xianxia. She didn't even know if he was still alive or not. She wanted to scheme against his father again. This Prince Qianxia's family must have F***ed with the heavens, otherwise, how could they be so unlucky? But even so, Luo Qingtong still quickly turned around and rushed out of the palace. Every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. Moreover, this father and son pair were not good people. One bullied men and tyrannized women, while the other aided the tyrant. Luo Qingtong didn't feel guilty at all when she set up the other party. We're all the same, so there's no need to talk about innocence. It was just a case of the winner taking all. When Luo Qingtong left the imperial palace to look for Prince Qianxia, Xianxia and Beiqing Fengyu also returned to where they were. Staying. Master. Your subordinate is incompetent. I was unable to stop the evil doctor. As soon as they returned, Beiqing and Fengyu knelt down and begged for forgiveness. They didn't expect Luo Qingtong to be so daring. By the time they came back to their senses, they had already lost track of the youth. Thinking of this, Beiqing and Fengyu both felt annoyed. Especially Beiqing. She almost asked Xianxia to go back to the brothel to receive punishment. No matter. That woman is treacherous and cunning. Even if you chase after her, you may not be able to make her stay. Xianxia snorted coldly. Although he understood his intentions, it didn't mean that he wouldn't pursue what Luo Qingtong had done before. That woman was really treacherous and cunning. How could he not teach her a lesson, especially this time? She actually dared to sell him to someone like Prince Qianxia. Thinking of this, Xianxia's expression couldn't help but darken. Master. Beiqing and Fengyu were shocked when they saw Xianxia's actions. Was their master going to use that method that would consume a lot of energy? Did the evil doctor make him so angry? That method was even more damaging. If their master used it, he would be weakened for a long time. Was it worth it to do this for an evil doctor? Master, the evil doctor is missing. We can look for her slowly. Why do you have to? Beiqing couldn't continue his sentence. Xianxia stared at him coldly and said, Beiqing, you've crossed the line. It's not up to you to meddle in my affairs. Master. Beiqing wanted to say something, but Fengyu stopped him. Master, Beiqing was just anxious. Master, using this method to search for someone will consume a lot of energy. Once you use it, your strength will drop by 50% within half a year. Not only that, but your strength will disappear 4 hours after you use it. Master, you don't have to worry about yourself, but Beiqing and I can't ignore you. Master, please reconsider. As Fengyu spoke, she pulled Beiqing to kneel in front of Xianxia. Yes, Master. With your current identity, you can't lose your strength. Otherwise. Beiqing said anxiously. Before he could finish, Xianxia raised his hand and stopped him. That's enough. You don't have to say any more. I have to find that woman. That woman was extremely cunning. She must have guessed that he had seen through her identity after she escaped from the restaurant. Under such circumstances, if he did not use his blood to search for her, he would not know where she would run to in the future. Xianxia finally understood his feelings. Even if it was not for his injuries, he had to find that woman for the sake of his feelings. That woman, when they heard Xianxia's words, Bei Qing and Feng Yu, who were ready to die to persuade him, were stunned. Wasn't their master looking for the evil doctor? How did she become that woman? The only person who could make his master speak with such a helpless tone was the young girl from the Nine Magi Mountain. The evil doctor is the girl we're looking for? Bei Qing's eyes widened. The fact that the evil medic had turned from an old man to a young man was already shocking enough. Now, his master was telling him that the evil medic was the young girl they had been looking for all this time. No wonder master's attitude towards him was so different. But how could the evil doctor be a young girl? Bei Qing's lips twitched as she recalled Luo Qingtong's every move as an evil doctor. He could not believe that the evil doctor was actually a woman, that devilish aura was overflowing, and her carefree and unrestrained appearance was nothing like a woman, especially today. He actually sold his master to that Prince Chunjiu's heir as an escort. Such a person was actually a woman, or was it the woman they had been looking for who could heal their master's injuries? Bei Qing's lips twitched even harder. Feng Yu was very surprised as well. Even though he did not think like Bei Qing that Xianxia had feelings for the evil doctor, he did not expect the evil doctor to be a woman, and the person they had been looking for all this time. While the two of them were still in shock, Xianxia had already started to move. He stabbed his finger into his chest and instantly forced out a drop of blood from his heart. He raised his hand and flicked it onto that strand of hair. Whoosh, in an instant, a ripple-like image appeared in front of Xianxia. Tianyu Empire's imperial capital, Yingchen Mansion. Luo Qingtong squatted outside the mansion and finally confirmed that Prince Chunjiu had entered the 100 Flowers mansion. Like father, like son, Prince Chunjiu's son was most likely a hedonistic and willful son of Prince Chunjiu. His son had already been beaten half to death, yet he still came to this red light district to look for prostitutes. He was really a good father in a different world. However, Prince Chunjiu had nothing to do with Luo Qingtong. The reason why she came here was because she had searched everywhere in Prince Chunjiu's mansion but couldn't find the location of the key to the treasury. It seemed that Prince Chunjiu carried it with him. Seeing Prince Chunjiu swagger inside, Luo Qingtong's eyes turned slightly and followed him inside. She used the trace of power left by Tian Mingzi in her eyes and walked in without any hindrance. Seeing such a handsome and enchanting young man walking over, the guards and servants of Yingchen Mansion were stunned. They hurriedly bowed and politely welcomed Luo Qingtong inside. "Io, this young master, may I know what kind of girl you are looking for?" Luo Qingtong attracted the attention of everyone when she walked in. After all, her snow-white and devastatingly beautiful face was even more beautiful than the most beautiful courtesan. If it wasn't for Luo Qingtong's temperament that didn't seem like a girl's, some people couldn't help but want to strike up a conversation with her. Even so, there were still people who kept looking at her. Such an enchanting and gorgeous young man, even if he wasn't a girl, they were still willing to spend a night with him. Prince Chunjiu's gaze was the same. "Come. Go invite that red-clothed young man who just walked in. This prince wants to treat him to a drink." While speaking, he pushed the woman lying on top of him, causing the latter to fall down crying. "Prince." Before she could finish her words, she was impatiently dragged away by Prince Chunjiu's guards. They had seen too many of the women around Prince Chunjiu. Which one of them didn't throw them away when they got tired of them? These top courtesans of Yingchen brothel had all been with the prince for a long time, but even so, His Highness still lost it just like that. These people did not show any mercy to the fairer sex, and their actions attracted many people to look over. When they saw that it was Chunjiu, they quickly averted their eyes and didn't dare to continue watching. Luo Qingtong also took this opportunity to look at Prince Chunjiu. Before she could figure out how to get the key from Chunjiu, one of the guards walked towards her. "Young master, our prince invites you." As he spoke, he raised his hand and spread it out in front of him. His gesture of invitation was indescribably unyielding. Luo Qingtong smiled when she saw that he was ordering her rather than inviting her. "Sure." Her gaze was playful. She thought that she would have to think of a way to get close to this Prince Chunjiu. She didn't expect that the other party would send himself to her door. Seeing Prince Chunjiu's hungry wolf-like gaze, Luo Qingtong revealed an enchanting and evil smile. There was no way around it if people wanted to court death. Since the other party sent himself to her door, it would be impolite for her to refuse. Along the way, many people kept looking at her, but Luo Qingtong didn't care. She and the guard stopped in front of Prince Chunjiu and gave him a salute with a smile. Prince Chunjiuan. This one has admired Prince Chunjiu for a long time. I didn't expect to have the opportunity to see Prince Chunjiu here. It's really an honor. Hearing Luo Qingtong's words, Prince Chunjiu was surprised and happy. He was just thinking about what to do if this young man resisted when he called him over. Should he use the hard way first and then the soft way, or should he use both? He didn't expect Luo Qingtong to be so tactful. He didn't even open his mouth to say what he wanted and the young man took the initiative to approach. Of course, a forceful melon isn't as sweet as taking the initiative. Thinking of this, Prince Chunjiu looked at Luo Qingtong with a different gaze. No, this prince also fell in love with you at first sight. I didn't expect Gongzi to be interested in me as well. Such a beautiful scene, why don't we? Prince Chunjiu looked at Luo Qingtong with a meaningful look. Why don't we go into the room and talk? Enjoy the boundless moonlight together? Luo Qingtong answered with a smile. She said everything that Prince Chunjiu wanted to say and didn't say. Prince Chunjiu's heart was rippling. He didn't expect this young man to be so proactive. This is good. This is very good. It saves him the trouble of using tricks. Prince Chunjiu was different from his son. He didn't like to use hard methods. He felt that it was too degrading. Seeing Luo Qingtong taking the initiative to approach him, he couldn't hide the joy on his face. Good. Then let's go into the room and talk. Enjoy the boundless moonlight together. This prince has a good treasure. I'll show it to you when the time comes. It's thick and long. I guarantee you'll like it. Prince Chunjiu's words were incomparably rippling. When the surrounding guards heard this, they all had tacit expressions on their faces. Prince Chunjiu was about to get what he wanted. TSK, they didn't know if this young man could stand the prince's wolf-like behavior. Okay. Luo Qingtong looked at Chunjiu with a meaningful smile. I also think that I will be very satisfied with the prince's treasure. Of course she liked the key to the royal treasury. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Prince Chunjiu felt more and more that the young man in front of him was gorgeous and unrestrained. His beauty was indescribable and simply tickled his heart. He grabbed Luo Qingtong's hand and said, in that case, let's not waste this beautiful scenery. As he spoke, he took the young man's hand and was about to walk into the private room. Your Highness really can't wait. Luo Qingtong smiled as she shook off his hand. But that's exactly what I was thinking. Then let's get started, Your Highness. Quickly get the key to the royal treasury. Luo Qingtong's eyes were cold. Pa. Yi Qianming crushed the water mirror in front of him. That woman, Yi Qianming, was so angry that his face darkened. The image of Luo Qingtong smiling at Prince Chunjiu kept appearing in his mind. With a swish, he disappeared from the courtyard. Master, seeing Yi Qianming's figure suddenly disappear in front of them, Bei Qing and Feng Yu were startled. Master's strength had almost disappeared by half. It was too dangerous for him to leave alone at this time. Quick! Find Master quickly. The two of them hurriedly rushed out. At the same time, in the spring pavilion. Bang! Prince Chunjiu was pushed aside by Luo Qingtong. You! Before he could get angry, Luo Qingtong said with a smile, Your Highness, it's not good to be so impatient. She looked Prince Chunjiu up and down with an enchanting smile. Your Highness, are you sure you don't need to take a bath first? The young man's face was gorgeous. He flicked his sleeves with one hand and played with the celadon cup on the table with the other. Prince Chunjiu felt half of his body was going to go limp when he looked at the young man with a smile. He wasn't particularly interested in men. He only had such thoughts when he saw some outstanding boys. But at this moment, looking at the enchanting young man in red in front of him, Prince Chunjiu only felt that all the women in the world would be overshadowed by him. This young man was like a demon, like a fox. He was really unforgettable. Good. Take a bath. Prince Xianxia looked at Luo Qingtong with infatuation. His heart was beating so fast that it was about to fly away. He didn't care about what she did just now. Such an enchanting young man, even if he was a little rude and unbridled, it didn't matter. What's more, the way the young man refused just now was like a spoiled cat. As Xianxia fantasized, he rushed into the bathroom in the cubicle. This room was built by the Yingchen house to please the customers. There were all kinds of furnishings inside, and a bathtub was naturally a must for the taste. Luo Qingtong let Prince Xianxia take a bath, of course, not because she wanted to develop something with him. She wanted to see where the key was most likely to be hidden. When Luo Qingtong came to find Prince Xianxia, she had already turned all the places related to him upside down. She was very sure that the key was on him at this moment. As for where it was hidden, it depended on what he was determined to keep it with him. According to Luo Qingtong's guess, the key was very likely to be a storage magic treasure, which was on Prince Xianxia's body at this moment. After all, the royal warehouse of the Tianyu Empire wasn't an ordinary place. It was the biggest foundation and reliance of the royal family of the Tianyu Empire. It couldn't be placed casually. Luo Qingtong thought. She glanced at Prince Xianxia's chest and saw a light silver chain without exception. Judging from Xianxia's physique, the chain didn't fit him at all. Luo Qingtong fixed her eyes on the chain and secretly used her do technique. At this moment, Prince Xianxia, who had quickly taken off his clothes and was only left with his underwear, turned around and saw Luo Qingtong staring at his chest. His heart skipped a beat and he raised his hand to pull Luo Qingtong away. "Come here. Let's take a bath together. Let's take a bath." At this moment Prince Xianxia she had a target. She withdrew her eye technique and her lips twitched when she heard Prince Xianxia's words. Wasn't that what she said when she tricked that man earlier? She was inexplicably nervous for a moment. She thought that the man had come to find her. Let's end this quickly. She thought that the man was now in the imperial city of the Tianyu Empire. Who knew when he would come again? She'd better leave as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtong avoided Prince Xianxia's hand and secretly used her do technique. "Get off me. Take it by yourself." She raised her hand to take off the chain hanging on Prince Xianxia's chest. "Who is it?" the guard of Prince Xianxia's residence asked. This was the courtyard specially prepared for Prince Xianxia by Spring Pavilion. It was specially made to cater to the latter's interests. Other than Prince Xianxia, no one else was allowed to enter. Seeing Yi Qianming suddenly appear in front of them, the guards were all shocked. However, as soon as they spoke, there was a series of muffled sounds. Their bodies exploded into pieces of flesh and blood. Yi Qianming's eyes were cold as he stepped into the courtyard, leaving behind a mess of blood. Bang! Yi Qianming came to the main room in the center of the courtyard and vaguely heard vague sounds of pleasure coming from inside. When he heard that voice, his originally gloomy face instantly darkened a few degrees. He had heard similar sounds before. Those who wanted to climb into his bed would make such sounds when they seduced him or were aroused. Thinking that there was only Luo Qingtong and Prince Xianxia inside, Yi Qianming lifted his foot and kicked open the door of the room. In the room, Luo Qingtong figured out the use of the silver chain. She looked up and saw Prince Xianxia rubbing against the side of the bath like a male dog in heat. She suddenly felt disgusted and lifted her foot to kick him into the bath. A piece of trash, how dare he covet her? One had to know that Xianxia was affected by Luo Qing's technique. Everything he did was what he wanted to do the most. However, with his soul being taken away, he had no consciousness and could only act on instinct. In other words, what Prince Xianxia was doing now was what he wanted to do to Luo Qingtong in his mind. Splash! When this sound was heard, the door outside was also kicked open with a bang. Luo Qingtong was startled. She thought that the guards had sensed something and rushed in to check. She subconsciously jumped into the bath and pretended that she was bathing with Prince Xianxia. "Who is it?" "I'm blind, cough cough cough." Luo Qingtong stuck her head out of the water and shouted. However, when she saw the figure outside, she suddenly choked on a lot of water. Oh my god. How could it be that man? How did he find this place? Luo Qingtong looked at the man standing at the entrance of the courtyard like a demon god. She was shocked. It could only be described as 10,000 horses galloping. She subconsciously turned around to run. However, no matter how fast she moved, Yi Qianming was even faster. the moment she moved, Yi Qianming's body rushed into the water. Bang! He grabbed Luo Qingtong's hands and pressed her against the edge of the bathtub. Her entire body was facing upwards, her hands were folded together and pressed above her head. Her slender waist was held by the man with one hand, and her back was knocked against the edge of the bathtub. Because of this action, her upper body was forced up high. Yi Qianming pressed his body on top of hers and looked at her coldly. "What are you doing here with him?" Yi Qianming's face darkened. As soon as he entered this place, he smelled a strong scent of desire. Although he knew that nothing would happen to this treacherous woman, he still couldn't help but ask. Luo Qingtong was thinking about how to break free from Yi Qianming's grip and escape successfully. When she heard this, she immediately said without thinking, "Playing." She replied straightforwardly, but Yi Qianming's face instantly darkened. "Playing?" His eyes were cold. "Playing with something thick and long? You're really in the mood. You don't even let go of such a thing." Thinking of the words he heard in the water mirror, Yi Qianming's heart burned with anger. It was fine if this woman treated him this way, but she still used the same method to treat others. Was she so shameless? Yi Qianming didn't know what he was angry about, but when he thought of how Luo Qingtong treated him the same as others, he felt a burst of anger in his heart. This woman even said that she admired him. In the end, she didn't know how many times she had said this to others. The more Yi Qianming thought about it, the angrier he became. He raised his hand and was about to lift Luo Qingtong up. The latter was already stunned by his words. Wow, thick and long. How did this man know? Could it be that he really could fly in the sky and burrow into the ground and was omnipotent? Just when Luo Qingtong almost choked on her own saliva, she felt Yi Qianming's movements. Her heart suddenly trembled and she quickly regained her senses. No. She couldn't be caught by this man, whether it was losing her life contract with the little pig or being caught by this man to teach her a lesson. Luo Qingtong didn't want this. Her freedom and life could only be controlled by herself, and could never be controlled by anyone else. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtong's eyes flashed with a bloody light. Yes. I just like thick and long things. What's wrong? It was just that this thick and long thing was different. Who didn't like the key to the treasury? She didn't mind a few more, but even though she thought this in her heart, Luo Qingtong deliberately said it in an ambiguous tone. She raised her eyebrows slightly and took advantage of Yi Qianming's position to lean towards the man. Lord cares so much and can't wait to rush over. Could it be that you're jealous? Or does the Honorable Lord want to replace him? Since her identity had already been seen through by the other party and she was caught on the spot, Luo Qingtong simply revealed Yi Qianming's identity. She smiled enchantingly and approached Yi Qianming. The young man's appearance was both male and female, charming and enchanting, giving people an indescribable sense of beauty that was hard to distinguish between a man and a woman. It was a kind of temperament that was emitted from the inside out. It was fatal like a tempting poppy flower, and it was filled with a demonic aura of temptation. Yi Qianming watched in a daze. His grip on Luo Qingtong loosened slightly. Sensing that his strength had loosened, Luo Qingtong's eyes flashed with a bloody light, and the smile on her face became even more enchanting and wanton. Actually, Lord really likes it when I do this, right? As she spoke, her entire body was pressed tightly against Yi Qianming. In the past, the man would have pushed her away. Yi Qianming didn't like people getting close to him and he didn't like people touching him even more, but this woman, Yi Qianming looked at Luo Qingtong's face that was getting closer and closer. His expression didn't change, but the light in his eyes was getting deeper and deeper. At this moment, Luo Qingtong pulled her hands out of the man's grasp. Yi Qianming's eyes flashed fiercely. Just as he was about to move, Luo Qingtong hugged his neck. Lord also seems to be looking forward to it? Since that's the case. Luo Qingtong approached him with an enchanting smile. In the next second, the bloody light in her eyes flashed and she jumped back. Bang! Luo Qingtong hit 3 air walls. I knew you wouldn't be so obedient. Yi Qianming snorted coldly. She deliberately seduced him and lowered his vigilance so that she could take the opportunity to escape. She really thought that he was defenseless. Her warm touch clung to his cold skin. That sweet scent flowed from the place where their lips were pressed together. Yi Qianxian's eyes were filled with shock. He never expected that the moment Luo Qingtong hit the air wall, she would use the air wall as a stepping board and leap towards him. Xianxia had always been on guard against Luo Qingtong's tricks. This woman was treacherous and cunning. She was as cunning as a fox and as cunning as a demon. Xianxia told himself that no matter what tricks this woman played, he would never let his guard down. He would never give her a chance to escape. Therefore, even when Luo Qingtong was so tempting, his mind had always been clear. But who would have thought that Luo Qingtong would make such a move? Xianxia had always thought that Luo Qingtong wanted to escape, and he had always been on guard against her. However, no one would have thought that her escape was only a facade. Her target was actually him. Xianxia was caught off guard and was fully embraced by Luo Qingtong. When those soft and fragrant lips were pressed against his mind instantly went blank. The man held great power and influence. His power was world-shaking and boundless. Before today, he had never thought that there would be a day when he would be forcefully kissed by someone. Moreover, he couldn't reject it. If it had been anyone else, they would have been sent flying the moment they pounced on him. But Xianxia subconsciously restrained his violent aura the moment Luo Qingtong pounced on him. He didn't have time to think about the special treatment he had for Luo Qingtong and the implications of his subconscious action. The girl's soft and fragrant tongue had already slid into his mouth from his slightly opened lips. Buzz, Xianxia had originally regained some clarity of mind, but because of Luo Qingtong's action, he instantly became muddled again. He had wanted to push her away, but now he was hugging her tightly. Xianxian's innate sense of power and male instincts allowed him to quickly turn the tables the moment Luo Qingtong invaded his mouth. He went from plundering to counter-plundering. He grabbed Luo Qingtong's waist with his big hand and lifted her onto his body with a strong force. Xianxia was standing in the middle of the bathtub. With a height of nearly 1.9 meters, even if the man was standing in the bathtub, the water would only reach his crotch. His clothes were more than half wet from rushing into the bathtub just now. At this moment, the high-quality material of the clothes displayed its excellent water absorption and adhesion. It clung tightly to the man's body, perfectly outlining his broad back and strong and powerful figure. Because of the chase with Luo Qingtong just now, the front of Xianxian's shirt was slightly open, revealing his sexy collarbone and strong chest. Luo Qingtong was pulled up and straddled his waist. Her entire body was pressed tightly against his. From the side, the two figures were entangled and ambiguous. The tall and handsome man and the devilishly gorgeous young man reflected the silhouettes of the two under the bathtub's light. It was as beautiful as a painting, but very quickly, this picturesque scene was broken. Xianxian's body suddenly stiffened. He stood in the bathtub and looked angrily at Luo Qingtong, who had struggled out of his arms. He couldn't tell if he was more angry or reluctant. Xianxian's heart was filled with anger, but Luo Qingtong's heart was filled with depression. Phew! She struggled out of Xianxian's embrace. The first thing she did was to take deep breaths. Wasn't this man's kissing technique a bit too good? She almost couldn't breathe and fainted from his kiss. If that was really the case, then she shouldn't even think about running away. She could only wait for this man to catch her. It was so scary. His reaction was clearly very inexperienced at the beginning, Luo Qingtong thought as she gritted her teeth in anger. Could it be that this kind of thing could be self-taught? As she thought gloomily, she couldn't help but raise her hand to slap her cheeks. The youth's face was crimson red, and his eyes were filled with the amorous feelings of spring. His evilness revealed his beauty. As Xianxia watched, his body felt cold and hot. He couldn't describe what he was feeling. "Let go of this sovereign," he said with a cold gaze. In his heart, he secretly made up his mind. As long as he could break free from the shackles and catch this woman, the first thing he would do was to tie her 4 limbs up. Let's see what kind of trouble she can cause. Xianxia didn't know how this woman could play so many tricks. Moreover, it wasn't the same every time, it was simply impossible to guard against. How is this possible? Luo Qingtong looked at him with the corners of her eyes slightly raised. Because that pair of sparkling eyes were still filled with the light of spring, it was exceptionally dazzling and captivating. "Let go of you and let you catch me again?" Luo Qingtong said as she lightly adjusted her red clothes. She walked in front of Xianxia and patted his face with a smile. "That won't do. My lord, you'd better stay here obediently. You'll be able to move in 2 hours. Don't worry, this acupoint sealing technique won't harm you at all." In fact, it's beneficial to you. I say, you're too careless. Every time I bump into you, you're either covered in injuries or a pile of injuries. This time, you've directly crippled half of your strength. Fortunately, you met me. Otherwise, let's see what you're going to do. Luo Qingtong didn't know what this man was thinking. You're still running around outside with half your strength crippled. If it wasn't for the fact that she had discovered this earlier, she wouldn't have thought of sealing his acupoints to prevent him from escaping. One had to know that with this man's strength, it was almost impossible for her to successfully hit his acupuncture points. It was only because he had wasted more than half of his strength, coupled with the fact that she was familiar with the weakest parts of his meridians and had forcefully kissed him, causing his mind to waver, causing him to let his guard down, that they were able to succeed. Otherwise, he would definitely die here. Xianxia ignored her. Who did she think caused his strength to be crippled by more than half? If it wasn't for her, would he have gone through so much trouble? Xianxia's eyes were cold as he circulated the energy in his body. However, the strange thing was that no matter how he probed, he couldn't find any other power in his body. This woman, what kind of method did she use to restrict his movements and make him unable to investigate? Xianxia felt indescribably depressed. I'll say it again. Let go. His voice became colder and colder. It was like the snowy plains of the northern kingdom, where thousands of miles of snow were falling. I'm not letting go. Luo Qingtong wasn't afraid of him. This man was just a paper tiger right now. He was just shouting fiercely. If she really let him go, she would be the one who would die. I say, don't waste your time. This is a unique acupoint sealing technique that I created. With the condition of your meridians, you won't be able to undo it. It'll be fine when the time comes. Luo Qingtong pondered for a moment before jumping into the water and carrying him onto the bed. The water in the bathtub was too cold. It was fine to soak for a while. But if he soaked for too long, he would inevitably fall sick, especially since this man's meridians were not good and his strength was suppressed by her. He could not use his strength to protect his body. At that time, the injury to his meridians would definitely worsen. Luo Qingtong had no intention to become enemies with this man. Moreover, although this man had schemed to catch her, he had never hurt her. He even helped her resolve several crises. All right. She had tricked him, but this could be considered as helping her. Therefore, Luo Qingtong did not want to hurt him. Enough. Luo Qingtong moved step by step and threw Xianxia onto the bed. She was almost paralyzed. So heavy. Why did you grow so tall and strong? She was about to be crushed to death. Originally, she saw his tall and thin body and thought that he was not heavy. She did not expect. Xianxia looked at her disgusted expression and the veins on his forehead were about to explode. He looked away and did not want to pay attention to her. He was really going to be angered to death by this woman. What made Xianxia even angrier was that the kiss just now was just a part of this woman's plan. It was just a plan. She did not want to kiss him, and Xianxia was half dead from anger. Luo Qingtong's mood was indescribably good. After settling Xianxia, Luo Qingtong thought for a moment and jumped into the bathtub. She fished Prince Chunjiu out and woke him up. Then, she directly used her eye technique to give him a psychological hint and let him continue what he was doing just now by the side of the bathtub. This way, if there were someone who was worried and came to check, this side could be deceived. As for the dead guards outside, Xianxia killed them too cleanly. Luo Qingtong did not need to clean them up. Just cover up the blood on the ground. After settling everything, Luo Qingtong licked her lips and waved at Xianxia, who was lying on the bed with his eyes closed. She smiled and said, "Goodbye, Sir Lord. I'll never see you again." Luo Qingtong laughed happily, but Xianxia's blood vessels were about to burst. After Luo Qingtong left, he opened his eyes and looked at Prince Chunjiu, who was rubbing himself to the point that he was about to bleed. Then, he heard the moans that stung his ears and eyes. His heart was filled with anger. It was about to explode. That woman, Xianxia gritted his teeth. But when he thought of the kiss just now, his body felt a little hot. Xianxia had never seen a woman like Luo Qingtong in his entire life. It was really, Xianxia gritted his teeth and couldn't find an accurate word to describe that woman. After dealing with Xianxia, Luo Qingtong changed her clothes and easily left Chunlu. Prince Chunjiu's guards were almost all killed in an instant. Not even the slightest bit of news spread. And no one dared to disturb Prince Xianxia's pleasure. Luo Qingtong estimated that until dawn, no one would find out what happened to Prince Xianxia. She had enough time to empty the treasury of Tianyu's imperial family. By then, she could leave easily. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtong was very satisfied. She jumped and rushed in the direction of Tianyu's imperial palace. Not long after she left, a group of blood-red figures appeared in the sky above Tianyu Empire's capital. They all had black masks on their faces and wore the same black clothes. The magnetic field around them was distorted, making it impossible to detect their aura. 10 people appeared in the sky above Tianyu Empire's capital. Their aura was majestic and fierce, but they didn't attract anyone's attention. The leading man was tall and sturdy. There were 9 blood blades tattooed on his chest. It was especially conspicuous on his black clothes. Supreme Assassin Pavilion's top 9 blades assassins. Saint Realm expert. If someone saw this scene, they would definitely be unable to help but exclaim out loud, such a supreme expert actually appeared in the sky above Tianyu Empire's capital. Are you sure the target is here? Yes. The news came a few days ago. Because we were waiting for Master 9 Blades, we didn't make a move. The other assassins all had 7 or 8 blood blades tattooed on their chests. They were very respectful to the leading expert. The assassins of the Supreme Assassin Pavilion came from all over the world. When they gathered together, everyone's identities were hidden. No one knew each other's identity. They only relied on their own identity and the ranking of the Assassin Pavilion to determine their subordinates. The leading expert was a 9 Blades assassin. Naturally, he was in charge of the situation. Okay, spread out and search for the target. The 9 Blades assassin ordered. Yes. The assassins nodded and spread out to search the capital of the Tianyu Empire. And none of this was noticed by any of the experts guarding the imperial capital of Tianyu. Swish swish swish. Luo Qingtong's figure flashed through the imperial palace of Tianyu Empire. She had been here once and was familiar with the path. In a short while, she had already reached the entrance of the imperial treasury. There were all kinds of sentries and guards. However, they were useless against Luo Qingtong. There was once a world-renowned theft organization that publicly announced that if Luo Qingtong became a thief, their organization would be forced to disband, because no one could compare with Luo Qingtong's theft skills. They couldn't compete with her strength at all. That was simply cheating. However, even though Luo Qingtong enjoyed such praises and continued to receive invitations from various countries' secret service organizations and dark forces, she had no intention of joining any of them. She only lived for herself. It was the same in his previous life, and it was the same in this life. Done. After easily deciphering the way to use the silver necklace, Luo Qingtong gently twisted her fingers, and the necklace melted into a silver key in her hand. Sure enough, it's thick and long. Luo Qingtong looked at the key and smiled with interest. Royal Treasury. She was here. Luo Qingtong smiled and inserted the key into the keyhole of the door. Instantly, yeah. The energy lines on the surface of the shield kept moving and quickly formed a rune pattern. In the next second, there was a light caw sound, and the door opened a crack. Luo Qingtong jumped in. Just as she entered the imperial treasury, several blood-red figures descended from the spring fragrance brothel outside the courtyard that Prince Xianxia had booked. The target is in there. The Supreme Assassin Pavilion had a way to find their target. From what they could sense, Yi Qianren's aura was in that courtyard. Let's go. That 9 Blades assassin waved his hand fiercely. In an instant, the assassins from the Supreme Assassin Pavilion, who had gathered from all directions, rushed into the courtyard and approached the main room in the center. Master. Beiqing and Fengyu, who had been searching for their master outside but couldn't find him, suddenly felt that Yi Qianren was in danger. They immediately determined his location and rushed over. In the main room, Yi Qianren, who had been lying on the bed with his eyes closed and constantly attacking his acupuncture points to find the method Luo Qingtong used to imprison him, suddenly opened his eyes. Prince Xianxia, who was beside the bathtub, was already foaming at the mouth under Luo Qingtong's eye technique. Yi Qianxian's eyes skipped over him and looked at the closed door and window. Streaks of hidden killing intent condensed outside the doors and windows, and indistinct black shadows gathered. The next second, boom boom boom. Streaks of violent aura suddenly burst out, and the closed door and window exploded in an instant. Nearly 10 figures rushed in from outside, the killing intent was biting cold, and the snowy light was like a knife. Luo Qingtong rushed into the royal treasury and saw mountains of resources without exception. These resources were collected by the royal family of Tianyu, and they could be used as the foundation of any low-level country's treasury. Luo Qingtong estimated that even the treasury of a middle-level country couldn't be better than this. These were all good things. She was worried about how to improve the Luo family's strength. These things were compensation for the Luo family and the original owner's mental trauma. Luo Qingtong didn't feel guilty at all when she took them. Especially after knowing that grandfather Luo failed to break off the engagement and was humiliated. The royal family of Tianyu was really powerful. The Tianyu Empire was rich and powerful. The Luo family couldn't afford to offend him, Luo Qingtong sneered. Today, she was going to turn them into a pauper royal family. Luo Qingtong immediately released Little Pig. Previously, when she went to the spring fragrance brothel, she deliberately put it back into the 9-story exquisite pagoda to prevent it from spoiling her plans. Looking at it now, that was a very wise decision. At that time, that man suddenly came looking for Little Pig. If he was caught by him, then it would be troublesome. Get to work. Don't leave a single one alive, she said to Little Pig. When he came out, each of his 4 trotters was wearing a storage ring that Tian Mingzi had destroyed. He roared and rushed toward the mountain of resources and treasures. Swish swish swish, wherever Little Pig went, they plucked the feathers of the wild goose, not to mention those resources. Even the decorative pillars outside and the luminous pearls on them were not spared. Luo Qingtong watched as Little Pig swept through the treasury like a gust of wind. Wherever he went, everything was smooth and shiny. The corner of her mouth twitched. Previously, she was afraid that Little Pig wouldn't accept the Tianyu Empire's treasures because they were too low level. Now, it seemed that she was thinking too much. This pig was an expert at robbing. She didn't need to worry about it at all. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtong activated her eye technique and searched for the secret room where the treasures were kept. That was the most important place for the royal family of Tianyu. Found it. Swish. She abruptly turned around, looking outside the treasury in shock. That man, the formation she set up in that man's room was triggered. He's in danger. Although Luo Qingtong sealed Xianxia's acupoints before leaving, she didn't feel safe leaving him there. She deliberately left a formation in the room with that man's bed as the center, enveloping the entire room. It could trap or kill. At this moment, she sensed that the array formation had been activated, and in a short time, several nodes were destroyed. Clearly, the intruder was very strong. What should she do? Luo Qingtong's expression changed. She stood in front of the secret chamber of the royal treasury. The secret room was heavily guarded. With Luo Qingtong's eye technique, it was impossible for her to open the secret room in such a short period of time without anyone noticing, unless she directly broke the formation. But if she did that, the experts of Tianyu's royal family would definitely be alerted. What should she do? The blood-red light in Luo Qingtong's eyes kept changing. She was a very self-centered person. She always cared about her own gains and losses and didn't care about the lives of others. One could say that she was cold and cruel, but Luo Qingtong was used to living for herself. In order to achieve her goal, she could throw away her principles. In order to survive, she could do anything. With a heaven-defying ability, Luo Qingtong had always been coveted and hunted by the world. She couldn't even count the number of life and death tribulations she had gone through. She once swore that she would never have any extra sympathy. He would never put himself in danger because of others again, but that man, Luo Qingtong clenched her teeth. Reason told her that the most important thing she should do now was to open the secret chamber and take all the treasures inside. That way, the royal family of Tianyu would be so distressed that they wouldn't have the time to bother the Luo family. As for that man, he might not be in danger, but what if that man? Luo Qingtong was indescribably anxious. She knew that she was right to leave that man alone. That man's strength was so strong. Who knew how powerful his enemies were? With her current strength, it would be extremely dangerous for her to participate in a battle of that level. However, she was the one who had fixed that man there. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtong couldn't help but curse in a low voice. She suddenly turned around and rushed out of the treasury. I really owe that man. He came to find trouble with her, but she still had to go back and save him. Truly, whoever experienced it would suffer. It wasn't easy for her to enter the royal treasury, but she wasn't able to obtain anything that could shake the foundation of Tianyu's royal family. What a huge loss. If they missed this opportunity, the royal family of Tianyu would be on their guard. They wouldn't be able to succeed so easily next time. That man was her nemesis. As Luo Qingtong thought of this, she dashed out of the palace. Just as she was rushing over, in the courtyard reserved by Prince Chunjiu in the spring pavilion, a commotion broke out. Yi Qianxian lay on the bed and stared coldly at the blood-red figures trapped in the formation. Supreme Assassin Pavilion, he narrowed his eyes and looked at the iconic blood-red patterns on their chests. Right at this moment, with a loud bang, the entire array formation was completely destroyed. The assassins from the Supreme Assassin Pavilion looked at the man lying on the bed with murderous intent in their eyes. Master! Bei Qing and Feng Yu arrived just in time and stood in front of Yi Qianxian. Master, how are you? Bei Qing rushed over to fight with the assassins from the Supreme Assassin Pavilion. Feng Yu, on the other hand, rushed to Yi Qianxian's side. I can't move. Yi Qianxian's eyes were cold. That woman had sealed his acupoints. He didn't know how she did it, but he couldn't undo it no matter how hard he tried. He could only wait for 2 hours to pass. Watching the battle in the room, Yi Qianxian narrowed his eyes. These people's strength wasn't low. If it was any other day, he could kill them all in minutes. But today, swish swish swish. Luo Qingtong's figure moved quickly. However, just as she left the treasury, she felt something was wrong. Wait, why was she so stupid? Saving that man and robbing Tianyu's imperial family's treasury didn't conflict. She was really led into a ditch by that man's emergency. She could have just robbed the treasury and ran away. At the same time, he could also use this opportunity to get the imperial family of Tianyu to deal with that man's enemies. Why didn't she do such a good thing? Why did she run off to be a lone hero? Really, it's all that man's fault. Her brain was in a mess because of him. Luo Qingtong thought about it and quickly ran back. At this time, Little Pig had already cleaned out the treasury. Seeing Luo Qingtong run out and come back, it jumped onto Luo Qingtong's shoulder and grabbed her clothes with its little hooves, asking, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to loot the Imperial Treasury's secret room." Luo Qingtong raised her head as she spoke. She saw that the surroundings were so bright that even a gust of wind could cause it to spin. Her lips twitched violently. "You're really something." Not to mention the items in the Imperial Treasury, not even the pillars were left for Tianyu's imperial family. This pig's posture of plucking its hair was really good. "That's right, Grandpa Pig, I used to do a lot." "Damn, are you crazy?" Little Pig's eyes widened as he watched Luo Qingtong dash to the front of the Royal Treasury's secret chamber and throw a punch at it. Oh my god, what's wrong with this woman? Did he eat explosives? Would they still be fine after this punch? Tianyu's royal family would explode at any moment. Why did she have to take things so hard? Little Pig felt that whenever he was together with Luo Qingtong, he would never be able to understand her brain. No wonder that man was tricked again and again. He couldn't be blamed for being too stupid, but this woman was too difficult to deal with. Thinking of this, Little Pig inexplicably sympathized with Yi Qianxian. "Of course I'm not crazy." Luo Qingtong coldly snorted, glanced at it, and raised her hand to collect everything in the secret room. That punch just now had landed right on the note of the secret room's defense, which was the easiest way to break through the defense. It was just that the price was a little high. Buzz, almost at the same time Luo Qingtong broke through the door of Tianyu's royal treasury's secret chamber, a shrill alarm sounded. In an instant, everyone in Tianyu's royal palace was alarmed. Treasury! Something happened in the imperial treasury. Someone broke into the palace at night and entered the treasury. Quick! Mobilize the troops and put the entire palace under martial law. Everyone, surround and kill the thief. Orders were issued one after another, and the entire Tianyu's royal palace was in chaos. Little Pig stared dumbfoundedly at the entire Tianyu imperial palace. It was as if a hornet's nest had been poked. In the next second, Little Pig screamed at the top of his lungs. Run! This woman used to blame him for being a troublemaker. She was the one who was the most troublemaker. The entire Tianyu imperial palace was alarmed. Didn't she say, "Sneak into the village, don't shoot me? I'm going to die because of this woman." I don't need you to tell me that. Luo Qingtong dashed out of the treasury the moment she smashed the door open. The guards of the imperial palace were already rushing toward her. Luo Qingtong came face to face with a dense crowd the moment she stepped out of the treasury. Luo Qingtong's mouth twitched as she looked at the moving figures and heads. Seems like I've gone too far this time, but it's good that I'm big. If I'm not big enough, I'm afraid I can't save that man. I'll take the blame, but you can go and die. She was deeply grateful that the imperial palace of Tianyu was willing to sacrifice themselves for others. You woman, I told you you're crazy, but you didn't believe me. How are we going to escape in this situation? Little Pig stretched out his limbs and prepared to lay down on her shoulder like a corpse. We're dead for sure. Okay, I must have had 8 lifetimes of bad luck to have such a master. Little Pig wanted to cry in his heart. Useless. Who told you we're dead for sure? Luo Qingtong rolled her eyes at Little Pig. She licked the corner of her lips, and the smile on her lips was wanton and devilish. I'll show you what it means to show off. Aren't they just a bunch of experts from Tianyu's imperial palace? When she was wanted all over the world, the scene was even bigger and there were even more experts than this. Didn't she still manage to escape in the end? Although she said that, Luo Qingtong's expression was very serious. With her current strength, it was still too difficult for her to face Tianyu's imperial palace head-on. Fortunately, her goal was only to escape. In this aspect, no one would dare to claim to be first even if she claimed to be second. As long as she was careful, there shouldn't be a problem. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtong's eyes suddenly burst with bloody light. In an instant, there was a gust of wind under her feet, and she floated up with a light tap. Whoosh, she rushed towards the first few Martial King Realm cultivators who had arrived and were attacking her. When the latter saw that she actually dared to rush towards them, they were instantly enraged. Thief, where do you think you're going? With a boom, several people attacked at the same time. That vast and boundless power instantly surged and blasted towards Luo Qingtong. The young man was dressed in red, and his face was hidden under a piece of red cloth that was torn at the last minute. It was faintly discernible, and he looked like a demon. Shwa. Almost no one saw how she moved, they only saw her easily dodging those attacks. Most importantly, her figure had only swayed a few times from the beginning to the end. This oneness of heaven and man? Seeing Luo Qingtong nimbly dodging their attacks, one of the Martial King Realm cultivators of the imperial palace instantly cried out in alarm. Unity of heaven and man legend had it that when a Martial Emperor Realm cultivator cultivated to the realm of returning to one's original state, he would be able to completely merge his aura with the heaven and earth. From then on, he would be able to move at will. The young man in front of them was actually able to use such a movement technique. But his strength was clearly not that strong. Swish swish swish. Just as Luo Qingtong said, this was an ultimate show-off. More and more people rushed towards the treasury, but Luo Qingtong remained calm. Countless attacks blasted towards her. Catch her. Luo Qingtong was indescribably calm in the midst of the earth-shattering shouts. Her figure seemed especially graceful and at ease in the midst of these attacks and the crowd of snipers. All the attacks and interceptions were dodged by Luo Qingtong in an instant. Swish swish swish. One attack after another passed by Luo Qingtong's surroundings. Even those who wanted to catch her were easily dodged by Luo Qingtong. She unleashed her eye technique to the maximum. Amidst the densely packed attacks like a fishing net, she cleverly found the point of connection. With just a flash, she continuously dodged those attacks and attempts to capture her. From beginning to end, she didn't slow down at all. Using her eye technique at such a high speed, Luo Qingtong felt a sharp pain in her head, but this kind of pain had its rewards. Luo Qingtong's eyes lit up when she saw that the masters from the royal family of Tianyu who came to capture her were left behind. She leaped onto the city wall. Swish. The youth's figure was like an extremely graceful butterfly. He paused for a moment above the walls of the imperial palace before flying off into the distance. Countless attacks landed behind her, and all of them turned into foils for her. Trash from the imperial family of Tianyu. So what if this young master has ransacked your treasury? Come and catch me if you dare. The moment she landed, Luo Qingtong rolled on the ground. She looked up and smiled at the strong cultivators of the Tianyu royal family on the city wall. She raised her hand and gave them 2 thumbs down. The smile on her face was contemptuous to the extreme. Evil and arrogant. Bastard! Catch her! Catch her at all costs! The people from Tianyu's royal family who had been chasing after her all this time were enraged by this scene. This little thief, not only did she sneak into the treasury, she even dared to taunt them. Even if they didn't know the meaning of that gesture, they could feel the deep contempt and disdain in Luo Qingtong's smile. Rumble! A group of people angrily rushed down from the walls of the inner palace. Oh my god! Let's run! Luo Qingtong looked at the black mass of people who were infuriated by her. She stuck out her tongue and dashed away. Damn man! Hang in there! I'm coming to save you. The imperial family of Tianyu sacrificed themselves for the sake of others. Little Pig was squatting on Luo Qingtong's shoulder, its 4 little hoofs clutching her clothes. It was so messy, it just wanted to see how this woman was going to play herself to death. Rumble! The entire imperial city of Tianyu could hear the commotion. Luo Qingtong led a group of people from the imperial family of Tianyu to the spring pavilion. At the same time, Beiqing was also injured in the fight with the assassins from the Supreme Assassin Pavilion. Fengyu had to protect Xianxia who couldn't move at all. She couldn't find the time to help him. Under the pressure of the Supreme Assassin Pavilion's assassins, the 3 of them were trapped in the middle. Xianxia looked at them coldly as the energy in his body surged rapidly. He was about to find a way to break that woman's shackles, right at this moment. Rumble! Rumble! The sound came from afar and soon arrived at the Winter Jasmine Pavilion. Before the people in the courtyard could react, a red figure instantly flipped over the courtyard wall outside and entered the courtyard. Hi! She raised her hand and greeted the 2 parties in the courtyard. Luo Qingtong heaved a long sigh of relief when she saw Xianxia was protected by Beiqing's wind feather. Although his body was stiff, he wasn't injured. Thank goodness! Thank goodness, I made it in time. This man is still fine. You! Xianxia and Beiqing's wind feather were shocked when they saw Luo Qingtong. Xianxia, in particular, furrowed his cold brows when he saw her. Get lost. His voice was cold. Almost the moment Luo Qingtong appeared, he shouted mercilessly. He didn't say a word when the assassins from the Supreme Assassin Pavilion appeared. However, when he saw Luo Qingtong, he immediately shouted. What is this woman doing here? These assassins from the Supreme Assassin Pavilion are here for me. Other than a Sage Realm expert with 9 blades, there are also several Sage Realm experts with 8 blades who are comparable to a Sage Realm expert. Even Beiqing and Wind Feather, who were personally trained by him, were no match for them. What is she doing here? Xianxia's brows were raised. The moment he saw Luo Qingtong, the first thought in his mind was to chase her away. He didn't want her to be dragged into this mess. Hey! I say, aren't you a little too heartless? We came here to help you. How can you treat us like this? Little Pig was enraged. It was only after he followed Luo Qingtong here that he understood why this woman was so crazy. She directly poked the hornet's nest that was Tianyu's imperial family, so she came here to save this man. However, this man didn't seem to appreciate it at all. Instantly, Little Pig became displeased. No matter what, this woman was its master, and she had taken such a huge risk for Xianxia. Not only did this man not appreciate her kindness, but he even told them to scram. So what if you're strong? Could he despise others just because of that? Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows when she heard Xianxia say get lost. She could feel that the man's voice was not so cold and heartless. Was he trying to get her out of this? He didn't want her to get involved. The bloody light in Luo Qingtong's eyes flickered. At least this man had a conscience. He even knew to ask a weak woman like her to leave. She did not come back to save him in vain. Luo Qingtong's eyes swept across the group of people who were confronting Xianxia's trio, and the corners of her lips twitched. F***CKU. Rows and rows of numbers appeared on the screen. Did this man have to have such a strong enemy? Fortunately, she was prepared, otherwise, she would have been delivering herself to his enemy. Even if she wanted to unseal this man's acupuncture points, it would still take some time. No need. Scram. Xianxia's voice was cold. Luo Qingtong was not affected at all. Sorry, it seems like I can't scram. There were so many people outside, she rushed out of the imperial family's treasury and purposely went around Tianyu's imperial city to lure a bunch of people here. It was all to make this man's enemy the scapegoat. Now he was telling her to scram? Was he kidding? She couldn't escape even if she had eyes all over her body. Luo Qingtong rolled her eyes at him. Luo Qingtong was originally riding on top of the courtyard wall. She stood up abruptly, her red robe fluttering in the wind. In the dark night sky, she was as dazzling as a fiery sunset. She raised her hand and snapped her fingers. Under the night sky, her picturesque eyes were extremely dazzling, and her smile was as bright as a flower. "Hey! Here's something good for you guys." As she spoke, she raised her hand and threw something to the people from the Supreme Assassin Pavilion. Seeing the thing she threw out, Xianxia, Bei Qing, and Feng Yu felt strange. They didn't know what she was doing. Only Little Pig knew that this woman was going to trick them again. She's going to trick them again. The thing she threw out was none other than the key to Tianyu's imperial family's treasury. Moreover, Luo Qingtong had smeared her aura on the door of the imperial treasury's secret chamber before she left. In other words, the aura of the imperial treasury's secret chamber and the secret chamber's protective measures, which the experts of Tianyu's imperial family relied on to chase after Luo Qingtong, were all on that key. Now, Luo Qingtong threw it to that man's enemy. Naturally, the target of Tianyu's imperial family's hatred became them. Evil, too treacherous, too treacherous. Little Pig didn't know what to say about Luo Qingtong anymore. This woman really had a belly full of evil tricks and little ideas in her bones, simply too much. Whoever provoked her would be unlucky. What the hell is this? The Supreme Assassin Pavilion's men were currently closing in on Xianxia's group with murderous intent. They didn't even spare a glance at Luo Qingtong. With their current strength, Luo Qingtong's martial general cultivation wasn't even comparable to an ant. However, no one expected that such an ant would actually throw something at them. The nine-blade assassin at the front chopped the key into pieces. His cold gaze instantly turned to Luo Qingtong. Kill her. This young man was simply courting death. However, just as he finished speaking, the silver key that had been cut in half by him instantly exploded into a cloud of dust in the air with a bang. In an instant, the silver powder sprinkled down like a sky full of stars, accurately covering the group of assassins from the Supreme Assassin Pavilion. Every assassin from the Supreme Assassin Pavilion was stained with a layer of the silver key's powder. At the same time, the silver key's aura. It's done. A bloody light flashed in Luo Qingtong's eyes. In the next second, she flew up into the air and charged towards the courtyard where Yi Qianren and the others were. Bang! The nine-blade assassin pavilions, Luo of Tianyu's men. Com of the item. Let's meet at. Don't get caught by Tianyu's imperial family. Luo Qingtong smiled and winked at the Supreme Assassin Pavilion's assassins who were surrounding Yi Qianxian's group. Her face was full of mischief. That kind of mischievous aura mixed with mischievous and quick-witted agility made her look like an elf in the dark night. She was so mischievous and unscrupulous, full of mischief, everyone's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. This woman was really a demoness. He wanted to hold this figure in his arms. He wanted to keep this figure that was like the wind, that he couldn't catch. This figure that always slipped through his fingers and stayed by his side. He wanted to hold her tightly and make sure that she couldn't escape. The figure of Luo Qingtong leaping down was reflected in Yi Qianxian's eyes. That blazing light was reflected in his eyes. It was as if a ball of fire had suddenly lit up in a pool of cold, stagnant water. It almost dyed the pool of water that hadn't moved for thousands of years into the color of a blazing flame. It was just like Yi Qianxian's beating heart at this moment. He looked at Luo Qingtong leaping towards him. The fingers hidden under the sleeves of his robe suddenly moved. Bang! The moment Luo Qingtong jumped down, she directly raised her hand and pressed on the ground. Rise! The youth's voice was crisp and clear, and his smile was wanton. After the Supreme Assassin Pavilion's people waved away the layers of silver dust, they looked up and saw such a scene. The youth in red half knelt on the ground and pressed his palm on the ground. Rumble! The array that had been shattered by the Supreme Assassin Pavilion's assassins started to operate again, but this time, the formation had changed. It had turned into another array. In an instant, countless silver lights enveloped Luo Qingtong and Yi Qianxian. An array was formed in an instant, and it was on a broken array. No one knew how Luo Qingtong did it. The previous array formation had clearly been shattered. She was actually able to restart and form an array again. Obviously, the array she had set up previously was an array within an array, and it was an extremely profound array within an array. This was because there were very few array formations that could reconstruct the array with the remaining nodes after most of the nodes were destroyed. Array Grandmaster. Looking at Luo Qingtong's actions, the leading nine-blade assassin's pupils suddenly shrank and emitted a light of disbelief. This youth who looked to be only 14 or 15 years old was actually an array grandmaster? How was this possible? Before he could recover from his shock, Luo Qingtong's voice came from outside. The experts of Tianyu's imperial family who had been lured over by her had already rushed in from all directions. Over here. That thief's accomplice is here. Star-broken silver. It's the shards of our imperial treasury's key. Damn it. Capture them. Tear them into pieces. The experts of Tianyu's imperial family who had been tricked by Luo Qingtong all the way from the imperial treasury were now bursting with anger. His bloodshot eyes didn't even pay attention to the strength of the Supreme Assassin Pavilion's experts. He raised his weapon and charged forward. How dare they provoke the imperial family of Tianyu's imperial family? They'll let them know how powerful they were. These thieves were simply too arrogant. Rumble. The royal family of Tianyu raised their hands and attacked the assassins from Supreme Assassin Pavilion. The assassins of the Supreme Assassin Pavilion were Sage Realm and Half-Sage Realm experts. When had they ever been offended like this? Seeing this group of Tianyu's experts attacking them, they instantly released their auras and annihilated the attacks with a boom. Oh my god, inside the array, Luo Qingtong was leading Xianxia and the others to escape. When she turned around and saw this scene, the corners of her mouth twitched. These trash from Tianyu's imperial family, they were always so arrogant. Weren't they experts from some imperial country? There were so many martial kings and martial emperors. How could they be sent flying in just a few moves? Aren't you letting down your arrogant faces? How pathetic. What use were you? She even brought a group of people with her, but they probably wouldn't even last a few moves. And there was this man. What kind of enemy did he provoke? What kind of people did you provoke? They're so strong. Luo Qingtong glared angrily at the man who was half supported by Fengyu Beiqing and asked angrily. They're from the Supreme Assassin Pavilion. Xianxia's voice was indifferent, as if he didn't care. He looked coldly at Luo Qingtong and reached out a hand to her. Come here. He ordered without any hesitation. But Luo Qingtong looked at him with vigilance. Saving people was one thing, but she couldn't get close to this man. Who knew what he would do to her? After all, she had just tricked this man. Although he couldn't move now, he still had two attendants by his side. Luo Qingtong wisely kept a good distance from the three of them. Xianxia looked at her helplessly. The veins on his forehead were about to burst. You're so far away from me, how are you going to unseal my acupoints? Those people from Tianyu's imperial family won't be able to stop them for long. Xianxia gritted his teeth and said word by word. Did this woman not want to get close to him? Was she that afraid of him? Oh. Luo Qingtong came back to her senses. So this man was talking about unsealing your acupoints. Don't worry, they'll do it for you. I'll do it, you guys do it. She pointed at Beiqing and Fengyu. Which one of you will do it? I don't want them. Before Beiqing and Fengyu could finish, Xianxia's cold voice rang out. You're the one who hit my acupoint. You do it. She wanted to push him to someone else. Was this woman so impatient to approach him that she wasn't even willing to touch him? Guarding against him was like guarding against the plague. Before this, he didn't know who was the one who had done all sorts of things to him, or could it be that this woman was so fickle? Thinking about this, Xianxia felt an inexplicable fire in his heart. Without thinking, he rejected Luo Qingtong's suggestion to unseal his acupoints. Beiqing and Wind Feather, who were beside him, were stunned when they heard this. Master? Was this really their master? When did master become so willful? The more they looked at Xianxia, the stranger their expressions became. She didn't know why, but although it was very strange, she felt that her master was like a child who didn't get to eat candy and was sulking. As soon as this thought popped up in their minds, they instantly quivered. An illusion. It was definitely an illusion. how could master be like this? However, their thoughts couldn't help but drift in this direction. On the other hand, Luo Qingtong looked at Xianxia in confusion. What was wrong with this man? Wasn't he happy to unseal his acupoints? Why did he have to force her to do it? There was a conspiracy. As Luo Qingtong thought about it, she instantly became vigilant. In fact, it wasn't that Luo Qingtong didn't want to help Xianxia. It was just that with her current strength, it would take too much time to unseal his acupoints. It was better to let Bei Qing and Feng Yu do it. They're faster. Luo Qingtong looked depressed. Can you stop thinking about how to catch me at this time? Deal with the enemy first. Chase. The nine-blade assassin waved his weapon and ordered coldly. I'll block these people from Tianyu's royal family. You guys go after the target. His voice was filled with anger. He didn't expect to be tricked by that ant-like young man. It didn't feel good to be slapped in the face by someone he didn't care about. However, what was even more unbearable for him was that his target, which was so hard to obtain, had actually escaped. The other party's head was worth tens of thousands of gold taels. The reward was so generous that even a sage like him couldn't help but be tempted. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party's strength was declining, they wouldn't have dared to take the risk. There were many people in the Supreme Assassin Pavilion waiting to snatch his head. Now that he had found such a rare opportunity, he couldn't let it go. Yes. The 7 or 8 blade assassins from the Supreme Assassin Pavilion answered and retreated with their weapons. Shwa shwa shwa. Their figures were like blood as they chased after Luo Qingtong and Xianxia. Oh no. Those people are catching up. You guys move faster. Luo Qingtong had left a series of detection devices along the way. When she felt those devices being activated, she was shocked. Master? Bei Qing looked at Xianxia with a questioning look. Release it. Xianxia's face was dark as he squeezed the words out from between his teeth. This woman was simply infuriating. Did she think that she could escape like this? When he recovered his strength, he wouldn't give her any chance to escape. Luo Qingtong was also thinking about how to escape. This man had been tricked by her. He must be thinking about how to catch her to vent his anger. If she was caught by him, she would be dead meat. Luo Qingtong thought about the things she had done to Xianxia and felt guilty. She then looked at Xianxia's cold gaze that had been staring at her from start to finish. She felt a wave of bitterness in her heart. She was here to save him. Could this man not look at her like she was his prey? Even if she had done something wrong to him. Fine. She had done many things wrong to him, but wasn't she here to make up for it? How could a hell venerable be so petty? How could he face those people who admired and worshipped him like this? Be more magnanimous. Luo Qingtong felt depressed. But no matter how depressed she was, she didn't want to leave now. Although this was the best time for her to escape, this man was busy unlocking his acupoints. There were people chasing after him. He didn't have time to take care of her, but what if she left and this man didn't have time to unseal his acupoints and fell into danger again? Thinking of this, Luo Qingtong couldn't move. Sigh. Forget it, she's sending Buddha to the west. After all, this man's us. She would find a way to escape. There should be a way? Luo Qingtong's mouth twitched at the thought of this man's terrifying strength. No. Just as she was thinking this, swoosh swoosh swoosh. Up ahead, in front of the alley where the 4 of them were hiding, blood-red figures that looked like phantoms suddenly appeared. Damn it. These people came so fast? Looking at the majestic figures, Luo Qingtong felt that something was wrong. She had estimated the time based on martial emperors. These people had arrived much earlier than she had imagined. What kind of strength did they have? Kill. Those Supreme Assassin Pavilion's assassins waved the weapons in their hands and rushed over without any nonsense. Master. Bei Qing and Feng Yu also noticed the assassins from the Supreme Assassin Pavilion. Seeing the assassins rushing towards them, the 2 of them stopped at the same time. Miss Tong, I beg you to take our master away. We'll be grateful to you with our lives. Feng Yu took a deep breath and stepped forward with Bei Qing. They didn't know Luo Qingtong's name, but since she called herself the evil Dr. Ghost Eye and also called herself Evil Eye, it was probably right to call her Miss Tong. They looked at Luo Qingtong's empty eyes, which had a faint bloody light flashing in them, and finally realized that what their master had said was true. There really was such a magical woman in the world. She was blind but could see things. She was not strong but could do things that many strong people could do. She was also proficient in array formations and refining medicine. However, the assassins who came to kill them were at the half-step saint realm. They couldn't pin their hopes on Luo Qingtong anymore. She was able to escape with them before because these assassins from the Supreme Assassin Pavilion looked down on her. Now that they were vigilant, it was impossible for them to succeed again. The only thing they could do was to stop the assassins and let Luo Qingtong take Xianxia away quickly. Although the evil doctor's strength was average, she was good at medicine, poison, array formations, and refining weapons. Her abilities were even more strange. To be able to escape from the master's hands time and time again, she definitely relied on more than just luck. Beiqing and Fengyu believed that she would be able to take their master away safely while they stopped these assassins. You want me to take him away? Luo Qingtong looked at Xianxia, who had a cold expression on his face, and her lips twitched uncontrollably. Was this a joke? This man had deliberately planned to catch her. If she took him away, wouldn't she be sending a little white rabbit to the wolf's claws? When this man regained his strength, would she be able to live a good life? What's more, although Luo Qingtong didn't know how strong these assassins were, she could see that Beiqing and Fengyu were only slightly stronger than them. Under such a siege, if the two of them stayed behind to cover the retreat, there would only be one outcome, and that was certain death. No, let's go together. Take good care of your master. Luo Qingtong decisively rejected Wind Feather's proposal. They should take care of their own masters themselves. Luo Qingtong had stopped Xianxia to protect herself. She didn't want to kill him or his two subordinates. This kind of enmity was something that could not be done, but this man's strength couldn't be restored in a short period of time. What could she do? Luo Qingtong finally experienced the feeling of shooting herself in the foot. She should have known that this man would meet his enemy at this time. How could she hit his acupoints for so long? At the very least, there should be a backdoor that could be quickly removed. However, she was worried that this man's strength was too strong, so she really didn't leave any way out. Now his balls hurt. TSK. You guys block them first. Let me unseal your master's acupoints. There was no other way. This was the only way. As for what this man would do to her after his powers were removed, she could only resign herself to fate. Looking at his appearance, it didn't seem like he wanted to kill her. What's more, she couldn't tell him the condition of his meridians to save his life, right? But in reality, Luo Qingtong didn't like the feeling of not being in control of her own fate. Instead, it was in the hands of others, but now, in order to save this man, there was no other way. Swish! She flew to Xianxia's side and quickly began to unseal his acupoints. Bang! The two of them blocked a ray of cold light that was aimed at Xianxia. Seeing that the assassins from the Supreme Assassin Pavilion had already closed in on them, they could only fight first. They could only hope that the demonic doctor could quickly remove the sealed power in their master's body. Otherwise, they would all die here. Rumble! Beiqing and Fengyu tried their best to block the assassins from the Supreme Assassin Pavilion. Luo Qingtong also frowned and used all the strength in her body to unseal Xianxia's acupoints. When she said that Fengyu and Beiqing were faster at unsealing his acupoints, she wasn't lying to Xianxia. Those two were really faster at unsealing his acupoints than her, who asked her to be so weak now. And she had sealed his acupoints too tightly. She was afraid that he would break through. Great, now she had dug her own grave. Humph, didn't you say that I'm too strong and you can't unseal my acupoints? Xianxia snorted. This woman's words couldn't be trusted. She clearly didn't want to get close to him. Luo Qingtong paused and almost told this man to stop fooling around. Was it really good to be so calculative with her at this time? Was it really good for him that she couldn't unseal his acupoints? Did he have to be so vengeful? Luo Qingtong rolled her eyes at the sky and decided to ignore his words. Xianxia didn't get a response and was angry. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly felt a chill on his body. Rip! The thick embroidered ice robe on his body was instantly torn in half along with his inner clothes. The words that Xianxia was about to say were stuck in her throat. Soon after, it turned into an angry and embarrassed question. Woman, what are you doing? Even if she coveted him, she shouldn't have torn his clothes at this time. Does this woman even have the slightest bit of modesty as a woman? Yi Qianxian's heart was filled with anger and shame. On the other side, Bei Qing and Feng Yu, who were fighting against the assassins from the Supreme Assassin Pavilion, heard the sound of the robe being torn and subconsciously looked back. They were so shocked that they almost fell down. Oh my god! What was the evil doctor doing? Wasn't she a girl? Why did she tear her master's clothes? Wasn't it inappropriate to molest his master at this time? Evil doctor. Although your temperament is unrestrained and you don't care much about the boundaries between men and women, at this time, isn't it more important to get down to business? The two of them looked at each other and inexplicably felt that it was a little unreliable for them to entrust their master to the evil doctor, but soon, they were relieved by Luo Qingtong's next move. What's your name? It's hard to transmit power through clothes. Luo Qingtong said unhappily. Since he had to unseal the acupoints as soon as possible, the faster the transmission of power, the better. The more accurate the better. How could he do it without taking off his clothes? How much time would that waste? Yi Qianxian was rendered speechless by her. This woman was full of excuses, she always had an excuse. Humph. Then shouldn't I thank you for not stripping my clothes and sealing my acupoints when we were in the bathtub? Yi Qianxian gritted his teeth. Cough, let bygones be bygones. Luo Qingtong coughed awkwardly and changed the topic. She really wanted to tear his clothes. But did he give her the chance? Otherwise, how could she have restrained him for 2 hours? Luo Qingtong muttered in her heart as her tender fingers tapped the man's back. The muscles on his back subconsciously tightened. Perhaps it was because the girl was behind him and couldn't see, but Yi Qianxian's 5 senses became even more acute. His senses couldn't help but follow the girl's movements. He only felt that her fingertips were round and smooth, and her skin was delicate and smooth. It was as if she had no bones. Every touch was like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. But even so, Yi Qianren felt as if a ball of fire had been ignited at the spot on her back that was touched. Clearly, this woman's strength wasn't worth mentioning to him. But every time she touched him, he felt as if he was being burned for some reason. What did this woman do to him? Why did she make him feel this way? One had to know that even a Sage Realm expert wouldn't be able to hurt him and make him feel this way. This woman had only touched him lightly. How could he feel this way? Yi Qianxian's heart was tormented. He wanted to grab Luo Qingtong's hands that were roaming all over his body, but he couldn't move. Luo Qingtong was also filled with depression. More than half of Yi Qianxian's acupuncture points had been unsealed. But even with the small remaining ones, it was still extremely difficult for her to unseal them. The main problem was that this man's body was too hard. Luo Qingtong indignantly poked Yi Qianxian's acupuncture points on his back. She felt that the energy she was transferring was intermittent. She still had to transfer energy a few more times. Did this man have to be so strong? Apart from his meridians, the values of the other parts of his body were all at an inhuman level. This was the first time Luo Qingtong had been so anxious while unsealing his acupuncture points, especially in order to lock down Yi Qianren's strength. She had used the most difficult pressure point technique. It was easy to seal his acupuncture points, but when unsealing them, the order and strength required were a lot of things. But when Luo Qingtong unsealed his acupuncture points, she discovered that this technique had been loosened by the impact. It made it easier for her to unseal his acupuncture points, and her speed was also a little faster. This man must have done it. Luo Qingtong gained a new understanding of Yi Qianxian's strength. She had specially modified this pressure point sealing technique according to the condition of his meridians. In addition, his strength had weakened to such an extent, yet he was still able to use this pressure point sealing technique. What a freak, Luo Qingtong thought as she unsealed Yi Qianxian's acupoints. As her finger moved downwards, when it was close to the tailbone, Yi Qianren finally couldn't take it any longer. You. Just as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang. On the opposite side, Bei Qing, who was already injured, found an opening and was forced to retreat with a slash. In the next second, the assassins from Supreme Assassin Pavilion who had seized the opportunity charged over with their weapons in hand. No. It's too late. Luo Qingtong's heart trembled slightly. She clenched her teeth when she saw the assassins from the Supreme Assassin Pavilion charging at her. Her eyes glowed with a bloody light as she raised her hand and flung Little Pig away. Stop them first. Hey, hey, hey. It can't be like this every time. I really can't do it this time. These people are at least half-sages. I can't stop them. Little Pig cried miserably as it was thrown away. It can't be like this. Why is it always the one being abandoned? I can stop them. Hold on. Luo Qingtong said in a low voice. 5 breaths. If she had 5 more breaths, she would be able to unseal this man's acupuncture points. Boom. Bam. Bam. Bam, under the shocked gazes of Little Pig and Bei Qingfengyu, the bodies of the Supreme Assassin Pavilion's assassins exploded one after another. It was as if they were attacked by something. Their bodies were riddled with countless wounds. But in reality, no one had touched them, they weren't attacked at all. However, the explosions came one after another. Flowers of blood bloomed on the Supreme Assassin Pavilion's assassins. In an instant, the Supreme Assassin Pavilion's assassins' auras weakened by a lot. They were obviously injured. Was this woman the one who did this? Even Yi Qianren's eyes flashed fiercely when she saw this. Not to mention Bei Qing and Little Pig. Wow. How did this woman do it? How could she injure the Supreme Assassin Pavilion's assassins with her martial general strength? Little Pig's eyes were filled with shock. He even forgot that he was thrown out as a shield. Wait. It's those silver shavings. They're the silver shavings from the broken key. Little Pig suddenly squealed. He finally realized what was going on. At that time, the silver shavings exploded and scattered on the Supreme Assassin Pavilion's assassins. He thought that Luo Qingtong did it on purpose so that the Supreme Assassin Pavilion's assassins would take the blame. Now that he thought about it, could it be that things weren't as simple as that? This woman had already done something to the silver shavings. Taking the blame was only one of the reasons. The most important thing was the hidden power in the silver shavings. Wow, this woman hid it too well. No one paid any attention to the silver shavings. Who would have thought that there was hidden power in them? Now that the silver shavings exploded, the Supreme Assassin Pavilion's half-step Sage Realm assassins were heavily injured. This woman's scheme was simply amazing. Stop talking nonsense. Stop them. Luo Qingtong's brows were tightly knitted. Her hands didn't stop moving. The silver shavings could injure the Supreme Assassin Pavilion's assassins, but they couldn't make them lose their ability to move. If they couldn't stop them, they would still die. Luo Qingtong was also going all out. She had originally planned to use this trump card after saving this man to prevent these people from the Supreme Assassin Pavilion from chasing after her. However, these people were much stronger than she had imagined. They had caught up so quickly, Luo Qingtong had no choice but to use it in advance. She could only hope that she would be able to hold off the Supreme Assassin Pavilion for a while longer to buy some time for her. Bang bang bang. Little Pig rushed toward the assassins from the Supreme Assassin Pavilion. With the help of Bei Qing, he tried his best to stall them. However, the assassins from the Supreme Assassin Pavilion seemed to have realized something. They looked at the half-naked Yi Qianxian standing next to Luo Qingtong with murderous intent in their eyes. Bang! One of the half-saint experts facing Wind Feather suddenly retracted his saber and blocked Wind Feather's weapon with his own body. Kill the target, he said in a deep and hoarse voice. In the next second, the half-saint experts behind him quickly broke through Wind Feather's line of defense and rushed toward Yi Qianxian and Luo Qingtong. This time, Luo Qingtong didn't have any means to stop them. Moreover, Yi Qianxian's acupoints hadn't been unsealed yet. Woman, run! Yi Qianxian's voice was cold. Luo Qingtong didn't say anything. The blood-red light in her eyes kept flashing as she activated her pupil technique to the extreme. She was calculating how to bring Yi Qianxian out of the encirclement. But it wouldn't work. These people were too strong and there were too many of them. If it was just Luo Qingtong alone, she could barely break out of the encirclement. But if she brought Yi Qianxian along, it would be impossible. What's more, this man was their target. Even if she rushed out with him, these people would rush up again. At that time, they still wouldn't be able to escape. Luo Qingtong glanced at the injured Bei Qing and Fengyu. Her eyebrows tightly knitted together. Did she really have to leave this man behind? But why? When this thought flashed through her mind, she suddenly felt a little guilty. Luo Qingtong had experienced too many schemes and betrayals in her previous life. In the end, she developed a self-centered personality. As long as she was well, the whole world could die. She had experienced countless life and death struggles. In order to live, she could do anything, by hook or by crook, for freedom. If this man wanted to catch her, she could have ignored his life and death, but this man didn't really hurt her. In the end, he even went easy on her several times. With Luo Qingtong's personality, she naturally knew that if Xianxia really wanted her to die, he had countless opportunities to do so. If he really wanted to hurt or kill her, he wouldn't have been trapped here by her. Now, he was telling her to leave. Luo Qingtong felt that her heart, which had been as firm as a rock for thousands of years, was suddenly touched. "You don't blame me?" She looked at the man's cold and handsome face in front of her with a conflicted expression. Suddenly, there was an indescribable irritation in her heart. "I trapped you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been unable to fight back against these people's attacks." With this man's strength, it was impossible for him to not be able to deal with these people. Looking at the scene of these people attacking with their lives, it was obvious that they were also afraid of him recovering his strength. "This venerable one accidentally fell into your trap. It was this venerable one's mistake. Why should I blame you?" Yi Qianxian frowned. He didn't know why Luo Qingtong asked such a question. What was there to ask? He had been immobilized completely because of his own carelessness. Blame her? He didn't have the habit of shirking responsibility. If he hadn't given this woman a chance, she wouldn't have been able to succeed. However, did this woman's question prove that she actually cared about his opinion and was afraid that he would blame her? At the same time, she was worried about him. Yi Qianxian felt an inexplicable sense of comfort as he thought about it. "Don't worry. I won't die so easily. In this world, there are as many people as ants who want to take my life, but none of them have ever succeeded. This time will be no exception. Let's go." As he spoke, he looked coldly at Luo Qingtong, indicating for her to leave quickly. Although this woman was a little clever, she also had some tricks up her sleeves. She had tricked him several times. But that wasn't true strength after all. In front of these half-saint realm assassins, it was simply nothing. These people's target was him. If she left now, she would still be able to escape. Luo Qingtong had been carefully watching Yi Qianxian's expression the entire time. After discovering that he wasn't lying at all, she felt even more conflicted. Her conscience hurt even more, didn't it? This man still didn't blame her at this time. How could she just leave like that? Even if she tricked people, she still had her principles, okay? If something really happened to this man because of this, she wouldn't be able to rest easy for the rest of her life. Yi Qianxian was stunned by Luo Qingtong's words. He didn't quite understand what Luo Qingtong meant. Why did this woman want him to close his eyes at this time? Why were there so many strange thoughts in her mind? "Stop fooling around and leave." He frowned and said in a low voice. He couldn't let her do as she wished at this time. If he closed his eyes, he wouldn't be able to resist those half-saint assassins. "Aya. You're such a troublesome man." Luo Qingtong had been conflicted for a long time before she made up her mind. What she was going to do next might expose some of the secrets of her ocular technique. It might even make this man hate her and reveal a trump card that could be used against this man in the future. But now, she couldn't care less. Since this man was in danger because of her, then she would return the favor to him. She would treat it as a gift to him for being merciful to her. From now on, they didn't owe each other anything. Swoosh! Luo Qingtong stomped her feet and pounced on Yi Qianxian. The latter was preparing to forcefully open the remaining acupoints. When Luo Qingtong unsealed his acupoints just now, he had already discovered something. Although forcefully opening his acupoints like this would cause great damage to his already weakened strength, it was more than enough to deal with these half-saint assassins. One had to know that even when his meridians were severely injured, he could still defeat the adult divine sky-connecting beast. To Yi Qianxian, anyone below the saint realm was just an ant. However, Luo Qingtong's pounce interrupted his forceful opening of his acupoints. Not only that, Yi Qianxian's eyes widened in an instant. Luo Qingtong wrapped her arms around his neck and suddenly kissed him on the lips. This kiss was not like the one in the bathtub, which was only for seduction. It was extremely close and deep. The young girl's fragrant tongue entered his mouth and entangled with his. "Close your eyes." Meeting the man's deep, cold, and shocked eyes, Luo Qingtong felt ashamed and angry. She wasn't used to this kind of kiss that didn't have any ulterior motives. Especially this time, it was to help this man, which made her feel even more awkward. She had never been so selfless before. The 2 times she had kissed a man before, if it wasn't an accident, it was to escape. It was completely different, alright? When Xianxia heard her words, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Not only did he not close them, he even opened his sharp eagle eyes and stared at her unblinkingly. That gaze was filled with aggression. Luo Qingtong felt uncomfortable under his gaze. She cursed under her breath and closed her eyes. If he doesn't want to shut up, I'll shut up myself. Streams of energy flowed from Luo Qingtong's mouth into Xianxia's body and quickly circulated along his main meridians. This was the same circulation route that Luo Qingtong had used to check on Xianxia's meridians. Because their lips were connected this time, Luo Qingtong didn't hold back any of the energy that she had transferred into Xianxia's body. Therefore, after a few cycles, a large amount of energy from the man's body was transferred into her body. It was impossible for Xianxia not to feel such a turbulent surge of energy. He looked at the young man in front of him who had his eyes tightly closed. His gorgeous and bewitching beauty was like a spirit that could suck people's souls. The light in his eyes flashed fiercely. In the next second, he stirred up the energy in his body and coordinated it with Luo Qingtong's energy. Xianxia didn't know why Luo Qingtong was able to absorb his energy for her own use. Swish swish swish. With Xianxia's cooperation, Luo Qingtong's aura skyrocketed at a terrifying speed in an instant. Originally, she was able to absorb Xianxia's energy for her own use. However, because she wanted to check on his injuries, she didn't do it deliberately. This time, she completely let go. Because of Xianxia's cooperation, the absorption process was extremely smooth. In just an instant, Luo Qingtong's strength rose to a terrifying level. Compared to those half-saint experts, there wasn't much difference. However, the temporary increase in strength caused Luo Qingtong to feel the pain that almost made her body explode, and because she had absorbed too much of the man's power this time, Luo Qingtong felt like she was going to explode like a balloon at any moment. Boom! At this moment, those half-step Saint Realm experts also charged forward. Resisting the pain in her body, Luo Qingtong pulled Xianxia to the side to dodge. She quickly used her eye technique to find the best place for the man to dodge. Then, she raised her hand and blasted out an attack, blocking the attack of the first half-saint expert that rushed over. Boom boom boom. Luo Qingtong pulled Xianxia and dodged the attacks of those half-saint experts while fighting back. At the same time, she hurriedly said, "Quick, teach me your strongest move." The energy in her body had to be released. Otherwise, her body would explode and she wouldn't be joking. This man was simply abnormal. Luo Qingtong didn't expect that he would still have such powerful strength after being crippled by more than half of his strength. If she didn't release this energy now, she would have to suffer the consequences of her own actions. This sovereign is different from ordinary people. Until now, I've only cultivated the heaven battling art. Xianxia's eyes flickered rapidly. He didn't mention that only he could cultivate the heaven battling art. Moreover, its power was heaven-defying. It could easily destroy the world. Even with his aptitude, it took him a lot of time to master it. This woman, before he could finish speaking, Luo Qingtong grabbed his hand. "It's fine as long as you have it. Quickly teach me. Just one move is enough." Luo Qingtong's meridians were in excruciating pain. If this continued, she would follow in this man's footsteps. All her meridians would burst or something. "All right." Xianxia's voice was steady. He didn't care that in the cultivation world, cultivation techniques couldn't be divulged to outsiders. This was because techniques represented a cultivator's biggest lifeline and trump card. If others understood your techniques, it meant they had a grasp of your lifeline. If someone wanted to target you, according to your cultivation method, they would be able to think of a way to deal with you. Therefore, cultivation techniques was a cultivator's biggest taboo. Xianxia didn't care at all. This woman had given him too many surprises. He wanted to see how far she could go. This was the only woman he had met that he couldn't see through no matter how he looked at her. In this world, there was finally someone who could share the title of evildoer with him. Xianxia looked deeply at Luo Qingtong and told her the heaven battling arts incantation. Heaven battling art, heaven and earth become one, limitless earth splitting. Following Xianxia's narration, the bloody light in Luo Qingtong's eyes flickered fiercely. I technique activated, extreme evolution, perfect replication. Xianxia's narration was equivalent to describing a scene of him using the heaven battling art in front of Luo Qingtong. Bang! Luo Qingtong suddenly took a step forward amidst the attacks of those people. The life and death sword appeared in her hand. Even in this heart-wrenching situation, Luo Qingtong still remembered Tian Mingzi's instructions. She couldn't let anyone see the true form of the life and death sword. She didn't activate the death blade state. She swung the life and death sword in its original form. The black and white light of the sword flashed, setting off the young man's red clothes. It was like a rich painting of flowers and birds colliding with a light painting of mountains and rivers. It gave people a visual shock to the extreme. The beautiful young man in red clothes collided with the simple black and white light in his hand. It was as if he had stepped out of hell and was holding the goddess of purgatory who could take people's lives. When the sword swung down, heaven and earth shook and everything fell silent. The wind and clouds surged, and no stars or moonlight could be seen, only the vast earth, the surging wind, and the boundless murderous aura. The first move of the heaven-conquering art, seizing heaven's fortune. Swoosh! Luo Qingtong raised her arms and held the life and death sword horizontally in front of her. In the next second, the sword light was piercingly cold. With this as the starting point, it suddenly swept out horizontally, in an instant, a ray of light seemed to appear between heaven and earth. In the dark night sky, it was as if a straight line had been cut open. In that dense dark sky, a ray of light that was enough to split the heavens was drawn. It illuminated this moment of midnight, like the dawn of the sky. No one could stop it. No one could stop it. Boom! That sword light shot out in a straight line. In an instant, the half-saint assassins who had rushed to Luo Qingtong were quickly turned into ashes. Ah! Screams rang out one after another. Those Supreme Assassin Pavilion assassins who swore to kill Xianxia never expected that they would die in the hands of an unknown young man, and this young man was clearly only at the martial general realm, a young man who was like an ant in their eyes and could be easily killed had his strength skyrocketed in an instant. With just a single strike, he had completely annihilated all of them. Even if they were to repeat it 100 times, these Supreme Assassin Pavilion's assassins would never have imagined such an outcome. Boom! After the sword light killed all the assassins from the Supreme Assassin Pavilion, it didn't slow down in the slightest. Instead, it continued on its way. Bei Qing, Wind Feather, and Little Pig were dumbfounded. They almost forgot to dodge when they saw the sword light flying toward them. Oh my God, the evil doctor, this woman, is too powerful. How did she do it? The two people and the pig were dumbfounded. If they hadn't reacted at the last second and dodged, they would have been killed by this sword. The sword light exploded in midair, creating a huge vortex in the sky. Their expressions were indescribably sluggish. Bei Qing and Feng Yu, in particular, were so shocked that they were speechless. This was Master's famous skill. It's a move that only Master can use. How did the evil doctor use it? And how did she become so powerful? She killed all the half-saint realm experts with one strike. Oh my God. Her strength is enough to crush them. How did she do it? Xianxian's emotions fluctuated violently when he saw Luo Qingtong use the killer move that only he could use. This woman was destined to be his. Crack! Xianxian's acupuncture points were opened at this moment. Phew! Let me lean on it for a bit. Luo Qingtong didn't expect that the move Xianxia taught her would be so powerful. She was shocked when she saw the group of semi-sage realm assassins in front of her turn into ashes under her sword. Especially when the sword light had destroyed so many sage-to-be powerhouses, but it did not diminish. Instead, it exploded into a huge whirlpool in the air. The corners of her lips twitched violently. Luo Qingtong felt that even if she used the perfect copy ability of her ocular technique, it seemed that she couldn't perfectly copy the complete strength of the other party's heaven-conquering art, because the strength in her body wasn't enough. It could be seen how powerful this man was. It was a move that could kill so many half-step saint assassins with one move. And it was still incomplete power. Then how strong was the complete power? Thinking that she had provoked such a man, Luo Qingtong really couldn't feel happy at all. The more she came into contact with this man, the more terrifying she felt. Did she use up all the good luck from her previous life in this rebirth? Why did she encounter such a peerless monster as soon as she transmigrated? As the supreme ocular technique master of the 24th century, Luo Qingtong had never been so helpless against anyone, but she was helpless against this man who kept chasing after her and wanted to catch her. Thinking about it really made her balls hurt, didn't it? Luo Qingtong's lips twitched as she thought about it. She used up all her strength and leaned her weak and sore body on the man's body. "Ai! You're such a man. If only you were a little weaker." She raised her hand and poked the man's strong arm muscles. She didn't know that the man under her had already opened his acupoints and recovered his strength. He could hold her like a chicken with one hand. At this moment, Yi Qianren was accumulating his strength, preparing to take down this woman who always surprised him, but also made him gnash his teeth in anger every time. However, when Luo Qingtong leaned on him, his whole body trembled fiercely, and the brewing strength in his body was interrupted. The girl's body was as soft as cotton. Because she didn't know that Yi Qianxian had already unsealed her acupoints, Luo Qingtong didn't put her guard up against him at all. She unceremoniously placed all her weight on him. She was so tired because she wanted to save him. He even exposed a part of his trump card. What was wrong with letting her lean on him? She hadn't even complained about how hard this man's muscles were. Did he dare to complain that she was too heavy? With this thought in mind, Luo Qingtong instantly felt at ease and treated Yi Qianxian as a large bolster, relying on him to recover her strength. Yi Qianxian's heart felt very strange. He could feel Luo Qingtong's entire body relax as she leaned on him. She was like a lazy cat, lazily, arrogant, and delicate as she hung her entire body weight on him. This was the first time this woman had approached him so unguarded, revealing a side that she would never reveal in front of him before. Yi Qianxian remembered that when he asked her to come closer, this woman instantly jumped 3 feet away with a look of vigilance. If it wasn't for her uneasy conscience, she would have run away at that time. This wild and untamed woman rarely had such a gentle and docile side. Thinking about it, Yi Qianxian's brows slightly relaxed. "Forget it, I'll let her lean on me for a while. I'll catch her later." Yi Qianxian furrowed his brows when he saw the slight fatigue in Luo Qingtong's eyes. He unconsciously relaxed the muscles on his body that had suddenly tensed up when this woman suddenly leaned over, allowing her to lean on him more comfortably. Let's just treat it as a reward for this woman being so obedient. As he thought this, he absent-mindedly followed her words and asked, "Is that so?" "Why?" This woman's way of thinking was really strange. She actually hoped that he would be a bit weaker. In this world where the strong were revered and the weak were treated as lowly as ants, who wouldn't hope that they or the people around them would be a bit stronger? Only then could they be protected. The men and women around Yi Qianxian who were tirelessly trying to climb into his bed were almost all here for his strength. If he didn't have this strength, who knew how many of those who kept saying that they admired him would still be alive? Yi Qianxian sneered as he thought this. He was actually a bit curious about Luo Qingtong's answer. He wanted to know why this woman would have such a strange idea. "Because this way, I can keep you by my side," Luo Qingtong said without hesitation. If this man was weaker than her, he didn't need to be that much weaker. As long as he was just a little bit weaker, she would be able to keep him by her side in a matter of minutes. This voice was really indescribably pleasant to the ears. It was cold and noble, elegant and dignified. It was low and deep like the sound of a bell or drum, but clear and pleasant like the sound of a string instrument. Just listening to it was enough to make one pregnant. Unfortunately, this man's strength was too strong. The danger level was off the charts. It was impossible to control. Thus, Luo Qingtong's idea was just a thought. It was better for her to stay away from such a dangerous man, especially when he was scheming all sorts of ways to catch her. For the sake of her own life and freedom, staying far away from him was the best plan. Luo Qingtong didn't want to become someone's prey that was imprisoned in the palm of his hand. She couldn't beat this man in a fight and had a bunch of grudges with him. Just thinking about it made her heart tired. Sigh. "You want to stay by my side?" Automatically interpreting Luo Qingtong's words as if she wanted to stay by his side, Yi Qianxian turned his head to look at the little woman leaning on him. His heart was beating slightly, and he felt inexplicably happy. It turned out that this woman was not lying when she said that she admired him. She really liked him. He was just too embarrassed to admit it before, right? Yi Qianxian thought of the women who tried to get close to him. Many of them pretended to be indifferent to attract his attention. However, the pretentious attitude of those people only made him feel disgusted. This woman's hypocrisy made him feel very comfortable. Yes. Luo Qingtong didn't notice that the order of his words was reversed. She said regretfully, "Unfortunately, you're too strong." Sigh. At this point, she sighed heavily. As Xianxia listened, the corners of his lips curled up. From what he heard, Luo Qingtong's words, this woman wanted to stay by his side, but didn't dare to because he was too strong. No wonder she felt that it would be better if he was a little weaker. As Xianxia thought about it, he felt very happy in his heart. This sovereign's strength is irreversible. However, if you want to stay by this sovereign's side, this sovereign. Before he could finish speaking, on the other side, Luo Qingtong had rested for a while. She felt that the pain in her meridians had lessened by a lot. Her exhausted strength had also returned. She immediately stretched and stood up. "Lord, thank you for being my body pillow." Luo Qingtong's hand that was waving suddenly paused. Seeing the man's face darken in an instant, she had a bad feeling in her heart. Oh my God, when did this man unseal his acupoints? There are clearly 2 more acupoints that haven't been unsealed. If it weren't for this, Luo Qingtong wouldn't be so relaxed as she leaned on this man and chatted with him. Now that she suddenly realized that Xianxia's acupoints had been unsealed, she instantly took a deep breath and turned around to run. "Where do you think you're going in front of this sovereign?" Seeing Luo Qingtong's overconfident attempt to escape, Xianxia coldly snorted. The joy he felt from Luo Qingtong's implicit confession was completely gone. This woman, he didn't even care that she was weak. Why was she still running? Was he so scary that she had to avoid him like he was a snake or scorpion? But his own strength wasn't something he could control. Xianxia's heart was filled with anger, but he forgot that he didn't have such thoughts when he first caught Luo Qingtong. The latter wasn't stupid, of course she would run, otherwise, what good would come out of it if she was caught? But his attitude towards Luo Qingtong had changed. He knew, but Luo Qingtong didn't. If she didn't run, would she be waiting for death? Hey. You're such an unreasonable man, aren't you? In any case, I just saved you. How can you turn hostile and not recognize me? If you want to turn hostile, you have to wait until I'm gone. Bang. Luo Qingtong turned around and bumped into a wall of air. Not only that, but she was also surrounded by walls of air in all directions. Seeing the man's surging aura and the walls of air that blocked all her escape routes, Luo Qingtong wanted to cry but had no tears. Good intentions don't have good karma. Donghua and the wolf, the farmer and the snake, this damned man, if I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have saved him. I would have just let him perish under the pursuit of those assassins from Supreme Assassin Pavilion. No one repaid kindness with enmity like him. Seeing the man's gloomy face approaching her step by step, Luo Qingtong was forced to lean against the wall of air behind her. Xianxia was determined not to let her escape this time. The walls of air around Luo Qingtong was so dense that she couldn't even find an opening for insects to fly out, let alone a living person like her. Not to mention that she had an eye technique. Even if she had a divine artifact, it would still be useless. She couldn't run even if she dug a hole. That man had laid out a thick layer of energy on the ground. Okay, he's preventing her from escaping from underground. She's not ast. Luo Qingtong felt like vomiting blood. But she didn't know that she had all kinds of strange ways to escape. Yi Qianren was also taking precautions against her. This time, he finally managed to stop this woman. He would never let her go again. After suffering a few losses, Yi Qianren had learned her lesson. It didn't matter if it was useful or not. All he had to do was seal them all. He'll tie this woman up later and personally carry her back. Let's see if she can still escape. Wait. Lord, let's talk things out. Seeing the man's 9 meters tall oppressively approaching, almost filling up the small space she was in, Luo Qingtong's heart was in her throat. Although I've tricked you a few times, I've still helped you. You can't be so unjust. You should at least let me go. Next time, catch me openly. What's the point of taking advantage of someone's perilous state? I thought you didn't know how to write the words taking advantage of someone's perilous state. Xianxia snorted coldly. This woman still had the nerve to mention this to him? Which time didn't she take advantage of him? Luo Qingtong was instantly speechless. Bang! While Xianxia's expression changed, Luo Qingtong also subconsciously looked in the direction he was looking at. However, before she could raise her head, the man pulled her to his side with a swoosh. At the same time, he opened his hand, and a blood-colored full moon instantly rushed forward. Boom! Luo Qingtong staggered. She could feel that not far behind her, there was a fierce collision of attacks coming in all directions. Luo Qingtong's body was still a little unstable. She almost fell to the ground when the attack hit her from behind. At the side, a strong arm suddenly stretched out from the side and hugged her waist, pulling her to his side. The man's breath was boiling hot. His naked upper body was so close to Luo Qingtong's back. Sage Realm, Yi Qianming narrowed his eyes as he looked at the nine-blade assassin who was flying towards him. His handsome face, which was like a celestial being, had an extremely cold expression. This person came at the perfect time. He even dared to attack this woman. If it weren't for Yi Qianxian's quick reaction, that attack would have broken through the air wall he had set up and exploded on Luo Qingtong's body. The opponent was testing him. The nine-blade assassin had seen the scene where he targeted this woman. Obviously, he was testing whether this woman could become his weakness. This nine-blade assassin deserved to die. Yi Qianxian's eyes turned cold. The blood-colored saber light in his eyes was indescribably biting cold. Master! Beiqing and Fengyu, who had been pretending to be invisible at the side and pretending not to see what their master was doing, hurriedly rushed back and stood in front of Yi Qianren. Little Pig also ran back to Luo Qingtong's side. He lowered his head and slipped into Luo Qingtong's sleeve. Yi Qianxian glanced at it coldly and pretended not to see it. Initially, he wanted to capture this pig because he didn't believe what it said. He wanted to interrogate it about the existence of the ancient medicinal formula. But now that he had found this woman who could heal him, it didn't matter whether he could get the ancient prescription or not. Most importantly, this pig was the woman's contracted beast. Yi Qianxian naturally wouldn't allow Luo Qingtong's strength to be damaged. For this, he was willing to let Little Pig go. Know your place and protect her well. Don't try to play any tricks. Your little tricks are nothing in front of me. His cold voice resounded in Little Pig's mind. The latter was already frightened to begin with. When he suddenly heard the voice in his heart, his four hooves instantly went soft and he knelt down in Luo Qingtong's sleeve. Don't ask me why I'm so cowardly. This man, he wasn't an ordinary person at all. Otherwise, why would Little Pig avoid him like the plague and even sign a heaven and earth contract with Luo Qingtong? Little Pig couldn't help but nod his head when he saw that this man had no intention of capturing him. Isn't it just taking care of this woman and not playing any tricks? I promise I'll do it. In any case, it's fine as long as I play tricks on others. Moreover, Luo Qingtong isn't someone to be trifled with. She's almost as perverted as this man. In front of her, it was completely eaten alive. Okay, didn't you see that I was used as a shield again? Little Pig's tactfulness caused the coldness in Yi Qianxian's eyes to lessen. He lowered his head and looked at the woman in his arms. Woman. Yi Qianxian narrowed his eyes and glanced at the nine-blade assassin's attack. He pulled Luo Qingtong in front of him and kissed her heavily. Before Luo Qingtong could react, she was forced to accept the kiss. Hey! You! After the kiss, Luo Qingtong didn't have time to ask what this man meant. She saw him push her hand away. Woman, I'll let you escape again this time. As Yi Qianxian spoke, he put a ring on Luo Qingtong's left ring finger. Ka! The moment the ring was put on Luo Qingtong's left ring finger, she felt a sharp pain. The ring was stuck on Luo Qingtong's finger. Hiss! Luo Qingtong hissed softly. Before she could reach out to touch the ring, Yi Qianxian's voice sounded. Don't waste your time. This ring has absorbed your essence blood. Without my essence blood as a guide, it will never fall off your finger. The man's voice was faint, but Luo Qingtong felt her teeth itch. She knew that this man wouldn't let her go so easily, but if you put a tracking device, then so be it. Why did you put a ring on it? And it just so happened to be on her left ring finger. Did he know what it meant to put a ring on her finger? Luo Qingtong felt depressed. But she didn't know how surprised Beiqing and Fengyu were when they saw Yi Qianxian put the ring on her finger. No, it couldn't be described as surprised. It should be described as horrified. 9 Phoenix Ring. Seeing the ring on Luo Qingtong's left ring finger, the two gasped in their hearts at the same time. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. 9 Phoenix Ring, that was the 9 Phoenix Ring that represented the future mistress of the house. Master gave it away just like that, or did he give it to the evil doctor? The two of them panted heavily in their hearts. They didn't know what to say, especially when they saw Luo Qingtong looking at the 9 Phoenix Ring with a look of disgust, as if she couldn't wait to pull it out. Their hearts were in a mess. The evil doctor doesn't know how precious this 9 Netherworld Phoenix Ring is. If this ring was taken out, who knew how many people would fight over it? How many people would die of envy and jealousy? This 9 Netherworld Phoenix Ring not only represented the supreme position of the future mistress, but also represented supreme authority. With this 9 Netherworld Phoenix Ring, the evil doctor's identity would be as honorable as his master. At the same time, all the forces under the master's name would be mobilized according to her wishes. Seeing her would be like seeing the master. How could the evil doctor look so disdainful towards such a ring? Bei Qing and Feng Yu's lips twitched violently. Luo Qingtong didn't notice their expressions. After discovering that the ring really couldn't be taken off, she gritted her teeth and said to Xianxia, "Then I thank Lord for his reward." Don't think that she really had no other way. After she left, she would study it carefully. She must take off this damn ring. No need to thank me. Seeing this woman's deflated appearance, Xianxia was in a good mood. At this moment, 9 Blades Killer made a move. Xianxia's expression turned cold. He raised his hand and pushed Luo Qingtong away. "Woman, let's go." "Hey!" Luo Qingtong was pushed back by his palm. Seeing the 9-blade assassin rush over, she hesitated for a moment. Finally, she clenched her teeth and shouted at Xianxia, "3rd meridian from the lower left, 5th meridian from the 4th right rib. 8th front rib meridian. Don't go there. Change to the back 4, left 3, right 6. As she spoke, she tapped her foot and quickly leaped backwards following the force of Xianxia's push. Luo Qingtong said that Xianxia's meridian injuries were the 3 most serious. Those 3 meridians were the weakest and restricted Xianxia's strength the most. Otherwise, this man's strength would be even stronger. The last 3 meridians that Luo Qingtong told Xianxia were the energy circulation routes that she had specially modified for Xianxia based on his meridian injuries. Generally, the energy circulation routes of cultivation methods were fixed and absolutely couldn't be changed easily. Otherwise, the best-case scenario would be a backlash of strength. In the worst-case scenario, one would suffer from qi deviation and lose their cultivation. Luo Qingtong didn't know if Xianxia would believe her, but she had already done what she could. What she could do was up to that man himself. Boom! Seeing her figure leave, the 9-blade assassin's eyes suddenly burst with a strange color. "Yi, woman!" With his Xing realm cultivation base, he could naturally see that Luo Qingtong was a woman under her male disguise. If not, he wouldn't have deliberately targeted Luo Qingtong. She didn't expect that Yi Qianren would send this cross-dressing girl away without any hesitation after just probing her a little. She must be very important to him. Targeting her would definitely make him reveal a flaw. Thinking of this, the 9-blade assassin fiercely brandished his weapon and rushed towards Yi Qianxian and the others. At the same time, he also fiercely attacked in the direction that Luo Qingtong left. Boom! Luo Qingtong was flying forward when she suddenly felt a surge of murderous intent behind her. The attack of a Saint Realm expert blotted out the sky. Its power was boundless. Luo Qingtong turned around and saw the ferocious attack behind her, which was shrouded in a layer of violent killing intent. Her face instantly tensed up. In an instant, he activated his eye technique. The bloody light in Luo Qingtong's eyes flickered violently. In the next second, she abruptly stopped in her tracks and threw herself into the nearby bushes. Rumble! Countless long grass and trees were all uprooted. Luo Qingtong's figure narrowly avoided the attack in that instant. She was sent rolling on the ground by the violent aftershock and disappeared in an instant. What? Seeing that Luo Qingtong had unexpectedly dodged his attack, the 9-blades assassin's face was instantly filled with astonishment and shock. Before he could figure out what was going on, opposite him, Xianxian's aura suddenly exploded with a boom. The aura around the man's body surged. His strength was much stronger than before. The aura around his body was like that of a demon god. "How dare you attack her? You're courting death." Xianxian's expression was ice cold as he looked at the 9-blades assassin with an extremely cold gaze. When he heard Luo Qingtong's words just now, he subconsciously changed the route of his power according to her instructions. Because of this, he wasn't able to intercept the Nine Blades assassin's attack on Luo Qingtong in time. He actually dared to attack that woman. You. He looked at Xianxia in bewilderment. The latter's strength was clearly not this strong before. What's going on? That's right. That girl just now. The Nine-Blade assassin suddenly recalled the words Luo Qingtong said before she left. Could it be that those words caused Xianxia's strength to undergo such a huge change? But weren't those words just nonsense? How could anyone casually change the route of a cultivation technique? The Nine-Blade assassin had scoffed when he heard those words, thinking that it was a secret code between Luo Qingtong and Xianxia. But now that he saw the man's strength suddenly skyrocket, his face instantly stiffened. No one knew the meaning of those words better than him. That girl could actually casually change the route of a person's cultivation technique without causing any backlash. What kind of terrifying ability was that? The most terrifying thing was the man in front of him. Looking at the man in front of him who was like a demon god, the Sage Realm Nine-Blade assassin suddenly felt a chill in his heart and involuntarily took a step back. He felt a chill run down his spine. No one knew how powerful this man, who was known as a legend on the continent, was. If it weren't for the hidden dangers in his body that were rumored to have begun to lose his strength, they wouldn't have dared to accept the mission to hunt him down. But now, with that girl's words, his strength had suddenly skyrocketed. What did this mean? It meant that this man's strength had a chance to recover. This man, who was recognized as the uncrowned king of the continent, was in existence that all experts looked up to. No one knew how powerful he would be once his strength recovered and the hidden dangers in his body disappeared. That blow just now had made him vomit blood, and the strength that this man was displaying right now was not even 1/10 of his peak strength. If this man was at his peak, people like him wouldn't even have the qualifications to look up to him. No. This news must be sent back to the pavilion as soon as possible. Tell them that this man's strength might recover. Thinking of this, the Nine-Blade assassin almost subconsciously turned around and fled. Swish swish swish. A Sage Realm expert's ability to escape when fully unleashed could be said to be very shocking. However, Xianxia only watched coldly as he fled. When the Nine-Blade assassin finally relaxed and thought that he was safe this time, the space around him instantly shattered into countless pieces with a boom. Countless space blades sliced apart the Nine-Blade assassin, and he was trapped in the shattered space, completely losing his sense of the world. The power of the Saint Realm was completely useless. That man, he looked in Xianxia's direction in horror, only to see the man turn around with a cold gaze. I've cleaned it up. Xianxia's voice was cold. The moment his voice rang out, rumble, the Nine-Blades assassin was instantly pierced through by the sharp blade that shattered space, and his corpse fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. Yes. Master. Beiqing and Fengyu hurriedly agreed. In front of Xianxia, they had no chance to make a move. Of course, they wouldn't be able to deal with a Saint Realm expert, let alone a Saint Realm expert sent by the Supreme Assassin Pavilion. His strength was even above the ordinary Saint Realm. This woman ran really fast. Standing at the place where Luo Qingtong's figure disappeared, Xianxia narrowed his eyes slightly. The surroundings were filled with the violent power of the Nine-Blade assassin, which stirred up the power of heaven and earth, completely covering the woman's aura. That woman might have a way to completely avoid it, but she deliberately brushed past here and ran away after being contaminated by the aura. Master, aren't we going after the evil doctor? Beiqing and Fengyu, who had finished dealing with the corpses of the Supreme Assassin Pavilion, were shocked when they saw their master dashing in another direction. They hurriedly followed him. No hurry. Xianxia's voice was cold. Let's go back first. The Supreme Assassin Pavilion's pursuit had really touched Xianxia's bottom line. Especially that Nine-Blade assassin who dared to attack that woman. Thinking of the scene he had just seen, the man's blood-red eyes flashed with a cold light. If not for that woman's extraordinary ability, she would have been killed by that blow. How could an attack from a sage be so easy to dodge? That woman was the only one who could dodge it. If it had been anyone else, even if they were above the martial emperor level but had not reached the sage level, they would have died. Supreme Assassin Pavilion, Xianxia's voice was cold. In the past, he did not care about the Supreme Assassin Pavilion's pursuit. But now that the hidden danger in his body had appeared, there were too many people in the world who wanted to kill him. Supreme Assassin Pavilion was not the only one. As for Yi Qianren, she didn't put them in her eyes. Those assassinations that they had offered a reward for was just a joke to him. He had no intention of dealing with them, but it would be unforgivable if they hurt that woman. Yi Qianxian did not want to bring danger to that woman. Master. Do you mean? Beiqing and Fengyu were stunned when they heard Yi Qianxian's words. Then, they were delighted. Master, what he meant was, could it be that he wanted to going back to that place? Yes. You can go back to the Black Field and prepare. Yi Qianren faintly nodded, acknowledging their guesses. Yes. Master is wise. Master, you are finally going back. Haha. Let's see if those people still dare to be arrogant. Beiqing and Fengyu were pleasantly surprised. When they heard Yi Qianxian's voice, they hurriedly responded. Haha, Master is finally going back. Both of them were indescribably excited. For so many years, Master was too lazy to pay attention to that place, let alone step foot on that land. Every time they saw the news coming from the other side, they felt an indescribable anger in their hearts. What Master's strength was about to completely disappear. The former king had been reduced to trash. Bah, you're the trash. Your whole family is trash. Their master was so strong, how could he have become trash, a bunch of clueless dregs? God knows what they're thinking about. Even if Master's strength was 10 times weaker, he would still be able to beat them. A bunch of ignorant frogs at the bottom of a well. Beiqing and Fengyu were fuming with anger, but their master was too lazy to deal with them, so they had no way to fight back. Now it's all good. Master finally decided not to ignore it anymore. They could finally let out a sigh of relief. Beiqing rubbed her palms together as she thought about it. Fengyu, on the other hand, quickly regained her senses after a short moment of joy. She sighed inwardly at the influence the demonic doctor had on her master. As smart and calm as she was, she naturally knew that her master had always ignored the Supreme Assassin Pavilion's pursuit. She was too lazy to pay attention to those people, so why would she change her attitude so easily? It was most likely because she had almost implicated the demonic doctor in this dangerous situation. That was why her master was so angry that he decided to go back and deal with those ignorant people. Supreme Assassin Pavilion, this mysterious assassin organization that was said to be invincible in the True Spill continent, and dared to kill no one. She was afraid that bad luck was about to befall them. However, the direction in which her master was going didn't seem to be heading back to the Black Field. Fengyu was puzzled. Tianyu Empire, Imperial City. Emperor of Tianyu looked at the dead or injured imperial family members being carried back one by one. He was so angry that he was shaking. If it wasn't for his status, he would have jumped up on the spot and cursed. Even so, he still pointed at the people below and cursed. A bunch of trash. Didn't you say it was just a thief? So many people went to catch him. In the end, there were so many casualties. You've disgraced my Tianyu imperial family. How could Emperor of Tianyu not be angry? He was woken up in the middle of the night. He heard that someone broke into the imperial treasury and triggered the alarm. He thought it was nothing. It was just a thief. Once caught, he would kill him. More than half of the imperial city's experts were led around the city like dogs. When they chased the thief out of the palace, they came back with such a scene. They were all heavily injured and dead. They didn't even touch a hair on the thief. What use did he have for these people? Your Majesty, please don't be angry. The surviving imperial family members of Tianyu were also trembling in fear. They didn't expect that things would turn out like this after they rushed forward. That thief's accomplice was too strong. They were so angry that they didn't think too much when they rushed up. But when they fought with the thief, they realized that the thief's strength wasn't something they could compare to. Saying it was a fight was a nice way to put it. That was simply a one-sided suppression from the other side. They thought about how they had charged forward with so many people, only to be sent flying in just a few moves. They didn't even have the strength to fight back, and this was because the thief didn't want to fight and left quickly. If it wasn't for this, they suspected that the entire Tianyu imperial city would have been slaughtered in one night. When they saw that person attack, they seriously suspected that the other party was a Saint Realm expert, but they couldn't say this to Emperor of Tianyu. Because it was too ridiculous. Who would have thought that such a strong person would come and steal from their Tianyu imperial treasury? This, even if they gave the entire Tianyu empire to him, he might not even look at it. The biggest possibility was that they were tricked by the thief who stole from the treasury. He had found the wrong target. If that was the case, then he couldn't say it out loud. If Emperor Tianyu knew about this, he would definitely behead them. That was a Saint Realm expert. Thus, the group of people kneeled on the ground trembling in fear. They were scolded by Emperor Tianyu until they did not even dare to fart. Just as Emperor of Tianyu was cursing, an expert from Tianyu's royal family rushed in. Because of his extreme panic and fear, he almost tripped when he entered the door. Your Majesty. Something bad has happened. The expert from the royal family of Tianyu rushed up and knelt before the Emperor of Tianyu. His forehead was dripping with sweat. Something big had happened. It was as if the sky had collapsed. The expert from Tianyu's imperial family knelt on the ground and kept swallowing his saliva. After a few gulps, he finally dared to tell Emperor Tianyu about this. Your Majesty, the treasury of the Tianyu royal family has been emptied. Bang! What did you say? Emperor of Tianyu finally steadied himself with the help of his servants. He didn't care about his image as an emperor anymore and rushed to the expert, grabbing him by the collar and lifting him up. Say that again? Emperor Tianyu's expression was ferocious, his eyes filled with disbelief. The royal treasury had been emptied? How was that possible? That was impossible. That was the treasury of Tianyu's royal family for 1,000 years. All the treasures of Tianyu's royal family were in that treasury. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the treasury was the lifeline of Tianyu's royal family and Yuan clan. With that treasury, even if Tianyu's empire was destroyed, Yuan clan could rise again and return to the peak of the empire. But now, they said that the treasury was gone? Had it been emptied? Nonsense. The treasury was full of traps and traps. There were also countless formations. Let's not talk about that. The treasury was thousands of square meters. How could such a big place be emptied out just like that? Veins popped out on Emperor of Tianyu's forehead. He didn't believe it at all. The reason why he was so calm when he heard that someone broke into the treasury was because he knew that the intruder wouldn't lose anything. What could a mere thief steal? It would be amazing if he could sneak in, but now, the content of this expert's report was a heavy blow to him. Your Majesty. It's true. The expert from Tianyu's royal family cried as he kowtowed with all his might. Not just the outer treasury, the inner treasury's countless treasures, resources, and pills are all gone. Our royal family's 1,000 years of treasures are all gone. Your Majesty. The expert from Tianyu's royal family cried out. They were also shocked when they rushed into the treasury. Who would have thought that a mere thief could empty their royal family's 1,000 years of treasures? No one knew how the thief did it. When they entered, the entire royal treasury was shiny and clean. It was so clean that they almost blinded their eyes. On the spot, a few of the martial emperors fainted. He still hasn't woken up yet. Impossible. This is impossible. Tianyu Emperor loosened his grip and kicked the expert to the side before running towards the treasury. Your Majesty. A group of people yelled and followed behind him. Emperor Tianyu rushed to the royal treasury with a ferocious expression and rushed into the huge treasury. When he saw the empty treasury hall, Emperor Tianyu trembled. Just like the fallen leaves in the autumn wind. In the next second, he screamed out in pain and fell straight to the ground. Your Majesty. A group of experts from Tianyu's royal family hurried over. Some of them were supporting him while others were pinching his philtrum. It took a long time before Emperor Tianyu woke up. Pooh. The moment he woke up, even someone as calm as Emperor Tianyu spat out a mouthful of blood. Investigate. He screamed hysterically. Sky Mirror Secret Technique was a secret technique unique to Tianyu's royal family. This secret technique combined with the royal family's own inherited cultivation method could allow one to track the other party's identity through a trace of aura. This was a secret of Tianyu's royal family. Very few people knew about it. At the same time, it was rarely used. Because it consumed too much energy, only martial emperors could use it. Most of the Tianyu royal family's martial emperors were in seclusion in order to break through. They couldn't be disturbed. Under normal circumstances, Emperor Tianyu wouldn't use this method, nor would he alert the martial emperors of Tianyu's royal family. but this time, it wasn't normal. What was lost was the royal treasury of Tianyu's royal family, their royal family's 1,000 years of treasures. It was their lifeline to rise again in the future, 1,000 years of building a country, 1,000 years of treasures. The loss of the royal treasury was a heart-wrenching pain to Tianyu's royal family. Not only that, didn't they need to find all their treasures? Did they have to spend another 1,000 years to find all their treasures? Who knew if Tianyu Empire would still be around by then? No. They had to find the treasury. That little thief must also be caught. Emperor Tianyu spat out blood as he ordered. Soon, the martial emperors of Tianyu's royal family were alerted. Your Majesty, don't worry. We'll use Sky Mirror secret technique immediately. That thief won't be able to escape. Hearing that the royal treasury was stolen, the martial emperors of Tianyu's royal family were very cautious. At the same time, they were furious. Swoosh! In the treasury, a martial emperor stood in front of the door that was destroyed by a punch. He raised his hand and grabbed in the air. Instantly, the air currents in the room surged. Countless auras stirred in the air. In the next second, the martial emperor clenched his hand. A trace of aura was grasped in his hand. Activate secret technique. Seeing his action, the other martial emperors of Tianyu's royal family raised their hands and slapped out a rune in the air. Those runes flew into the air and connected to each other, forming a mirror-like formation. Sky Mirror secret technique. Whoosh! The martial emperor-level powerhouse raised his hand. In an instant, the wisp of aura left his hand and swept into the center of the heavenly mirror secret skill. The martial emperors from the royal family of Tianyu were red in the face. Their chi was being sucked into the formation. The ripples of the water mirror kept spinning. A faintly discernible silhouette appeared from within. It was a red figure standing in front of the door of the secret room and punching out. That's right. That little thief is wearing a red coat. One of the imperial family's experts beside Emperor Tianyu shouted when he saw the faint red figure. They were led around Sky Universe Imperial City by Luo Qingtong and had a deep impression of this red dress. However, it was nighttime, and the thief's face was covered by a cloth, so it was impossible to see his face clearly. Now, under the heavenly mirror secret technique, let's see how that little thief can hide his appearance. When they catch that little thief, they will skin him alive and make him suffer a fate worse than death. Emperor Tianyu gritted his teeth as he stared at the figure of the young man slowly appearing from the heavenly mirror secret technique. Rumble. That loud sound seemed to have come from the horizon. It was like a thunderclap rumbling in the air. In an instant, it was above the royal treasury. Bang! Before Emperor Tianyu and the others could react to what was going on, with a boom, the entire roof of the royal treasury exploded in an instant. An incomparably majestic force came crashing down. In an instant, countless bricks and mud flew everywhere. Ah! Emperor Tianyu and the rest were instantly sent flying. The martial emperors who were using the Sky Mirror secret technique to reveal Luo Qingtong's appearance spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground with a thud. They were instantly heavily injured. Sage Realm expert, a martial emperor-level expert, who was slightly injured, stared in shock at the vast force that had instantly sent the entire royal treasury flying. His eyes instantly widened as he cried out hysterically. Sage Realm expert, such a terrifying heaven and earth energy could only be possessed by an expert who had reached the Saint Realm and had transcended the mortal world. These powerhouses who had already cultivated to the martial emperor realm were well aware of the vastness of the power of heaven and earth. At the same time, they were filled with respect and fear towards the expert who did this, Sage Realm expert. And not just any ordinary Sage Realm expert, so strong, this wave of energy came directly from afar and blew up the entire royal treasury, but they didn't notice it at all. What kind of terrifying control was this? Just as the martial emperors of Tianyu's royal family were in shock and fear, a cold voice suddenly rang in their ears. You are not allowed to investigate the royal treasury. Otherwise, you will be killed. The two words killed were incomparably cold and ruthless, filled with killing intent. Everyone couldn't help but shudder when they heard it. Terrifying, it was really too terrifying. The royal family of Tianyu didn't doubt that if they said no, the entire royal family of Tianyu would be wiped out in an instant. This person's strength was simply too strong. Emperor Tianyu and the rest trembled. Under the pressure of this force, they couldn't even say a word. They could only nod their heads desperately. Compared to his life and the continuation of Tianyu's royal family, the royal treasury was nothing. Even if the other party asked them to hand over the entire Tianyu Empire, they could only offer it with both hands respectfully. This kind of power was enough to pierce through the heavens and earth. Only the four great sacred dynasties had such an expert. Although the Tianyu Empire was an emperor-level superpower in the outside world, in front of the four holy dynasties, it wasn't even worth mentioning. Not to mention such an expert. However, Emperor Tianyu and the others couldn't figure out why such an expert would be interested in the imperial treasury of the Tianyu Empire. With the other party's strength, what kind of treasure could he not have? However, there were many eccentricities in this world. Perhaps they had met an expert who liked to snatch other people's treasures. Thinking like this, Emperor Tianyu and the others could only accept their bad luck, while Emperor Tianyu and the others were scared out of their wits. On a mountain peak not far from Emperor Tianyu, Xianxia flicked his sleeve and withdrew his power. "Let's go," he said indifferently. "Yes, master." Beiqing and Fengyu hurriedly responded. They didn't expect that master would take a detour to Tianyu Empire just to cover the evil doctor's aura. Master cared too much about the evil doctor, didn't he? They didn't know if the evil doctor could sense master's good intentions. Achoo! Achoo! Strange, who's scolding me? Luo Qingtong stopped and rubbed her nose. Then, she thought of something and her lips twitched. It can't be that man, right? Thinking of Yi Qianxian, Luo Qingtong had a headache. Why is that man so difficult to deal with? He's still haunting me. Luo Qingtong never imagined that she would run into that evildoer when she suddenly wanted to go to the Tianyu Empire to teach the Tianyu Empire's imperial family a lesson. What kind of ill-fated fate did she have to run into that man again and again? I'm drunk. God, how did I offend you? Tell me, I'll change, as long as you don't let that man run into me again. If you want me to call you master, I'll even offer you longevity incense every day. Sigh. I'm so unlucky. If she knew this would happen, she wouldn't have come to the Tianyu Empire. Anyway, she would have plenty of chances to teach the Tianyu Empire's imperial family a lesson. Why did she have to come when that man was here? That was great. Not only was she caught, but she was also trapped with such a thing. Luo Qingtong gloomily looked at the ring finger of her left hand. There, a ring of exquisite craftsmanship was quietly being worn on her slender and beautiful finger. The 9 phoenixes on the ring were so beautiful and lifelike, as if they would spread their wings and fly out at any time. Luo Qingtong looked at the workmanship of the ring. It was even better than the trash that little pig gave her. After all, the trash that little pig took out was made by that old man, Tian Mingzi. As the owner of the Immortal Slayer Palace, the storage rings that he refined were definitely not ordinary. Even if they were trash, they would definitely be of high quality. The ring that this man put on her finger was not inferior to his. It could be seen that this ring's quality was not low either. Really? It's just a tracking device. Why did he make it so flashy? If I didn't know better, I would think that he's interested in me. And he even put it in such a place. If she didn't know that the ancient people didn't know that putting a ring in such a place represented a proposal, Luo Qingtong would have misunderstood. But, what was the meaning of the kiss she gave him at the end? Luo Qingtong was almost intoxicated by it. Not only was that man powerful and handsome, but he was also a fast learner. The taste of that kiss was simply too good. Luo Qingtong was almost tempted by such a man. In fact, Luo Qingtong really liked Yi Qianxian. Such a strong and handsome man was really her cup of tea. Luo Qingtong had seen countless handsome men in the 24th century, but she was not interested in men who were weaker than her. Moreover, she was the strongest ocular sorcerer in the special ability realm. Who knew how many people were after her? If a man who was too weak stayed by her side, it would only become a weakness for others to capture and plot against her. Therefore, no matter how much Luo Qingtong admired men, she had never been moved by any man. She was very clear about what she wanted, and she knew that she would never become someone's puppet or vassal. But Yi Qianxian, that man, he was too strong. He was so strong that Luo Qingtong didn't know where his limit was, and she didn't know how she could control him. After so many years of being on the run, Luo Qingtong had developed an extremely insecure character. A man that she couldn't control was as dangerous as a ticking time bomb. Luo Qingtong didn't know when she would be blown to pieces. Once she fell in love with such a man, she would be consigned to eternal damnation. Forget it, it's better to stay away from him. Humph, come out. Luo Qingtong automatically gave little pig a name. She didn't care if the name didn't match its high and mighty identity as an ancient divine pig. In fact, Luo Qingtong suspected that this pig was fooling her. Looking at it, it didn't have the slightest demeanor of an ancient divine beast. Humph, what are you doing? Little pig crawled out of her sleeve with weak legs. However, before it could crawl out, Luo Qingtong lifted it up. Do you have a way to block the detection of this ring and prevent that man from sensing it? Luo Qingtong firmly believed that this ring was a tracking device. In fact, this ring could indeed sense Xianxia's Shifang dragon ring. After all, the Dragon Phoenix Emperor rings were a pair. Otherwise, how could Xianxia let Luo Qingtong go so easily? There's no way. This ring has already absorbed your blood essence. If I'm not wrong, that man should have a ring similar to yours. It can sense your aura. Little Pig had stayed in the Immortal Slayer Palace for a long time. Naturally, it knew some things about refining. This ring's level was obviously very high. If it was a little lower, it might have a way. But now, it could only shake its head. Is there really no way at all? Luo Qingtong furrowed her brows. She really didn't want to meet that man again. The feeling of not being able to control her own body and being held in the palm of someone else's hand wasn't pleasant at all. As a supreme ocular technique master, Luo Qingtong had never felt so helpless before. But that man, she had no way to deal with him. Most importantly, Luo Qingtong was afraid that if this continued, she would really be tempted. Xianxia was very suitable for her to choose a partner in all aspects. The feeling of not being able to pounce on the man she liked was too vexing. No, she must stay away from that man. Otherwise, what if she accidentally made a big mistake? If it was back on Earth, she would just pounce on such a man. Anyway, she was alone in this world. She wasn't afraid of his revenge. At most, he would just run away, but now, thinking of grandfather Luo Qingtong had scruples in her heart. It was rare for her to have someone she wanted to protect, so she didn't want to lose them again. That man was too dangerous, she couldn't take the risk. He couldn't pin his hopes on the possibility that he would show mercy to him. Who knew if he had changed his mind on the spur of the moment? Thinking about it, Luo Qingtong stared at the ring on her hand. Her eyes flashed with a bloody light. She wanted to use her eye technique to analyze the ring and find a way to take it off. But just as her ocular technique was activated, it hit a wall. Luo Qingtong looked at the layer of power lingering around the ring in annoyance. It was the layer of power that the man had placed on it. She couldn't pry into the ring and analyze it. Just like how she couldn't see the man's face clearly before, the heavens wanted her dead. Luo Qingtong scratched the wall in her heart. That man even knew that she had an eye technique. Was there a need to be so cautious? She glared at the ring on her hand. She was so angry. If she knew this would happen, she wouldn't have exposed so much to save that man. But in the end, he returned it all to her. What kind of sin did she commit to sacrifice herself for others? In the end, she ended up trapping herself. On the other hand, Little Pig couldn't help but ask when he saw her trying to find a way to take off the 9 Phoenix ring. I don't think that man has any bad intentions towards you. Why do you have to avoid him? That man even warned him for this woman. Not only that, the ring's level looked so high. It didn't look like it would harm this woman. You don't understand. Luo Qingtong didn't even raise her head as she continued to study the 9 Phoenix ring on her finger. A tiger cub and a wolf king met and was spared. Do you think you'll be so lucky the next time you meet? Moreover, a person's fate should be in their own hands and not in the hands of others. I want to be a hunter, but I don't want to be someone else's prey. Especially the prey of an uncontrollable man. As Luo Qingtong spoke, a faint light flashed through her eyes. Luo Qingtong knew very well how important a stable growth period was to a strong person. She had grown from nothing to a world-renowned supreme ocular sorcerer. Before she matured, she didn't want to meet that dangerous man for the time being. As for after she matured, it would be her turn to hunt him down. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtong's lips curled into a wicked smile. I didn't expect you to have such thoughts. Little Pig looked at Luo Qingtong in amazement. This woman is different from the rest. That man is so strong, yet she doesn't have any thoughts of attaching herself to him. But what about being a hunter and a prey? Did she misunderstand something? Little Pig thought about the scene between Xianxia and Luo Qingtong. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't look like a hunter versus a prey. Moreover, is there a prey as arrogant as this woman? Little Pig felt very complicated. Before he could speak, Luo Qingtong's voice suddenly sounded. Wait. Humph. What did you just say? I didn't expect a woman like you to have such thoughts. Little Pig repeated with a baffled expression. What is this woman up to now? Not this. That was the first sentence. You said that this ring absorbed my essence blood, so that man could sense my aura through another ring that was similar to it? That's right. Little Pig was even more baffled now. What's wrong? Is there a problem with my words? There's no problem. Very good. Very good. Luo Qingtong smiled sweetly and recklessly. It was indescribably enchanting. You've helped me a lot. She knew how to deal with that man. She hoped that man wouldn't be too surprised when he found her. Humph, come here. Luo Qingtong hooked her finger at Little Pig. The latter squatted on her shoulder and looked at her smiling face. She felt a chill run down her spine. She subconsciously wanted to run away, but Luo Qingtong grabbed her tail and pulled her back. All right, I won't do anything to you. Give me a few more of your junk. What do you want now? Whenever Little Pig saw Luo Qingtong smile, he knew something was wrong. He felt that this woman was up to something again. You don't have to worry about that. Just take it out. Luo Qingtong grabbed Little Pig and shook him violently. Little Pig felt dizzy from her shaking and quickly took out a few scraps. The corner of Little Pig's mouth twitched when he saw Luo Qingtong holding Tianmingzi's ruined storage ring. She pricked her finger and dripped her blood on it. You can't be thinking that these scraps will resonate with that man's ring after you drip your blood on them, right? Is there something wrong with this woman's brain? Even if these scraps were smeared with her blood, they wouldn't be the ring on her finger. The fluctuation of spiritual energy on them is different. How can they resonate with that man's ring? You. Little Pig's beady eyes widened as he watched Luo Qingtong's actions. The young girl held the trash in one hand and covered the 9 Netherworld Phoenix ring with her other hand. Little Pig didn't know what she did, but in an instant, the spiritual energy fluctuation on the trash changed. It became exactly the same as the 9 Netherworld Phoenix ring. Holy sh*t, Little Pig was shocked. He stomped his 4 hooves and jumped in front of Luo Qingtong in an instant. He raised his front hooves and grabbed at the trash. After Luo Qingtong finished transforming the trash, she let go of her hand and let Little Pig grab it. You. Woman, how did you do it? Little Pig probed the trash with his spiritual energy and found that it was still the same trash. However, the spiritual energy fluctuation on it had changed into the 9 Netherworld Phoenix ring. Holy sh*t. This woman is simply godly. She can do this? How did she do it? No matter if it was a spiritual tool or an elixir, they all had their own unique spiritual energy fluctuation. This was determined by the formula they used to refine them. It was just like a cultivator's own spiritual energy fluctuation. It couldn't be changed. However, Luo Qingtong forcibly changed the spiritual energy fluctuation on this trash. It was as if a cultivator who cultivated a fire attribute cultivation method had the aura of ice attribute. It was so unbelievable. Little Pig felt that ever since he recognized Luo Qingtong as his master, he had been suffering from inhumane blows every moment. Is this woman still human? Is there anyone as abnormal as her? It's just a little trick, Luo Qingtong said as she quickly changed the spiritual energy fluctuation on the other trash. This kind of spiritual energy fluctuation was directly changed by her according to the aura fluctuation on the 9 Netherworld Phoenix ring. The spiritual energy fluctuation was naturally emitted. That man's strength couldn't block it. Luo Qingtong used her pupil technique to record it. Then, he followed the instructions and made some changes to those useless rings. Humph. Didn't that man put a tracker on me? I can't take it off, right? He won't let me use my pupil technique to decipher it, right? Let's see how he can find me after I make a few more. In addition to changing the spiritual energy fluctuation on the trash, Luo Qingtong also picked a trash and covered it with the 9 Netherworld Phoenix ring in her hand. This way, it would be foolproof. she didn't believe that man could still find her after changing the fake and the real one. If that really happened, she could only admit that she was unlucky. God wanted him to find her. What could she do? You're awesome. You're awesome. Little Pig was speechless after hearing her words. Does this woman know how shocking what she's doing right now? No one could change the spirit chi inside a spirit artifact like she could. That was equivalent to one person suddenly transforming into another person. This was something that not even a weapon refining grandmaster could do. What kind of woman is this woman? I'm Luo Qingtong quickly changed the spirit energy fluctuations of the few useless rings. She tossed the fake 9 nether phoenix rings in her hand and stood up. Go. Let's go. While we're at it. Along the way, let's give that man some surprises. Luo Qingtong said with her lips slightly curled up. She had an indescribably evil and wanton aura. Just as she began to modify the waste products, on the Atlas spirit vessel, Yi Qianren suddenly sensed the aura of the 9 netherworld phoenix ring. He didn't expect that the sage realm aura around that woman would fade away so quickly. Just as Yi Qianren was thinking about whether or not he should go back and capture that woman, suddenly, with a few schwa 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 sounds, a few identical auras appeared in his senses. That woman. Pa. On the Atlas flying ship, Bei Qing and Feng Yu had yet to react to Yi Qianxian's change in aura. In an instant, they saw their master break the armrest of the throne. That woman. Why can't she be more obedient? Yi Qianxian was really furious. That woman was like a runaway horse the moment he let go of her. She ran off without a trace in an instant. Even the 9 netherworld phoenix ring couldn't trap her. Could she be any more powerful? This was Yi Qianxian's first time meeting a woman like Luo Qingtong. She clearly said that she admired him and liked him. In the end, he gave her a chance to get close to him and was willing to let her stay by his side. However, she ran away faster than a rabbit. That was fine. If she ran away, then so be it. He could just catch her again. However, this woman was as slippery as a loach. She ran away no matter how he caught her. There were hundreds of thousands of ways to escape, and she used all kinds of tricks to escape. In order to escape, she didn't even care about her dignity. Yi Qianxian had really never met such a treacherous, cunning, evil, and unbridled woman in the past. Which woman didn't pounce on him the moment they saw him? However, this woman avoided him like the plague. However, in addition to his anger, Yi Qianxian also felt a faint sense of pride in his heart. The feeling of meeting his match and the woman he fancied wasn't as simple as he imagined caused the anger in his heart to dissipate slightly. Humph, let's see how long you can run away for. That woman had many tricks up her sleeves, which meant that she wouldn't get into trouble easily. Thinking of this, Yi Qianxian felt a lot more comfortable. As for her escape, he would settle the score with her after he returned and got the 10-directional dragon ring. Right now, the 10-directional dragon ring wasn't with him, so its senses weren't so accurate. Moreover, it was time to teach those people a lesson, thinking that if it weren't for the Supreme Assassin Pavilion, he might not have let that woman go. Yi Qianxian's eyes turned cold. Master? Seeing Yi Qianxian stand up, the aura around him fluctuated a few times before finally returning to normal. Bei Qing and Feng Yu immediately mustered up their courage and asked. Oh my god, what did the evil doctor do? Why was Master so angry? But didn't Master put the 9 phoenix ring on the evil doctor? That was a pair with her master's Shifeng dragon ring. Logically speaking, the evil doctor would not be able to escape. Could it be that the heretic physician was so powerful that he could even block the dragon phoenix imperial ring senses? How could this be? This was absolutely impossible. Others might not know the origin of the dragon phoenix emperor ring, but Bei Qing Feng Yu knew it very well. Therefore, she refused to believe it. But what his master had just said clearly meant that the evil doctor had escaped his control again. Every time the evil doctor ran away, Master would be so angry. Sigh, why is the evil doctor so good at running? Bei Qing and Feng Yu's lips twitched. They really didn't know how to evaluate Luo Qingtong. She was really the most demonic and abnormal woman they had ever seen. In this world, only their master could be compared to her. It's fine. Yi Qianxian's anger had almost subsided by now. He would let that woman run away for a while longer. When he came back, he would see where she could escape to. Tell the Blackfield to speed up the search of the portraits I gave you. Regardless of whether you are a man or a woman, report it immediately. The man said in a low voice. Yes, master. Hearing this, Beiqing and Fengyu immediately knew that the evil doctor had really run away, but why was their master not angry anymore? Both of them felt incredulous, but they didn't dare to ask. Ever since they met the evil doctor, their master's thoughts had become more and more unpredictable. Now, they couldn't even guess. Why do you think that woman keeps running away? The man's voice was cold, without a trace of anger. I'm willing to let her stay by my side. I don't think she's weak and I'm willing to protect her. Why does she keep running away? He had great power and was very powerful, but he had never liked any woman. He didn't know how it felt to like someone. But he was willing to protect that woman. He didn't want to kill her no matter how much she disobeyed him. Xianxia thought that he should like that woman. But he was willing to give in for that woman. He didn't care about how she had offended him in the past. Why does she keep trying to run away? She was like a mouse that had seen a cat. Ah? Beiqing and Fengyu were stunned by his question. Fengyu was still okay. She recovered after a while. Beiqing, who was a simple-minded person, was still looking at her master. She couldn't wrap her head around it for a long time. Oh my God, is this really my master? Is this really my master, who is cold, heartless, and dignified? Beiqing looked at her master, who had never cared about anything and was always cold and murderous. He was like a god in the ninth heaven. He was untouchable. Now, he was frowning and questioning her with a trace of doubt in his eyes. Beiqing almost pinched his own thigh to see if he was dreaming. Oh my God, this is too unreal. Maybe his shock was too obvious, or maybe his attitude made Xianxia very unhappy. The man's cold eyes swept over him coldly. I'm asking you a question. What? Oh. Beiqing suddenly quivered when his master's cold eyes swept over him. He quickly came back to his senses. Actually, master, I think, maybe, the evil doctor, she doesn't know what you're thinking. Beiqing, whose nerves were thicker than his brain, had a strong sense of crisis for the first time when he saw his master's dark expression. He answered carefully while looking at his master's face. He was afraid that if he said the wrong thing, he would be swept away by his master's sleeve. Impossible. Xianxia frowned. I told her my name and even allowed her to drink with me at the same table. Not only that, I even let her touch me. Anyone who touched him without permission was already dead. That woman was the only exception. I've shown mercy again and again, and even gave you the 9 Netherworld Phoenix ring. Isn't that enough to show my intentions? Xianxia frowned and looked at Beiqing with displeasure. If this didn't count as telling that woman his thoughts, then what did? No. Master. Beiqing was frightened by her master's stare. How was he going to explain this to his master? The demonic doctor probably didn't know that this meant that he liked her. Thinking about how his master had been trying to catch the evil doctor ever since he came back from the 9 Magi Mountain, anyone would think that his master was seeking revenge. Moreover, these people knew that the master said these things for the sake of the evil doctor, but she probably didn't know about the evil doctor, she didn't know his master. Just as Beiqing was about to cry, Fengyu spoke up and rescued him from the abyss of suffering. Cough. Master, I'm afraid that the evil doctor doesn't know that you treat her differently. You didn't tell her that you like her, right? What she was trying to say was, Master, did you not confess to her? Indeed, he didn't tell that woman that he liked her, but couldn't that woman see for herself? Moreover, he was a dignified underworld lord. How could he talk about such matters of love? Moreover, he liked her, it was clearly that woman who liked him first. That was why he gave her a chance. Xianxia was very uneasy. He remained silent with a cold face. Fengyu, on the other hand, knew that he had guessed correctly when he saw his master's reaction. Cough. Master, the demonic doctor's temperament is very different from others. I'm afraid she doesn't want her life to be controlled by others. You didn't express your feelings before. In the demonic doctor's eyes, I'm afraid you want to capture her for revenge. It's understandable that you want to escape. He advised tactfully. His master's thinking was too simple, he had tried every possible means to capture the demonic doctor. Now that he had changed his mind, the demonic doctor didn't know, she had angered his master again and again. Of course she wanted to escape, As for the 9 Phoenix ring, Fengyu was very suspicious that Luo Qingtong might have used it as a means for Xianxia to capture her. That's why she tried her best to escape. Her master had been wrongly blamed for this. It had to be said that Fengyu had guessed the truth to a certain extent. Xianxia snorted coldly and didn't say anything. However, he felt much better knowing that the woman wasn't deliberately avoiding him. Let's go. He closed his eyes and didn't say anything else. Beiqing, Fengyu, and the others didn't dare to disturb his rest. They dutifully guarded him. At the same time, Luo Qingtong was also rushing towards Dongli Kingdom. Along the way, she deliberately took some detours and spread the waste products that she had modified in her hands. In those places, there were brothels, restaurants, rich families, and commoners. Luo Qingtong didn't forget to mischievously throw a few of them in places with strong smells. Especially those brothels and taverns. Imagining the expression that man would have when he found her, Luo Qingtong couldn't help but laugh. After doing all this, she took Little Pig with her and prepared to dispose of the things in Tianyu's royal treasury. That was not a good thing. On the contrary, it was very troublesome. Tianyu's royal family's 1,000-year heritage wasn't something that could be taken so easily. Even though Luo Qingtong had gotten it, she still had to be wary of the royal family of Tianyu having any means to trace it back to her. The best way was to get rid of these things and replace them with other treasures. This way, not only would she benefit from it, she would also be able to shift the blame of the Tianyu royal family's treasury. As for the best place to handle the treasures, of course, it was the Black Field. Knowing that the man would not be able to find her so quickly, Luo Qingtong threw the fake 9 Netherworld Phoenix rings all over the place. Then, she disguised herself and entered the Black Region subsidy of an intermediate country on the way as the evil doctor. Anyway, that man already knew that she was the evil doctor. Luo Qingtong wasn't afraid that he would catch her. After all, the other Black Field players didn't know about it yet, by the time they reported the news of his appearance to that man. He would have already escaped. Luo Qingtong was confident that the people of the Black Field wouldn't be able to stop her. Naturally, she didn't have any reservations. Of course, the most important thing was that she had stolen a huge amount of treasures from Tianyu's royal treasury. Only her identity as an evil doctor could keep them in check. The theft of Tianyu's royal treasury was an important matter. She could hide it from others, but not the people of the Black Field. Luo Qingtong didn't want to be sold out as a gift to curry favor with Tianyu's royal family. Hey, did you hear? I don't know which expert Tianyu's royal family offended, but the entire royal family's treasury was emptied. Isn't that so? I heard that the entire treasury has been destroyed. What a pity for the treasures inside. Tianyu's royal family must be crying their eyes out. Haha. That's not the worst part. It was said that at that time, a group of imperial family experts of the Tianyu Empire were cultivating inside and were hit by the attack. Several martial emperors were seriously injured and vomited blood. Pfft. Are you for real? Someone couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of water and asked, Tianyu's royal family is so miserable? Isn't that so? That's really bad luck. I heard all the alchemists in the royal city were recruited. Oh right, the Earth-class alchemists in the nearby Blackfield City were also invited. In the Blackfield City, a group of people were gossiping enthusiastically. Luo Qingtong couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. Tianyu's royal family was too unlucky. He had just stolen the treasure vault, and now it was being destroyed. The experts of Tianyu's royal family were seriously injured and vomited blood. It can't be that man's doing, right? Luo Qingtong thought to herself. She wasn't thinking too much, but it was too much of a coincidence. Moreover, why would a group of martial emperors of Tianyu's royal family cultivate in the treasury instead of cultivating in seclusion? Who are you kidding? The biggest possibility was that they had gathered there to search for clues about him. Luo Qingtong rubbed her chin. The more she thought about it, the more she felt it must be that man's doing. She didn't expect him to help her eliminate a big threat. She didn't help him in vain. On the other side, Little Pig also had the same thought. It must be that man's doing. He could summon the power of heaven and earth and destroy Tianyu's treasury with just a wave of his hand. Other than that man, how could Tianyu's royal family offend such a powerful expert? Needless to say, that man must have helped Luo Qingtong to eliminate future troubles and prevent Tianyu's royal family from finding her. That man was quite considerate of this woman. Thinking of this, Little Pig glanced at Luo Qingtong. In his heart, his regard for Yi Qianxian and Luo Qingtong had deepened by another level. Well, at least he knows how to repay kindness. Luo Qingtong was also very surprised that Yi Qianxian would help her. However, when she thought of the meridian circulation method that she had taught that man before she left, she felt relieved. It was most likely that man's way of repaying her. She didn't expect that man to be so clear about gratitude and grudges, but since that man had solved the problem of Tianyu's royal family, he didn't need to deal with the royal family's treasury anymore. Those treasures could be used as the foundation of the Luo family. With the treasures in the Tianyu treasury, the Luo clan would be able to grow rapidly. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtong turned around and walked out of the Blackfield city. She had just entered the city and didn't have time to alert the people in the Blackfield city. Therefore, she left without any burden. However, not long after she left, several figures suddenly appeared not far from where she was. "Notify the pavilion that the target has appeared," one of them said in a deep voice. Immediately, someone responded in a deep voice and left. "Let's go. Let's follow her." Those people followed in the direction Luo Qingtong left. "There's someone behind us." Little Pig also noticed the rat behind them. Meicham Luo Qingtong responded in a low voice. Naturally, she also noticed it. Interesting, she had just entered the city and left after hearing some gossip. From beginning to end, she didn't even disturb the people of the Blackfield city. However, these people followed her. Obviously, they had been waiting for her for a long time. She chose to enter the Blackfield city on a whim. In other words, there were probably people like this waiting for her in every Blackfield city. Apart from that man's forces, there were actually other forces that were so powerful. Interesting. Let's go. Don't worry about them. She wanted to see who was the one who was plotting against her behind her back. Luo Qingtong pretended not to know about the existence of these people from beginning to end. She and Little Pig left the Blackfield city without removing their disguises and directly checked into an inn in a nearby city. Book a side courtyard. Luo Qingtong directly booked a side courtyard behind the inn. The manager of the inn looked at the large sum of money that Luo Qingtong gave him and smiled so widely that his eyes could not be seen. He immediately agreed. "Guest, do you have any other orders?" he asked with a cheerful face. "Orders." Luo Qingtong raised her hand and rubbed her smooth chin under the Rakshasa mask. Her lips curved into a mysterious arc. "You don't have to send people to ask about me after nightfall. I have a bad temper. If I'm disturbed, someone will have a bloody disaster. Oh right, you can keep the extra room money. Just treat it as compensation." What she said was very meaningful. After saying that, she turned around and left. Huh? What compensation? The shopkeeper was puzzled when he heard this. However, it was rare to meet a guest who was so generous and didn't need any special service. The innkeeper was very happy and didn't think about it anymore. In the distance, he saw Luo Qingtong had already checked into the inn. The people who followed her immediately retreated quietly. "Let's go. Let's go back and have a good sleep. We'll wait for tonight's guest." Luo Qingtong clearly saw these people retreating secretly. She leaned against the wall of the courtyard and stroked Little Pig's fluffy fur with one hand. She smiled wickedly and wantonly. That smile faintly carried the smell of blood. She jumped down from the wall and returned to her room with Little Pig. One person and one pig, incomparably carefree, closed the door and went to sleep. Nightfall. The moon was bright, and the sky hung low. Tens of thousands of stars flickered with light, illuminating the land in a snow-white glow. Streaks of blood-red figures appeared in the surroundings of Luo Qingtong's rented house silently. Rays of snow-white light shone from the weapons in their hands. Bang! They jumped into the courtyard and were about to approach the main building of the courtyard and break into it. The next second, boom! A formation suddenly rose around the courtyard, enveloping the entire courtyard in an instant. Amidst the faint silver light of the formation, the door to the main room opened. Luo Qingtong, dressed in red and wearing a Rakshasa mask, strode out from inside. I've been waiting for you for a long time. You've already eaten your supper. Aren't you a bit too late? Her neat male attire accentuated the youth's slender waist. Her devilish appearance revealed a peerlessly enchanting charm. Her clear voice coupled with the Rakshasa mask on her face made her look like a soul-reaping emissary from purgatory. Demonic physician Ghost Eye. Seeing the demonic youth walk out of the room, the people who had barged into the courtyard were all shocked. They looked at the silver array surrounding the courtyard and looked at Luo Qingtong in disbelief. You're actually a spiritual array master? Damn it. Why didn't the intelligence report mention this? Spiritual array masters were as valuable as alchemists. Ordinary people already expended a lot of energy to cultivate. Luo Qingtong's medical skills were extraordinary, but she was also a spiritual array master. Furthermore, this array, the leader of the group glanced at the formation that was closing in on them like a turtle in a jar. His eyes flashed with shock. This array, from inside to outside, was flawless. Even with his strength, he couldn't see any flaws. How strong was the opponent's array? It's just a small trick, not worth mentioning. But it's more than enough to deal with you. Luo Qingtong raised her hand and flicked her sleeve. Her eyes were bloodshot as she looked at the group of uninvited guests. With her ability to set up formations, none of the people inside would be able to escape. Tell me, who asked the Supreme Assassin Pavilion to deal with me, and I'll leave you with an intact corpse. She said casually. The opponent's attire was exactly the same as the group of assassins who had attacked Xianxia. The only difference was their strength and the blood blade pattern on their chests. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes. Someone actually asked the Supreme Assassin Pavilion to deal with her. Interesting. Luo Qingtong felt that her identity as the demonic physician hadn't offended many people. She didn't know who had spent so much money to invite the Supreme Assassin Pavilion. They really thought highly of her, not to mention that a martial emperor realm expert was involved in the battle. It seemed that the opponent knew a lot about her. Shameless boasting. They couldn't see through the layout of the array, but as long as they killed Luo Qingtong, the array would break. The leading martial king expert waved his hand and the group charged at Luo Qingtong. 1 inferior grade martial king and 8 upper grade martial marquises. Looking at this lineup, Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes. You stay here and watch. After shaking Little Pig to the ground, Luo Qingtong instructed. In the next second, she attacked with the life and death yin yang sword. Shua. The death blade changed. The pure black sword light was like a waterfall, drawing a cold and beautiful light in the air. Like the reaping light of the grim reaper in the dark night, it suddenly attacked. Sword light. Seeing the fierce sword light coming from Luo Qingtong's hand, the group of Supreme Assassin Pavilion's assassins instantly widened their eyes. Before they could react, a blood-curdling scream rang out. In an instant, an upper-grade martial marquis was killed. The sword radiance came out of her body. Luo Qingtong's figure was like the wind, and instantly swept over the entire courtyard. Quick! Retreat! That middle-grade martial king assassin only had time to shout this one sentence before a series of plop 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 sounds came from all around him. In just a few breaths, the 8 upper-grade martial marquises were all killed. In the huge courtyard, only the leading lower-grade martial king expert was left. He looked at all of this with a shocked and dazed expression. You. He looked at the blood-red youth in front of him with shock. He only felt that the other party's red clothes were soul-stirring, like a demonic ghost in purgatory that took people's lives. The opponent's strength was clearly only in the martial general realm. She was actually able to release a sword light that only martial kings could release. She could easily kill a martial lord. How did she do it? Even if the sword in her hand was extraordinary, how did her strength support the release of sword light? The strength of a martial general was simply not enough to release sword light. This martial king realm cultivator did not know that although Luo Qingtong's power was at the martial general realm, she had gone through the life and death yin yang sword and 9-story exquisite pagoda. Her physique had already reached the level of a martial king realm cultivator. The strength in her body was endless. Although her strength was only in the martial general realm and was slightly weaker, it was enough for her to release sword light and kill these martial lord experts. You don't need to know this. I'll give you another chance. Who asked your Supreme Assassin Pavilion to kill me? Lifting her hand to shake off the dark red blood on the death blade, Luo Qingtong held the dark black sword horizontally with one hand. Her cheeks were slightly tilted, and the sinister Rakshasa mask on her face looked indifferently at the martial king expert. Humph. Don't even think about it. Don't think that just because you can release sword light, you're really a martial king. The martial king expert was depressed and angry in his heart. After a short period of shock, he quickly recovered and realized that he was actually scared by a martial general. This evil Dr. Gui Tong's methods were truly strange. However, if she thought that this would be enough to scare him, then she was gravely mistaken, although he was shocked that Luo Qingtong could easily kill the 8 martial lord experts who came with him. However, there was a huge difference between a martial king and a martial lord. These 8 martial lord experts were only brought by him to guard against Luo Qingtong. If they died, then they died. As long as he brought back the target's head, this mission would still be a success. Thinking of this, the martial king expert raised his hand and attacked Luo Qingtong. Seeing him rushing towards her, Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes. With a snap, the death blade in her hand turned into a life blade in an instant. Boom boom boom. The two of them exchanged blows in the courtyard. Eh? What is this woman doing? Little Pig, who was lying lazily at the door watching the drama unfold, suddenly stood up with his eyes wide open. It had thought that Luo Qingtong would directly transform into the life and death yin yang sword, absorb the life blade, and harvest the death blade. Together with the raging flame cut she had obtained from Elder Lu, she would quickly finish off this inferior grade martial king assassin. But why was this woman fighting with him? Did she forget that I'm not a real martial king? If this went on, the energy in her body wouldn't be able to hold on. After all, the collision of sword lights was extremely exhausting. A true martial king realm expert had a vigorous aura, which was endless and flowed endlessly. He could attack in any way he wanted, but Luo Qingtong's cultivation was only at the martial general realm. Although her power was endless, her quality was far inferior to a real martial king realm. What was this woman up to again? Little Pig was anxious as he recalled Xianxia's order to protect Luo Qingtong. If something really happened to this woman because of this, wouldn't he be skinned alive and have his tendons pulled out the next time he met that man? However, this woman asked him to stay here and watch, not letting him interfere. Really, what was this woman up to again? Don't play me to death. Little Pig was depressed as it paced back and forth on the floor with its 4 little hooves. Bang! Luo Qingtong's sword light was suddenly shattered. Haha! Evil Dr. Gui Tong. Don't try to be brave if you're not a real martial king. You're dead. Give me your life. The middle-grade martial king was overjoyed. He hurriedly waved his weapon and attacked Luo Qingtong. His attack just now was also very strange. This evil Dr. Ghost I did not have the slightest bit of appearance that a martial general should have. Sword light against sword light, directly clashing with him for more than 10 moves. If it weren't for her aura indicating that she was a martial general, he would have thought that she was a real martial king. Her talent was simply monstrous to the extreme, but now, no matter how monstrous she was doomed. Haha, arrogant and conceited, she was digging her own grave. While the low-grade martial king was shocked and relieved, he didn't show any mercy in his attacks. He directly and viciously attacked to kill. He must kill Luo Qingtong here. This kind of monstrous genius was too terrifying. There was no information about her strength in the pavilion. It could be seen how deep she hid, but this wasn't the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that this monstrous genius was actually a spiritual array master and an alchemist. Both of them were not weak. This was simply terrifying. Hey! This woman, she didn't fail miserably, did she? Seeing that the middle-grade martial king's attack was about to hit Luo Qingtong, Little Pig felt that something was wrong. He stomped his hooves and rushed over to help. At this moment, Luo Qingtong's aura suddenly changed. Boom! A wave of air burst out from Luo Qingtong's body. The aura of a 9th-grade martial general changed. It became the aura of a great martial general. It was as if a small bridge suddenly turned into a small river. The aura surging in the river was much more vigorous and cold. Rank up, great martial general. Thank you for sparring with me. Luo Qingtong smiled wantonly under the Rakshasa ghost mask. When she left that man's side, she had a faint feeling that she was about to make a breakthrough in her cultivation realm. This time, with the help of this inferior martial king realm assassin, he finally made a breakthrough, perfect promotion. His aura was extremely condensed. As a thank you gift, I'll send you on a painless journey of death. You don't have to thank me when you reach hell. After saying that, Luo Qingtong directly stretched out her hands. Because he had just advanced and filled up his meridians, the aura of power was boiling. In the next second, the unique aura of a great martial general suddenly erupted. First move of the heaven-conquering art, stealing heaven's fortune. It was the tyrannical killing move that Luo Qingtong had learned from Xianxia. This time, without the assistance of the man's aura, Luo Qingtong clearly felt that the power of her move was much weaker. However, this weak was only relative to how she'd annihilated numerous half-saint realm experts with a single strike of her sword, the heaven-conquering art she'd displayed now. Even if she'd only displayed 1/10 of its previous power, was not something that this inferior martial king realm assassin could resist. When Luo Qingtong said that she'd send him to hell, the latter snorted disdainfully. Even if the other party had suddenly advanced to the great martial general realm, she wouldn't be able to easily kill him, let alone send him to hell. However, when he saw Luo Qingtong's move, his eyes widened and filled with disbelief. Unstoppable, unstoppable. What level of move was this? Boom. A dark black sword light flashed. In an instant, the inferior martial king realm expert's eyes widened. He didn't even have time to scream as he fell straight down. Phew. The moves taught by that man are indeed powerful. This was the first time that Luo Qingtong used her own strength to execute the moves taught by Xianxia. Sure enough, the man's moves were no ordinary moves. She didn't know what level they were. She was only able to execute them with the help of the life and deathing Yang sword, which had just become a great general. Moreover, she was able to kill the inferior martial king realm assassin in one strike. This time, Luo Qingtong didn't have Xianxia's strength in her body. Last time, when she killed Elder Lu, she had to use Xianxia's strength and raging flame slash to kill him. This time, she relied on her own strength to kill him. Moreover, the strength of this inferior martial king realm assassin was even stronger than Elder Lu's. It's good that I met that man this time. I didn't get caught in vain. Luo Qingtong let out a sigh of relief. She put away the life and deathing Yang sword, squinted her eyes, and chuckled. This killing move could be used as a trump card. Who would have thought that she, a great general, could kill a martial king realm assassin? It would be great if she could use it to trick people in the future. Woman, you didn't even tell me you were doing something. You almost scared me to death. Little Pig jumped onto her shoulder at this time. It was really scared just now. It thought that this woman had overplayed her hand and failed. You underestimate me too much. Luo Qingtong casually lifted her hand and withdrew the formation around her. Then, she flicked Little Pig's pink nose. Do you think I'm you? She had just sensed the possibility of a breakthrough, so she simply used the inferior martial king realm assassin to hone her skills. However, the effect was obviously very good. Luo Qingtong's life blade fought with the assassin while absorbing his strength and integrating it into her own body. This time, the promotion was perfect. His foundation was very solid. Even if she didn't use her pupil technique and the man's martial skill, Luo Qingtong could still defeat those of the same level. Supreme Assassin Pavilion. Turning the corpses over, Luo Qingtong searched their bodies. She only found a blank wooden tablet on the body of the inferior martial king realm expert. Other than that, there was nothing that could prove their identities. If Luo Qingtong had not seen a half-saint realm assassin dressed in the same clothes as these people from the Supreme Assassin Pavilion, she would not have known that these assassins were from the Supreme Assassin Pavilion. The security measures were pretty good. Luo Qingtong disposed of the corpses. She was secretly guessing who had hired the Supreme Assassin Pavilion to deal with her. Fortunately, the other party was obviously targeting her identity as an evil doctor, so the Luo family would not be implicated. Luo Qingtong circled a few candidates in her heart, then went straight back to her room and closed the door to sleep. Early the next morning, the waiter, who came to ask Luo Qingtong if she wanted to have breakfast, saw the courtyard full of destruction. It was as if a storm had passed through. He was instantly confused and hurried to call the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper hurried over and saw that his own backyard had almost been split in half. Only then did he understand what Luo Qingtong meant by compensation yesterday. Oh my god, was that guest a professional demolisher? This courtyard had been completely torn down. The shopkeeper, who originally thought that he had made a fortune and cheated a big family, wanted to cry but had no tears. It turned out that the guest was so generous that she wanted him to use the money to repair the house. Fortunately, this guest lived in his own courtyard, not his own inn. Otherwise, wouldn't he suffer a great loss? Dongli Country, Windgate City. The Luo family. Grandfather, why are you being so stubborn? In the courtyard where Old Master Luo lived, Luo Xingning appeared in front of Old Master Luo in a purple flowing dress. She was not as gentle as she used to be. Instead, she appeared domineering and arrogant. The Luo family will be mine sooner or later. Luo Xingning wore a light-colored veil on her face. She had removed her mask, and her eyes were full of ambition. Grandfather. Even if you don't admit it, you can't change the fact. She looked at the angry elder Luo with a smile in her eyes. She bowed slightly, opened her hands, and twirled in front of elder Luo. Do you see? Grandfather, I'm already a marshal general. And I'm a rank 4 marshal general. I'm an intermediate marshal general. How can Luo Qingtong compare to me? Luo Xingning smiled disdainfully. In terms of age, I'm younger than her. In terms of appearance, I'm not much worse than her. In terms of cultivation, she went through life and death in the 9 Magi Mountain and only broke through to the martial master realm. How can it be compared to my rank 4 marshal general? Grandfather, you didn't acknowledge my position in the Luo family and even thought that I stole Luo Qingtong's things. But in this world, hasn't it always been the law of the jungle? I'm stronger than Luo Qingtong. Why should I be below her? You think I stole Luo Qingtong's things? I can tell you now. Without Luo Qingtong's recommendation letter, I can enter the Tianyu Branch Academy with my own strength. As for that armor, treasures have spirits and they belong to the capable. I'm stronger than Luo Qingtong. Of course, that armor should belong to me. At this point, Luo Xianxia raised her head proudly. I don't want that recommendation letter anymore. But Luo Xingning smiled coldly and stroked her fingernails. Even if I don't use it, I won't give it to Luo Qingtong. Isn't it because of her engagement with the 5th prince that she is able to enjoy this special privilege? I'll let the world know that without the protection of the Tianyu royal family, Luo Qingtong is nothing. Grandfather, I have to thank you for this. Luo Xingning smiled. If you didn't protect Luo Qingtong and break off the engagement with the Tianyu royal family and humiliate them, I wouldn't have the opportunity today. My current strength is all thanks to you, Grandpa. In the future, when I trample Luo Qingtong to the bottom of the mud, I will definitely not forget Grandfather's deep love for me. Haha. Are you done? If you're done, then get lost. I don't have a granddaughter like you. Grandpa Luo glared coldly at the girl in purple in front of him. He didn't expect Luo Xingning. Luo Qingtong. Marshal General Realm, she wondered how much effort Tianyu's royal family had put in to help her improve. Tianyu's royal family had put in a lot of effort just to make things difficult for him and Qingtong. Old Master Luo glanced at the 2 guards beside Luo Xingning who were obviously not weak. He suppressed the irritable urge to attack and chased them away rudely. He would not give those who obviously came with ill intentions a chance to attack. However, Luo Xingning did not care about what he said. Luo Xingning sneered, because of her, you offended the royal family of Tianyu and caused the Luo family to be suppressed. All of this is caused by Luo Qingtong. She should be the one to be chased out of the Luo family. Come on. Luo Xingning waved her hand, go to the main yard of the Luo family and throw out all of Luo Qingtong's belongings. Burn them all. Luo Xingning sneered in her heart. Previously, when Luo Qingtong came back to establish her dominance, she directly threw the 2nd branch of the Luo family's things out of the main courtyard and burned them. She had always remembered this incident. Now, she was going to get it all back. How dare you? How dare you? Old Master Luo was furious. He was worried about the Luo family and did not want to give the people around Luo Xingning a chance to attack. However, he did not expect them to be so aggressive and wanted to take over the Luo family and chase Luo Qingtong out of the Luo family. Elder Luo was not going to hold back any longer. He knew what was going on. Luo Xingning came back for the Luo family. she wanted to take over the Luo family. Luo Xingning, a wild girl who married into the Luo family while her mother was pregnant, was not worthy. Elder Luo was furious. He slammed the table and stood up. Without saying anything, he attacked. Bang! The two people beside Luo Xingning were waiting for Elder Luo to attack. The two of them stood out, one on the left and one on the right, shielding Luo Xingning behind them. They also released their chi at the peak of the martial marquis realm and clashed with Elder Luo. Huh! How dare a martial marquis attack his own granddaughter? Elder Luo, you are old and confused. Let the young ones take charge of the Luo family. One of them mocked as he suddenly took a step back. That's right. Grandpa, you are old. I think someone else should take charge of the Luo family. For example, my father. Luo Xingning was already prepared for Old Master Luo's attack. The moment Old Master Luo made his move, she immediately dodged backwards. Just as Old Master Luo thought, she came back this time to anger Old Master Luo. She wanted to change the Luo family. It was Old Man Luo's fault for going to the royal family of Tianyu to break off the engagement and angering the Empress and Princess Qi. Stripping the Luo family of their authority was only the first step. It was time for him to vent his anger after so many years, Luo Xianxia sneered. However, as soon as she finished speaking, a loud rumble resounded. The whole courtyard of the Luo family suddenly shook. In the next second, boom! Amidst a thunderous explosion, the two men who were protecting her and attacking Grandfather Luo were sent flying backward as if they had suffered a heavy blow. Luo Xingning was caught off guard. Before she could react, she was sent flying by the two of them. The three of them flew backward at the same time. With a bang, they directly knocked down the courtyard wall not far away. Luo Xianxia was in a sorry state. She was pressed to the ground by the two peak martial lords. Her breasts were almost flattened. The pain made her tear up. As for the two peak martial marquis experts on her body, they directly spat out a mouthful of blood. They were obviously badly injured. Elder Luo, who was originally furious, was stunned when he saw this. Around the Luo family, the group of people who were about to attack in secret retracted their auras and hid themselves again. It's the array set up by Master. One of the battle slaves said in a low voice. Indeed. It seems that the relationship between Master and Grandfather Luo is not shallow. We must protect him well. Yes. In the courtyard, the two martial marquis realm experts also reacted. They supported each other and stood up in a sorry state. They looked at Old Master Luo with a bewildered expression. They did not expect the Luo family to have an array, and it was not weak. Could it be that they were lucky enough to meet a spirit array master? It seemed that they had to go back and make a plan. As they thought about it, their eyes flashed. They looked at each other and did not dare to be presumptuous anymore. They helped each other up and left. Of course, they did not forget to take Luo Xingning with them. Otherwise, with what he had done, he would have been beaten to death by Old Master Luo. Bang! Master Luo wanted to chase after them and make Luo Xingning stay. This woman did not care about anything for her ambition. She would only be a scourge. However, the two martial lords at the peak of the martial lord realm joined forces and took Luo Xingning away. Master Luo was so angry that he slammed the stone table in front of him into two halves. Get Luo Lauer here. He shouted angrily. He wanted to ask Luo Lauer if he knew what Luo Xingning had done. Now that he knew, what should he do? If he wanted that daughter, he would pretend that he did not have a son. Master Luo was furious. On the other side, Luo Xingning was in an extremely difficult position. She was so close to being kept in the Luo family by Master Luo. Looking at the murderous look on his face, how could Luo Xingning not know that if she was really left behind, only death awaited her? Why was the heavens so unfair? Why did he give Luo Qingtong all the good things? Grandpa protected her and the fifth prince wanted to marry no one but her. Even the Queen of Tianyu could not do anything about it. She finally had a chance to turn things around and there was a spiritual array master protecting her in the Luo family. Luo Xingning was mad with hatred. She came back this time for the position of the successor of the Luo family. That was why she kept pressuring Master Luo. However, who would have thought that there was an array in the Luo family? When did this happen? Why did she not know about it? Master Luo had been guarding against her all this time, and that Luo Qingtong, she used to be so good to her. In the end, the fact that the Luo clan had an array formation and knew a spiritual array master was actually hidden from her. Luo Xingning was furious. Luo Xingning. How dare you not tell me that the Luo clan has an array formation? The two experts at the peak of the martial lord realm were extremely displeased. They were ordered by the royal family of Tianyu to protect and help Luo Xingning fight against Luo Laozi. However, because of her carelessness, she almost died in the Luo family. When grandfather Luo tried to make them stay, they didn't even dare to fight back. He was afraid that he would have to endure the backlash of the array while enduring Elder Luo's attack. The two of them had never been in such a sorry state before. They immediately looked at Luo Xingning with an unfriendly expression. If it weren't for the fact that she was a member of the Luo family and was the most suitable person to deal with Luo Laoi and Luo Qingtong so that Princess Qi and the Empress could vent their anger, they wouldn't have to serve a little girl. Even her strength as a fourth-rank martial general was forcefully raised by the Tianyu royal family using countless precious elixirs and herbs. Under such circumstances, Luo Xingning was not of any use. Why did they still keep her around? I don't know. Luo Xingning gritted her teeth. Humph. Save your words for yourself and explain it to the higher-ups. The two of them spoke and left, leaving Luo Xingning alone in the room with hatred. Who's there? The two of them were completely unaware that they were being followed. When they left Windgaze City and came to a secluded forest, they suddenly realized there was movement around them. Someone who wants your lives. The battle slaves by Luo Qingtong's side all had the ability to hide their auras after being trained by her. When there was no one around, they revealed themselves and stared coldly at the two of them. These two were peak martial marquises. If they followed Luo Xingning, they would inevitably hurt grandfather Luo in the future. Therefore, when they left the Luo residence with Luo Xingning, a group of people followed them. Luo Xingning was from the second branch of the Luo family. The group of battle slaves did not know the relationship between their master and the Luo family, so they did not dare to act rashly. However, these two people had to be eliminated. How dare they attack old Master Luo? The group of battle slaves was ordered to protect grandfather Luo. If there was a hidden danger that could harm grandfather Luo, they had to eliminate it immediately. Otherwise, how could they bear the consequences of failing their master's orders? Others might not know their master's abilities, but they knew. Boom. As soon as the group of battle slaves appeared, they immediately charged towards the two experts at the peak of the martial marquis realm who were surrounded. How dare you? Who are you? How dare you attack us? Do you know that we are from the imperial family of Tianyu? The two of them did not expect that in a small and remote country like Dongli, there would be a group of martial marquises waiting to kill them. What was going on? In a small and inferior country like Dongli, if there were a few martial marquises, they could not wait to be conferred the title of marquis. This group of people was obviously someone else's subordinates. Seeing the group of battle slaves charging at them, the two peak martial marquises sent by the imperial family of Tianyu were shocked and enraged, especially when they found out that there were also peak martial marquises and they were not weak. They were even more shocked and enraged. As they dodged, they shouted angrily. However, their words had no effect on the group of battle slaves. The imperial family of Tianyu? The peak martial marquis leading the group looked disdainful. So what? With their master's monstrous talent and medical skills, even the imperial family would treat her as a guest of honor if she did not intentionally hide it. Moreover, with the bloody arena in the Black Field, the imperial family of Tianyu was nothing. The two peak martial marquises did not expect the other party to look down on the imperial family of Tianyu. They felt uneasy. Then, he looked at the group of battle slaves, who were strong and skilled in besieging and attacking without mercy. They didn't look like they came from a small place like the Eastern Fence country at all. He felt even more terrified. They attacked with all their might before turning around to flee. However, they were stopped by a group of battle slaves. Leaving? Since all the battle slaves had made an appearance, they were naturally confident in their ability to annihilate them here. So, all of them immediately erupted with their auras and executed forbidden techniques to forcefully keep them here. They took out the medicinal liquid Luo Qingtong gave them to recover their strength. At the same time, they used the forbidden technique to recover their strength. After doing all this, they turned and prepared to leave. Haha, look what I found. A group of ants actually have a medicinal liquid that can repair meridians and prevent the backlash from the forbidden technique. Ga. You can stay here. Tell me the source of that medicinal liquid. As he spoke, a black shadow suddenly flashed out from the darkness of the dense forest. Who is it? Suddenly hearing such a voice, the group of battle slaves were all very vigilant. The expert at the peak of the martial lord realm suddenly made a gesture and prepared to retreat with the group of battle slaves. However, as soon as they moved, a voice rang out. Swish swish swish, in the dense forest, countless figures flashed out. At the same time, the corpses of the two peak martial lords that they had just killed suddenly stood up as if they were pulled by something. Ga. What you just said to the two of them, I'll return it to you now. That is, it's too late to leave. This voice was indescribably cold and strange. Against the gloominess of the surrounding dense forest, it made people's hearts tremble. As he spoke, the figures, along with the two experts at the peak of the martial marquis realm who had just been killed, suddenly pounced on them. Puppet. The opponent is a soul master. And a soul master who is very powerful and has a strange soul seal. Go quickly. We can't be caught by him. Seeing the movements of the two peak martial marquis corpses, and then seeing their stiff limbs and ashen complexions, the group of battle slaves were all experienced and knowledgeable people. They immediately reacted. The opponent was a soul master who had a special soul seal. And he was extremely powerful. Just by looking at how he was able to control the two peak martial lords' corpses with a raise of his hand, and the strength he displayed was actually not weaker than when they were alive, they knew that the strength of this soul master was definitely above the martial lord realm. Go quickly. We must inform master about this. The other party actually took a fancy to the medicinal liquid that their master gave them. The battle slaves felt that something was wrong and hurriedly wanted to retreat. However, just as they were halfway through their movements, in an instant, countless thread-like forces mixed in with the attacks of those figures suddenly hit their bodies. Swish swish swish. Almost instantly, the bodies of the battle slaves stiffened. They wanted to avoid the attacks of those figures, but they could not avoid these threads at all. Ga. Got it. In the darkness, a ghost-like figure floated out. It was an old man who looked like a dwarf. His wrinkled skin wrapped around his body. Countless strands of power floated around his body like strands of silk. It was this power that froze the group of battle slaves and turned them into uncontrollable statues. Soul King, sensing the surging power around the other party, the group of battle slaves who couldn't move or speak were filled with shock and horror. Humph. You guys don't look like people who possess such a precious medicinal liquid, yet you can actually drink it like water. You don't cherish it. It seems that the person who gave you the medicinal liquid must have a deep relationship with you. Ga. I'll use you guys as puppets first, and then lure that person out. As the old man spoke, there was a series of crackling sounds. His bones suddenly stretched, and his aura and appearance changed as well. He turned into the appearance of the leading peak martial marquis realm battle slave. He stood there, laughing towards the sky, and suddenly leaped away. The group of battle slaves were under his control and could only be forced to leave with him. However, in their hearts, there was a wave of shock and anxiety. What? The two peak martial marquises are dead? The next day, Luo Xingning did not even dare to leave her house after waiting for the two peak martial marquises for a long time. She gritted her teeth and contacted the royal family of Tianyu. She wanted to ask if they were not going to deal with the Luo family and Luo Qingtong. However, she received such a piece of news, which made her shiver. Dead, the two peak martial marquises were dead. They were two peak martial marquises. Not just any Tom, Dick or Harry. Luo Xingning could not believe it. However, the royal family of Tianyu gave an affirmative answer. They wanted to ask Luo Xingning what was going on. The soul lamps of the two peak martial marquises were extinguished almost at the same time, in the entire eastern border country, who had such great power to silently kill two peak martial marquis realm experts. The royal family of Dongli country might be able to, but they would not dare to do so. I don't know. Luo Xingning was flustered by the royal family of Tianyu's question. How could it be? How could it be? The two peak martial marquises died just like that. After they went to the Luo family with her, wait, Luo Xining's face suddenly stiffened. The two-peak martial marquis realm cultivators had disappeared without a trace after going to the Luo clan with her. When did they die? She asked anxiously. The royal family of Tianyu sent her a time. Instantly, Luo Xining could not help but tremble. It's that spiritual array caster. It must be her. Luo Xining screamed in her heart. She had been wondering if the spiritual array caster was really there. Maybe the Luo family got the array by accident. But now, the death of the two-peak martial marquises left her with no doubt. How could it be so coincidental? She had just gone to the Luo family to make trouble, and the two-peak martial marquises died. Someone must have warned them not to do anything to the Luo family. Spiritual array caster. There was really a spiritual array caster behind the Luo family. Luo Xining gritted her teeth. At the same time, she knew she could not let the royal family of Tianyu know about this, otherwise, the other party might not have dealt with the Luo family and Luo Qingtong again. After all, it was just a moment of anger. Going against a spiritual array master was not worth it. Moreover, the fifth prince did not intend to annul his engagement with Luo Qingtong. If they knew that the Luo clan had a spiritual array master backing them up, the Tianyu imperial family would definitely give up and stop bothering the Luo clan. How could this be? Luo Xining was counting on the royal family of Tianyu to deal with Luo Qingtong and the Luo family. Otherwise, she would have been beaten to death by grandfather Luo for all the things she had done. Thinking of this, Luo Xining's face turned ugly. Fortunately, the time for Tianyu Branch Academy's recruitment test was just around the corner. As long as she could get through this period of time and enter the Tianyu Branch Academy, no one would be able to do anything to her. Luo Qingtong, I won't let you have an easy time, since the Luo clan is protected by a spirit array master. If I can't get the Luo clan, then I will destroy it. Luo Xining's expression was vicious. I don't know what's going on either. But it must have something to do with the Luo family. Maybe there is someone else behind the grandfather. She said half-truthfully. After all, Luo Qingtong's mother was able to cure the fifth prince's innate cold illness. That's right. Since that's the case, let's start from somewhere else. You won't miss it, right? The man narrowed his eyes at Luo Xining. Don't forget how the Empress and the seventh princess nurtured you. Once you enter the Tianyu Branch Academy, you will have everything you want. Don't make a mistake. I know. Luo Xining sneered in her heart. If it was before, she would definitely miss the Luo clan. But now, she couldn't wait for the Luo clan to be completely destroyed. That way, Luo Qingtong would lose her backing. Then, she would see what she could use to compete with her. As for the Luo clan, after destroying it, she could just build a new one, a Luo clan that belonged solely to her. Luo Xining raised her head. I will satisfy the Empress and the seventh princess. Very good. The man from the Tianyu imperial family left with satisfaction. After he left, Luo Xining called for a servant girl with a cold gaze. Go to the Luo clan and call my father. Outside Windgate City, a red figure flashed through the streets like a bolt of lightning. Luo Qingtong hurried along with Little Pig. Not long after, she saw the tracking mark left by the battle slaves. Following the mark, Luo Qingtong entered Nine Magi Mountain. The spirit ship was huge, so the battle slaves must have parked it at Nine Magi Mountain. Luo Qingtong wanted to meet with them and ask about the situation in Windgate City and the Luo clan. While she was at it, she kept the spirit ship. After all, it wasn't good to leave such a big target outside. Luo Qingtong didn't want to attract too much attention. Previously, she had no other choice. Now that she had the useless ring from Little Pig, she could keep the flying ship. Master. The moment Luo Qingtong entered Nine Magi Mountain, a battle slave came to greet her. Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows as she looked at the pinnacle martial lord battle slave who had walked out from the dense forest leading to Windgate City. You've been waiting here? Her eyes were empty, but there was a faint flash of blood in them. Yes. This subordinate was afraid that he would miss his master's return, so he purposely waited here. Master. I have an urgent matter to report to you. The battle slave expert at the peak of the martial lord realm said as he approached Luo Qingtong. Oh, is that so? Luo Qingtong stared at him. Through her eye technique, she could clearly see that there was something wrong with the other party's body. Interesting. Luo Qingtong's lips curled into a smile. She sized up this peak martial marquis war slave and realized that if she did not use her eye technique, his disguise would be flawless. From his aura to his appearance to his figure, there were no flaws at all. This was the first time Luo Qingtong had seen such a disguise technique. It was better than any disguise she had ever seen. If not for her eye technique, she would have been deceived by the other party. Let's go back and talk. Where are the others? Pretending not to notice anything, Luo Qingtong allowed the other party to approach. The others are inside the mountain range. Master, let me take you there. The peak martial marquis expert said as he got closer and closer to Luo Qingtong. When he was 3 meters away from the girl, swish swish swish, strands of thread-like power suddenly burst out from his body and attacked Luo Qingtong. Seeing the clear threads of power in her eye technique, Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows. She didn't move from her spot. Haha. Got you. Haha. I didn't expect that the one who refined the medicinal liquid would be such a young and beautiful girl. Good, good, good. That shriveled dwarf old man looked at Luo Qingtong's gorgeous face and laughed lecherously. Later, when you've concocted the medicinal liquid that I want, I'll make you want to die. Haha. That old man's laughter was sinister and evil. Looking at Luo Qingtong, his gaze was full of evil intentions. Luo Qingtong looked at him. The blood-red light in her eyes was like a biting cold blade. Her killing intent overflowed in all directions, but she didn't take any action. Swish, swish, swish. That old man's figure flitted. The power of countless silk threads fluttered and pulled Luo Qingtong's figure forward. Luo Qingtong felt the power of those silk threads tighten in her body and pulled forward. She didn't resist and let those silk threads pull her forward. Beside her, there were several similar figures. All of them were corpses. Following that old man's movements, they flew out. These corpse puppets were all used by that shriveled dwarf old man to prevent Luo Qingtong from escaping. But he didn't expect that the other party would be so unguarded. Without using them at all, he captured her, master. In the dark cave, seeing Luo Qingtong being pushed in, the group of battle slave experts were startled and hurriedly cried out. Jia Jia. I said before, no matter who your master is, I can capture her. That shriveled dwarf old man's voice resounded in the cave. But I didn't expect that the one who could concoct this medicinal liquid would be such a beautiful little girl. Jia Jia. Little girl, help me concoct a medicinal liquid that can restore the strength of my meridians, and I'll spare you and your subordinates' lives. I'll take you in as my 138th concubine. You won't have to worry about your life anymore. How about it? The shriveled dwarf old man's voice was lewd, and he looked at Luo Qingtong with a lustful gaze. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted Luo Qingtong to help him concoct the medicinal liquid, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold himself back from making a move on her. The young girl's face was as beautiful as a flower. She was absolutely gorgeous. Just by standing there, she was like a jade goddess statue. She was beautiful to the extreme, causing people's hearts to itch unbearably. Luo Qingtong didn't say anything. The shriveled dwarf waited for a while before he flew into a rage out of humiliation. Humph. Think about it carefully. I'll come back tomorrow for an answer. If you're not satisfied, don't blame me for being ruthless. Humph. I have plenty of ways to make you submit. As he spoke, his eyes flashed with a sinister glint as he left. Master. The group of battle slaves looked worriedly at the girl standing in front of him. I'm fine. Luo Qingtong's voice was faint. In her eyes, she could clearly see where those threads of energy had pierced through the acupoints in her body. She could easily remove them. But that old man's strength was the most difficult to deal with. He was a Soul King expert, and he had come for her medicinal liquid. Luo Qingtong thought about how to get rid of this trouble once and for all. Just at this moment, a voice rang out from the corner of the cave. Humph. Little girl, you're quite careless. You're still fine? I'll give you a clear path. Whether or not you can cure that old freaking cheese injuries, don't treat him. Otherwise, your end will be extremely miserable. Sigh. Don't scare the little girl. What difference does it make whether she agrees or not? That sinister Qi is vicious and has countless ways to torture her. In the end, won't she still die? Not to mention her, even we won't be able to escape. As soon as this voice rang out, the other voices instantly stopped. Then, a wave of sighs rang out. Sigh. It's fate. If not for the fact that we were severely injured when we fought against the divine sky-connecting beast, we wouldn't have been subdued by that sinister chi. Who would have thought that he would be so sinister and attack us all of a sudden? That's right. Sigh. This trip to the Nine Magi Mountain is really not worth it. We didn't get anything and we even lost our lives. Who would have thought? There was actually a divine sky-connecting beast in the immortal sect ruins. These people's words instantly attracted Luo Qingtong's attention. Through her eye technique, she could clearly see that there was a group of people in the corner of the cave. These people had unkempt hair and dirty faces. They did not care about their appearance and looked extremely miserable. However, the weakest of these people was actually an inferior martial king. Among them, there were even 2 peak martial kings. However, they were all severely injured. Not only that, their bodies were also penetrated by the power of the threads. They had no strength to resist at all. Luo Qingtong looked at these people and blinked her eyes. Could it be that these people had rushed in to try their luck when the Nine Magi Mountain's Immortal Slayer Palace appeared? In the end, they were severely injured by the divine sky-connecting beast. Luo Qingtong remembered that when the divine sky-connecting beast appeared, it had chased after her for a long time. Later on, it had a huge battle with that man. These people might have been caught in the crossfire during the process, then they were also quite unlucky. The divine sky-connecting beast was so powerful, except for that man, the others would have died if they came close to it. It was already good enough that they were only injured. However, that sinister chi had taken advantage of them. Luo Qingtong felt a headache for them. However, this had nothing to do with Luo Qingtong. She was thinking of how to deal with this sinister chi from these people's words. Luo Qingtong knew that this sinister chi was a superior martial king. A soul king was already stronger than a martial king of the same rank. Moreover, old monster Yin Chi was a soul king expert with a special soul seal. Her strength was even stronger than an ordinary peak martial king expert. His strength was comparable to a powerhouse who had just entered the martial royal realm. After these people were injured by the shockwaves from Xianxia's and the divine connecting beast's attacks, they encountered the equally injured Yin Chi old monster and were immediately subdued by her. Although the power of the threads on old monster Yin Chi's body could not completely control their movements like it could control low-level martial artists, but it was still able to seal their strength. The group of people were kept as food reserves for old monster Yin Chi. Every once in a while, a person would be killed to maintain old monster Yin Chi's strength. Of the dozens of people in the group, only a dozen or so were left. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes. A high-class soul king, this was a little troublesome. If he couldn't kill her in one blow, the other party would definitely react immediately. At that time, they would use the power of those threads to control the corpse puppets to attack. Luo Qingtong would inevitably be besieged. Moreover, the other party's soul king's strength was also quite good. No wonder the status of a soul master in the true Spill continent was much higher than that of a martial artist. Their combat strength was not on the same level. At the same rank, a soul master powerhouse with a soul seal was much more powerful than a martial artist. Luo Qingtong frowned as she pondered. An idea slowly formed in her mind. At this moment, a battle slave powerhouse's voice sounded. When Luo Qingtong heard this, she raised her head and saw a group of battle slave experts looking at her. Master, we've been controlled by the other party, we definitely can't escape. If it weren't for us, you wouldn't have been caught. When we self-destruct, you should quickly leave. With your strength, you'll definitely be able to escape. These battle slave experts felt extremely guilty. If it weren't for their carelessness and old monster ghastly puppet discovered the medicinal liquid that Master had given them, they wouldn't have been caught and wouldn't have implicated Master. Now that they had made a big mistake, they didn't have any chance of survival anyway. It was better to help Master escape with all their strength. The group believed that if old monster ghastly puppet hadn't transformed into their appearance, Master wouldn't have been fooled and wouldn't have been caught. Especially the peak martial lord expert, he felt even more guilty and looked at Luo Qingtong with an indescribable determination. This suggestion was made by him. He was originally prepared to self-destruct, but the others all agreed and it became their collective action. Luo Qingtong looked at them, but before she could speak, the voices of the martial kings rang out. Oh, you're quite loyal to protect Master. I advise you to stop daydreaming. The power of the soul seal isn't ordinary power, it's sealed in the human body, it's impossible for you to make any movements of your own will. It's impossible for you to self-destruct. That's right. You all, these low-level martial artists, have too little experience. If we could self-destruct, we would have done it long ago. Why wait for death here? You'd better save your strength. Don't, what? Before the martial emperor realm experts finished their words, they suddenly raised their heads. They looked in the direction of Luo Qingtong in shock. They saw the young girl raise her hand to pat the dust off her body and tidy up her robe while she was at it. Her pair of dark and empty eyes indifferently looked at them. Oh, daydreaming? You? The group of martial kings stared at Luo Qingtong in shock and sluggishness, completely unable to understand what was going on. How did this young girl, who was clearly only a great general, do it? Could it be that when old monster ghastly puppet let her in, he didn't use his soul power to control her? It must be so. Otherwise, just as everyone was thinking this, they saw Luo Qingtong walk in front of a group of battle slave experts and raise her hand to slap them one by one. Pa pa pa. Everyone who was slapped by her felt their bodies tremble violently. The power of the threads that penetrated their bodies were instantly sent flying. Without anyone controlling it, the power of the soul imprint was easily dispersed by Luo Qingtong. Not a trace of power remained in the bodies of the battle slaves. In an instant, they regained control of their bodies. We can move now. After moving their muscles and bones and feeling that they had regained control of their bodies, the group of battle slave experts were pleasantly surprised. They looked at Luo Qingtong with even more shock and awe. Master was indeed more powerful than usual. They originally thought that this was a life and death situation, but they didn't think that their master would easily resolve it. Looking at her master's nonchalant attitude, she couldn't have been caught on purpose before, right? Was it to save them? The group of battle slave experts were very moved. Master, let's get out of here quickly. After releasing the control of their bodies, the group of battle slaves hurriedly said. Okay. A bloody light flashed in Luo Qingtong's eyes. The light in her eyes glanced at the martial kings who were already stunned in the corner of the cave, and she turned to leave. Wait. Little friend. Wait. They hurriedly called out to Luo Qingtong. These martial king experts were already stunned by Luo Qingtong's actions. Old freaking Qi's soul imprint was not something that an ordinary person could remove. With the strength of an upper-level soul king expert, one had to be at least a peak soul king or even a martial emperor expert to completely force the soul imprint out of the body, otherwise, it was impossible to see the location of the soul imprint in the body, but Luo Qingtong easily did it. This was still a little girl in the great martial general realm. The group of martial king experts no longer cared about how Luo Qingtong did it, they only knew that Luo Qingtong could help them break away from old freaking Qi's control. They no longer had to be lambs waiting to be slaughtered. This matter was more important than anything else. As for how this little girl did it, didn't old freaking Qi say that she was an alchemist? She could also refine medicinal liquid that could repair meridians. Although when they heard it before, they felt that old freaking Qi was desperate to find a doctor and randomly found a silly little girl to help him. But now that they saw Luo Qingtong's ability, they believed it. This girl must be a very powerful alchemist. Maybe she used some special method to remove those puppet threads. In short, it was fine as long as she could remove the soul imprint. God knows, they were about to go crazy being trapped here. Little friend, saving a life is better than building a 7-floor pagoda. At the same time, we are old freaking Qi's enemies. As the saying goes, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. Little friend, please save us. When we get out of danger, we will naturally reward you. Yes. Little friend. Since you can remove that old freak's puppet technique, why don't you remove it for us? That old freak is outside. If you run out like this, it's inevitable that he will find you and hunt you down. With us here, it'll be easier to deal with him. The group of people tried their best to persuade Luo Qingtong. When they called out to Luo Qingtong, the girl's lips curled up. She was waiting for these people to stop her. Oh, save you? She turned around and suppressed the smile on her lips. Her dark and empty eyes looked in their direction. Without one ghastly puppet old monster, will it attract a bunch of ghastly puppet old monsters? As she spoke, she glanced at them meaningfully. Even though she couldn't see, everyone felt as if she was sweeping her gaze over them. Your strength is not weaker than that old ghastly puppet. How do I know that after you deal with that old ghastly puppet, you will not turn around and deal with me? Luo Qingtong snorted. I can escape the control of old freaking cheese threads, and I can also escape from him. So why should I save you? What if I save a bunch of ingrates? Wouldn't I be asking for trouble? The group was instantly speechless by Luo Qingtong's question. That's right, there was no need for this little girl to save them, she had already removed the power of those threads, and as long as she was careful not to attract the attention of old freaking Qi, she could easily escape. There was no need for her to save them, on the contrary, saving them would easily lead to trouble in the future. However, they were waiting for Luo Qingtong to save them, otherwise, when old freaking Qi reacted and saw that Luo Qingtong and the rest had escaped, it would be strange if he didn't vent his anger on them. Thinking of this, the group of people became anxious. Just then, Luo Qingtong's voice slowly rang out. Little friend, say it. Hearing that there was a chance, the group of people immediately said. That's right. As long as we can do it, we will absolutely agree. Yes, yes. The group of people hurriedly nodded their heads. They originally thought that Luo Qingtong was unwilling to save them. The group of people was speechless, not knowing how to persuade Luo Qingtong. After all, they also didn't know how to make Luo Qingtong believe that they wouldn't turn against her. Seeing that the other party showed signs of agreeing, they naturally agreed regardless of the consequences. Anyway, no matter what the conditions were, it was better than losing their lives. But when Luo Qingtong's voice sounded, they were immediately dumbfounded. Oh. Didn't you guys say that yourselves? As long as you can do it, you will agree to any conditions? Luo Qingtong looked at them, the corners of her lips curled up into a smile. In that case, make a vow to the heavens and earth, and recognize me as your master. The girl looked at them with a smile. The smile on her lips was 3 parts delicate and 7 parts evil. I will become your master, your life and death, I will naturally not ignore it. As for my secret, you will not leak it. This is the only way I can accept. It is also the only way I can be sure that you will not harm me. You can choose for yourselves. When Luo Qingtong said this, the smile on her lips didn't change, but her voice became cold little by little. Those who recognize me as their master, live. Those who are stubborn, die. Luo Qingtong would only save 2 kinds of people. One was the people she wanted to save, the other was the people she thought were her own people. Since these trapped martial king experts were not the first kind, they could only be the second kind. You. This is impossible. The group of martial king experts didn't expect Luo Qingtong to make such a request. A little girl of the great general realm actually wanted to take a group of martial king experts as her servants. This was really ridiculous. You are really going too far. We will not agree. A group of martial king experts were proud and arrogant. How could they tolerate being under a little girl of the great general realm? This was absolutely impossible. Immediately, someone fiercely retorted. Oh. Since that's the case, then you can wait for death here. Let's go. Seeing that they didn't agree, Luo Qingtong didn't care. Although she was waiting for these people to call out to her, she would never let them see through her thoughts. This would be a competition to see who was more impatient. What he wanted was a chance to kill old freaking Qi, but what these people wanted was a chance to live. They would definitely give in. Luo Qingtong ignored them and led the group of battle slave experts out. The latter and the rest were very quiet. Even when they heard Luo Qingtong mention the condition of taking in these martial king experts as servants, no one exclaimed. From their point of view, Luo Qingtong wanting to take these people as servants was really a great opportunity for these people. These people don't know how powerful Master is, otherwise, she would have cried and begged her master to take her in as a servant. Are martial kings very powerful? That's because Master hasn't fully grown yet. As early as when she was in the martial general realm, Master had already killed an early-stage martial king. What are these people? Only they would take themselves. Seriously, the group of battle slave experts glanced at them coldly and followed Luo Qingtong, preparing to leave. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Little friend. Wait. Little friend. A middle-level martial king realm expert stopped Luo Qingtong. The next second, he gritted his teeth and said, I agree. Damn. Lunatic. You're really crazy when I call you a lunatic. Why did you agree? It's not certain if such a little girl at the great martial general realm can escape from the pursuit of old monster Xianxia. She definitely needs us. You actually agreed to her. Among the group of martial king realm experts, someone suddenly cursed. You know nothing. What if she can really escape? The middle-level martial king realm expert retorted, I'm not like you, who cares about this and that. I'm all alone, and I'm a lone wolf. She can save me, so what if I recognize her as my master? Staying alive is more important than anything else. This middle-level martial king realm expert was very straightforward. He didn't have a family to burden him, nor did he have any power behind him. It was nothing to recognize Luo Qingtong as his master. Wasn't it just having one more person working for her? It was better than losing his life. His words immediately attracted many people's attention. Especially since Luo Qingtong had already subdued this lunatic and didn't lack martial king realm experts around her. If they really left like this, they were really dead. Compared to their lives, everything else was really nothing. Wasn't it just losing their freedom? Immediately, after this middle-level martial king realm expert agreed, several other martial king realm experts who were also independent and didn't belong to any sect or power also agreed. These people's agreement immediately made the rest of the people unable to sit still. Especially the 2 peak martial king realm experts. After seeing that half of the people had agreed, one of the peak martial king realm experts had an unsightly expression and finally agreed. In this way, only one peak martial king realm expert and the other 4 superior level martial king realm experts were left. They looked at Luo Qingtong and a group of martial king realm experts who had already made an oath to heaven and earth to recognize her as their master. Their faces were full of disdain. At this moment, Luo Qingtong approached them. The 5 people thought that Luo Qingtong was trying to persuade them, so they immediately snorted disdainfully and closed their eyes. However, the next second, with a poochie sound, the long sword pierced into the flesh. The expert at the peak of the martial king realm instantly opened his eyes and stared at Luo Qingtong. You. He wanted to say something, but was pushed away by Luo Qingtong. Bang. His body fell to the ground, dying with his eyes wide open. This peak martial king realm expert had never imagined that Luo Qingtong would dare to kill him. He had the power of old monster ghastly puppet's soul imprint in his body. It was not a big deal to remove it silently like Luo Qingtong, but killing him would definitely attract old monster ghastly puppet's attention. But Luo Qingtong killed him without hesitation. Didn't she want to escape? The other 4 superior level martial king realm experts. Luo Qingtong shook off the blood on the life and death yin yang sword and did not even look at them. Kill. Yes. Before the other martial king realm experts could react, a group of battle slave experts flew over and directly killed the 4 upper-class martial king realm experts who wanted to beg for mercy in a hurry. They didn't need to ask the reason for their master's order. However, those martial king realm experts who were still under control and had already recognized Luo Qingtong as their master started to panic. That's why I want him to sense it. Luo Qingtong's voice was indifferent. She had never thought of escaping from the start. The reason why she wanted to leave was just to put on an act for these martial king experts to see. Otherwise, why would they panic and acknowledge her as their master? Luo Qingtong wanted to borrow their strength to kill old monster Xianxia, but to prevent them from rebelling, she naturally had to control them. As for the 5 people who refused to submit, they were already at that stage and still refused to submit. They must have other ideas. For example, after they left, they would alert old monster Xianxia and sell their information to old monster Xianxia, then rely on him to hunt them down. How could Luo Qingtong give them the chance to sell her out? These people were too simple-minded. Did they think that her goal was only to escape? Old monster Xianxia had seen her true face and coveted her medicinal liquid and her person. How could she ignore such a huge hidden danger? Of course she had to kill him. From the very beginning, these trapped martial king realm experts had been wrong. What? When the group of martial king experts heard this, they were instantly dumbfounded. Wasn't Master's idea to escape? She had purposely lured old monster Xianxia to a great martial general, Could it be that she wanted to kill him? Just as the group was thinking this, they saw Luo Qingtong take out a few bottles of medicinal liquid and hand them to the battle slave experts beside her. Let them drink it. Listen to my orders later and attack old monsterine Qi no way? Was Master really going to attack old monsterine Qi? That was an upper-class Soul King expert. Although his meridians were damaged and his strength had decreased, if he were to disregard everything and explode, he would still be very powerful. With that special soul seal and the ability to control puppets, it would not be a problem for him to fight against them. Even if all of them recovered their strength, they might not be able to make him stay. Furthermore, Master had not removed the control of those soul seals for them. Master, what are you trying to do? Sensing old monsterine Qi's aura rapidly approaching, the group of trapped Martial King experts were about to cry. They recognized Luo Qingtong as their master because they wanted to live. However, Luo Qingtong's way of playing scared them. What are you afraid of? I won't let you die. Luo Qingtong took out the heart of the 1,000-year soul-guiding tree. With a few rustling sounds, the soul power of the 5 Martial King realm experts who had just died was sucked out and disappeared into the heart of the 1,000-year soul-guiding tree with silent screams. Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows when she sensed that the 1,000-year soul-guiding tree's core had absorbed the 5 people's soul power and transformed it into some power. Not bad. This little bit of power was enough for her to use a killing move that surpassed the one she had used to kill the killer in the inferior Martial King realm. But this was still not enough. Old monster In Chi's strength was comparable to an ordinary martial emperor. Even if his meridians were damaged, he would not be easy to deal with. Luo Qingtong still needed the help of these Martial King realm experts to create opportunities. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Luo Qingtong's figure flashed, and in an instant, she had set up a formation in this cave. After doing all this, she raised her eyes and motioned for the battle slave experts to stand still. They also pretended to be controlled and stood there. The group of Martial King realm experts trembled with fear as they watched. Not for anything else, but for the sake of the authenticity of the act, Luo Qingtong did not remove the puppet threads in their bodies. When old monsterine Qi came, wouldn't he control them at any time? The group of Martial King realm experts shouted in their hearts as they bitterly recovered their strength passively. The medicinal liquid that Luo Qingtong gave them was of the best quality. Almost the moment it entered their mouths, it began to recover their strength. Like old monsterine Qi, these people's meridians were more or less injured by the attack of the heaven-connecting divine beast. But under the effect of Luo Qingtong's medicinal liquid, these meridians' injuries were rapidly healing. Some of the people who had used the restrictive spell had the traces of the backlash in their bodies slowly disappearing. They were extremely shocked. They did not expect Luo Qingtong's refining ability to be so powerful, but no matter how powerful her refining ability was, it could not be converted into fighting strength. What's more, Luo Qingtong was just a little girl who had just entered the great general realm. What could she do against old monsterine Qi? Their lives were all tied up with Luo Qingtong. If the other party died, they would also die with him. The group of people was thinking in their hearts when old monsterine Qi, who sensed that something had happened here, quickly appeared in the cave. What's going on? Suddenly discovering the corpses of the 5 Martial King realm experts, old monsterine Qi's face suddenly turned cold. He immediately looked at the bodies of the other Martial King realm experts. When he saw that the puppet threads around their bodies were still there, he suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that these people were not out of control. At this time, he did not pay attention to Luo Qingtong and the others at all. After all, a group of Martial Marquis realm experts plus a great general realm beauty. Even if they all attacked together, he could easily kill them. There was no need to care at all. However, the moment he relaxed his mind, swish. Luo Qingtong, who had been standing there silently, suddenly raised her hand. Before the group of Martial King realm experts could react, they felt the power of the threads around their bodies suddenly being pulled out. With a swish, they regained control of their bodies. The power in their bodies burst out at once. Do it. Luo Qingtong's voice was cold. As early as when she had just set up the formation, she had already pulled all the threads in the bodies of these Martial King realm experts into her hands. At this moment, with a sudden pull, everyone immediately regained their strength and control of their bodies at the same time. This was much better than removing their control in advance and making old monsterine Qi suspicious and on his guard. Swish swish swish. After breaking free of control, the group of Martial King Realm experts instantly reacted and immediately rushed towards Old Monster Xianxia in the middle of the cave. You! Old Monster Xianxia's face was full of shock and anger. He did not expect Martial King Realm experts to break free from his puppet thread's control. Seeing these Martial King Realm experts rushing over, the power of the silk threads around his body fluttered, and he was about to seal them again. At the same time, he hurriedly ordered the zombies guarding outside to rush in. Light. In an instant, the zombies that had been ordered to charge in were blocked outside. Luo Qingtong's clear and cold voice rang out. Left team, front 4, right team, back 8, left team, front 8 steps. Luo Qingtong spoke so fast that the group of Martial King Realm experts did not react at first. Then, they suddenly realized that Luo Qingtong was teaching them how to walk. They immediately did as she said. Swish! The power of those threads had all landed on empty air. Following Luo Qingtong's voice, the Martial King Realm experts had easily evaded the power of those threads that Old Monster Xianxia had shot out. It was as if they had appeared in another space as they walked. The power of those threads had clearly passed through their location, but they themselves were not affected in the slightest. Illusory space! Old Monster Xianxia suddenly cried out when he saw this. He seemed to have some understanding of formations, and he immediately understood what was going on when he saw this scene. Luo Qingtong had used a formation to create another independent space in this cave. This space would change according to the changes in the formation. Apart from Luo Qingtong, the person who had set up the formation, no one else would be able to see through this space unless their formation skills were stronger than Luo Qingtong's. It was even more impossible to control and harm the people inside through this space. However, what Old Monster Xianxia could not understand was how Luo Qingtong had seen through the power of his threads. After all, a relatively independent space meant that both sides would not touch each other. He could not harm the Martial King Realm experts and they could not harm him either. Therefore, if the Martial King Realm experts wanted to deal with him, they would have to come out from that space. How had Luo Qingtong managed to make them enter the space in time when he had sent the power of his dancing threads over? Old Monster Xianxia could not understand. At this moment, he would never have thought that Luo Qingtong would be able to clearly see through the power of the threads that had enveloped his entire body. Therefore, when he had attacked, Luo Qingtong had been able to timely remind the Martial King Realm experts to enter the space that had been opened up by the formation. Rumble! With Luo Qingtong's assistance, the Martial King Realm experts were instantly like tigers that had grown wings. After this experience, they finally understood that not only could Luo Qingtong remove the control of Old Monster Ghastly Puppet's soul seal, she could also see through Old Monster Ghastly Puppet's soul seal attacks. As such, what do they need to be afraid of? Previously, they were afraid of Old Monster Xianxia only because the other party's puppet threads were terrifying. It was impossible to guard against them, and they were controlled in an instant. It should be known that even if the strength of both sides were similar, they would not be controlled by Old Monster Xianxia like other low-level cultivators and become puppets under the control of the power of the soul seal. However, losing control of their bodies in that instant was enough to cause them to lose the initiative in the battle, allowing Old Freaking Qi to gain the upper hand. Now that the latter had lost this powerful killing move, Old Monster Ghastly Puppet was no different from an ordinary martial king. Moreover, the meridians in his body were damaged. He couldn't display his full strength. Haha. Old Freaking Qi, to think that you would have such a day. The group of people who had fallen into the hands of Old Monster Xianxia had suffered quite a bit of torture. At this moment, when they saw that the other party had completely lost the arrogance from before, their fighting spirit instantly erupted as they attacked Old Monster Xianxia. In an instant, he was beaten to the point that he was in dire straits, battered and exhausted. All that was left of his arrogance was his head and face covered in dirt. You stinking woman! It's all your fault. At this moment, Old Monster Xianxia finally reacted. No matter how stupid he was, this was all because of Luo Qingtong. If I don't kill this woman, I may very well die here. After all, my corpse puppets can't enter and the power of the soul seal threads is unable to control these martial kings. As he thought of this, he forcefully withstood the attacks of the martial kings and charged towards Luo Qingtong. Old Monster Xianxia's expression was sinister. He didn't care about the injuries to his meridians and burst out with a power that was enough to tear them apart. The power of those threads floated around him. If the group of martial king experts got too close to him, they would be controlled. Suddenly, he rushed out of the encirclement. Seeing him rush towards Luo Qingtong, the group of martial king experts suddenly cried out in alarm. Master! Be careful! After this series of events, the group of martial king experts was already convinced of Luo Qingtong's strength. Moreover, they had already sworn an oath to the heavens and earth to submit to Luo Qingtong. The word master naturally came out of their mouths. The group of battle slave experts who were guarding Luo Qingtong were even more anxious. They stood in front of Luo Qingtong and used their bodies to protect Luo Qingtong. Master! Get out of the way! Luo Qingtong's voice was deep. Suddenly, a powerful aura surged out from her body, pushing away the group of battle slave experts who had rushed in front of her. No one dared to make a move against her and could only passively let her push them away. Master! Seeing this scene, the group of martial king experts and battle slave experts instantly became anxious. No matter how powerful their master was, she was only a great martial general. Even if Luo Qingtong was an immortal, it was impossible for a great martial general to fight against a high-class soul king expert. Even Little Pig, who was squatting on Luo Qingtong's shoulder and preparing to attack, was shocked. He knew that Luo Qingtong had killed a low-class martial king expert before, but a low-class martial king and a high-class soul king couldn't be compared at all. At that time, Luo Qingtong had used almost all of her trump cards to kill that low-class martial king. This old monster Xianxia was an outstanding high-class soul king expert. Now that he had released the aura of a forbidden technique, his strength was even higher. She simply couldn't be his opponent. Was this woman's ego inflated because everything had gone too smoothly for her? Little Pig stomped on the ground. He really wanted to use his two little hooves to hug Luo Qingtong's face and shake it with all his might to wake her up. There were many experts in this world. It was not as simple as she thought. She mustn't be too complacent and play herself to death. Oh my God! The little bit of power that I had saved with great difficulty. I'm going to squander it all again. Little Pig's heart was filled with grief and indignation as he watched the ghastly puppet old monster approach. Was it easy for it to secretly save up a little power to improve itself? It was going to be used up again, but for this woman, he had no choice but to use it. Otherwise, if that man came knocking and found out that something had happened to this woman. Just thinking about it made her feel like she had nothing left to live for. While Little Pig was feeling depressed, Luo Qingtong concentrated all her mental power into her eyes. She didn't know how to use the power of the soul imprint, but Luo Qingtong was very clear on how to use her eye special ability. In her dark red eyes that flickered with a bloody light, she was able to clearly see the strength of the ghastly puppet old monster, including his weak points. If the ghastly puppet old monster wasn't injured, Luo Qingtong wouldn't necessarily be able to seize the opportunity to attack. Even if she did, she wouldn't necessarily be able to break through. However, old monster ghastly puppet's meridians had already been injured previously. Then, under the siege of a group of martial king realm experts, he had used a forbidden technique to withstand their attacks, adding injuries on top of injuries. Someone had already broken open a hole in a hard walnut for him, and even stabbed a knife into it. At this time, what did he need to do? Swish! A dazzling black light suddenly lit up in Luo Qingtong's hand. The life and death dual right sword instantly appeared in her hand and transformed into the death blade state. In the next second, Luo Qingtong suddenly took a step forward with the heart of the 1,000-year soul guiding tree in her hand. Boom! In the heart of the 1,000-year soul guiding tree, the power transformed from the souls of the 5 martial king experts was instantly absorbed by her. At the same time, the death blade in Luo Qingtong's hand was placed horizontally. The power around her body quickly boiled and gathered towards the death blade in her hand. That ferocious and berserk power suddenly transformed into a crescent-shaped sword light, rushing towards old monster Xianxia, whose eyes had suddenly widened. Heaven-conquering art. Heaven-seizing style. What? Looking at the sword light that was completely unlike what a great martial general could produce, old monster Xianxia's ferocious face was full of shock. Sword light. This is a sword light that can only be produced by a martial king. And this attack is already enough to kill a low-level, no, a mid-level martial king. This woman, how did she do it? However, this power is still not enough. I am an upper-level soul king expert. This time, the power of a forbidden technique has erupted. This woman, does she think she can kill me like this? Haha. What a joke. Wait till I capture her, I must torture her thoroughly. I have never ravaged such a genius girl before. I must make her suffer unbearably and live a life worse than death. She dared to scheme against me. Old Monster Xianxia's face was ferocious. In an instant, he reacted and thought to himself. Looking at Luo Qingtong, his eyes regained their previous complacent and unfriendly light. Humph. Stinking woman, you have some ability. But this attack can't do anything to me. He looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. Under the shocked gazes of the martial king realm experts and battle slaves, he faced Luo Qingtong's attack and pounced at her with a shrill cry, break this attack, capture this woman, and break this formation. When the time came, he would kill everyone here. Haha. Old Monster Xianxia's face was extremely ferocious. The smile on his face twitched like a ghost. Master. The group of martial king realm experts and battle slave realm experts also recovered from the powerful sword ray that Luo Qingtong had just brandished, and recklessly rushed forward. Master's attack may be powerful, but it's not enough against a high-class soul king like Old Monster Xianxia. But just as they were thinking this, they heard Old Freaking Qi, who was rushing towards the sword beam, suddenly let out a sharp cry. Ah! That cry was incomparably miserable. Before the crowd could react, they saw the sword beam slash open Old Monster Xianxia's body. No! Old Monster Xianxia's eyes bulged. Never had he imagined that there was actually an attack mixed within that sword light. In an instant, it struck the spot where he had been injured by the divine sky-connecting beast's power. How was this possible? That injury had long been healed by him. From the surface, it was impossible to tell that he had been injured. How did the other party know where the wound was? And it had accurately hit that spot. In an instant, it had ignited the power of the divine sky-connecting beast. You! Old Monster Xianxia looked at Luo Qingtong in shock, full of disbelief. Bang! Old Freaking Qi's corpse fell heavily to the ground, his eyes were wide open, and he died with his eyes wide open. He didn't know how Luo Qingtong did it. It could be said that he didn't die by Luo Qingtong's hands, but by the power of the divine sky-connecting beast entrenched in his body. But no one could see his injuries clearly, and no one would know where he was injured, and where the power of the divine sky-connecting beast had not been removed. How did Luo Qingtong know? Bang! As Old Freaking Qi's corpse fell to the ground, the cave became silent. Everyone looked at Luo Qingtong in shock. Those martial king experts' mouths were wide open as they looked at the two halves of Old Freaking Qi's corpse on the ground, and then looked at Luo Qingtong's calm expression as she sheathed her sword, and they couldn't stop swallowing their saliva. Oh my God, was what they saw real? This was Master's doing. A great martial general had killed a high-class soul king? And it was that kind of expert with a special soul seal. One had to know that experts with special soul seals were much more powerful than those with ordinary soul seals. Their abilities were also much more strange. If it weren't for Luo Qingtong's array, their group of 7 or 8 people wouldn't have any chance of winning against the crazy Old Freaking Qi. And this was under the circumstance that the other party didn't have the help of a corpse puppet, but Luo Qingtong had directly killed the other party in front of them. This kind of visual and spiritual shock was simply too strong. In an instant, the group of martial king experts who had been forced to submit to Luo Qingtong felt an extremely reverent feeling towards the girl in front of them. They might not even have this kind of feeling even when facing someone stronger than them. Killing a high-grade soul king as a martial general. This was definitely the first person in history. More importantly, there were so many of them, but not a single one of them could see how she did it. Even though the strength of that attack was clearly formidable, it hadn't arrived at the level of being able to instantly annihilate Old Freaking Qi. Everyone thought about it and felt that it was inconceivable. Their reverence for Luo Qingtong was even greater. People were not afraid of others being stronger than them. What they were afraid of was not knowing how the other party was stronger than them. In the eyes of the martial king realm experts, Luo Qingtong's move was simply unpredictable. On top of that, the other party's ability to set up a formation and the medicinal liquid that was fed into their mouths. Oh my God, did they recognize an incredible master? Master? After a long period of silence, the group of martial king experts didn't dare to speak at all. However, the group of battle slave experts had already been stimulated by the fact that Luo Qingtong, a martial general, had killed a martial king who had just entered the martial king realm. At this moment, they quickly regained their senses and cautiously called out to Luo Qingtong. Yes. Luo Qingtong responded in a low voice and said casually, dispose of the body and search for the things on him. Yes. As soon as she spoke, the atmosphere in the crowd became lively. The group of martial king experts hurriedly volunteered to help. They didn't feel that this kind of behavior was degrading to their status at all. Oh my god, being together with Master is really too stressful, especially when they had just spoken rudely to Master. The group of people dejectedly carried old freaking Qi's body out. As for Little Pig, after the battle slave expert spoke, he immediately jumped up. His two little hooves grabbed onto Luo Qingtong's clothes, as if he couldn't wait to claw on her body. Fuck. Fuck. Quick. Quickly tell me how you did it. Master. Ancestor. Just as Luo Qingtong was about to speak, a voice sounded from outside at this moment. Hearing this, Luo Qingtong got up and walked out of the cave. What's the matter? She walked in front of the group of martial king realm experts. The peak martial king realm expert took the lead and respectfully handed a book to Luo Qingtong. This is something we found on the Xianxia old monster. It's a special secret technique. It should have been created by that old monster. Please take a look, Master. The peak martial king realm expert was experienced and knowledgeable. As soon as he received this secret technique, he immediately felt that it was different from others. He immediately gave it to Luo Qingtong to take a look. Xianxia 100 changes? Luo Qingtong took the secret technique. Seeing the 4 words written on it, she instantly raised her eyebrows. She thought of the disguise of the Xianxia old monster. Could it be the effect of this secret technique? Luo Qingtong opened the secret technique in her hand and was immediately attracted by it. She saw that it was written on how to use one's mental power and soul power to change oneself from the inside out. From the appearance to the body to the bones, it could be flawless. Even one's aura could be replicated. However, this kind of disguise was only on the surface. Once someone suspected your identity and sent their aura into your body to investigate, you would be exposed in an instant, but even so, it was already very powerful. Even one's aura could be replicated. If it was used in an assassination, it could be completely unexpected. Luo Qingtong thought and quickly glanced at the secret technique. She quickly grasped the essentials of this transformation secret technique. After all, her pupil technique was an ability that was activated by mental power. No one knew the usage of mental power better than she did. As for soul power, she didn't lack it. With a crackling sound, Luo Qingtong's figure instantly became taller and wider. All the bones in her body were reorganized in an instant. Her appearance, temperament, and aura also underwent a great change. In just a moment, she turned into the appearance of the peak martial king realm expert in front of her. The two stood together like twins. From top to bottom, from aura to face, there was no difference. In an instant, the group of battle slaves and martial kings looked at Luo Qingtong with horrified gazes. This. Master had grasped the usage of that secret technique so quickly? Did he not need to adapt at all? No. The main point was, Master? You're also a soul cultivator? The peak martial king's voice trembled. My heavens! Mistress isn't just strong, she's also good at setting up formations and concocting medicine. Is she a soul cultivator? Could it be that what she used to kill that old freaking Qi was a type of soul seal ability? However, Master's strength was not that high. Even if he could use the power of the soul seal, it would not be possible for him to kill old monster Xianxia so easily, right? As the crowd thought about this, they were both shocked and confused. It was like a cat scratching. Yes. Luo Qingtong responded in a low voice. Seeing that her appearance was slightly different from that of the expert at the peak of the martial king realm, she immediately adjusted her temperament. Soon, there was no difference between her and the peak martial emperor realm expert. Very good. Luo Qingtong made those martial kings turn their backs. She took the peak martial king realm expert and turned around. Afterwards, those martial kings who had been with this peak martial king realm expert for a long time couldn't recognize the two of them. Luo Qingtong nodded with satisfaction. With a crackling sound, she withdrew her aura and changed back to her original appearance. Let's go. Let's go back. Luo Qingtong said and was about to leave, but she was stopped by the group of martial kings who had recovered from their shock. What's the matter? Luo Qingtong turned around and looked at them. The group of martial king realm experts raised their hands and pointed at the corpse of the Xianxia old monster. Master, this Xianxia old monster is on the hunting list of the Empire of Qin's sacred dynasty. Don't you want to take something from him so that you can claim the bounty in the future? Yes, Master. Although you may not be interested in the bounty, the sacred dynasties encourage this kind of hunting. In addition to the bounty, there are other rewards for those who have outstanding achievements, such as nobility, treasures, and so on. Yes. In addition, there are some special qualifications, such as bidding for the secret meeting's entrance card, which can also be obtained by claiming the reward. Master, you'd better not miss it. Oh. There's such a thing? Luo Qingtong did not expect there to be such a thing. Hunting list? What's that? Published by the Empire of Qin's sacred dynasty? What's the criteria? She asked with interest. It's just some evil people who are roaming around and doing evil. The government can't catch them for a while. In addition, there are some fierce beasts that appear in various places. If the local government can't deal with them, they will be reported to the sacred dynasty. The officials of the sacred dynasty will publish them on the hunting list for various cultivators to hunt. The group of martial king realm experts said. They had traveled extensively and naturally knew a lot of things. Master, this Xianxia old monster is ranked 56th on the hunting list. Killing him will give you merit points. In the future, when Master goes to the Empire of Qin's sacred dynasty, these merit points will be useful. The biggest advantage is that you don't need to be restricted by checkpoints when entering and leaving the cities. In addition, you will also enjoy certain privileges in the cities. After accumulating a certain amount of merit points, you can exchange them for a nobility title. Yes. The group of people talked at once. I see. Luo Qingtong thought. Then I'll take something. Anything will do? Yes. As long as it has the aura of the other party. The sacred dynasty will have a way to verify it. The peak martial king realm expert said. All right. Luo Qingtong nodded. She raised her hand, and a piece of cloth stained with old monster Xianxia's aura fell into her hand. She then stuffed it into the storage space of the waste product in her hand. This thing will naturally come in handy when Luo Qingtong arrives at the Holy Dynasty. Without anyone controlling them, the zombies outside all fell to the ground. Everyone casually cleaned up the battlefield and found several people on the hunting list. However, they were all small characters on the yellow list. Even if they killed them, they would not get any merit points. They would only get some rewards. Moreover, if they weren't the ones who killed those people, the Holy Dynasty would naturally have their own ways to determine that. The crowd didn't think too much about it. That old dog, his death is too easy. The crowd also discovered the corpses of many martial king realm experts. They were all captured along with them and then killed by ghastly puppet. Many people knew each other, and they immediately felt an indescribable sorrow. Luo Qingtong observed her surroundings and suddenly realized that this place was not bad in the Nine Magi Mountains. Secluded and quiet, perhaps the people around her could use this place as a stronghold. She could also use old monster Xianxia's name to act as a cover. After all, the royal treasury in Luo Qingtong's storage rings should be found somewhere for the Luo family to store, right? She thought that this place was pretty good. With that thought, Luo Qingtong left a group of martial king realm experts here and let them clean up the valley for future strongholds. The group of experts did not know why Luo Qingtong suddenly changed her mind. But since it was their master's order, they naturally obeyed. Immediately, the group of martial king experts stayed behind. Luo Qingtong led a group of martial marquis level battle slaves into the city. In any case, a group of martial marquis level experts were enough to deal with in Windgaze City. Bang! Luo Qingtong had just reached the entrance of the Luo residence when the door opened with a bang and a person was instantly sent flying out. Scram! If you dare to step into the Luo residence again, we will break your legs. An angry voice came from behind the Luo residence's door. Then, Luo Qingtong saw a group of Luo residence's iron guards rushing out. Humph. Our master and young miss pitied you and sent me to persuade you. You Luo residence's iron guards, don't be so shameless. What are you shouting about? Break my legs? I will stand here and let you hit me. Do you dare to hit me? Humph. Who doesn't know that the Luo family is about to be finished? Old Master Luo's cultivation has regressed and he is about to become a cripple. The king has already ordered to abolish his duties as the commander of the 3 armies and take back his authority to command the 3 armies. The Luo family of this generation. It is about to decline. In the future, only our master and young miss will be able to stand on top of the family. What future do you have if you follow an old man who will become a cripple at some point in time? It is better to rely on our master and young miss. In the future, there will be plenty of benefits for you. That person was thrown out of the Luo residence, but he was not afraid. He got up from the ground and looked up at the Luo residence's iron guards with a face full of arrogance. Let me tell you, if it wasn't for your strength, our master and young miss would not have bothered to give you this chance. The Luo family will soon go bankrupt. You should obediently lower your heads and follow me back to, Speaking up to here, that person suddenly flew out with a bang. He slammed into the ground in a parabola and then slammed into the foot of the stone lion in front of the Luo residence's gate. In the next second, with a bang, a delicate and small boot heavily stepped on his chest, fiercely stomping the servant who was dizzy from the impact. Bang! That person fell on the stone lion and heaved a heavy sigh. Before he could get up to see who had hit him, he was ruthlessly stomped back to the ground. There was a cracking sound in his chest, and his entire sternum caved in. It was so painful that he screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Ah! Who hit me? Let me tell you, Luo family's iron guards. I was sent by second master and Miss Ning-er. Our second master is now a loyal and courageous duke. You hit me, are you trying to? What do you want? The voice was clear and did not carry a trace of coldness, but it made one's heart turn cold for no reason. It suddenly rang in his ears. That man's pig-like voice suddenly stopped, and his eyes widened as he looked at Luo Qingtong who was stepping on his body. Big. Before he could finish his words, the guards at the gate of the Luo clan had already reacted. They were pleasantly surprised to see the red-clothed girl in front of him. Young miss. Please come back. Young miss. The crowd was indescribably excited, but the servant who had just spoken fiercely shuddered. Young Miss Luo, didn't they say that her foundation was damaged in the 9 Magi Mountain? Although she was lucky enough to break through to the martial master realm, she was unable to advance further and was ashamed of her inferiority to the point that she did not dare to appear in front of others. The servant shuddered as he thought of this. However, he soon realized what was going on. No, why should he be afraid? If it weren't for Luo Qingtong, the Luo family wouldn't be in such a predicament. One had to know that his master and Miss Ning-er wanted to deal with Luo Qingtong because she had angered Tianyu's royal family by breaking off the engagement with grandfather Luo. If it was before, he might have been afraid of Luo Qingtong. After all, without strength, she still had the status of the 5th prince's wife, but now, Tianyu's royal family wanted to teach the Luo family a lesson. All the nobles of Dongli country were busy standing in the way, even the royal family had given up on the Luo family. What was there to be afraid of? Thinking of this, he immediately raised his head. So what if she's the eldest daughter of the Luo family? The current Luo family is no better than a chicken. Let me tell you, in the future, the Luo family in Windgaze City will only be the Luo family built by our master and Miss Ning-er. Your duke residence will be nothing in the future. You won't even be able to keep your duke residence. In addition, other than the status of the 5th prince's wife, what else can you use to compare with our Miss Ning-er? You still don't know, right? Our Miss Ning-er has already broken through to the martial general realm. She's already a 4th grade martial general. Look at yourself. Humph. That servant looked at Luo Qingtong's disguised martial master strength and snorted coldly. His disdain was extremely strong. Damn it, where did this idiot come from? When they saw the scene, the group of battle slave experts that were hidden in the shadows almost gnashed their teeth to pieces. Where did the stupid dog come from? biting people as soon as he caught them. Did he know their master's true strength? If he said it out loud, he would be scared to death. Their master had just taken in a bunch of martial king experts and killed a high-grade soul king, okay? A 4th-grade martial general dared to be arrogant in front of their master. They really wanted to rush out and torture this bastard to death. But their master said that without her orders, they were not allowed to reveal their whereabouts or make a move. How infuriating. The group of battle slave experts were furious, but Little Pig, who was in Luo Qingtong's sleeve, was delighted. Oh my god. I'm dying of laughter. Aya. Woman, you're being looked down upon. Aya. A 4th-grade martial general was so powerful. I'm so scared. Tell me, why don't I just defect and go to live with his young miss? Maybe his family's young miss is even stronger than a high-class soul king as a 4th-rank martial general. She can kill you in an instant. Little Pig was laughing so hard inside Luo Qingtong's sleeve that he fell down. It shook her sleeves and made her robe sway. Luo Qingtong's lips twitched as she listened to the voice transmission in her mind. The next second, bang, before the servant could react, Luo Qingtong kicked him to the door of the Luo family and he knelt down. His back was bent like a shrimp, and under Luo Qingtong's kick, he couldn't even straighten his back. His eyes were wide open as he pointed in Luo Qingtong's direction. He was shocked and terrified, but he couldn't say a word. Luo Qingtong calmly walked past him. Make him kowtow 100 times as an apology for my grandfather and the Luo family. Then chop him into 8 pieces and send them to his master. Let them know the consequences of being heartless and ungrateful. Tell Luo Xining that I'll collect the debt she owes me and the Luo family. Tell her to wait for me. As Luo Qingtong spoke, she walked into the Luo family's gate like the wind. Grandfather. In Old Master Luo's room, Luo Qingtong stepped into it and saw Old Master Luo lying on the bed with white hair. The latter is lying on the bed with a pale face, without a trace of blood on his face. That face looks a lot older than when Luo Qingtong left, completely without the previous hale and hearty spirit. Layers of twilight shroud his body. Especially the white hair on his temples, who knows how much more it is than before. What's going on? Luo Qingtong looks at Luo Leoi like this and rushes forward to take his pulse. Eldest Mississippi Luo Leoi's personal guard, who followed Luo Qingtong into the room, kneels on the ground with a bang. This subordinate did not protect him well enough. The Marquis suddenly became like this 3 days ago. His cultivation is constantly dissipating, and now. The guard commander's face is full of pain. He's only left with the cultivation of a great martial general. Great martial general? That's still too little. Luo Qingtong's face is cold as she lets go of Luo Leoi's wrist. She just checked Luo Leoi's pulse with her breath, and found out that his strength has already dropped to the 6th level of a martial general. His cultivation is still declining sharply. Under Luo Qingtong's probing, Luo Leoi's meridians are constantly shrinking. Those meridians that had already been opened and were incomparably spacious would once again revert back to their original state before they were opened and opened. A martial artist's power is stored and circulated in these meridians. When these meridians return to their original state, the power derived from the opened meridians will naturally dissipate. Luo Leoi's strength is declining again and again. The speed is extremely fast. In less than 3 days, he will completely turn into an ordinary person. This is even more unbearable than crippling the Dantian. After all, after crippling the Dantian, as long as the Dantian is repaired, the power that dissipated will come back again. But for someone like Luo Leoi who was forced to disperse his cultivation, if he wants to regain his previous strength, he can only cultivate again. He had to cultivate again. How old is Luo Leoi? The strength that he cultivated for most of his life is gone in 1 day. How much time does he have to cultivate back to his original strength? And in this turbulent period of the Luo family, Luo Qingtong can imagine that the person who did this to Luo Leoi wanted to anger him to death. Humiliate him. Luo Qingtong's cold eyes look at the blood on Luo Leoi's lips. The blood has not completely dried up yet. Luo Leoi was awake before, but he was angered to vomit blood and fainted. The Luo Leoi, who else could it be? Luo Leoi's life. Now, he's old Luo's blood's SS. Luo Qingtong's eyes turned indescribably cold at the thought of that person claiming that old Master Luo would be a cripple in the future. What the hell is going on? Who did this? Of Luo's Luo everything's Luo's miss, we haven't. the Iron Guard commander thought Luo Qingtong was asking about him. Just as he was about to answer, a series of bangs came from outside. A group of people appeared in front of the door and knelt on the ground. "Master," the battle slaves who stayed behind to look after Luo Laoi broke out in cold sweat. They knelt on the ground and didn't dare to raise their heads. "Speak." Luo Qingtong's eyes were cold, and she had no intention of telling them to get up. What did she tell them before she left? They had to keep an eye on grandfather Luo, and not let anything happen to him, but now. Her grandfather was lying unconscious on the bed, and he had been angered to the point of vomiting blood by a bunch of clowns. Was this how they protected her grandfather? Forget about the group of martial lord realm battle slaves. They had been captured by old monster Xianxia, so they couldn't care about Windgaze City, but what about the people left behind? Were they all dead? If that was the case, what use did she have for them? She might as well kill them one by one. Luo Qingtong was furious. If it weren't for the fact that Grandpa Luo was still unconscious in the room, she would have kicked all of them out of the room. Suppressing the anger in her heart, she had already given them a lot of face. Just as Luo Qingtong was enraged, the Luo family guard commander who wanted to answer was dumbfounded. This, a row of martial general and martial lord realm cultivators? They were kneeling in front of their young miss, and all of them were so respectful and fearful. He wasn't dreaming, was he? The commander of the Luo family's guards fiercely rubbed his eyes. The group of Luo family's guards outside the room felt it even more directly. Looking at the group of experts kneeling outside the door, they felt a shock in their hearts. It was as if their souls were about to be shaken out of their bodies. Oh my God, is this real? Just as the group was shocked speechless, the remaining battle slaves heard the cold anger in Luo Qingtong's voice, and they immediately panicked and hurriedly kowtowed. "Master, we have failed in our duty. We didn't expect the Luo family's second master to attack grandfather Luo. By the time we reacted, it was already too late." As the group spoke, they kowtowed loudly. They really didn't guard against the Luo family. But who would have thought that Luo Lauer, the son of Grandpa Luo, would actually lay his hands on Grandpa Luo? Logically speaking, he and the Luo family were bound together for good or ill. If Grandfather Luo and the Luo family were to fall, what good would it do him? But Luo Lauer did it. Moreover, it was done silently. Due to his special identity and the fact that the poison he fed old Master Luo did not take effect immediately, no one noticed it. It was only when old Master Luo began to disperse his cultivation that they realized something was wrong. They immediately went through everything and set their sights on the second old Master Luo, but there was nothing he could do now. Old Master Luo had fallen into the trap. Its second master? The Luo clan's iron guards were shocked when they heard this. They didn't have time to think about how Luo Qingtong could have so many experts by her side. It's him. No wonder he immediately set up a new sect after the Marquis fell. And he even said something about continuing the glory of the Luo family. "I won't let the Luo clan's roots end in the hands of Eldest Miss. Bastard, it's simply abominable." The Luo clan's iron guards were furious. They were kept in the dark before and didn't know the truth of the matter. Although they were angry at Luo Lauer for adding insult to injury, they didn't think that Luo Lauer's accident was related to him. After all, Luo Lauer and the Marquis were father and son. They never thought that Luo Lauer would dare to do such a disgraceful thing. Bastard, is he still human? The Marquis is their father and grandfather. How dare he use such a dirty method to destroy the Marquis and the Luo family? Luo Xining, the bloody light in Luo Qingtong's eyes was cold. How could she not know that the second elder of the Luo family was cowardly and incompetent? He had ambition but no guts. He would never have thought of such an idea. It must be Luo Xining's idea. Of course, the royal family of Tianyu had contributed to this, otherwise, where would they get the medicine to dissolve Elder Luo's cultivation? How could Luo Xining and the others get the medicine to dissolve a peak martial lord's cultivation? And to dissolve the cultivation instead of destroying it was enough to prove that the other party wanted to humiliate Elder Luo even more. The feeling of helplessness while watching one's cultivation drop was enough to drive anyone crazy. The royal family of Tianyu was taking revenge on Elder Luo for breaking off the engagement. They wanted to destroy Elder Luo's cultivation, remove the influence of the Luo family, and destroy the Luo family. How could the royal family of an imperial-level superpower be so disgusting? And Luo Xining, she was addicted to being a dog. she was willing to be called a bitch by the royal family of Tianyu. How dare they do this to grandfather and the Luo family? The bloody light in Luo Qingtong's eyes turned colder. At this moment, Elder Luo's weak voice came from the room. Qingtong? Old Master Luo opened his eyes and saw the fiery red figure sitting beside him. He thought he was seeing things. Grandfather. Seeing that Old Master Luo had woken up, Luo Qingtong hurriedly held his hand and helped him up. Cough. Qingtong, it's good that you're back. Grandfather is old and useless. I can't protect you. Elder Luo looked at Luo Qingtong with guilt. Grandfather didn't succeed in breaking off the engagement in the Tianyu Empire. Those bastards in the royal family of Tianyu insisted that the seventh princess was just playing around and wouldn't break off the engagement. They even warned us not to do too much. Grandfather was going to risk his life to prevent you from marrying into the Tianyu Empire, but, grandfather, you'll be fine. Luo Qingtong held Elder Luo's hand and said word by word. She could hear the sadness in Old Master Luo's voice, like a hero past his prime. Losing his strength this time was a huge blow to Old Master Luo. For a martial artist, a former marquis, and a commander of the 3 armies, what could be more unbearable than losing his strength? You don't have to comfort Grandpa. Grandpa Luo forced a smile and patted the back of her hand. I've been in the military all my life. What haven't I seen? Wasn't it just a loss of strength? He was fine. I'll just cultivate again. In the past, I was able to cultivate to the peak of the martial marquis realm. Now, I can do it again. I want those who want to laugh at me and the Luo family to see that even if I'm a cripple, I'm still the Duke Xianxia of the past. Old Master Luo's words were full of pride, but the Luo family's guards felt extremely sad when they heard it. Everyone knew that Old Master Luo was able to cultivate to the peak of the martial marquis realm because he was young and energetic. But now, he was already old, and his meridians were also aging. If he was given the same amount of time, he might not be able to cultivate back to the peak of the martial marquis realm. Moreover, the old man might not have that much time left. How many times could a person have half a lifetime? There was only one. Unless Old Master Luo's talent and physique became extremely strong, it was basically impossible for him to cultivate back to the original realm in this lifetime. Luo Qingtong understood the meaning behind Grandfather Luo's words. He didn't want her to be sad because of him. But her silly grandfather, she could hide this matter for a while, but could she hide it forever? Just as Luo Qingtong was thinking about this, Old Master Luo changed the topic and said to her, So. Qingtong, you don't have to worry about me. Grandfather will definitely be able to cultivate back. But the current situation is unusual. Grandfather can't cultivate in peace if you're at home. How about this? Grandfather can see that you're doing well outside. Your martial master aura is much stronger than before. Why don't you continue to cultivate outside? Grandfather will prepare everything for you. When grandfather's cultivation returns, I'll call you back. How about it? Luo Qingtong looked at Grandfather Luo, who was looking at her with a smile, and felt a lump in her throat. Even at this time, Grandfather Luo was still thinking about her. What do you mean by continuing to cultivate outside? What do you mean by calling me back when my cultivation returns? Grandfather Luo was clearly trying to send her away so that she wouldn't find out that he couldn't cultivate back. At the same time, he wanted her to avoid this whirlpool. He wanted to shoulder the responsibility of this matter by himself. Your grandfather is really good to you. Little Pig's voice sounded in Luo Qingtong's mind. Even at this time, he still wants to arrange a way out for you. He's worried you. My grandfather is naturally the best. Luo Qingtong replied indifferently in her mind. Therefore, she also wanted to give her grandfather the best. In an instant, Luo Qingtong changed her mind. Initially, she had wanted to kill everyone who had humiliated Old Master Luo. She didn't care how big of a storm this would cause, but this would definitely expose the fact that she had obtained the inheritance of the immortal sect. Everyone's eyes would be focused on her. She didn't care about herself, but what about Grandfather Luo? Luo Qingtong didn't care about the entire Luo family, but she couldn't ignore Grandfather Luo's thoughts and feelings. Moreover, she couldn't let Grandfather Luo live the same life as her, where she had to hide everywhere and be on guard against others. Luo Qingtong suppressed the bloodthirsty thoughts in her heart when she thought of how she had attracted all kinds of covetous and murderous pursuits in her previous life due to the exposure of her ocular skills. "Grandfather, I'm not leaving. Don't worry, I can still support the Luo family. With your strength, there won't be a problem. Not only will you be able to cultivate back, but you'll also be stronger than before." Luo Qingtong's words. To others, losing one's cultivation might be a calamity. But for Luo Qingtong, she could turn this disaster into a happy occasion. Back then, Luo Luo, Luo Luo, Luos, of Luo, and Luo of Luo Luoses. For this reason, she specially bought a bunch of herbs to refine the condensation pill for Old Master Luo, but this time, Old Master Luo's act of dispersing his cultivation gave her another idea. Grandfather Luo was old, and his talent and meridians were already fixed. There wasn't much room for improvement in his strength. It wasn't impossible to use pills to improve his strength, but it wasn't the right way, and the improvement in strength wasn't stable. But if Grandfather Luo could cultivate again, it meant that he had a chance to start over. Luo Qingtong could completely improve his aptitude and talent while he was starting from the beginning. By then, Grandfather Luo's path of advancement would be wider than it was now. As for Luo Xining. Windgate City, in another luxurious mansion. Luo Xining strolled to the entrance and looked up at the two words Luo Residence hanging above the residence. She was indescribably pleased. Before this, who would have thought that the second branch of the Luo family would one day be independent and become a family that was not inferior to the Marquis residence? Didn't Grandfather Luo forbid her from inheriting the Luo family, then let the Luo family die with him? So what if Luo Qingtong had the Luo family, without the title of Marquis Xianxia, without Grandfather Luo's power? Then what was the difference between the Luo family and a dead dog? Huh? Forbid me from inheriting the Luo family? Then you can pass down the Luo family to Luo Qingtong, which is at its lowest point. I don't mind at all. Luo Xining sneered. With such a Luo family, how could Luo Qingtong raise her head in front of her? So what if she was the future wife of the fifth prince? She had no power, was useless, and was hated by the royal family of Tianyu. What could Luo Qingtong use to compete with her in the future, except for that face? Thinking of Luo Qingtong's beautiful face, Luo Xining's eyes flashed with hatred and jealousy. She raised her hand to touch the veil on her face. Just then, clop clop clop, the sound of horse hooves came one after another. In a flash, a vigorous horse appeared in front of Luo Xining and the rest. "How dare you?" Seeing that the horse was charging towards them, Luo Xining's maidservant hurriedly shouted. Luo Xianxing's face darkened as she gathered the power around her. Just then, whoosh! The horse suddenly reared up and came to a sudden stop in the midst of the high-speed charge. Humph! Trash like you are not worthy of being touched by the Luo family iron guard. Not even a horse. The guard riding on the horse looked at Luo Xining with disdain. Luo Xining's half-exposed face turned green instantly. He felt extremely carefree and laughed out loud. "We are here to deliver gifts under the orders of the first miss. You people from the second branch of the Luo clan better keep it well." As he spoke, a huge red brocade box was thrown out by the Luo family guard and landed at Luo Xining's feet. In the next second, the Luo family iron guard suddenly flew up and headed straight for the huge Luo residence plaque above the mansion. When Luo Xining saw the huge red brocade box being thrown out, she thought it was a hidden weapon and instinctively dodged it. Just as he steadied himself, he heard a cry of surprise from behind him. Then, with a loud bang, something fell down heavily. She turned around and was so angry that blood rushed to her head. On top of the mansion, the newly built and incomparably magnificent Luo mansion plaque had been blown to pieces and smashed to the ground. "Bastard! How dare you!" Haha. After the Luo family's iron guard succeeded, he laughed heartily and rode away on his horse. Our young miss said that the people of the Luo family's second branch are all heartless and ungrateful. You don't deserve the surname Luo. The Luo family has been loyal for generations and we don't have descendants like you. From today onwards, the second branch of the Luo family is expelled from the Luo family and you are not allowed to call yourself a disciple of the Luo family. Every time the Luo mansion plaque hangs up, we will smash it. Also, young miss said that you owe her and the Luo family a debt. She will come and collect it. Luo Qingtong. Standing in front of the broken plaque, Luo Xingning was in a sorry state and trembled with anger. "Xingning, what's wrong?" A group of people came out and were shocked to see the scene at the gate. Especially Madame Luo. Luo Xingning was shaking with anger when she saw the sign at the gate was smashed. She cursed with her hands on her hips. "Who did this? What's this?" She saw the red brocade box on the ground. The gate of the Luo manor was in a mess. The red brocade box was especially eye-catching. "Madame Luo, this was sent by Miss Luo," Luo Xingning's maid said. "Luo Qingtong? That little bitch, how dare she show up now?" The second madam of the Luo family snorted heavily. "If it weren't for her, our Luo family wouldn't have ended up like this. We still need my daughter to turn the tide. But that old man didn't appreciate it. My heart congealing has suffered. She opened the gate at such a young age. Just to leave some foundation for the Luo family. If it weren't for Xingning's potential and strength, the Luo family wouldn't have any bloodline left." Madame Luo's words were full of flattery for Luo Xingning and herself. If this was in the past, many people would agree with her. But now, they felt strange looking at the situation in front of them. Especially those maids who had been with Luo Xingning and heard the guard's words, they felt even more awkward. "The guard said that you were heartless and ungrateful, and chased you out of the Luo family. You're still flattering yourselves, you don't even know if it hurts." Madame Luo didn't know about this. She looked at the red brocade box and ordered, "Open it. I want to see what that girl, Luo Qingtong, sent over." Humph. The Luo family was like a tiger without its teeth. Madame Luo wasn't afraid of Luo Qingtong at all. She already knew from Luo Xingning that Luo Qingtong had offended the royal family of Tianyu by breaking off the engagement. Princess Qi didn't like her at all. Now, Emperor and Empress of Tianyu had a great opinion of her. This time, the royal family of Tianyu wanted to vent their anger by suppressing the Luo family. Old man Luo dared to break off the engagement with the royal family of Tianyu. That was a slap to their faces. How could the Luo clan fare well then? In any case, the royal family of Tianyu only wanted to marry Luo Qingtong. As for what the Luo clan would become, they didn't care at all. Luo Qingtong, the future wife of the fifth prince, did not live up to her name. Since that was the case, what was there to be afraid of? If the Luo clan was defeated, the imperial family of Tianyu wouldn't stand up for her. That girl, Luo Qingtong, was a phoenix whose feathers had been plucked. Humph. Thinking of this, Madame Luo ordered her subordinates to open the brocade box. At this moment, Luo Xingning regained her senses. She stood aside with a cold face and did not stop Madame Luo's actions. She wanted to see what Luo Qingtong had brought her. Old Master Luo's cultivation had already dissipated. Luo Qingtong's biggest support was gone. What else could she do? Yes. A group of Luo Manor's servants answered in fear and trepidation. They stepped forward and opened the brocade box. Bang! The moment the brocade box was opened, a sour and pungent smell mixed with a strong smell of blood instantly assailed his nostrils. Ugh! The servant who was the first to open the brocade box saw what was in the brocade box. He immediately turned his head and vomited. Bang! The brocade box rolled out of the servant's hand and hit the ground. A pile of minced meat rolled out of the box. There was a strong smell of blood all over the ground. A hideous head with a greenish-gray color rolled out of the box. Its eyes were wide open and looked in front of it in fear and shock. Ah! It's Wang Wu. It's Wang Wu. Seeing the head clearly, someone immediately cried out loudly. The servant who was the first to open the brocade box scrambled away in a hurry. Wang Wu. It was Wang Wu. Wasn't he ordered by Miss to persuade the Luo family iron guards to surrender? They didn't expect him to be chopped into minced meat and sent back. The Luo family iron guards had been angered by Wang Wu. In addition, Wang Wu had angered Master Luo to the point of vomiting blood. Luo Qingtong said that he would be chopped into 8 pieces. But now, he was chopped into more than 80 pieces. If it wasn't for the head, who would recognize that it was a corpse? The group of people looked at the minced meat rolling out of the brocade box in horror. Luo Qingtong's methods were bloody and ruthless, which terrified them from the bottom of their hearts. That gentle and weak young miss seemed to be just an illusion in their memories. The group of people's teeth chattered. Luo Xingning's face was also very ugly. This scene had a huge impact on her. Luo Qingtong's methods were so cruel, what right did she have? Master Luo's strength was already crippled, the Luo family was almost completely isolated and besieged. Under such circumstances, she still dared to act so arrogantly. Did she think that her identity as the future wife of the fifth prince was still so useful that no one dared to offend her? Luo Qingtong, you are too arrogant, Luo Xinning was furious. Luo Qingtong first chased them out of the Luo family, destroyed the plaque of the Luo residence, and then gave them such a bloody gift. This was putting her face in front of everyone, slapping and stomping on it. Luo Qingtong. She gritted her teeth in anger. Then, she seemed to have realized something and hurriedly left the room. Oh. Luo Xinning went to the place where the people from Tianyu branch stayed? On the other side, Luo Qingtong, who had been paying close attention to the dissipation of old Master Luo's strength so that she could nurse him back to health at the best time, sneered and raised her eyebrows when she heard the report from the battle slaves. She reacted quickly, not wanting to expose her strength in front of others. Luo Qingtong originally planned to send someone to do it tonight. However, he did not expect Luo Xinning to be so vigilant. She immediately went to the place where the people from Tianyu branch were staying. Tianyu branch, Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes. Luo Qingtong wouldn't have cared if the other party was just a school of Tianyu Empire, just like how she didn't care about the royal family of Tianyu protecting Luo Xinning. However, although the Tianyu branch was in the Tianyu Empire, it was actually a branch of the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin. The Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin, the highest academy of the Empire of Qin, with many masters and powerful forces. Luo Qingtong was not sure that she could kill Luo Xinning without leaving any traces. For the Luo family and Luo Laozi, Luo Qingtong suppressed the bloodthirsty thought in her heart. She would let Luo Xinning live a little longer. She was relying on the strength that the royal family of Tianyu gave her. She was waiting for the enrollment of the Tianyu branch to amaze the world. At that time, she would break her hope and break her wings. Then, she would see how she could fly, a fourth-grade general, the #1 genius of the Luo family and even the Dongli country? I got it. Leave her alone for now. What about the second son of the Luo family? Luo Qingtong's voice was cold. When she mentioned the second son of the Luo family, there was not the slightest bit of respect and no trace of emotion. In the entire Luo family, Luo Qingtong only cared about grandfather Luo. As for the others, if they knew their place, she didn't mind protecting them for grandfather Luo's sake. But if they didn't? Luo Qingtong's smile was cold. According to master's orders, we captured them alive. The peak-level battle slave expert said in a deep voice. Very good. Luo Qingtong turned to look at grandfather Luo who was sleeping soundly in the room. Lock them up first. Wait for me to deal with them. Grandfather Luo had reached the critical moment of dispersing his cultivation. Luo Qingtong had to ensure that his foundation wasn't damaged. During this process, there couldn't be any mistakes. Luo Qingtong definitely wouldn't leave grandfather Luo at this time. Yes. The group of battle slaves all responded and then quickly disappeared from the Luo family's courtyard. The surrounding iron guards were already numb from watching. Their young miss was not an ordinary person, so what if a martial lord expert was obedient? The array that injured the 2 peak-level martial lord experts who came looking for trouble was set up by their young miss. They only knew about it when Luo Qingtong upgraded the array. After obtaining the treasures from the Tianyu family's treasury, Luo Qingtong's first priority was to use them for the Luo family. Not only did she upgrade the protective array outside, she also specially set up a small killing array in grandfather Luo's courtyard. When the 2 arrays are superimposed, if anyone below the martial emperor realm dared to look for trouble, they would be seriously injured even if they didn't die. She wanted them to be unable to crawl out of the Luo family. This was also to guard against the Tianyu family, to prevent them from doing anything harmful to grandfather Luo. At night, Luo Qingtong helped grandfather Luo lie down, who had just finished dispersing his cultivation and was weaker than an ordinary person. Looking at the usually strong and healthy grandfather Luo being tormented like this, although it was a blessing in disguise, Luo Qingtong's evil fire still burned vigorously in her heart. If the person who harmed grandfather Luo was someone else, it would be fine, but it had to be the second son of the Luo family. It said that crows can feed. Luo's conscience was eaten by a dog. He was cowardly and incompetent. If it wasn't for grandfather Luo, How could he live a good life, for a little bit of benefits, betrayed his own father, give grandfather Luo, push grandfather Luo to his death, Luo Qingtong's bloodthirsty and grandfather's grandfather Luo. Take good care of the old man. If anything goes wrong, you don't have to see me anymore. She said coldly to the group of battle slave experts in the dark, then turned around and left the room. Come, let's go see our second master Luo, the Duke of Loyalty and Bravery. Luo Qingtong sneered and brought Little Pig out of the Luo family. In the dark and damp cave, Grandfather Luo's heart was filled with indescribable fear. He didn't know why he suddenly appeared in this place. Shouldn't he be drinking in the restaurant outside? Everyone flattered him and called him the Duke of Loyalty and Bravery. Countless beauties even threw themselves at him. These days, he was as happy as a celestial being. He didn't expect to appear here in the blink of an eye. Is anyone there? He shouted hysterically, I'm telling you, I'm the Duke of Loyalty and Bravery. My daughter, Luo Xining, is going to enter Tianyu Branch Academy soon. She is highly valued by the Tianyu royal family. Let me go, or else. Who? Quick. Get them to release. Luo Qingtong? Luo family's second master looked at the fairy-like face in front of him in horror. Luo Qingtong, why is it you? Why isn't it me? Who does second uncle think it is? Luo Qingtong waved her hand and a general-level battle slave expert immediately brought a chair for her. Luo Qingtong flicked her sleeves and sat on the chair. Her 5 slender fingers calmly placed on the black gold armrest. She then raised her head and looked at Luo family's second master who was panicking. Second uncle, why are you panicking? Isn't it good that I came to see you? Or is it that when second uncle saw me, he thought of something that made him feel guilty? As Luo Qingtong spoke, she flicked her pale crystal fingernails. Luo Qingtong, you, don't talk nonsense. What's there for me to feel guilty about? Luo family's second master's face was fierce. He didn't know why, but when he saw Luo Qingtong, he felt a wave of guilt. Why would Luo Qingtong appear here? And look like she was denouncing him? Luo family's second master's face was full of fear and trepidation, but he forced himself to remain calm. He had done this very secretly. Luo Qingtong definitely wouldn't know, not to mention her, even old Master Luo wouldn't know. Thinking of this, he raised his voice and shouted. Luo Qingtong, I don't know where you went to collude with these people, but I advise you to quickly let me go. You probably don't know, but Xianxia has already been selected as one of the candidates for Tianyu Branch Academy's enrollment. And once she enters, she will enjoy the treatment of a genius student. Luo family's second master regained some courage and raised his head. In the future, the Luo family will rely on Xianxia to support it. Your cultivation, strength, and potential can't compare to Xianxia. You will have to rely on her in the future. Don't think that you are so great just because you can marry the 5th prince and become his princess consort. There are many experts in Tianyu Empire. Without anyone to rely on, who will think highly of you? Before the second master of the Luo family finished his words, Luo Qingtong burst into laughter. So, this is the reason why you harmed the old man? Luo Qingtong thought she would hear something else. Luo Xining had already been selected by Tianyu Branch. Would the Luo family still need Luo Xining to support them in the future? She was inferior to Luo Xining in every aspect. Why would she need Luo Xining's help in the future? So that's the reason. Luo Qingtong lost her interest in entangling with the second master of the Luo family. Such an idiot. Just because of his daughter's virginity, he could disregard his family and his father, drugging old Master Luo and forcing the Luo family to the brink of destruction. Luo Qingtong felt that talking to him was a waste of time and energy. She stood up and tossed a bottle of medicinal liquid to a battle slave expert beside her. Second uncle, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. You crippled the old man's strength. As for me, I won't cripple your strength. Not only that, I will increase your strength. As she spoke, she ordered the battle slave expert, feed him this medicine. Luo Qingtong. What are you doing? The second master of the Luo family, who originally wanted to deny Luo Qingtong's words, heard Luo Qingtong's order to the battle slave expert and his expression changed. If you dare to do anything to me, Xianxia won't let you off. Is that so? Then I will wait for her. Luo Qingtong's smile was cold. As she spoke, she released the aura around her. Luo Qingtong, you, how was this possible? Luo Qingtong was actually at the Great Martial General realm? How was this possible? Didn't she just break through to the Martial Master realm after coming out of the Jiaowu mountain range? How could she reach the Martial Master realm in such a short time? Furthermore, Second Master Luo rubbed his eyes and realized that Luo Qingtong's aura was extremely stable. It didn't seem like she had broken through in a hurry or with the help of medicine. Even though Luo Xinning was a rank 4 martial general, the aura around her was weak. She could only unleash 50% of the power of a rank 4 martial general. If it wasn't for the fact that she was still young, had a solid foundation, and had great potential, Tianyu branch wouldn't have wanted such a 4th-grade martial general. However, Luo Qingtong's aura was more than 10 times stronger than Luo Xinning's. The words that the second master of the Luo family had said to praise Luo Xinning had all turned into slaps on his own face. The Luo family had to rely on Luo Xinning in the future. With Luo Qingtong's current strength, she was miles ahead of Luo Xinning. Furthermore, Luo Qingtong was only 1 or 2 years older than Luo Xinning, but her strength was at least 1 level higher than Luo Xinning. How could she compete with Luo Qingtong in terms of talent, potential and strength? How could Luo Xinning compete with her? It was no exaggeration to say that if both of their strengths were displayed at the same time, Luo Xinning would be like a piece of garbage on the roadside. No one would care about her. Luo Qingtong was so strong and had so much potential. Why would she need Luo Xinning to support the Luo family? People would laugh their heads off if they knew about it. Luo Xinning and the others thought that they had left the Luo family behind. However, the moment Luo Qingtong came back, the boat turned into an aircraft carrier. The Luo manor that they had built was a complete joke. Second Old Master Luo was so shocked that he could not speak. Luo Qingtong could not be bothered with him anymore and walked out directly. Feed him the medicine and find a group of hungry beasts. Lock her up with him. Luo Qingtong, what do you want? No. Don't come any closer. Qingtong. Second uncle was wrong. Second uncle will apologize to you. Go kowtow to the old man and admit your mistake. I was wrong. Second Master Luo first shouted fiercely. Seeing that Luo Qingtong had no intention of turning back, he suddenly cried and begged for mercy in tears. Qingtong, I beg you. Can you let me go? I'm your second uncle. We're a family. Qingtong. I must have been possessed. Just let me off this time. Luo Qingtong listens to these voices without turning her head. Her beautiful face was filled with an austere and cold aura. Now you know you were wrong. Where did he go? Second uncle, other than old Master Luo, she had no other relatives. Moreover, she didn't have any relatives who could harm her father so casually. If it wasn't for the fact that he had fallen into his hands, if it wasn't for the fact that he could only be slaughtered by him, would he admit his mistake? Wasn't he quite arrogant just now? She wouldn't let go of anyone who dared to harm old Master Luo and the Luo family. The medicine that second master Luo drank was specially made by her. If he didn't use his power, nothing would happen. However, once he used his power, he would be one step closer to exploding. Lock him up with those hungry beasts. How he dies is up to him. If he used his power, he would explode. If he didn't use his power, he would be eaten alive by those hungry beasts. Mistress. A powerful battle slave knelt in front of Luo Qingtong. Luo Xinning has returned to the Luo residence. Oh. Luo Qingtong's voice was faint as she raised her head casually. Little Pig jumped from her shoulder into her arms. Luo Qingtong's voice was cold as she stroked its light fur. She dares to return at this time. She must have something to rely on, right? Just a moment ago, he ran to the Tianyu Branch Academy's residence like a stray dog. Now, he dared to come back. Luo Qingtong sneered in her heart. She had learned from the guards of the Luo family that Luo Xianxia had brought 2 powerful cultivators from the royal family of Tianyu to the Luo family. She wanted to force grandfather Luo to abdicate his position and become the successor of the Luo family. However, she was injured by her own array and escaped like a dog. It was probably then that she found out that the Luo family was secretly protected by someone and wanted to destroy it. She changed her mind and attacked the Luo family. If not, why did she run to the Tianyu branch's place in fear when she sent someone to send a gift? If Luo Xingning was as timid as a mouse, she would have no interest in dealing with her. Yes. Mistress is very observant. Luo Xingning is a disciple of a teacher from the Tianyu branch who came to recruit students. She has already been accepted as his last disciple. She will be accompanied by someone from the Tianyu branch. The battle slave paused and said to Luo Qingtong, that teacher has a bad impression of mistress because of Luo Xingning's words. This time, he called Luo Xingning back. Obviously, he wants to back her up. Back her up? Luo Qingtong's lips curled up, cold and enchanting. I'm afraid he can't back her up. However, Luo Xingning was quite capable. Luo Qingtong did not believe what the battle slave said. It was that teacher who insisted on calling Luo Xingning back. I'm afraid that woman is up to something again, right? TSK. She was so pitiful that she was bullied by her elder sister. Naturally, she was lovable. She was also a good seedling with good talent and strength. Naturally, there would be people who would jump out to be her tool. However, did Luo Xingning think that she could rest easy? Luo Qingtong gently stroked little pig's fur and gently tapped its little head. Go. Let's go back to the Luo family and give Luo Xingning a big present. Did she think that he wouldn't be able to do anything to her just because she had the protection of the people from Tianyu branch? Luo Qingtong's smile was enchanting. Luo Xingning had underestimated her. If she wanted to deal with someone, even if the Heavenly Emperor was protecting her, she would still make the other party suffer. However, Luo Xingning was not worth it for her to expose her power. She would collect some interest first. Give me a list of all the things that the royal family of Tianyu, the aristocratic families, and the royal family of Dongli have given me over the years. After returning to the Luo Jia, Luo Qingtong called the steward in charge of the treasury and ordered him. Yes. Although the steward was surprised that Luo Qingtong suddenly thought of asking for these things, he still went to organize them. This steward was an old man by Luo Qingtong's side. He was absolutely loyal. His descendants were all in the Luo family iron guards. Otherwise, he would not have been sent to manage Luo Qingtong's things. After a while, all the books were sent over. Luo Qingtong randomly picked up a book. She opened it and saw the names of the people from the second branch of the Luo family. She immediately smiled. Pick a team of Luo family iron guards and follow me to the Luo residence. In the Luo mansion, Luo Xingning was serving an old man respectfully. He was the teacher from the Tianyu branch school who came to recruit students. His surname was Chu, and he was known as Elder Chu. He was known to be overprotective and domineering in the Tianyu branch school. There were 3 other teachers who came with him to recruit students. He was the only soul master among them. He had just become a soul king, and his cultivation was not as good as the other 2 superior martial kings. However, he had a bad temper. Soul masters were highly valued in the various countries under the Holy Dynasty. Naturally, they were arrogant. Elder Chu was no exception. This time, he wanted Luo Xingning as his disciple. After hearing about her relationship with the Luo family, he immediately said that he would help her and bring her back to the Luo mansion. Teacher, is this okay? Looking at Chu Lao instructing his servant to help her reinstall the plaque of the Luo mansion, Luo Xingning felt complacent. However, on the surface, she looked anxious. The Luo family. My elder sister. Teacher, seeing that she was like a frightened bird, Elder Chu felt pity for her. At the same time, he was also angry. Humph. You don't have to care about them. Teacher is here today. No matter who is supporting the Luo family, I will fight back. Don't worry about me. They are just a small Luo family. They can't do anything to me. So what if she is the future wife of the 5th prince? She really thinks that others are afraid of her identity and don't dare to stand up for her. Old Chu sneered at this point. You don't have to worry about this. Just sit here peacefully. Teacher will support you in everything. You can hang this plaque of the Luo manor for as long as you want. Not only will I hang it up for you, I will hang it up high. As for the Luo family, He said with a murderous look, "I want to see who dares to make trouble for you. Even if it is your elder sister, I will make her kneel down and apologize to you." Elder Chu said resolutely. With Luo Qingtong's identity, he could not force her to apologize to Luo Xingning. After all, she was the future wife of the fifth prince. Even if she was not favored, it would be a slap to the face of the Tianyu royal family. No matter how much Mr. Chu tried to protect Luo Xingning, it was impossible for him to be so stupid. However, it would be different if Luo Qingtong came looking for trouble while he was here. At that time, even if he beat Luo Qingtong until she vomited blood and knelt on the ground, he could still say, "I had no choice, I didn't mean to do it." He wanted to see if the Luo clan was really that bold. How dare they come looking for trouble when he was around? If they dared to come, he would definitely avenge his good disciple. Luo Xingning was very obedient in front of Elder Chu and flattered him. Mr. Chu also liked to hear these words. Most importantly, Luo Xingning was very good at talking. You would not feel disgusted when you were praised. Instead, you would feel that she was not bad. Chu Lao was very comfortable with the flattery. In addition, Luo Xianning was not weak and she was related to the royal family of Tianyu. Chu Lao took her in as his last disciple. As for the fact that Luo Xingning's strength was forcefully raised, he did not care. Luo Xingning was still young and her cultivation was not high. With a good foundation, this little bit of improvement would not be a problem. But, my elder sister is my elder sister. She can be heartless, but I can't be. Luo Xingning bit her lips and said softly, as if she had been wronged. She knew that the more she acted like this, the angrier Mr. Chu would be. When the Luo clan came looking for trouble, chop it into pieces. Outside the Luo residence, Luo Qingtong was riding on a red horse. Her empty eyes were fixed on the Luo residence's signboard that had been blasted to pieces. She was stroking little pig in her arms. That pair of eyes, even though they couldn't see, gave off an extremely sharp feeling. The servants of the Luo residence who had been blasted to the ground couldn't help but shiver when they saw Luo Qingtong's empty eyes. Seeing that the Luo residence's guards were about to chop the signboard into pieces, they hurriedly cried out in alarm. No. Eldest young miss. This signboard was gifted to our young miss by an instructor from Tianyu branch. You can't chop it. They thought that Luo Qingtong would have some misgivings. After all, the Tianyu branch's instructors were in charge of recruiting students. Perhaps Luo Qingtong didn't have to be afraid before, but now that she didn't have a recommendation letter from the Tianyu branch, she didn't have a spot. If the Tianyu branch's instructors said that she didn't meet the requirements, wouldn't she be unable to go to the Tianyu branch? They thought that Luo Qingtong wouldn't dare to make a move after hearing this. However, they heard Luo Qingtong chuckle softly. So what if they're Tianyu branch's instructors? I chopped this signboard because the Luo residence's second branch is no longer fit to be a descendant of the Luo residence. Naturally, they can't hang this signboard. This logic is the same even if you say it to the ends of the earth. Can the Tianyu branch's instructors be so unreasonable as to interfere in our Luo residence's business? Then I'll wait for him. Let's see if he can afford to interfere. As she spoke, she suddenly raised her hand. Chop. This word was concise and carried an extremely domineering aura. Following her command, a few of the Luo family's iron guards instantly drew their swords and fiercely chopped down at the Luo residence signboard on the ground. Crackle, the signboard was instantly split into two. How dare you? The servant who followed Elder Chu's order to help Luo Xingning put up the plaque had just left when he heard the explosion behind him. He turned around and was furious. The signboard that they had just hung up was actually smashed to the ground. Not only that, it was also hacked into countless pieces. Miss Luo. You guys are too arrogant. The group of attendants looked angrily at Luo Qingtong and the others, but they were wary of her identity as the future wife of the fifth prince, so they didn't dare to act rashly. Arrogant? Luo Qingtong sat upright on the saddle and looked indifferently at the group of attendants wearing the uniform of Tianyu Academy. I'm teaching a lesson to a member of the Luo clan who has been expelled from the Luo clan. I'm not letting them continue to exist in this world as members of the Luo clan. Is this what you call arrogance? No, this is called cleaning up the house. Luo Qingtong's words made everyone speechless. Before they could think of a way to refute, even Luo Qingtong suddenly waved the horsewhip in her hand. However, the second branch of the Luo clan has been hanging up our Luo residence's signboard one after another. They didn't even give up after it was smashed once. I'm thinking, are they so poor that they can't even make a new signboard? In that case, as their sister and niece, I naturally have to express my gratitude. As Luo Qingtong spoke, she raised her hand and knocked on her saddle. Come, bring up the new signboard I made for them. As she spoke, the Luo clan's guards behind her suddenly flashed out a path. The dazzling color of the plaque made everyone's heart beat like a drum. One look and one could tell that this plaque cost a lot of money. Why was Miss Luo so generous? This didn't seem like her usual style of doing things. She was either smashing or hacking. Why was she so kind as to send a good plaque to the Luo manor? The more they thought about it, the more confused they became. However, when they saw the words on the signboard, they were unable to contain themselves and burst into laughter. Two large words were inlaid on the glittering golden plaque, Go Manor. The two words didn't mean much, but when they thought about Luo Qingtong's previous actions, they understood why she sent a plaque. Wasn't she calling the second branch of the Luo family dogs? Luo Qingtong, you've gone too far. Luo Xining walked out of the Luo manor. When she saw the plaque sent by Luo Qingtong, she was so angry that she trembled. She didn't expect Luo Qingtong to be so arrogant when she knew that she was protected by a tutor from Tianyu branch. And, Go Manor? What kind of plaque was this? We don't have anyone with the surname Go. We don't care about your plaque. Oh. No one with the surname Go? Did I remember wrong? That's impossible. Luo Qingtong sat on the red horse and pondered seriously. Then, she clapped her hands in realization. That's not right. Isn't your mother Go? Ah, no, it's soon. Look at my memory. Luo Qingtong looked at Luo Xining with a smile. But what your family did makes me feel like they're dogs. It can't be helped that I've made a mistake. You'll have to bear with it. Besides, since this plaque has already been made and cost me a lot of money, you should just use it. Don't try to get involved with the Luo family again. What's more, I think this plaque suits you. Luo Qingtong said meaningfully. Luo Qingtong. Luo Xining was infuriated. This Luo Qingtong, how dare she, how dare they humiliate him in front of so many people? Who are you calling a dog? Luo Qingtong, you and I are sisters. Cousins. Luo Qingtong kindly reminded her. I'm the only one left of the Luo family's direct bloodline. In addition, your bloodline has been expelled from the clan. Go, oh, no, Sun Xining, I'm not worthy of being your sister. Luo Qingtong said, glancing at the old man who appeared at the gate. A teacher from the Tianyu Branch Academy? Luo Qingtong pretended not to see it. Who asked her to be blind now? And it was Luo Xining who did it. Put up the plaque for them. Luo Qingtong waved her hand. Luo Qingtong. Luo Xianning was about to faint from anger. Luo Qingtong was too arrogant. Too much. Was this still the Luo Qingtong she knew? Even when Luo Qingtong came back from the Nine Magi Mountain, she was not this arrogant. It was as if she didn't care about anything. How did she change so much? Luo Xining didn't know that Luo Qingtong had always been this arrogant. She didn't show it before because she didn't care about Luo Xining at all. But now, they touched Grandpa Luo and touched Luo Qingtong's reverse scale. It would be strange if she didn't kill them. What's wrong? Are you so happy that you can't accept my gift? Don't worry, I have an even bigger gift to give you. The smile on Luo Qingtong's lips was evil. She was as beautiful as a flower, but in the eyes of others, she made them feel cold. Luo Xining looked at her and felt a chill in her heart. She grabbed her sleeves tightly. When she saw Elder Chu walking out, she calmed down. Luo Qingtong can be arrogant. The more arrogant she is, the better. She'll have a good time later, Luo Xining thought and calmed down. She took a deep breath and looked at Luo Qingtong. Elder sister, this is the last time I call you elder sister. You don't have to admit that I am from the Luo family, but I will not give up. Grandfather has lost his cultivation and the Luo family is in a precarious situation. You can't support the Luo family. Luo Xining said and raised her face, which was covered by the veil. Her eyes were full of pride. I am now a grade 4 Marshal General and am valued by the Tianyu royal family and Elder Chu. I will be able to support the Luo family in the future. Big sister, I know you're very upset about my achievements. But you can't joke about the future of the Luo family. Yes. My father and I left the Luo family and started our own family. But I am thinking for the Luo family. I can't write the word Luo. I want to be independent so that the Luo family can have a better future. No matter how you humiliate me, I will not change my mind. I will continue the glory of the Luo family. Nothing you can do can change that. Bah. Before Luo Xingning could finish her words, the guards of the Luo family spat at her fiercely. Luo Xianxia was too shameless to say that, if they didn't know the truth of the matter, they would have been deceived by their sanctimonious appearance of being considerate of the Luo clan. The second son of the Luo family was really good at putting on a show. They drugged the marquis and now they are trying to establish themselves as the savior of the Luo family. Where's your face? Luo Qingtong's face also turned cold. It wasn't that Luo Qingtong's words were too disgusting, but Luo Qingtong's words had deliberately revealed the fact that Luo Qingtong's cultivation had dissipated. Right now, the outside world still didn't know that old Master Luo had lost his cultivation. Even if they knew that the Luo family was being suppressed by the other aristocratic families and the royal family, they wouldn't have any special thoughts about it. However, Luo Xingning had exposed the fact that Master Luo had dissipated his cultivation. That was what she wanted. From an outsider's point of view, the Luo family was completely dependent on old Master Luo. Now that Master Luo had lost his cultivation, Luo Xingning, a promising second wife, had established her own mansion, and Luo Qingtong, the future wife of the fifth prince, was disliked by the royal family of Tianyu because of the annulment of the engagement. Wouldn't those with ulterior motives be tempted? Luo Xingning's words were equivalent to pushing grandfather Luo and the entire Luo family into a dead end. Luo Xingning, well done. The bloody light in Luo Qingtong's eyes was piercingly cold. Through her eyes, she memorized the faces of everyone present. She knew clearly who had ulterior motives and who had ulterior motives towards the Luo family. Luo Xingning wanted to use these people to deal with the Luo family. She was waiting for these people to come and see who could touch the Luo family. As for Luo Xingning, Luo Qingtong sneered. The Luo family? Before you say these big words, you'd better return the things that I took from you. Use my things to improve your power, establish yourself and support the Luo family? You're quite shameless. Bang! The pile of account books fell to the ground with a deafening sound. What are these? Luo Xingning looked at the books on the ground and had a bad premonition. What was Luo Qingtong talking about? What were these account books? Of course they are the things that you have taken from me. They are all recorded here. All these years, how many things have your Luo clan's second branch taken from me? And where did you get your strength from? That way, people will know how ungrateful your family is. With my Tilo family? You don't deserve it. As Luo Qingtong spoke, she lazily pointed at the pile of account books and said to the Luo family guard beside her, "Read it." Yes. The Luo family's iron guard answered and stepped forward to pick up an account book and read it out loud. Year, month, day, what items were sent by the Tianyu imperial family, how much did the second branch of the Luo family take away, year, month, day, various treasures were sent by the aristocratic families and the imperial family, and how much did the second branch of the Luo family take away? Luo Xingning took away a large amount of resources, medicinal herbs, elixirs, jewelry, and spiritual weapons. There were also all kinds of calligraphy and paintings taken by the second master of the Luo family, as well as jewelry and decorations taken by the second madam of the Luo family. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Why did they feel that Luo Qingtong's things were all taken away by the second branch of the Luo family? There were even some precious items that they were not allowed to take away. Why did they ask for them again and again? Until they were taken away, when everyone heard what the Luo clan's guard was saying, they couldn't believe what they were hearing. Wasn't the second branch of the Luo family too shameless? Oh my god! The Tianshan snow lotuses were taken away in bundles. Did the second branch of the Luo family think that they are cabbages? Yes. And the gold and silk brocade? Those are tributes from the imperial family. The second branch of the Luo family took them all. Everyone murmured in their hearts. Originally, they were quite touched by what Luo Xingning said. They felt that Luo Qingtong was too much. But now, when these account books were thrown out, a subtle change occurred in everyone's hearts. To be honest, the things that were read out here were things that even the direct descendant of a clan might not be able to produce. Obviously, Luo Xianning's power was mostly due to this resource. Thinking about it this way, it was not that Luo Qingtong's strength and potential were not good. It was because she had provided all of it to Luo Xingning that her strength was not good previously. Furthermore, Luo Xingning's strength had only increased recently. In other words, even though she had enjoyed a large amount of resources in the Luo family, she was still not as good as Luo Qingtong. What right did she have to say that Luo Qingtong was jealous of her? If that was the case, Luo Qingtong would not give her those resources, and according to the things taken by the second branch of the Luo family, which of them were not the treasures given to Luo Qingtong by the major aristocratic families and the royal family, it could be seen that Luo Qingtong really treated them as her family. But what about the things they were doing now? No matter how dignified Luo Xingning's words were, the fact that she left the Luo family when the Luo family was in trouble, especially after taking so many things from Luo Qingtong, made everyone feel that their reason was not valid. In this way, the righteous words that Luo Xingning had just said were completely discounted. It was obvious that after taking all the benefits from the Luo family and Luo Qingtong, she set up her own family and drew a clear line between herself and the Luo family. She actually had the nerve to put gold on her own face. What did she mean by establishing a family and supporting the Luo family? As everyone thought about it, they looked at Luo Xingning with disdain and weirdness. Luo Qingtong, you. Luo Xingning's face turned red. She did not expect that Luo Qingtong would do such a thing. She actually recorded all the things that she had bought from Luo Qingtong. This woman had been guarding against her since a long time ago. Was all her stupidity and cowardice in the past just a show for her? In fact, Luo Xingning was wrong. Most of the things that Luo Qingtong had were gifts from others. Since they were gifts, there should be a list. The elders of the Luo family were loyal to Old Master Luo and Luo Qingtong. If Luo Qingtong did not worry about it, someone would worry about it for her. That was how the account books were kept. In the past, Luo Qingtong did not take it seriously and did not think of telling Luo Xingning about it. Now that Luo Qingtong had taken over this body, she naturally knew about these things. She would not let Luo Xingning get away with it so easily, biting the hand that feeds him. Ungrateful, she wanted Luo Xingning to spit out all the things that she had eaten before. All these things are recorded in the account books. You can deny it, but since these things are gifts, the person who gave them must have kept a record of them. Luo Qingtong's words blocked Luo Xingning's way of denying it. She was not the only one who had these things. She could easily find out the origin of any one of the things in the Luo residence. Luo Xingning listened and gritted her teeth, but there was nothing she could do. She thought for a while and could only give up the idea of making a false accusation. Before she could think of a way to deal with it, Luo Qingtong's voice was heard again. As the saying goes, it is only right to repay one's debts. My things can be used by the Luo family. But since you have been expelled from the Luo family and established your own family, then return all these things. My things are not for traitors and ungrateful people to use. Luo Qingtong, don't go too far. Luo Xingning was forced by Luo Qingtong's words and had no other choice. Luo Qingtong's actions were all on the right side. Those things were given to them by Luo Qingtong in the past. If there was no account book, they could say whatever they wanted. But now the account book was there. If Luo Qingtong wanted to take back her previous things, she could do it. After all, although those items were Luo Qingtong's personal belongings, they were still considered Luo family's belongings after entering the Luo family's treasury. I went too far. Luo Qingtong laughed at Luo Xingning's words. So, I asked you to empty out the Luo family, and then come back and say that saving the Luo family is the right thing to do? Luo Qingtong sneered at Luo Xingning's speechless face and raised her right hand. If you don't want to return it, I can help you. All Luo family guards, if the Go family is unwilling to return the Luo family's resources, then we can only take them ourselves. Everyone, charge into the Go family. Empty everything inside. Luo Qingtong wasn't here to argue with Luo Xingning. She was here to embarrass Luo Xingning. Unwilling to return it? Fine, she would smash the Go family and empty everything. Luo Qingtong, don't you dare! Luo Xining screamed when she saw the Luo family guards charging at them. Enough! A voice was heard. Chu Lao could not stand it anymore. He had been waiting for Luo Qingtong to find fault with him, but after the latter appeared, he realized that Luo Qingtong's every word was related to family matters. It was not appropriate for him to intervene. This was totally different from what he had imagined. He thought that Luo Qingtong's appearance was to target Luo Xining and bully her poor disciple. But at the end of the day, he realized that Luo Qingtong did bully Luo Xining, but not in the way he thought. Luo Qingtong's actions were all based on logic. Even if he wanted to stand up for Luo Xining, he could not do anything about it. Of course, if the person standing here was not Luo Qingtong but someone else, even if he had reason, he had plenty of ways to bully others. However, Luo Qingtong was different. After all, this person was the future wife of the fifth prince. As long as she was not being unreasonable, he could not deal with her openly. Thinking of this, Chu Lao looked at Luo Qingtong with a sullen face and said, "Miss Luo, enough is enough. No matter what, Xining is your sister. You have gone too far." Chu Lao thought that Luo Qingtong would not go too far with his words. However, Luo Qingtong looked at him blankly and asked calmly, "Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like this? I am dealing with my family affairs. What does it have to do with you?" When Elder Chu heard this, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Who did he think he was? Luo Qingtong dared to talk to him like this? Arrogant. She was too arrogant. She was 100 times more arrogant than what Luo Xining had said. Chu Lao was trembling with anger. At this moment, Luo Xining seized the opportunity and shouted, "Luo Qingtong, don't go too far. You can pick on me, but don't insult my teacher. This is Elder Chu from the Tianyu Branch Academy." As she spoke, she raised her head arrogantly, waiting for the moment when Luo Qingtong would panic. Luo Qingtong would definitely regret it if she dared to insult the mentors of Tianyu Branch. However, she was wrong. After hearing her words, Luo Qingtong revealed a look of realization. She then played with the horsewhip in her hand carelessly and said, "So it's Elder Chu from Tianyu Branch. Then he's no good. I'm really sorry, Elder Chu. My eyes are blind, so I don't really recognize people. You suddenly spoke without telling me your name, so of course I don't know who you are. But now I know. Please forgive me, Elder Chu. After all, ignorance is blameless." As soon as Luo Qingtong's words came out, the expressions of the surrounding people instantly became extremely strange. Were they overthinking things? Why did it feel like Luo Qingtong kept saying not a thing and then what thing? She was obviously insulting Elder Chu, but if he had to say that there was something wrong with what she said, he couldn't find anything. Did she have to say that Elder Chu was a thing? That would be insulting, alright? Furthermore, Luo Qingtong said that she was blind and couldn't recognize people. Everyone looked at her eyes and then realized that the eldest daughter of the Luo family was blind. Since that was the case, they couldn't accuse her of insulting Elder Chu. Almost everyone in Windgaze City knew that Luo Qingtong's eyes were blinded in the Nine Magi Mountain. It was just that her actions just now were too clean, so everyone forgot about this matter for a moment. Everyone looked weird, and Mr. Chu was also very angry. He had always been arrogant. Even in the Tianyu Empire, he was flattered, not to mention in a small country like Dongli country. However, Luo Qingtong insulted him in public. Suddenly, he felt a mouthful of blood stuck in his throat. You. He raised his finger and pointed at Luo Qingtong. He trembled and couldn't say a word for a long time. What should he say? Luo Qingtong was blind. She couldn't see him. She didn't know him. She scolded him in vain. Could he find trouble with Luo Qingtong because of this? Even if he did, it would be unreasonable. Why didn't he tell her his name? However, Mr. Chu was used to doing whatever he wanted. Not to mention in a small country like Dongli country, even in the Tianyu Empire, who didn't flatter him respectfully. Since when did he need to tell her his name? The anger in his heart was so stifling that he almost fainted. Good. It took Mr. Chu a long time to calm down. Luo Xining kept stroking his back and gently persuading him not to go against Luo Qingtong. This was between her and Luo Qingtong. The more she said, the more aggrieved and angry Mr. Chu was. It was he who said that he would stand up for Luo Xingning. How could he not do anything now? Xingning, you don't need to persuade me. I'll take care of this. Mr. Chu waved his hand and stopped Luo Xingning. He looked maliciously in Luo Qingtong's direction. You didn't know my name before. Now you know it, right? Luo Qingtong, Xingning is my apprentice. Her business is my business. Before Chu Lao could say anything harsh, he heard Luo Qingtong clap her hands and exclaim, "Good. Mr. Chu is really domineering." As expected of an instructor from Tianyu Academy who came to recruit students. Not only is he rich, he also dotes on his disciples. Luo Qingtong's flattery stunned old Master Chu and made him swallow the rest of his words. What was wrong with this Luo Qingtong? He had supported Luo Xianxia, and she was cheering for him. Mr. Chu was confused. He didn't know what Luo Qingtong was up to. But soon, he found out. Elder Chu is an honorable man. Soon Xingning, you have a good teacher. I've only just accepted you as my last disciple, and I'm already willing to help you repay your debt. In that case, I won't make things difficult for you. I'll leave these account books here. Hand over the money, and we'll be even. Naturally, I won't enter the Go mansion. Don't say that I'm deliberately causing trouble for you. Luo Qingtong said as she leaned against the saddle. She supported her chin with one hand and flicked the whip in her hand with the other. I'm very reasonable, aren't I? Mr. Chu was stunned by the sudden turn of events. When did he say that he would help Luo Xianxia repay her debt? He clearly wanted to say that as long as he was around, Luo Qingtong and the others wouldn't be able to take a single step into the Luo mansion, but when he thought about it carefully, his words did have that meaning. That sentence, her business is my business, if interpreted as repayment of a debt, there was nothing wrong with it. Mr. Chu froze at the thought of this. In front of so many people, Luo Qingtong had praised him so highly. He really couldn't bring himself to say that he didn't mean that. He could only grit his teeth and straighten his neck. Okay, tell me how much you want to repay. Teacher. The moment Mr. Chu opened his mouth, Luo Xingning felt something was wrong. She wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Haha, Mr. Chu is indeed extraordinary. You are so generous. So domineering. Sitting on the horse, Luo Qingtong gave old Chu a thumbs up with a lazy and evil look. As for the debt, it's not much. About 4 or 5 national treasuries of Dongli country are enough. Plop. Before Luo Qingtong finished her words, Mr. Chu, who was standing in front of the gate of the Luo mansion, was about to pay off the debt and let Luo Qingtong and the others go back, lost his balance and almost fell down the stairs. How much did you say? He looked at Luo Qingtong in disbelief. 4 or 5 national treasuries of Dongli country? Why don't you rob? Mr. Chu couldn't accept it and roared. 4 or 5 national treasuries of Dongli country. Did she think they were cabbages on the side of the road? Although Dongli country was only a small inferior country, its national treasuries were equal to all the treasures of an aristocratic family of a superior country. What was more, Luo Qingtong asked for 4 or 5 national treasuries. Even if Mr. Chu had some assets in the Tianyu Empire, he was not generous enough to take out 4 or 5 national treasuries of Dongli country. What was more, whether it was a soul cultivator or a warrior, it cost a lot of money to cultivate. Mr. Chu had a lot of money, but he also spent a lot of money. How could he spend so much money for a new disciple like Luo Xingning? He was not stupid. You're simply asking for too much. His face turned red as he said. He said he would pay for Luo Xingning, but now he couldn't. This shameful behavior made Mr. Chu feel ashamed and angry. He looked at Luo Qingtong as if he wanted to eat her. He had never been so humiliated. Asking for too much? Luo Qingtong sneered. She casually picked up an account book from the ground, flipped to a page and threw it at Elder Chu. Look carefully. These are all things that Luo Xingning took away from me. Most of them were sent to me by Tianyu's royal family after the engagement. Luo Qingtong raised the horsewhip in her hand and tapped on the saddle. She looked down at Elder Chu, Luo Xingning and the others in front of the Luo mansion. As the future 5th prince's wife, which one of the gifts from Tianyu's royal family isn't the best? Any one of them is enough to match the foundation of an aristocratic family in the eastern border country. Do you dare to say that these things are worth less than the eastern border country's national treasury? Were people from Tianyu's royal family that poor? Even the most promising and most talented fifth prince's future princess consort's things are chosen to be trash? Or do you think Dongli's treasury is richer than Tianyu's imperial treasury? 4 or 5 times the value of Dongli State's national treasury is still too little. I didn't even count the gifts from the other aristocratic families and the eastern border country's royal family. How dare you say I'm asking for too much with such sincerity? At this point, Luo Qingtong sneered. So what if she was asking for too much? Did Luo Xining and the others dare to say no? Did they dare to say that the gifts from Tianyu's royal family were not worth that much? Luo Qingtong didn't like Tianyu's royal family at all. But since they refused to break off the engagement, they shouldn't blame her for using their name. You. Luo Qingtong's words left Elder Chu gasping for breath. He pointed a trembling finger at Luo Qingtong, but he couldn't refute her. What could he say? That the gifts from the royal family of Tianyu weren't worth that much. He was an early-stage soul king, not a soul king. Even if he was an early-stage soul king, the royal family of Tianyu would still be able to kill him. How could Elder Chu say something like that in front of so many people? But if he didn't say anything, he couldn't refute Luo Qingtong's words. He could only agree to Luo Qingtong's price. 4 or 5 times as much money as the Eastern Fence Kingdom's treasury. He couldn't take out that much money. Elder Chu couldn't back down now. Luo Qingtong had tricked him. He looked at Luo Qingtong and was so angry that his eyes were red and swollen like blood. He was furious, but he could not find a single word to refute Luo Qingtong. Luo Qingtong's words of the royal family of Tianyu were enough to kill him. Even if the royal family of Tianyu were here, they wouldn't be able to slap their own faces and say that their gifts weren't worth that much money. It seems Elder Chu can't take out that much money. Luo Qingtong looked indifferently at Elder Chu, who was so angry that his face turned purple and then green. She raised her eyebrows and said, "If so, why are you boasting? You've made me happy for nothing. But since you can't take out the money, Elder Chu, please stand aside and watch the show. You see, I've already given you a chance to repay your debt, but you can't. I have no choice but to smash this place. After all." Luo Qingtong's lips curled into an evil smile as she said word by word, "The things that the royal family of Tianyu gave me are considered as my dowry in the future. No matter what, I can't let it fall into the hands of an outsider. Don't you think so? Or does Sun Xining want to marry in my place? That's exactly what I want. I wonder if the royal family of Tianyu is willing?" Luo Qingtong's words were a death sentence. That's right. Forget about the gifts from the aristocratic families. This gift from the royal family of Tianyu must be brought back to the Tianyu Empire as dowry. Miss Luo is right to ask for these things back. Indeed. No matter how rich Tianyu's royal family is, the future 5th prince's wife would have to make herself look good. These things would definitely be taken back in the future. There's nothing wrong with the eldest daughter of the Luo family taking it back. Speaking of which, Luo Xining's family is really shameless. It's fine that they took other things, but why didn't they let go of the treasures given to Luo Qingtong by the royal family of Tianyu? Now you've been slapped in the face. Pfft, you guys don't know. It's said that the Luo family's eldest daughter treated her very well in the past. I'm afraid she took these things as her own. It can't be? How shameless. Exactly. The Luo family's eldest daughter was also careless in the past. If it were me, I would have told them to get lost. She even bragged that she was more powerful than the Luo family's eldest daughter. She actually dared to say such shameless words. Exactly. And the tutor of Tianyu Branch School is here to support her. She must be lying on the ground now. A group of people whispered. Elder Chu and Luo Xining heard it and were both anxious and angry. Especially Elder Chu. He wanted to support Luo Xining, but he lost all his face. If it were someone else, he would have taken action regardless of the consequences. But now, Luo Qingtong said she was here to take back the dowry given by the royal family of Tianyu. Could he stop her? Could he? Luo Qingtong looked at their livid faces and raised her hand lazily. Guards. Smash it. Don't miss a single thing inside. Whoever dares to stop me will be going against the royal family of Tianyu. Luo Qingtong did not mind slapping Luo Xining in the face with the name of the royal family of Tianyu, especially since Luo Xining claimed that she was valued by the royal family of Tianyu. Then she would use the name she valued to slap her in the face. Tutor of Tianyu Branch School, Luo Qingtong sneered at Elder Chu, who was standing beside Luo Xining. Was he waiting for her to come and slap her in the face? Unfortunately, she would not give him the chance to do so. She did not need to use her power and strength. She had her ways to slap Luo Xining's face so hard that even her own mother would not recognize her. Bang! The Luo family iron guards rushed into the Luo manor like wolves and tigers. The servants and guards in the Luo manor were all temporarily recruited. Even if some of them had betrayed the Luo family before, how could they compare to the Luo family iron guards who were well-trained and powerful, apart from the fact that the Luo family iron guards were slightly weaker than the powerful battle slaves that Luo Qingtong had subdued? The other soldiers were not weak at all. Rumble. The group of people rushed into the Luo manor. The second madam of the Luo family could not stop them no matter how hard she screamed. She wanted to use force, but with her strength, she could not stop the Luo family iron guards. She was knocked to the ground in a few moves. She rolled on the ground and cried loudly. Luo Xining stood at the gate of the Luo manor, trembling. The Luo family iron guards did not touch her at all, but she looked as if she had been ravaged. Her eyes were red. She looked up at Luo Qingtong, who was sitting on the horse. She dug her nails into her palms until they were covered in blood. Luo Qingtong! Luo Qingtong! She roared in her heart, I will not let you go. I will not let you go. Today's humiliation will be repaid with blood. Don't be smug. Don't be so smug. Luo Xining was so angry that she almost fainted. Luo Qingtong's move was too ruthless. To Luo Xining, Luo Qingtong's actions were like grabbing her hair, slamming her onto the ground and stomping on her face. Trampling her to death, this was the ultimate humiliation. Compared to this, the previous actions of smashing the signboard and sending the signboard with the word go were nothing. What Luo Qingtong was doing now was hundreds of times more ruthless than before. Luo Xining had always been proud and arrogant. She was never willing to admit that Luo Qingtong was stronger than her. In her opinion, Luo Qingtong was just lucky to be the first daughter of the Luo family and to have a good mother. Otherwise, how could she be so glorious? If she were in Luo Qingtong's position, she would definitely do better than her. Hence, she betrayed Luo Qingtong and betrayed her cultivation place in the Nine Magi Mountain. She destroyed her dantian and destroyed her eyes. She thought that Luo Qingtong would never be able to compare to her. However, at this moment, Luo Qingtong, who she had always looked down on and thought that she was inferior to her, was trampling on her face. She opened her residence and was in high spirits. She was even the disciple of a Soul King from the Tianyu Branch Academy. She thought that she was better than Luo Qingtong, but now, she was going to bully him and wantonly humiliate him. Luo Qingtong, Luo Qingtong. Luo Xining clenched her teeth so hard that they were bleeding. At this moment, a pile of things was found by the guards of the Luo family. They poured everything on Luo Xining from head to toe. She was in a mess. Miss, these are the personal belongings found in Sun Xining's room. I wonder if there are any of your treasures. A Luo family iron guard commander walked past Luo Xining coldly and reported to Luo Qingtong. Of course. Luo Qingtong had burned some of the belongings of the second branch of the Luo family when she returned to the Luo mansion. But at that time, Luo Xining had not moved to the Luo mansion yet, so she escaped the disaster. This time, Luo Qingtong ordered the guards to search Luo Xining's room and they found a lot of good stuff. Okay. Put all these things in the box and bring them back. Also, take off all the things she is wearing on her head and hands. Check them bit by bit. Remember, my belongings can't be missing. Make a list of the things that are missing and let her sign it. I will compensate her in the future. Hearing this, Luo Xining raised her head and stared at Luo Qingtong with her bloodshot eyes. Luo Qingtong. You did it on purpose. She shouted in a hoarse voice. Part of the things that the second branch of the Luo family took from Luo Qingtong were burned when she came back. How could they still gather them? Judging from Luo Qingtong's words, she was going to take responsibility for the things that were burned. Luo Qingtong. Just you wait. When I enter the Tianyu branch school and the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin, I will not let you go. The talented students of the Tianyu branch school had special privileges, especially those who were good enough to enter the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin. They could even look down on the royal family of Tianyu, Luo Qingtong. Just you wait. When the day comes that Luo Qingtong soars, Luo Qingtong will definitely not let her off. Haha. Didn't you come here to make a scene for the family heirloom armor and the recommendation letter? Luo Qingtong, let me tell you, you will not get them. I would rather destroy them than give them to you. Luo Xingning said to Luo Qingtong through telepathy with a twisted face. Her words were full of twisted pleasure. You are thinking too much. Looking at Luo Xingning's twisted face, Luo Qingtong smiled faintly. Don't think that everyone is like you, treating the recommendation letter as a treasure. To be honest, I don't care about the recommendation letter. Luo Xingning, you treat it as a treasure. Also, let me tell you something. You won't be able to enter the Tianyu branch. Because she would not let Luo Xingning, at the entrance exam, she would show Luo Xingning what real strength was, just how big was the gap between them. Tianyu branch school, Luo Xingning could go in her dreams. As Luo Qingtong spoke, she straightened her body and made a gesture to the Luo family guards. Leave a group of people here to check the items. The rest of you, follow me back. Also. Luo Qingtong looked at Master Chu, who was standing outside the gate of the Luo family. She swung the horsewhip in her hand and wrapped it around his thumb. You. Master Chu thought that Luo Qingtong was going to fight with him. He did not expect the horsewhip to wrap around the jade ring on his thumb and leave. It was a gift from Luo Xingning. Master Chu, this belongs to the Luo family too. If you really like it, ask Luo Xingning to find another one for you. I can't give it to you. Luo Qingtong's words were like a slap on Master Chu's face. Slap. After Luo Qingtong left, Master Chu was so angry that he was trembling. When Luo Xingning came forward, he slapped her hard on the face. You are a disgrace to me. As he spoke, he left in a rage. Teacher. Teacher. Luo Xingning covered her face, ignoring the gazes of the people around her as she hurriedly followed after old Chu. She could not lose old Chu's support, especially now that she had lost all face in Windgaze City. Luo Qingtong came knocking on her door. First, she smashed the Luo residence's signboard. Then, she used the account book to make a clean copy of the Luo residence. Luo Xingning had no face left to speak of. Under such circumstances, if she lost old Chu's support, she would become the biggest joke in Windgaze City. At that time, everyone could use today's incident to make fun of her. Everyone could use Luo Qingtong's words to despise her. Luo Xingning could not let herself fall into such a situation. No matter what, she had to keep old Chu's support. She wanted to enter Tianyu branch school and soar into the sky. She wanted to make Luo Qingtong regret humiliating her today. Fortunately, Luo Qingtong was too arrogant. When she humiliated her, she also offended old Chu. Luo Xingning was certain that she could push the blame to Luo Qingtong and divert old Chu's hatred away. She was not weak and was old Chu's last disciple. He would not give up on her so quickly. Therefore, Luo Xingning chased after old Chu. With Luo Xingning's departure, the drama between the Luo residents and the Luo family finally came to an end. The surrounding onlookers watched with relish. They did not expect Luo Xingning to be such a person. Many of them were deceived by her gentle and weak appearance. They did not expect the second branch of the Luo family to be so black-hearted. However, the eldest daughter of the Luo family was also fierce. She was so arrogant that she didn't even give face to the tutor of Tianyu branch school. She humiliated Luo Xingning right in front of the tutor and made her wish she was dead. However, she must have been forced into a corner by the second branch of the Luo family and could not tolerate it anymore. Legend had it that the eldest daughter of the Luo family was like a fairy. Not only was she like a fairy, but she was also very gentle and kind. Now, it seemed that all of them had been forced by the second branch of the Luo family to become unruly and willful. However, such a young miss of the Luo family, her charm was truly incomparable. She was dressed in a bright red robe and sat upright on a red horse. Her face was beautiful and delicate like a flower. However, she was arrogant and evil, and her style was magnificent. Compared to Luo Xingning, he was many times more majestic. she was indeed the most beautiful woman in Eastern Fence, this charm, this aura. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was the #1 beauty in the world. At this moment, Luo Qingtong, who was regarded as the most beautiful woman in the world by everyone, was looking at the 9 phoenixes flying ring on her left ring finger with a headache. Just a moment ago, she suddenly felt a ripple similar to a pulling force coming from the 9 netherworld phoenix ring. Otherwise, how could she have left so quickly? At the very least, he had to stay and admire Luo Xianning's face full of hatred and her embarrassing appearance. However, it was this fluctuation that caused her heart to palpitate. She quickly urged her horse to return. Ever since she put the ring on her finger, there had been no movement from the ring. Luo Qingtong had almost forgotten that the man had put a tracking device on her. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtong's heart skipped a beat. There were so many people in this world. Didn't she just threaten and force that man? She even repaid him by saving his life later on. Why did that man keep clinging on to her and not letting her go? All right. It was also her fault that he was in danger, but hadn't she been compensating him? She even told him about the 3 most important problems in his body. Her consultation fee was very expensive. In the 24th century, when a country's president asked her to treat his illness, she had to check her mood and see if she had the time to go. How many times had she treated that man for free? Wasn't that enough to offset the previous scam? That man, the dignified Hell Venerable, did he have to be so stingy? Did he? Could it be that his huge black field was saved by being narrow-minded? Just as Luo Qingtong stared at the ring on her left ring finger gloomily, looking like she had nothing left to live for. In the black field, above the floating space city, a Peerless spirit boat appeared above the floating space city. Before it got close, countless figures had already appeared above the floating space city. Welcome back, Lord. After receiving the news of Xianxia's return, a group of people in the black field all lined up and came out. The 9 gates of the floating space city were all opened, and the Hell Venerable Palace was wide open to welcome the return of their lord. This brat Yi, he just came back from a trip and made such a big fuss. Looking at the shocking scene in the black field, Elder Yuelao muttered in his heart. Although he knew that this was the spontaneous action of the people in the black field and not Xianxia's own intention, he was still envious and jealous. Humph. Thinking back to those days, he was also sought after wherever he went. The scene was much bigger than Brat Ye's, but now, Elder Yuelao had a headache when he thought of those people chasing after him. With his status, if he were to reveal it to the public, it would scare a group of people. He could guarantee that they would worship him as if he was their ancestor every day. But when he thought of the consequences of his identity being exposed and the news being spread out, Elder Yu shuddered and resolutely abandoned this idea. He had come to Xianxia for 2 reasons. First, he was curious about the condition of his meridians. Second, he wanted to find a place to hide. This is good. He didn't want to expose his identity, low profile. He had to keep a low profile. Exalt. A group of Blackfield members looked excitedly at Xianxia as he descended from the Atlas flying ship. As soon as the latter came back, he directly used thunderous methods to eliminate the Supreme Assassin Pavilion's branches in various countries. His methods were so fierce and domineering that it was truly admirable. More importantly, the Supreme Assassin Pavilion didn't even put up much of a fight. It had to be known that everyone else thought that the Supreme Assassin Pavilion was the alliance of many Trucebill Continent's Saint Realm powerhouses. But only the higher-ups of the Blackfield knew that the background of the Supreme Assassin Pavilion was definitely not that simple. However, such an arrogant assassin organization that had been running amok recently was completely destroyed by a casual action of the Lord. The remaining forces had all gone underground. It was really shocking. The strength and influence of their exalt was really unfathomable. Xianxia faintly responded and waved his hand, dispersing everyone. At this moment, Elder Yuelao happily came over. You went back? There? He looked at the Shurfang dragon ring in Xianxia's hand. You even brought this thing out? Didn't you say that you didn't want it? Elder Yu was surprised. TSK, looks like some people are going to cry themselves to death. Why did you suddenly change your mind? He had a gossipy look on his face. He hadn't seen Xianxia set foot in that place for so many years. He didn't expect him to go back and bring the Shurfang dragon ring with him. Elder Yu could already imagine some people crying themselves unconscious in the toilet. It was simply too funny. But why did Yi Qianxian suddenly change his mind? The man glanced at him indifferently and didn't say anything. On the other hand, Bei Qing, who had been in high spirits ever since he came back, immediately replied happily, "This is all thanks to the evil doctor. It's all thanks to her. Master was willing to go back to that place, Aya. When he went back this time, he would feel so good about venting his anger. He fought a few fights and beat those bastards until they cried for their parents. It felt so good to relax his muscles and bones." As Bei Qing spoke happily, Feng Yu had already raised his hand to cover his eyes. Bei Qing, this silly husky. Didn't he see that Master was looking at him? Master was already very conflicted about the fact that he liked the evil doctor, but this idiot still said in front of Master that he went back to deal with those people because of the evil doctor. Even if this was the truth, a pig like you shouldn't say it in front of Master. You're so stupid. Feng Yu didn't want to look at him anymore. Who told you that I went back because of her? Yi Qianxian looked coldly at Bei Qing, who was unable to contain his joy, and inexplicably felt that the expression on his face was very annoying. How could he go back because of that woman? It was clearly those people who chased after him and angered him. Besides, even if he went back because of that woman, why was Bei Qing so happy? Did he have any thoughts about that woman? Thinking of this, Yi Qianxian's face turned cold. What does it have to do with that woman if I want to take back what belongs to me? Although he did go back because he wanted to find that woman as soon as possible. However, he would never admit to that. Ah? Am I wrong? Bei Qing's eyes widened. Did he misunderstand? But Master, when you came back. He kept rubbing the Shifang dragon ring in his hand. Wasn't it because he wanted to find the evil doctor as soon as possible? Bei Qing had just finished speaking when suddenly, ouch. Feng Yu stepped on his foot, and before he could even glare at her angrily, Feng Yu had already dragged him to Yi Qianxian to apologize. Master, I just remembered that there's something I need Bei Qing to do with me. I'll take my leave first. As he spoke, he pulled Bei Qing, who was still in a daze, and ran away. This idiot. If he stayed here any longer, he would be sent to the brothel to experience life again by Master. Yi Qianxian snorted coldly, but did not stop them. At this moment, Yuelao came up to him with interest and said, "The evil doctor? Could she be the little girl who healed your meridians? Where is she? Bring her here." Elder Yu also wanted to meet such a good seedling who was gifted by the heavens. He also wanted to see if she could really cure Yi Qianxian's injuries, or if it was just a coincidence. No one. Yi Qianxian's voice was cold. Yuelao's words hit the nail on the head. That woman was really good at running away, but this time, where could she run to? Yi Qianxian thought as he looked down at the Shifang dragon ring in his hand. Why is there something wrong with the aura in your body? Elder Yu suddenly realized that there was something wrong with Yi Qianxian's aura. The last time Yi Qianxian came back, he wasn't there, so he didn't notice the situation in Yi Qianxian's body. Now that they had met face to face, he suddenly realized that Yi Qianren's aura was much stronger than before. Have the injuries in your meridians healed a little? He felt a little incredulous, and raised his hand to take the man's pulse. Yi Qianxian didn't move, and let him check the aura in his body. He came back this time to ask Elder Yu to take a look at the condition of his injuries. Ever since that woman taught him another way to circulate the power in his body, he felt that the interval between the ruptures in his meridians was a little longer. It should be because the load was lighter. Because the way that woman taught him how to circulate the power deliberately avoided the 3 weakest meridians in his body. Elder Yu didn't think of this method. How strange. Your meridians are still the same, but why is your aura so much stronger? Elder Yu looked surprised. Did that little girl do it? Apart from the evil doctor that Bei Qing mentioned, Elder Yu couldn't think of anyone else. Yes. Yi Qianxian nodded. She taught me another way to circulate the power and avoided the 3 weakest meridians in my body. Yi Qianxian told him what Luo Qingtong said, and Elder Yu was shocked. Changing the meridian circulation route? She can actually do this? Even he didn't dare to do this easily. After all, this wasn't simple. You had to be familiar with the other person's cultivation method and know the other person's meridians like the back of your hand. In addition, you had to have enough comprehension and strength to change the other person's cultivation method's circulation route without causing a backlash to the other person. Only a peerless expert who was both a medical and martial arts expert could do these things. Although Elder Yu was a divine alchemist, he didn't have such aptitude in martial arts, not to mention, Xianxia's cultivation method was not something an ordinary person could cultivate. Luo Qingtong was actually able to change the route of his power circulation? This was even more unbelievable than the Arabian Nights. However, the truth was right in front of him, and he had no choice but to believe it. She is indeed not an ordinary person. Hearing the shock in Elder Yu's words, Xianxia said calmly and proudly. The woman he fancied was naturally extraordinary. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to escape from him again and again. Hey, hey, hey. What was with this inexplicably arrogant tone? Elder Yu rolled his eyes at him in annoyance. You're really brave. Aren't you afraid that she'll casually say that she's fooling you? You'll take the opportunity to escape and get rid of all future troubles. Changing the route of power circulation. If it was light, he would go berserk and lose all his skills. If it was serious, he would be seriously injured and die. This kid really didn't put up any defenses at all. Did he forget that he was there to capture someone? He was actually so obedient to the other party. She won't. Xianxia narrowed his eyes as he listened. If that woman really wanted to hurt him, she had several chances before. Thinking of this, Xianxia's mood suddenly improved. Humph, that woman really did like him, but she didn't want to admit it. Cunning, the coldness in the man's eyes lessened slightly, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. Woman, you can't escape. Windgaze City. Luo Qingtong had been on tenterhooks ever since she discovered the fluctuations on the 9 Phoenix ring. She had a feeling that the man had done something and would soon come looking for her. Luo Qingtong was really worried to death. The Luo family's current situation was inseparable. She couldn't leave the Luo family at this time. So the problem was, what should she do if the man came looking for her? Sigh, so annoying. Humph, do you have any ideas? You're the one who caused most of this trouble. You have to take care of it. Luo Qingtong looked at Little Pig threateningly. Little Pig felt that he was wrongly accused of being the scapegoat. Although it was indeed his fault in the beginning, it was clearly this woman who kept provoking that man. That's why they got into this big trouble. Okay, why was it his fault again? He had already turned over a new leaf. If he comes looking for you, then go and seduce him. I guarantee it'll work, he suggested with a serious face. Scram. Before he could finish his words, he was hit on the head by a fried dumpling. I'm serious with you. Don't try to fool me with these words. Luo Qingtong was furious. If it weren't for this pig, how could she not get rid of that man after provoking him? I'm also serious. Little Pig said with an aggrieved face. Why was it that people didn't believe him when he spoke the truth? With that man's feelings for this woman, she didn't need to hide at all. She could have just used a honey trap. Luo Qingtong ignored him and looked at the 9 Phoenix ring in her hand with furrowed brows. The fluctuations on the ring were very obvious. Even with those fake 9 Phoenix rings as a cover, that man should be able to find her soon. She hoped that her arrangements could buy her some time and at least solve the Luo family's problem here. Sigh, this broken thing can't be blocked or taken off. Does that man really want to catch me and teach me a lesson? Luo Qingtong's face was gloomy, and her brows were tightly knitted together. Little Pig, who was listening from the side, flipped over and thought to himself, it's true that I want to catch you, and it's also true that I want to teach you a lesson. I just don't know what kind of lesson it is. Speaking of which, that man's intentions were so obvious that even he could tell. Why was this woman so slow? Have you ever thought that maybe he wants to catch you because he likes you? Little Pig tried to enlighten her. Think about it, this ring is obviously very expensive. It must be something very important. How can a normal tracker be so luxurious? It guided him patiently. You don't have to comfort me. Luo Qingtong rolled her eyes at it. With his status, what's wrong with taking out a good ring as a tracker? Is Blackfield short of money? Also, do you like people to be caught? Was he bullying her because she had never liked anyone before? This reason was not reliable at all. Little Pig looked up at the sky. If it liked people, of course, it wouldn't use its claws. But this woman didn't know how good she was at running. That man was also forced to do it, okay. While Little Pig was speechless, Luo Qingtong seemed to have thought of something, and the smile on her face widened. You've reminded me that this isn't an ordinary ring. That man hurriedly decided to put this ring on her, so this ring must be something precious that he always carried with him, if that's the case. While Luo Qingtong was thinking, she suddenly heard a series of bangs outside. What's going on? She asked in a low voice. Her eyes were fixed on the wall in front of her. There was a pile of corpses lying in a mess. Master, someone is trespassing. The warrior who was in charge of guarding in the dark said. Those people were discovered as soon as they broke into the Luo family. Before they could do anything, these intruders, who had murderous intentions, were killed by the array that Luo Qingtong had set up in the Luo family. Okay. Luo Qingtong replied in a low voice. She glanced at the corpses and said, throw them out and hang them outside. Let people know the consequences of trespassing in the Luo family. These intruders were all covered in black cloth, making it impossible to tell where they came from. However, Luo Qingtong did not need to know where they came from. Today, Luo Xining exposed the fact that old Master Luo had lost his cultivation. She knew that something like this would happen sooner or later. However, she did not expect those people with ulterior motives to be so impatient. They immediately sent people to test the waters. Bang, bang, bang. When Luo Qingtong's voice was heard, the sound of fighting came from the direction of old Master Luo's courtyard. Then, a shrill cry mixed with shock rang out. After that, there was no more sound. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes and rushed into old Master Luo's courtyard. Master. There were several corpses lying in the courtyard. Each of them was strong. They were all in the great martial general realm. In Dongli country, they were considered strong. Among them, there was even an expert who had just entered the martial marquis realm. However, they were killed by the group of martial marquis realm warriors arranged by Luo Qingtong in the Luo family. They could not resist at all. Master, they are from the Dongli royal family. Someone from the Luo family came forward to check. Soon, he got the result. There were only so many experts in Dongli country. There were even fewer people who could be ranked. Moreover, there was an expert who had just entered the martial marquis realm. Compared to the group of people who died outside, there were more identifiers. The Luo clan's iron guards casually sifted through the crowd and learned of the other party's background. It was also because these people were too careless. They thought that this operation was foolproof and did not cover it up carefully. Eastern Fence royal family, Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes. She didn't forget that when she came back, she heard the clamoring servants say that the royal family of Dongli had removed her grandfather's duty as the commander-in-chief of the army. Along the way, she heard that the Dongli royal family reprimanded old Master Luo. Clearly, Dongli's imperial family was on Tianyu's side in this battle against House Luo. Moreover, he couldn't wait any longer. Why, did she think that the Luo clan was about to lose its power, and that she, the future wife of the fifth prince, was no longer favored, so she couldn't wait to make a move on the Luo clan. Now that they knew that his grandfather's cultivation had dissipated, they wanted to arrange for people to kidnap him. First, it would be easier for them to gather military power. Second, it would be easier for them to threaten him and curry favor with Tianyu's royal family. Luo Qingtong's lips curled into a blood-red smile. Luo Xining, you put on a good show this time. You have lured all kinds of monsters out. You have saved me a lot of trouble. Hang them outside the Luo clan's gate with the previous group of people. If there are any trespassers in the future, punish them all. She didn't mind turning the square outside the Luo clan's gate into a cave of bones. Early the next morning, many people were shocked by the scene outside the Luo family's gate. Looking at the corpses that were hung up, the blood that dripped down almost dyed the square in front of the Luo family's gate red. The crowd of onlookers was frightened. What's going on? The Luo clan was attacked last night? I didn't hear anything. But these corpses were hung up early in the morning. Someone whispered. The group of people looked at the skewered corpses in horror. The Luo family was really amazing when they didn't make a move. He had just destroyed the Luo manor, and now he had killed so many people. However, didn't they say that the old man of the Luo family had already lost his cultivation? Why was the Luo clan still so arrogant? Sigh. The Luo family's toughness was easily broken. Since Grandfather Luo's cultivation had dissipated, they should be keeping a low profile. These people were most likely there to investigate the situation. If Grandpa Luo was fine, he would have shown himself long ago. The current situation. Sigh. Yeah. Someone chimed in. Looks like something really happened to Elder Luo. However, the Luo clan was really stubborn. They were not willing to suffer any grievances. Although they have achieved the purpose of intimidating those people by killing them, the forces behind those people will definitely not be willing to let this matter rest. Before this person could finish speaking, in an instant, the sound of hurried horse hooves suddenly came from afar. Following this, a cold yell could be heard. Get out of the way, everyone get out of the way. A group of fully armored soldiers galloped over from the front. The two people at the very front caused the crowd to exclaim in surprise. It's the Imperial Guards. The one at the front is Old Master Chu? Everyone watched as the large group of people galloped and stopped at the entrance of the Luo clan. Looking at the bloody scene in the square, Old Master Chu, who came with the Imperial Guards, revealed a thought-provoking expression. Old Man Luo finally had a successor. Although the rest of his sons were useless, at least he had a granddaughter who could stand up to him. This method was ruthless enough. In contrast to Old Master Chu's calmness, the attendant who came with him was quite frightened by the scene before him. The people of the Luo clan were too cruel, looking at the bloody corpses hanging all over the square, then looking at the few familiar faces. The personal attendant swallowed a mouthful of saliva. But soon, when he thought of the purpose of his visit and the current situation of the Luo clan, he straightened his chest and regained his composure. Men! Knock on the door. Tell the Luo clan that the king has an order. Let them open the door and receive the decree. Upon hearing the eunuch's words, Old Master Chu revealed a look of mockery. In the past, when the Luo clan was in its glory days, when did these attendants not speak softly and flatteringly when they came to deliver the decree? Now that the Luo clan had been defeated, they had become arrogant. Although this was human nature, Old Master Chu had always been upright. For the sake of his political views, he was able to become enemies with the powerful Old Master Luo. Naturally, he couldn't stand the way these people trampled on the weak. Even if this attitude was tacitly approved by the royal family, it would still be the same. Wait, go invite him in. He motioned to the guard beside him. Although Old Man Luo didn't get along with him, he had never done anything to let down the Eastern Fence Nation. The Luo clan shouldn't be treated this way because of a personal grudge with the royal family of Tianyu. Yes. The guard obeyed the order and went forward. Please invite Old Master Chu and his entourage in for a chat. Our Luo family welcomes guests, but we don't welcome troublemakers. Luo Qingtong's clear voice sounded from within. As she spoke, a group of Luo family guards filed out and lined up in front of the Luo family's gates. His iron-blooded and majestic aura immediately suppressed the group of imperial guards opposite him. Old Master Chu, please come in. Our young miss has already prepared good tea and wine for your arrival. As for the rest. One of the Luo family guards swept his gaze over the imperial guards and the personal attendant beside Old Master Chu. He said flatly, "You're not allowed to enter." How dare you? The palace attendant shrieked in a shrill voice. We're here to deliver the imperial edict. How dare you stop us from entering? Is the Luo family trying to rebel? Defying the imperial edict? The imperial chamberlain held his head high and puffed out his chest as he looked at the Luo clan's iron guards. The Luo family was now a toothless tiger. Although they were tough now, they were grasshoppers after autumn and wouldn't be able to jump around for long. They were just trying to intimidate others with their ruthless methods so that they wouldn't dare to act rashly. But the more they acted like this, the more it proved that they were only strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Something must have happened to Old Master Luo. Without this golden signboard, it would be more justifiable for the royal family to take back their military power. What was the use of Luo Qingtong's strength? In the end, her status as the future consort of the fifth prince was just a title. She was also the fifth prince's consort who wasn't favored by the royal family of Tianyu. It was already good enough that she could protect herself. Could it be that she wanted to protect the entire Luo family? With that thought in mind, the imperial chamberlain's expression became even more arrogant. Men! Come in with me. He didn't believe that the Luo family would dare to stop him. However, just as he approached the gates of the Luo family, Luo Qingtong's cold voice sounded. "Throw them out." As he spoke, the Luo clan's iron guards made their move. Ah! The valet was instantly sent flying. He lay on the ground for a long time, unable to get up. The group of guards who had followed him to the Luo residence were also sent flying. In an instant, chaos broke out outside the gates of the Luo clan. Compared to the well-trained Luo family iron guards, the imperial guards brought by the personal attendant were like a ragtag army, unable to withstand a single blow. Ouch! The attendant howled as he shouted, "We're here to pass on a decree. Young Miss Luo, you actually dared to order them to attack us. Your Luo clan is rebelling. This is treason." "Humph. You were disrespectful to me, so I taught you a lesson." "What does that have to do with the royal family?" Luo Qingtong's cold voice came from inside. "My grandfather has received special permission from the royal family and is equal to the king. How can you be so presumptuous in my Luo family? What's more, as the future wife of the 5th prince of the Tianyu Empire, the Luo family is the royal family by marriage. Or was it that the royal family was too ambitious? Did they think they were superior to the royal family of the Tianyu Empire?" Hearing Luo Qingtong's words, the personal attendant trembled and didn't dare to speak anymore. He only considered the fact that Luo Qingtong, the future wife of the 5th prince, was not favored. Old Master Luo had lost his cultivation, and the Luo family was on the decline. However, he forgot that the Luo family had another identity, which was the in-laws of the Tianyu royal family. He could deal with them in secret, but acting presumptuously in public was a slap to the face of the royal family of the Tianyu Empire. Luo Qingtong could deal with them in any way she wanted. Between the Dongli royal family and the Tianyu royal family, who was more important? With that thought in mind, the attendant almost fainted from fainting. "Luo girl, didn't you say you wanted to invite me in for tea?" Old Master Chu's voice rang out. He had come with the guard, so he couldn't just stand by and watch a member of the royal family be humiliated. After all, this concerned the dignity of the royal family. It was fine if he wasn't there, but now that he was, if he ignored it, the Dongli royal family might vent their anger on him in the future. He couldn't help but feel sad when he thought of how old Master Luo had served the country all his life, only to end up being targeted by the Dongli royal family. Old Master Luo had done countless things for the country. Although he and Old Master Luo didn't have the same political views, they couldn't deny what the other party had done. The royal family's actions were truly chilling. If they treated the Luo family like this, what would they do to those who were inferior? The royal family was too heartless. Old Master Chu's heart turned cold. At this moment, Luo Qingtong's voice rang out. "Grandpa Chu, come in for a chat. All of these people, throw them out for me. If you want to pass the decree, come in with 3 meals and 9 kowtows. If you continue to be impudent, the blood plaza outside the Luo family's gate will be your final resting place." The guard's face turned pale when he heard this, and he quickly kowtowed outside. He had come with a decree, and this decree was extremely important. If it wasn't passed on because of him, he would be killed when he returned. Around him were a group of imperial guards who were wailing in agony. The group of people came in aggressively. Other than Old Master Chu and a few others, the rest were all lying on the ground, dead or injured. The guard who had been extremely arrogant just a moment ago was kowtowing desperately at the side. The crowd sighed when they saw this. The eldest daughter of the Luo family is really powerful. Oh my god. I thought the Luo family would have no choice but to bow their heads. I didn't expect the eldest daughter of the Luo family to be so domineering. This is the true bearing of an aristocratic family. Regardless of whether it's good or bad, she maintains her arrogance. She won't be humiliated. That's right. Sigh. It's a pity that old Master Luo died too early. Otherwise, the Luo family wouldn't have fallen with the eldest daughter around. Sigh. I'm afraid the royal decree isn't a good thing. The eldest daughter of the Luo family is really too weak. Yeah. The group of people sighed. If Luo Qingtong's strength was a bit more tyrannical, then no one in the Luo clan would be able to shake her. They didn't know Luo Qingtong's true strength, otherwise, they would be extremely shocked. With Luo Qingtong in the Luo family, they would be as stable as Mount Tai. Grandpa Zhu. After welcoming Old Master Chu into the main hall of the Luo family, Luo Qingtong personally brewed tea and served it to him. Please have some tea. At this time, Luo Qingtong respected those who showed goodwill to the Luo family. Old Master Chu and Old Master Luo didn't have a good relationship in the past. But the more he acted like this, the more it showed that he had a noble character. After all, in this world, there would always be icing on the cake, but no timely help. Ah, old Luo has a great-granddaughter. In this aspect, I'm inferior to him. Old Master Chu could not help but sigh when he saw Luo Qingtong's graceful and natural movements. Her every action was neither servile nor overbearing. She was calm and composed. This old man Luo was really lucky. Grandpa Zhu, you're too kind. Luo Qingtong smiled when she heard that. Grandpa Zhu has a unique insight. You're straightforward and upright. The Chu family's foundation will definitely be smooth sailing in the future. These words were Luo Qingtong's reply to Old Master Chu's praise and also her promise to the Chu family in the future. Luo Qingtong remembered Old Master Chu's timely help. In the future, as long as the Luo family was around, the Chu family would not be in trouble. Sigh, you sure know how to talk. Unfortunately, I know the situation of the Chu clan. I don't know what will happen in the future. However, I'll accept your words. Lass, you're really blessed to be able to support the Luo clan in such a situation. Old Man Chu didn't understand the meaning behind Luo Qingtong's words. He sighed, unfortunately, you can't do it alone. Old Man Chu was silent for a while. Then, he asked, did something really happen to your grandfather? This was the first time someone asked about Old Man Luo in front of Luo Qingtong. Luo Qingtong's expression didn't change. She narrowed her eyes and saw the worry in Old Man Chu's eyes. Then, she nodded, yes. There was nothing to hide. Luo Xinning had already spread the news. Most of the aristocratic families and the royal family must have received the news. They just needed to confirm it. Old Man Luo hadn't shown up for a long time. They must have already confirmed it. However, they didn't know whether Old Man Luo's cultivation was a blessing or a curse. Once Luo Qingtong successfully nursed him back to health, Old Man Luo's talent would become so great that they would be jealous of him. His future in martial arts would be different. This was an opportunity that others couldn't get even if they begged for it. Sigh, I've been fighting with that old man for most of my life. I didn't expect him to meet with such a disaster at this time. Old Man Chu sighed. Luo clan's girl, I know it's inappropriate for me to say this. I might even be gloating over your misfortune. However, I've been fighting with that old man for most of my life. Even if we don't get along, I don't want to see the Luo clan fall. You should know that the royal family of Tianyu wants to deal with you. They gave the order. All the aristocratic families and the royal family of Dongli Nation responded. If you swallow your anger, you might be able to protect the Luo clan. If you insist on going against them, the entire Luo clan will be uprooted. They want you to lose your support as revenge for Old Man Luo's stubborn refusal to accept the marriage. If you're willing to listen to my advice, then bear with it for the time being and let them vent their anger. The Luo clan may suffer humiliation, but it's better than nothing, don't you think? He sighed as he looked at Luo Qingtong and said, I know these words must make you feel uncomfortable. But the girl from the Luo clan, let's take a step back. Before Old Master Chu could finish his sentence, Luo Qingtong's calm voice interrupted him. If you take a step back, others will press forward step by step and bully you to death. Grandpa Zhu, you don't have to say any more. I know you have good intentions, but my Luo family has never backed down in the face of oppression. Not when my grandfather was around. Now that I'm in charge of the Luo clan, it's even more impossible. She didn't know how to write the words forbearance in her entire life. Luo Qingtong had been arrogant all her life. No matter when she was in her prime or when she was weak, whoever wanted to deal with her had to be prepared to be ruthlessly torn off by her, bowing to the royal family of Tianyu. So what if Old Man Luo risked his pride and stubbornness to go to Tianyu Empire to break off the marriage? If she bowed her head, what would happen to Old Man Luo's love and protection? Old Man Luo went to Tianyu Empire to break off the marriage and was suppressed. Who was it for? It was all for her. If she bowed her head, she would tear Old Man Luo's face off and throw it on the ground. Luo Qingtong would never do such a thing. not only would she not do it, but she would also tell the world that old man Luo's actions were not wrong. The Luo clan would never be defeated. Whoever dared to touch the Luo clan, she would make them suffer the consequences. Miss Luo, please accept the edict. The eunuch trembled with fear. At this time, he didn't dare to show off in front of Luo Qingtong. Now, he finally understood that no matter how weak the Luo family was, and no matter how unfavored Luo Qingtong, the future wife of the fifth prince, was, as long as she had this title, everyone had to bow down respectfully in front of her. So what if the royal family of Tianyu didn't like her? Could they slap themselves in the face and tell the world that anyone could bully Luo Qingtong? That's absolutely impossible. Therefore, no matter how uncomfortable the royal family of Tianyu was, outsiders knew that they wanted to deal with Luo Qingtong, so they couldn't disrespect her in public. Luo Qingtong liked the feeling of disgust. The golden name of the royal family of Tianyu was so useful, of course she would use it more. As for the dirty tricks in private, if they weren't afraid of death, they could come at her. The eunuch respectfully handed over the edict. Luo Qingtong glanced at him indifferently and raised her hand to take it. You want the tiger tally? Luo Qingtong looked at the edict in her hand and laughed. The royal family of Dongli really dared to ask for it. First, they took away grandfather Luo's responsibility as the commander of the three armies, and now they wanted the tiger tally so that they could take over the military power of the three armies. They knew that it was impossible to kidnap grandfather Luo, so they wanted to use the royal family's name to pressure and take it by force. Old Master Luo's dispersal of his cultivation gave them an excuse to take full control of the military. However, the left, middle, and right armies of Dongli were famous for being the sharp sword of the country. They were built by grandfather Luo alone. He spent a lot of time and effort to build the army of Dongli into a strong army. Among the many small countries around, Dongli's national power might not be outstanding, but its military power was first class. Grandfather Luo's prestige alone was enough to make the surrounding countries not dare to invade them. Back then, the king of Dongli held grandfather Luo's hand and cried with gratitude. Now that old Master Luo was in trouble, the royal family jumped out to take advantage of the situation. Those words from back then had probably been eaten by dogs. Luo Qingtong's voice was cold. When the eunuch heard this, he didn't even dare to raise his head. He could only shrink his neck and brace himself to say, the right to command the three armies should belong to the royal family. In the past, the king loved Marquis Jin, so he naturally entrusted him with the country's weapons, but now that my grandfather's cultivation has dissipated, he can no longer be entrusted with important tasks. The royal family has no choice but to take back their military power. Is that what you mean? Luo Qingtong's voice was faint, but it inexplicably sent chills down people's spines. All in all this is not because the royal family covets the commander-in-chief of the three armies and can't wait to reap the benefits. Blinded by greed, they are forced to do so. Is that what you mean? Eldest, miss, the attendant lowered his head deeply. Luo Qingtong's words were too blunt. She was so straightforward that she almost pointed at the royal family's nose and scolded them for being shameless. How could he dare to answer? Even if this was the truth, he wouldn't dare to say it out loud like the eldest miss of the Luo family. The royal family still cared about their reputation. Otherwise, why would they find a bunch of reasons to openly ask old Master Luo to hand over the commander-in-chief of the three armies? The continuous reprimanding from before was because of this matter. But before the royal family could find an excuse, something happened to old Master Luo. This saved them the trouble of finding other excuses, but these words couldn't be said out loud. Not only could they not say it, but they also had to do their best to cover it up and push the blame to old Master Luo and the Luo family. It would prove that old Master Luo was no longer qualified to command the three armies and they had no choice but to take over. Ha! Luo Qingtong chuckled. Grandpa Zhu, look, this is the result of my grandfather's loyalty to the country. As she spoke, she threw the decree in front of the attendant. Let's go. Take me to the three armies' martial arts arena. I will give you the tiger tally. Luo Qingtong's smile was evil. You want the tiger tally? She will give it to you. Ugh. Old Master Chu and the palace servant both thought that Luo Qingtong wouldn't accept the edict. After all, her attitude was so obvious and she despised the royal family of Dongli. He was even prepared to be kicked out of the room. However, after Luo Qingtong threw the edict at him, she suddenly said such words. The palace servant looked at Luo Qingtong dumbfoundedly and couldn't react for a long time. Even when Luo Qingtong stood up and walked in front of him, he still knelt there stupidly and maintained his posture of kowtowing in fear. Obviously, he was ready to kowtow and beg for mercy. Go. Luo Qingtong's voice was indifferent. Her lotus-like skirt fluttered in the air as she took a step forward, sweeping past the imperial chamberlain. Yes. That palace attendant's face was filled with trepidation. He didn't know what Luo Qingtong meant. After the previous lesson, he didn't think that Luo Qingtong was going to compromise. He felt that Luo Qingtong's words had a deeper meaning. However, the Luo clan was declining and old Master Luo had lost his cultivation. Luo Qingtong only had the title of the future wife of Tianyu's fifth prince, but she didn't have enough cultivation to support the Luo clan. No matter how he looked at it, she couldn't stop the royal family from taking back the tiger tally. After all, the royal family had a righteous reason. Old Master Luo's accident gave them a justifiable reason to take back the tiger tally. If Luo Qingtong didn't agree, it was fine. However, the royal family of Dongli could use the name of selfishness to accuse the Luo clan of not thinking about the country. At that time, old Master Luo, who had lost his cultivation, would be forced to hand over the tiger tally. Otherwise, the royal family of Dongli would use force to take the tiger tally after a round of reprimanding. Either way, the Luo clan's reputation as a century-old family would be ruined. Thinking of this, that palace attendant felt that Luo Qingtong had probably seen through this and had no choice but to compromise. Yes. It must be like this. As the attendant thought about it, he subconsciously puffed out his chest. But at this moment, Luo Qingtong glanced at him. Although he knew that she couldn't see, he still felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. The arrogance that just rose up suddenly withered. No matter how Luo Qingtong compromised, with her identity as the future wife of the fifth prince, she could still beat him. With that thought in mind, the palace attendant instantly quieted down. When Luo Qingtong left, he trotted and followed behind her with a flattering expression. He was afraid that Luo Qingtong would kill him out of annoyance. After all, Luo Qingtong was unscrupulous. Now that the decree had been passed down, if he was really killed, then his death would have been in vain. Could they really expect the royal family of Dongli to find trouble with Luo Qingtong because of this? Thinking of this, the personal attendant instantly became well-behaved, not daring to cause any trouble, nor did he dare to show off in the slightest. Therefore, when Luo Qingtong went out, everyone saw a strange scene. The eunuch, who had been arrogant when he came to pass the edict, now followed Luo Qingtong like a pug. His careful attitude stunned many people. Didn't they say that the Luo clan was declining? The eldest daughter of the Luo clan wasn't liked by the royal family of Tianyu. Why was this palace servant so respectful to her? Could it be that the rumors were wrong? Or was the eldest daughter of the Luo clan really good at tricks? After all, they had seen the chamberlain kowtowing outside, but his expression was one of unwillingness. The group of people watched Luo Qingtong and the others leave. It's the 3-army practice field. What are Luo Qingtong and the others doing there? Grandfather Luo isn't here. Wait. When the eunuch was being beaten, he kept yelling that they were here to deliver a decree. Is this decree related to the 3-army practice field? Damn. Is the royal family going to take back the 3-army practice field? Isn't this too shameless? Someone couldn't help but yell. Yes, the 3-army practice field is the result of Grandfather Luo's hard work. He built it all by himself. God knows how much resources he spent on it. Now that Grandfather Luo is in trouble, the royal family wants to take back the 3-army practice field. Isn't this too much? Yes. Everyone in Dongli country knows that Grandfather Luo did everything for the 3-army practice field. Because of this, the Luo family still doesn't have their own private army. Most of the Luo family's resources were given to the 3-army practice field by Grandfather Luo. Grandfather Luo contributed a lot to the current No. 1 army practice field. It's too disappointing for the royal family to do this. Yes. Look at the big countries around us. The only first-class aristocratic family that doesn't have a private army is the Luo family. They are the in-laws of the Tianyu royal family. Their status is much higher than those first-class aristocratic families in the other low-level countries. But they don't have a private army. This is almost inconceivable. Sigh. Grandfather Luo's accident is the most turbulent time for the Luo family. It's fine if the royal family doesn't comfort and protect them, but they can't wait to take over the three-army practice field. It's really shameless. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. If the Luo family had been bullying the common people and doing whatever they wanted with the three-army practice field, perhaps these people would applaud the royal family for taking back the three-army practice field. But the Luo family has always been conscientious. Grandfather Luo has been loyal and upright all his life. Even if he was engaged to the Tianyu royal family, he never showed off his status as the in-laws of the Tianyu royal family and never looked down on anyone. In Dongli country, from the common people to the Dongli royal family, almost all of them were indebted to Grandfather Luo. This was especially true for the royal family. The establishment of the three armies was entirely done by Old Master Luo himself. He had poured all his heart and soul into this weapon of the nation. Grandfather Luo's loyalty was exemplary. He never looked down on Dongli because of his marriage with Tianyu's royal family. He was loyal to the country and took root here. He wasn't arrogant or domineering at all, and he didn't let down the Eastern Fence royal family at all. He had always been respectful. Now that something had happened to the Luo clan, it ended up like this. Everyone couldn't help but sigh for the Luo clan. Sigh, I was just saying that the Luo clan was in trouble, but I didn't expect it to come so quickly. The royal family's action of kicking a man when he was down was too fast. The Luo clan is really pitiful. That's right. Especially Miss Luo, the future wife of Tianyu's fifth prince, the legitimate daughter of the Luo clan. How could she be bullied like this? The imperial family of Tianyu was too hateful. Our royal family is really too disappointing. Just because of a few words from Tianyu's royal family, they treated the Luo clan like this. Someone could not help but say angrily. That was the pillar of the Eastern Fence country, His Majesty was too short-sighted. However, those who knew the inside story knew that it wasn't the king who was short-sighted. He had been eyeing the Luo clan's military power for a long time, but because the Luo clan was backed by Tianyu's royal family, he didn't dare to be presumptuous. Now that the Luo clan had offended Tianyu's royal family by breaking off the engagement, he naturally couldn't wait to get his hands on them. From this, one could see how heartless he was. At the same time, in the training field of the three armies. It was another day of training for the three armies. That was the rule set by Master Luo. Regardless of whether there was a war or not, the three armies had to gather on time and train in the training field to maintain their combat effectiveness. The spacious training field occupied thousands of square meters. At this moment, it was filled with people. Qinglu Wangye stood in high spirits at the place where Luo Leoi usually watched the military drill. Looking down at the scene below, he felt an indescribable sense of pride. Do you see that? The armies down there will soon belong to the royal family. After decades, the power of the royal family has fallen. Today, we can finally regain our power. He knew that King Dongli had sent someone to the Luo family to ask for the three armies' tiger tally. Master Luo had not appeared recently because of his illness. He had been patrolling the camp on behalf of Master Luo. However, in reality, Lord Qin was only in charge of the defense of the royal family. He was not involved in the three armies at all. With his strength and military talent, he was not qualified to replace Master Luo as the head of the three armies. However, after old Master Luo stayed at home, the royal family of Dongli took control of the three military camps in the name of the country's most important treasure, which could not be easily entrusted to others. They also squeezed out the deputy commander arranged by old Master Luo. They said that the deputy general was not qualified to lead the three armies. When Master Luo was not around, the royal family took over. Even a pig could see their ambition. However, without Master Luo, the three armies had no backbone and did not know what to do. Especially in the past few days, the news of Master Luo's martial arts dissipation was spread by Luo Xinning, which shocked the three armies. The royal family went from bad to worse. They dismissed the deputy commanders and generals that old Master Luo had arranged for them and replaced them with their own people. At this moment, the three armies had become the sole authority of the royal family. Loyalty and patriotism was the creed that Master Luo instilled in the three armies. Therefore, even if they saw through the royal family's actions and felt indignant, they could only endure it in silence. Without Master Luo, they had no leader. The royal family had a legitimate reason to control the three armies. They could not resist at all. Haha. Yes. When we get the three armies' tiger tally, we will congratulate Lord Qing for becoming the new commander of the three armies. The Luo family has become a thing of the past. Yes, Master Luo has dissipated his martial arts. The Luo family has no successor. The command of the three armies must be in the hands of the royal family. Let us first congratulate 6th Prince Qing on his grand plan. A group of people crowded around 6th Prince Qing, flattering him with flattering expressions. Who didn't know that the Luo clan's power was already gone? Old Master Luo's cultivation had dissipated, and he had lost control of the three armies. Everyone's flattery made Qing Lu Wanye feel very comfortable. The man's words made the 6th king's face darken. Heh, you don't want to hand it over? He sneered. Now, the Luo clan has no choice. Look at yourself in the mirror. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Rumble. The sound of horse hooves on the ground was really deafening and extremely arrogant. The ground was faintly trembling. How dare you? Who is so presumptuous? Qing Lu Wanye was still on the high platform watching the three armies drill. Suddenly hearing the sound of horse hooves, he was instantly furious. The place where the three armies were located was an important military area. All the unrelated people were not allowed to come within 300 meters of the barracks. 500 meters away, they had to dismount. This had always been the rule, even the Dongli king had to abide by it. Today's arrogant horse hooves completely broke this rule, and also broke the silence of the martial arts field. Rumble. Everyone turned their head to look in the direction of the sound of horse hooves. A majestic and tall date red horse first appeared in their sight, followed by a flame-like gorgeous color. That dazzling red was as red as the morning glow above the horizon, as red as the fire lotus that bloomed for eternity, and as beautiful as the clouds of fire floating in the sky. The brilliance of this color, its beauty, and its ability to move one's heart was truly indescribable. Everyone could only see an unparalleled jade-colored face, which was revealed on top of the flame-like beauty. It was like a floating flower that bloomed like a pistil in a wave. Luo Qingtong. Looking at the face that was more dazzling than before, Qing Lu Wanye's face instantly became gloomy. This woman, what did she come here for? Did she want to use her identity as the future wife of the 5th Prince of Tianyu to suppress him? Humph, unfortunately, the military power of the three armies was related to the righteousness of the country. Her identity as the future wife of the 5th Prince was useless. If Luo Qingtong forcibly stopped him from taking back the military power, it would be unreasonable. He could forcibly take back the military power. He could also destroy the Luo family's 100 years of reputation. Thinking of this, Qing Lu Wanye sneered. He stood up, walked to the railing of the stand, and coldly shouted at the almost stunned soldiers at the entrance of the barracks, "What are you doing? This is the barracks, stop their horses for me." This Luo Qingtong was really looking for humiliation. She dared to ride a horse to the martial arts field. He would teach her a good lesson for the royal family and himself. Qing Lu Wanye thought so, his tone was ruthless. After his shout, the soldiers at the entrance of the barracks quickly reacted and subconsciously set up tripwires to trip the horses. At the same time, they also pulled out their weapons and went forward. "Stop!" They were shouting. At the front, the Imperial Guards and the attendant were drenched in cold sweat. "This is breaking into the barracks. Miss, this. Should we dismount first?" the attendant asked Luo Qingtong in a trembling voice. The latter ignored him and continued to look ahead with a cold smile. In the next second, she pulled the reins. Just as the attendant thought that she was going to stop the horse and dismount, the date-red horse under Luo Qingtong suddenly leaped into the air. "All Luo clan's iron guards, charge!" Boom! Under the command of Luo Qingtong, all the guards who followed Luo Qingtong tightened their reins and directly jumped over the heads of the soldiers who came to stop them. They crashed into the barracks gate and went straight in. "Luo Qingtong, how dare you? I'm here to deliver the tiger tally on behalf of the royal family. What's there to be presumptuous about?" Luo Qingtong leads a group of Luo family's guards straight through the gate of the barracks. They directly pass through the soldiers of the three armies and stop in the middle of the square. The group of people and horses, like Moses parting the sea, forced the soldiers of the three armies to stand in line. The well-trained soldiers are forced by Luo Qingtong's biting cold momentum and involuntarily scatter to the sides, allowing her and the guards to pass through. Luo Qingtong, how dare you quibble? Who allowed you to trespass in the barracks? Prince Qing shouts angrily, even if you are the future fifth prince's wife of the Tianyu royal family, you can't ignore the military rules of our Dongli country. Guards, his words had just reached this point when he suddenly stopped abruptly. Below, Luo Qingtong holds a tiger roar talisman and raises it high. I said, I'm here to deliver the tiger tally to the royal family. Luo Qingtong's voice is faint, but I think that just giving the tiger tally to the royal family is not enough to show the sincerity of our Luo family. So, I'm here to deliver it myself. Prince Qing, the holder of the tiger tally, can enter the barracks at will without any restrictions, so as not to delay the military plans. Is that right? That's right. Prince Qing looks greedily at the tiger tally in Luo Qingtong's hand. It takes a while for him to react to what Luo Qingtong said. He nods with a gloomy face. Then there's no problem. Luo Qingtong plays with the tiger tally in her hand. She twirls it in her palm and plays with it. Her words are full of carelessness. In that case, I'm not breaking the military rules, right? Yes. Prince Chang's face is gloomy again. But since the tiger tally has been delivered, you can give it to me. As he spoke, he raised his hand and was about to suck the tiger tally into his hand. Wait. Luo Qingtong raises her hand to take back the tiger tally, making him grab the tiger tally in vain. Sixth Prince Qing, you are too impatient. Since I brought the tiger tally here, I'm not going to take it back. Back then, my grandfather collected this tiger tally for the sake of the Eastern Fence country. He gathered the three armies under the wings of our Luo family. Luo Qingtong's smile was wanton and cold. If not for the burden of the three armies, my Luo clan's private army would be much stronger. If the royal family wants to take it back, I'm more than happy to oblige. However, even though the Luo clan doesn't want this tiger talisman, the Luo clan doesn't care about it. However, there are some things that I would like to clarify. As she spoke, her empty black eyes swept across all the soldiers present. As you can see now, my Luo clan is in trouble. Grandfather's cultivation is scattered, and he's in a precarious position. I will immediately return the authority of the three armies to the Eastern Fence royal family. From now on, you have nothing to do with the Luo clan. My grandfather is no longer your commander. But at this moment, I want to ask, if you have a choice now, how many of you are willing to stand behind the Luo clan and overcome this difficulty with us? Luo Qingtong sits on the red horse and quietly looks at the soldiers on the martial arts field. These people are indebted to her Luo clan and were trained by her grandfather. It can be said that without grandfather Luo, the three armies would not have the momentum they have today. Luo Qingtong wanted to see how many people would remember her kindness back then and be willing to use their lives to repay the Luo family in this precarious situation where the Luo family was in trouble. Oh. Silly girl, you're really naive. Hearing Luo Qingtong's question, Qingliu's gloomy face instantly turned into mockery. She doesn't know what her Luo family is like now. Anyone with the slightest bit of intelligence would not choose to board that lousy ship of theirs. Now, she actually asked the soldiers of the three armies if they were willing to follow her around. Isn't this the biggest joke in the world? In the camp of the three armies, they have the best resources. These people have been trained by Luo Laoi. Would they give up such a good environment in the camp of the three armies for a cripple? Luo Qingtong asking these words is simply asking for humiliation. In the square, there's a silence. Everyone, after Luo Qingtong's words, is silent in an instant. This silence is enough to embarrass anyone, but Luo Qingtong doesn't care at all. She faintly said, "No one?" In that case. She was about to give the order, but at this moment, a general standing not far from them suddenly gritted his teeth and took a step forward. This general, Dong Yu, is willing to follow the general. With that, he tore off the totem coat of arms on his body that symbolizes the identity of the three armies. The general's kindness to me is as heavy as a mountain. This subordinate is willing to follow the general back to the Luo family and overcome the difficulties together. This general is also willing. This general is also willing. I am willing. I am also willing. I am also willing. That. Won't you think my strength is too low? After Dong Yu took the lead, one by one, the generals and soldiers stood up. Unexpectedly, those soldiers turned out to be the most numerous. On the contrary, those generals, except for Dong Yu, almost half of them didn't move. These people, cultivated by Luo Laoi, obtained today's strength and achievements, but when the Luo family was in danger, they were not willing to stand up. Luo Qingtong looked at all of this indifferently. As more and more people stood up, the bloody light in her eyes flashed slightly. Before Luo Qingtong came, she was already prepared that no one would stand up today. Because no matter how you look at it, staying in the camp of the three armies is better than going to the Luo family. But she didn't expect that so many people would stand up. Although these people, not even 1/3 of the people in the camp of the three armies. But these people, they gave up everything to follow the Luo family. Grandfather's efforts in the past were not in vain. In this world, there are not only ungrateful people. Don't know why, looking at the scene in front of her, Luo Qingtong suddenly wavered a little. In her opinion, human nature is selfish. As long as their own interests, people will not hesitate to betray and give up. What kinship, friendship, love are all bullshit, but now, these people who stood? Luo Qingtong's Luo perhaps, in her previous life, it was because her luck was too bad that she met people with bad characters. Should she try to believe in human nature? These thoughts flashed through Luo Qingtong's mind in an instant and she quickly suppressed them. Very good. You won't regret today's decision. Now, everyone who stands up, come to my side. As for the rest. Luo Qingtong's lips curved into a cold smile. Strip them. Luo Qingtong's voice was cold. Strip them of everything they have. What? The soldiers in the square were shocked. Those who had decided to stand behind Luo Qingtong and the Luo family were confused. They looked at Luo Qingtong and then at their former comrades who were stunned. They didn't know what had happened. Did they mishear Miss Luo's order? Miss? Even the Luo family's guards who came with Luo Qingtong were shocked. They didn't expect Luo Qingtong to give such an order. The guards and the chamberlain who were left behind by Luo Qingtong and the others almost fell off their horses when they heard Luo Qingtong's order. Did they hear wrongly? What did Miss Luo say? Strip them of what? I said, strip them naked. Luo Qingtong waved the horsewhip in her hand. She sat upright on the date red horse. Her aura was high-spirited, sharp and unstoppable. The young girl who had just shown weakness and said that the Luo clan was in trouble seemed to have changed into a different person. The aura around her was extremely sharp and cold. Everyone knows that the Eastern Fence Army was established by the Luo family. The Luo family doesn't have a private army. We treat the army as our sons and nephews. My grandfather has spent a lot of effort in the three armies. Whenever he got a new spiritual weapon, my grandfather used it to test it. As an inferior country, the Eastern Fence Army didn't have many resources. It was the weakest among all the small countries. It's my grandfather. The Marquis. Shamelessly, he asked the royal family of Tianyu for the best armor and equipment. Excellent weapons, high-quality armor, and exquisite food. You ate what the Luo family's disciples ate. What kind of resources my Luo clan's disciples enjoy, the outstanding members of your three armies will also enjoy. Your strength, your armor, your weapons, your medicine, all of them came from the Luo clan. Now, the three-army tiger tally must be returned to the Eastern Fence royal family. Naturally, all the gifts given by the Luo clan will be taken back. At this point, Luo Qingtong raised her delicate jade-like face. In the dazzling radiance, the layer of jade on her face seemed to be sprinkled with a layer of warm light. Under the scorching sunlight, it was indescribably dazzling. Since you no longer have anything to do with my Luo clan, then you have no right to use our Luo clan's things. In the future, the Eastern Fence Army will naturally be worshipped by the royal family. Now, strip. Hearing Luo Qingtong's order, all the iron guards of the Luo family and those who had sided with the Luo family immediately rushed towards the three armies in the square. My apologies, fellow comrades, I've offended you. The eldest young miss is right. In the past, the commander-in-chief led us. Naturally, all of our food and clothing were taken care of by the Luo family. Now, the commander-in-chief had changed. You should return everything you have on you. Dong Yu and the others looked cynical, but their hearts were indescribably refreshed. Just a moment ago, they were still feeling stifled over what had happened to Grandfather Luo and the Luo family. They stood up because they couldn't bear to see the Luo family suffer such humiliation and no one to help them, but they didn't expect Luo Qingtong to be so reckless and bold. This method was simply too much for them to handle. The royal family wanted to take back the military power of the three armies. Good, just leave them an empty shelf, without the excellent weapons provided by the Luo family, without the good resources from the Tianyu Empire. What was the difference between the so-called three armies and the private armies of the aristocratic families? Until now, everyone knew why Luo Qingtong handed over the tiger tally so easily. It turned out that from the beginning, she had been prepared to make the Dongli royal family suffer. The other side wanted to take the army that was built by the Luo family. For this reason, they didn't care about their reputation. Once Luo Leoi was in trouble, they became aggressive. Everyone knew Sima Zhao's intention, but Luo Qingtong directly took drastic measures to deal with them. You want the tiger tally, she will give it to you, but she wanted to peel off a layer of skin from the entire three armies. Those ungrateful people who simply forgot the kindness of the Luo family and stood on the Dongli royal family's side at this time. She didn't want any of them, she only wanted to see if they had a chance to stand in this world after losing everything given by the Luo family. Luo Qingtong sneered. Luo Qingtong! How dare you! Watching the Luo family's iron guards approaching the three armies, Prince Qinglu, who was sitting on the spectator stand, couldn't hold it anymore. The blue veins on his forehead jumped, and he stood up. He never thought that Luo Qingtong would do this. Originally, he thought the tiger tally would be easy to get, and the three armies would be under his control. Luo Qingtong would never disobey the royal family's order to take back the tiger tally. But now, Luo Qingtong didn't disobey the royal family's order, and she did want to hand over the tiger tally. But, she wanted to take away the entire three armies. She didn't even let go of the things on the soldiers. Without these, would the three armies still be the three armies? Would they still be the strongest army in Dongli? He was afraid that they were not even as good as the imperial guards trained by themselves. Thinking of this, Prince Qinglu suddenly felt that something was wrong. Luo Qingtong's move was too ruthless. Without all kinds of equipment, weapons, and resources, even if they took over the three armies, they would only be a pile of junk. A bunch of burdens. Thinking of this, Prince Qing became anxious. Heh. Why wouldn't I dare? Luo Qingtong sat upright on the juju-bred horse. She raised her eyebrows and looked at him with a wicked expression. His eyes were empty and black, and the smile on his lips was indescribably cold and mocking. I'm taking back my Luo clan's things. Dare I ask the sixth prince, what's wrong with that? Does your highness think that the Luo family will still have to serve the three armies like a cow or horse after the royal family has taken back the tiger tally? What's more, the responsibility of providing for the three armies should be borne by the national treasury. The Luo family has been loyal and righteous for so many years. Now, it's time to take them back. Luo Qingtong's words instantly made Prince Qing speechless. He couldn't find any words to refute him. Luo Qingtong's words were reasonable. Even if she spoke to the ends of the earth, no one would be able to find any fault with her. The Eastern Fence royal family wanted the tiger tally, and she gave it to them, but Luo clan's things, she wanted to take them back. After all, Luo clan didn't have the responsibility to provide for the three armies. No aristocratic family would use their own pockets to support the three armies for the country and the royal family. But, things shouldn't be like this. Prince Qingliu's heart was in disbelief. How did things become like this? Shouldn't the Luo clan obediently swallow their anger, and then hand over the tiger tally with both hands, allowing the royal family to sit on the three armies and become the absolute ruler of Dongli? Luo clan was weak. Shouldn't they be obedient and let him and others control them? Sixth Prince Qing could not figure it out. Just as his expression turned ugly, the Luo family's iron guards and the soldiers of the three armies who had chosen to follow the Luo family approached the people who sided with the Dongli royal family. Don't come any closer. Finally, one of the generals could not stand it anymore and made a gesture of resistance. I don't care if these things belong to the Luo family or not. Now that they've given them to us, they're ours. You can't take them back. That's right. What right do you have to take back what you've given us? That's impossible. That's right. Brothers, we can't let the Luo family take advantage of us like this. These people had completely forgotten their sense of shame for the sake of their own interests. After saying such shameless words, they wanted to attack the Luo family's iron guards and the people who followed the Luo family. Who cared about the Luo family and the generals? Their own interests were the most important thing. Which one of their armors and weapons wasn't of the best quality? They would be able to suppress the other armies if they went out. Without these things, what was the difference between them and the people outside? The soldiers of the three armies who stayed knew very well that without these things from the Luo family, the Dongli royal family would not value them anymore. They might even treat them as trash and a burden. Moreover, they themselves couldn't bear to fall from their lofty and highly sought-after status. The reason why they betrayed the Luo family and chose to follow the royal family was that they did not want to give up the good environment and treatment in the three armies. They could not afford to lose the things they had on them. Not only that, the Luo family should not even think about taking away the resources in the three armies' barracks. With that thought in mind, these people revealed a ferocious look and prepared to attack. However, as soon as they raised their auras, they instantly dissipated. Their bodies went limp and they could not exert any strength at all. They were shocked. Before they could react, they had fallen to the ground. No matter how hard they struggled, they could not get up. What was even more frightening was that they could feel the auras in their bodies disappearing bit by bit. The disappearance was not obvious, but the feeling of it flowing away bit by bit was very torturous. They could feel their strength disappearing anytime, anywhere, but they could not do anything about it. What's going on? My strength. Ah! Someone cried out in disbelief. They lay on the ground, their faces were filled with disbelief. How could their strength? Luo Qingtong looked at this scene coldly with a bloody light in her eyes. Did these people think that she would come to the three armies' barracks without any preparation? Not only were they ungrateful, they even had the audacity to attack the Luo family's people. They were waiting for their strength to dissipate bit by bit, and they would be completely crippled. The process would be very slow, giving them enough time to regret everything they had done. Three armies as armies? Ha! Luo Qingtong sneered faintly. How could these ungrateful people be qualified to say that they were strong? These people to them, without the support Luo family, she was not too dirty to them, she was not too dirty to kill. I have to be to stop. To them all is to them, Luo halves. Ludos are to her to stay where not twos have hats, are to have to die. Luo Jia's iron guard and others are very fast. After a while, on the wide martial arts arena, a large number of armors, weapons, and elixirs were taken from the soldiers of the three armies and piled up like a mountain. Qinglu Wangya looks at all this with a purplish-red face, the blue veins on his forehead are throbbing. However, he has no reason to stop Luo Qingtong's actions. The latter did not say that she will not give him the tiger tally, she just wants to take back what belongs to Luo Jia. Can he still shamelessly say that the things that Luo Jia prepared for the three armies are their things? Luo Qingtong has no right to take it back, absolutely not. Therefore, he can only blush and angrily look at the actions of the Luo Jia's iron guard and those who stood in line to follow Luo Jia. His heart is so stifled that he can't stop it. Luo Qingtong, Qinglu Wangya's eyes are blood red. Today, the royal family was slapped in the face by Luo Qingtong. They covet the control of the three armies, but Luo Qingtong pulled the carpet from under their cauldron. What they got was completely an empty frame and junk. If this matter is spread out, it's enough to make the nearby small countries and the various aristocratic families laugh for a year. This matter can't be let go. Luo Qingtong really didn't know how to appreciate favors, relying on the identity of the future fifth prince's wife. She insists on carrying the Luo Jia's lintel. Does she really think that we can't do anything to her? Without that identity, what is she? Qinglu Wangya gnashes his teeth fiercely, but Luo Qingtong is unspeakably calm. She let the Luo Jia's iron guard take all these things back to Luo Jia, including the entire warehouse of the three armies. Everything inside will be taken away, except for dust. The Eastern Fence royal family will not get anything. Therefore, those curious people, who are waiting to watch the show outside the three armies, saw the Luo Jia's people drive the cars into the three armies' barracks and then return with a full load. A group of people is completely stunned, they don't know what's going on. Why does it feel like the three armies barracks has become a vegetable market, and what is the Luo Jia pulling from inside? Could it be that the royal family was compensating them? But wasn't this too much? The crowd looked at the cars coming and going in and out of the place with puzzled expressions. Even if they were beaten to death, they would never have thought that Luo Qingtong would wipe out the entire military barracks. Who would have thought of such an arrogant and crazy thing? However, Luo Qingtong had done just that. Luo Qingtong, you will regret what you did today. Qinglu Wangye stood on the viewing platform and looked towards Luo Qingtong's direction with gritted teeth. Looking at the high-quality weapons and armors, as well as the various resources being transported away, he felt as if his heart was being ripped apart, throbbing with pain. However, without a valid reason, he could not touch Luo Qingtong. This made him even angrier. The hand that was holding the railing suddenly exerted force, and the jade railing was crushed into pieces. Heh. Luo Qingtong chuckled softly. Is that so? Then I'll wait for you to make me regret. I'm afraid you don't have the strength. Luo Qingtong did not put the Eastern Fence royal family in her eyes. She didn't touch them because she didn't want to expose her strength. If they insist on courting death, Luo Qingtong doesn't mind sending their whole family on a journey. Anyway, it's not that difficult to change the royal family of Eastern Fence country. Qinglu Wangye did not know Luo Qingtong's thoughts, otherwise he would have been scared out of his wits. You. He looked angry and wanted to say something more. On the other side, Luo Qingtong, who was watching the last car of the Luo family leave, suddenly raised her hand. Give me the tiger-shaped tally. 6th Prince Qing, I wish you, the newly appointed commander of the three armies, a speedy and successful appointment. You'll have a bright future ahead of you. And you, it's better to follow the royal family than follow the Luo family, who will be defeated at any time. I wish all of you a bright and boundless future. As Luo Qingtong spoke, she looked at the soldiers of the three armies who were lying on the ground with only their underwear left. In the past, those high-spirited and vigorous soldiers were the strongest in the three armies, but now they were in a mess. Luo Qingtong's words were like a slap to their faces. These people chose to abandon the Luo family and the cultivation of Master Luo for their own glory and wealth. They even wanted to fight with the Luo family's guards. Now they were dispersing their cultivation. Without the support of the Luo family's resources, even if the royal family found them weapons, armor, and other resources, how could they compare with the excellent ones Master Luo brought from the Tianyu Empire? What's more, the royal family had its own imperial guards. How could they treat the soldiers of the three armies equally? It was more likely that because of Luo Qingtong's actions this time, they would vent their anger on them. At that time, they would know how difficult life would be. All of this was the price they had to pay for betraying the Luo family. Luo Qingtong didn't kill them, but she made them suffer. These people, for their future glory and wealth, betrayed the Luo family, but now they had nothing. And those who didn't forget the kindness and were willing to follow the Luo family in the wind and rain, had everything. It was obvious who would use the things Luo Qingtong dragged away from the barracks of the three armies in the end. Thinking of this, these people were full of unspeakable regret. That feeling of remorse was like ants gnawing at their hearts, ruthlessly gnawing at their hearts. They had a chance, but they gave it up. Now they could only fall from the top of the clouds to the bottom of the valley, looking up at the people they had disdained and laughed at before. Not only that, Luo Qingtong's next words pushed their regret to the top. By the way, I forgot to tell you that the Luo family has been loyal for generations. My grandfather has been a soldier all his life, for the country and the people, without any selfishness. Now he can finally retire with glory. Thank you, royal family, for your sympathy. I will make good use of the things that were brought back from the Tri-Army operation. Among the many families, only my Luo family. Now I have these things, I can form an iron army. Here, I thank the royal family for your help. Thank you for taking the burden off my grandfather and the Luo family. So we can relax. When Luo Qingtong said this, the smile on her lips was devilish. The next second Luo Qingtong to the Luo family to the outside of Luo to Luo Qingtong Luo clan's iron army, follow me back to my residence. Yes. Many of the soldiers who chose to follow the Luo family were indescribably excited. The Luo family's iron army, in the future, they will be the Luo family's iron army. He could now openly follow the commander. Haha. Let's go. Let's go back. A group of people excitedly galloped on their horses and followed Luo Qingtong's footsteps. Rumble. The sound of horses galloping could be heard as the crowd watched the Luo family's convoy leave. Then, they saw Luo Qingtong leading a large group of soldiers out of the three-army barracks. Oh my god, everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at the long line of people. They didn't know what to say. These people were clearly wearing the elite armor of the three-army soldiers. Why did they follow the eldest daughter of the Luo family out of the barracks? Could it be that the Luo family was indignant that their commander-in-chief position had been taken away and had rebelled? But on second thought, it didn't seem right. If that was the case, the royal family would be in an uproar, but until now, they hadn't heard any movement or sound of any wind, and with so many people rushing out of the barracks, why wasn't anyone chasing after them? No matter how they looked at it, it didn't seem like they were rebelling. The group of people was instantly confused. What the hell was the Luo family doing? Did they give the tiger tally or not? Everyone was confused. Meanwhile, Luo Qingtong had already led the Luo family's Iron Army back to the Luo family. The so-called Luo family's Iron Army was actually a name that Luo Qingtong had thought of. She had stolen the name of the Luo family's Iron Army from Old Master Luo's personal guards and established the Luo family's Iron Army. In any case, this name was iron-blooded enough. Old Master Luo would definitely like it. Rumble. When Luo Qingtong led the Luo family's Iron Army back to the Luo family, it caused quite a stir in Windgate City. Especially the Chu family. Old Master Chu didn't follow Luo Qingtong and the Imperial Guards to the three-army barracks. Due to his special status, he could only persuade Luo Qingtong to stop there. Although he felt that Luo Qingtong wouldn't leave the matter at that, he didn't expect Luo Qingtong to cause such a huge commotion. She actually brought back nearly a third of the three-army soldiers. Could it be that she had fallen out with the royal family and rebelled? Subconsciously, Old Master Chu had the same thought. He immediately sent someone to inquire about the news. When Old Master Chu heard the news, he was dumbfounded. Luo Qingtong had done much more than he had imagined. Not only did he destroy the three armies, he even dragged half of them back to the Luo clan and established the Luo clan's Iron Army. How could a 14 or 15-year-old girl who had never seen the world be able to do such a thing? This method was even more ruthless than what he and Old Man Luo had done together. How did Old Man Luo raise such a granddaughter? With her around, how could the Luo family fall, unless the engagement between Tianyu's royal family and the Luo clan was completely dissolved? Or maybe the royal family of Tianyu did it themselves. Otherwise, it was impossible. Old Master Chu was old and sharp. He saw through the crux of the matter at a glance. He took a deep breath and immediately called for his subordinates. Prepare a generous gift for me immediately. I want to pay the Luo clan a visit. The previous visit wasn't official. He was worried about the Luo clan's situation, so he went with the Imperial Guards to pass on the Imperial Edict. This time, Old Master Chu wanted to pay a visit to Luo Qingtong as the head of the Chu family and the Marquis of Dinghua. The granddaughter of his old rival wasn't simple at all. Bang! A cloud of smoke exploded in front of Beiqing and Fengyu. One of the rings on their hands shattered, forming a strange ghostly face in the air. La la la. You can't catch her. You can't catch her, right? The two looked at the disappearing cloud of smoke, their lips twitching. Fortunately, Master didn't come. Beiqing said to Fengyu. Otherwise, he would die of anger. The evil doctor really knew how to play. Not only did she hide the ring in a strange place, but she also left such a message. If Master saw this, he would explode in a minute, and before. They had searched several places in a row, but they were all special places that were hard to explain. Thinking about how they had just entered a small brothel and were almost turned upside down, Beiqing's face was still green. She didn't know why the evil doctor had so many strange ideas in her head. No wonder Master couldn't catch her every time. Let's go to the next one. Fengyu's lips also twitched. He was also amazed by the evil doctor's ability to escape. No wonder Master had not set foot in that place for so many years, but still insisted on going back to get the Shifeng dragon ring. It turned out that the evil doctor had come up with so many tricks. This 9 Netherworld Phoenix ring had been tossed into such a fake and shoddy product. How could she be so capable? This was really the person Feng Yu had met in his entire life, other than his own master. He was the most unfathomable person. Let's go. Beiqing looked like she had nothing left to live for. I hope we can find the evil doctor this time. I think it's very difficult. Feng Yu opened the sensor marker that his master had given him and the others. It was truly a headache that he couldn't describe. There were dozens of densely packed locations, all of which were the exact locations where Xianxia had sensed the fluctuations of the 9 Netherworld Phoenix Ring through the Shifeng Dragon Ring. It extended from the Tianyu Empire to the surrounding areas. It was really a headache. After we find the evil doctor this time, we must tell her not to run away again. Master likes her and won't hurt her. Otherwise, we don't know how many times she will torture us. Feng Yu muttered in his heart. We must help Master to confess. Otherwise, they really wouldn't be able to withstand this devastation. The evil doctor was truly too extraordinary, even the 9 Netherworld Phoenix Ring couldn't hold her. And, I must help Master succeed in his confession. AI, why do you think our Master is so awkward? Didn't he just like evil doctors? You still refuse to admit it even if you're beaten to death. Beiqing clutched her chest and said with lingering fear. He was so close to being sent to that bastard Suifei to be trained again. He was scared to death. It's probably because Master has never liked anyone before, so he doesn't know what to do. Feng Yu frowned. The fervent demonic doctor was indeed too good at running. Master hadn't even caught him yet, so how could she admit to liking him? This was too embarrassing. Feng Yu could vaguely guess her master's thoughts. It's so profound. I don't understand. Beiqing shook her head. But what kind of feeling do you think like is? Even someone as wise and powerful as Master has fallen for it? Maybe it's the feeling of not being able to get what you want. Feng Yu pondered and said, for example, you pay a lot of attention to a person and want to be by her side every time to share her burden and protect her. Hey, what's with that expression? Feng Yu looked at Beiqing with a dark face. The latter's face was filled with fear. You're talking about us and our master, right? They were always paying attention to their master. They wanted to stay by his side and protect him. Get lost. The two of them arrived at Windgate City in Dongli country. Luo Qingtong stood in front of a group of soldiers who had followed her back to the Luo family. No, it should be called the Luo family's Iron Army now. She swept her gaze over the excited soldiers and said in a deep voice. Today is the day the Luo family's private army is established. From today onwards, you will be the only Iron Army of the Luo family. In the future, you will also be the pride of the Luo family. I'm going to ask you one last time. Do you regret joining the Luo clan at this time? If you regret it, you can stand up now. It's not too late. I allow you to leave. Luo Qingtong's voice was cold and indifferent. Everyone has to think for themselves. If you want to leave now, I will not stop you. Not only that, as a reward for standing behind the Luo family in times of danger, I will let you choose what you want from the 3 army barracks. Miss. Don't say any more. When we stood up for the 3 army barracks, we had never thought of leaving the Luo family. Now that the Luo family has established an Iron Army, we are ecstatic. Miss, we are indebted to the general. Without him, we would not be where we are now. No matter what happens to the Luo family, we will never leave. Yes. Miss. Since we have chosen to stand by the Luo family, we have decided to live and die with the Luo family. You don't have to say these words today. We will never leave. That's right. We have been nurtured by the general. In such a precarious time, how can we abandon the Luo family? Miss, you don't have to say anything more. We are now members of the Luo family in life, and our souls in death. Yes. The crowd was in high spirits. Luo Qingtong looked at them, her heart slightly moved. These people showed her that there were still people in this world who could be trusted. Good. She looked at them and nodded, since you have chosen the Luo family, I will not let you down. Those who have gratitude in their hearts will never be let down. I promise you that as long as the Luo family exists, you will all enjoy the same glory. In the future, no one will be able to stop you. Now, I want all of you to cripple your own cultivation. Luo Qingtong's eyes flashed with bloody light as she looked at them. What? All the officers and soldiers thought that Luo Qingtong wanted them to swear allegiance to the Luo family, and they were ready. But he didn't expect Luo Qingtong to say such words. Cripple my own cultivation? Everyone almost thought that they had misheard. However, at this moment, Luo Qingtong nodded lightly and repeated, "That's right, cripple your own cultivation." Her voice was indifferent, and she did not explain why she wanted them to do so. What these people did in the end would determine their future. If they were willing to cripple themselves for the sake of the Luo family, then Luo Qingtong could completely trust them. Luo Qingtong wouldn't use oaths and poison to insult these soldiers who stood by the Luo family's side to repay their kindness. However, she had to ensure their absolute loyalty. She was now giving them a path to heaven, and it was up to them if they were willing to step on it. Miss? To a martial artist, crippling their own cultivation meant that their many years of hard work would all be for naught. In the future, they would be reduced to ordinary people who couldn't cultivate. These people didn't understand why Luo Qingtong wanted them to do this. Didn't Miss bring them back to use them as a deterrent to those who had evil intentions towards the Luo family? Everyone was at a loss, struggling with all kinds of thoughts. But they didn't know that the battle slave experts in the dark were about to suffer internal injuries from envy and jealousy. Master's words clearly meant that she wanted to personally help them recuperate their bodies and improve their talents. To others, crippling one's own cultivation might mean that they would become a cripple. But in Master's hands, they could turn the rotten into the miraculous and be reborn. Looking at the changes in Master Luo, who was sleeping in the main room, they understood, these people were responsible for guarding Master Luo, so they were naturally the clearest about his changes. The current Master Luo's body was far superior to ordinary people in all aspects. If his talent increased, how long would it take to cultivate back to his original strength? Wouldn't that be easy? These people could be considered to have hit the jackpot. To be able to get Master's help. You can think about it carefully. If you don't want to, I won't force you. You can leave the Luo family now. My previous promise is still valid. Luo Qingtong quietly watched their struggle. She was invisible in the eyes of the soldiers of the three armies. Hence, the expression on their faces was even more realistic. Luo Qingtong took in all these people's expressions, waiting for their decision. Miss, can we ask why? Dong Yu and the other generals struggled to ask. They were the most powerful, so naturally they had the most concerns. No. Luo Qingtong's voice was indifferent. In the future, all of you have to remember. My orders have always been obeyed, never questioned. She had too many secrets, so it was impossible to explain everything to them. Those who weren't willing to obey her orders didn't have the qualifications to follow her. Yes. Dong Yu and the others lowered their heads, their hearts full of torment. At this moment, someone finally couldn't bear it anymore. Mother, isn't it just no strength? At worst, I can cultivate again. This father's strength was given to me by Commander. So what if I return it to the Luo family? As he spoke, he fiercely made a move on himself. Behind him, the rest of the soldiers seemed to have been moved as well, and they all began to move. The other party was right, their strength was given to them by the Luo family. So what if they returned it to the Luo family? What's more, Luo Qingtong's words, it was for their own good. Although everyone had doubts about this, since they had given up the treatment of the three armies at the most dangerous time and came to the Luo family, they naturally would not easily go against Luo Qingtong's orders. The duty of duty was to obey orders. They had sworn an oath that they would live and die as members of the Luo clan. How could the first thing Luo family, those who dared to follow Luo Qingtong back and stand against the royal family were all brave men from the three armies. In the end, not a single person in the crowd was able to stand firm. All right. Luo Qingtong looked at their actions and suddenly raised her hand. Help them all up, bring them back to their rooms and take good care of them. 3 months later, I want a brand new, incomparably strong Luo family iron army. Yes. Shock, extreme shock, the Luo family's iron soldiers, who had just crippled their own cultivation, were now weaker than ordinary people. They were dumbfounded when they saw these battle slave experts jump out from the dark. How could they not be dumbfounded? Although they had lost their strength, their eyesight was still there. These people, even if they were not at the great martial general realm, what's more, they were at the martial lord realm. Oh my god, there was also a peak martial lord, the group of Luo family's iron soldiers, who had just passed Luo Qingtong's test, looked at the group of martial lord realm battle slave experts who jumped out at the end. Their faces were completely stunned. They weren't dreaming, right? Peak martial lord, that was not the strength of a commander. In an inferior country like Eastern Fence Country, he would be relied on as a pillar and be conferred the title of Marquis. In the entire Eastern Fence Country, a peak martial lord was already considered the top fighting strength. It was said that the royal family had a secret method to nurture martial king experts, but no one had seen it and no one knew about it, and now, everyone watched in shock as the experts that they could only look up to walked in front of Luo Qingtong and respectfully called out master. Ouch! Someone fiercely pinched his own thigh. Then, he started crying from the uncontrollable force of his pinch. Oh my god, this is real, not a dream, oh my god, everyone was speechless, their eyes were full of shock, and they did not know what to say. They could only let the group of battle slave experts help them back to their rooms with a wooden face. They had never enjoyed such treatment in their lives, even in their dreams. Dong Yu and the other generals looked at each other in dismay, their faces full of shock. Their strength could already be ranked at the top in Eastern Fence Country, but the battle slave experts in front of them were almost all stronger than them, not to mention those martial lord experts, who said the Luo family was about to fall my ass. Just these people, any one of them was enough to deter everyone, not to mention there were a few here. To put it bluntly, with the lineup under Luo Qingtong's command, in Eastern Fence Country, she could destroy any family she wanted. Probably only the royal family could barely contend against her, and that was under the condition that a martial king expert was dispatched. If not, even the royal family would not be able to withstand the attacks of the Luo family. The Luo clan actually had such strength. The people outside had all misjudged him, everyone was aghast. What they didn't know was that Luo Qingtong's strength wasn't limited to this. The few martial kings from the Nine Magi Mountain had yet to show themselves. If they appeared, Dong Yu and the others would probably faint from fright. What did a group of martial emperor realm experts represent? It meant that as long as Luo Qingtong was willing, she could easily flatten any low-level country. Even a slightly weaker mid-sized country would not be able to compete with her. Dong Yu and the others looked at all of this with their mouths agape. There was only one thought in their minds, and that was, if anyone really thought that the Luo clan was finished and came to bully them, then they would really be finished. The group of people was supported and left. Before leaving, she was shocked by Luo Qingtong's words. By the way, take off all the rags they are wearing. Don't wear them anymore. Luo Qingtong had looted the treasury of the Tianyu Empire's royal family, so she had nothing to worry about. The Luo family's iron army was loyal to her. In times of crisis, they did not abandon the Luo family. Naturally, she would give them the best reward. Yes. The group of battle slave powerhouses respond. On the other hand, the Luo clan soldiers almost stumbled and fell to the ground even though they were being supported. Oh my god, they're wearing the most elite equipment in the entire Eastern Fence Army. Seeing Luo Qingtong wipe out the entire 3-army camp, 6th King Cheng's heart ached and the faces of the remaining soldiers were ashen. One could tell how good these armors were. Luo Qingtong actually said these are junk. Could it be that Eldest Miss has better equipment in her hands? The group of people think. They've just recovered their wits with great difficulty, but they're once again shocked by the shocking news and can't recover for a long time. By the time they react, they've already been helped back to their rooms. You guys hit the jackpot. Master doesn't make a move easily. Do you know what Master's identity is? The group of battle slave powerhouses say enviously. What? A soldier asks foolishly. Evil Dr. Ghost Eye. Plop plop. In an instant, a few soldiers who just climbed onto their beds lose their footing and fall from above. If it weren't for those battle slave powerhouses, who knows how they would have fallen to the ground. What did you say? Everyone is completely shocked and dazed. This is even more shocking than the Luo clan hiding such a powerful force in private. Luo Qingtong is actually Evil Dr. Ghost Eye? That Blackfield's evil doctor, even the Lanyue clan has to personally send out a purple rank invitation and the bloody arena is protecting her. Evil Dr. Ghost Eye? That's not the point, it's Evil Dr. Ghost Eye who directly made an Earth stage alchemist of the Blackfield auction house wish he was dead. From then on, she became famous and became an honored guest of Eastern Fence Country's Blackfield Branch City, a person who can kill an Earth stage alchemist. What kind of concept is that? What's more, Eldest Miss is still young. Oh my god, everyone widens their eyes and clutches their chests. They almost have a heart attack. Damn, this happiness came too suddenly. They can't quite bear it. So, there's hope for our strength to recover? A soldier asks in a trembling voice. What's the big deal? Just wait to ascend to the heavens in the future. A battle slave expert said enviously, I wonder what kind of good fortune you guys accumulated in your previous lives. I can't believe he has such luck. Just you wait. 3 months later, you will be reborn and be reborn. Just when the Luo clan's iron army was shocked by the new news and almost fainted, in the palace of Dongli, King Dongli was furious when he heard the news. He slapped the luminous pearl he was playing with in his hand and broke it. Bastard! Luo Qingtong is too bold. And all of you, a bunch of trash. Being toyed with by a teenage girl. You actually have the face to come back and see me. If I were you, I would have killed myself already. He angrily scolded Prince Ching and the others. This group of trash, he had sent them to take over the 3 armies, and this was what they brought back. The encampment of the 3 armies was now a mess, and he still had to find a way to settle down those soldiers who had been stripped of all their equipment. If it weren't for the fact that these people still had some fighting strength, King Dongli would have just left them there to fend for themselves. Forget it, it's better than nothing. It's better than nothing, at least these people were trained by the country guarding marquis. Whether it's fighting strength or experience, they are far above the Imperial Guard. They can still be used after being incorporated. Thinking this, King Dongli's anger subsided a bit. He waved his hand to let Prince Ching and the others leave first and allocate some of the Imperial Guard's resources to the 3 armies. Your Majesty, it's not that we are incompetent. It's that Luo Qingtong is too arrogant. She is the future wife of the 5th Prince of the Tianyu Empire. We don't dare to touch her. 6th Prince Ching and his entourage lay on the ground and cried bitterly. Not only did she take away all the supplies of the 3 armies, leaving an empty shell for us, she also crippled all the soldiers of the 3 armies. Prince Ching's face was gray. He never thought that Luo Qingtong's means were so cruel. At that time, after Luo Qingtong left, he didn't think too much. He directly scolded those soldiers who were stripped naked to get up. However, when a group of people crawled up while trembling in fear, another group of people were lying on the ground like dead fish. Only then did Qinglu Wangye feel that something was wrong. After asking, he learned that when Luo Qingtong ordered the Luo family's iron guards to attack, these people were ready to resist. But before they could do anything, they were all paralyzed. Not only that, the strength in their body was still disappearing little by little. A group of people wept bitterly as they told Qinglu Wangye not to abandon them. Otherwise, they would have no chance to live at all. Prince Cheng's heart was shocked. At this time, a soldier who had just activated his strength suddenly cried out in despair, My strength! My strength is slowly disappearing. It turned out that even those who didn't do anything at that time, when they activated their strength later, fell into the same treatment as those who had attacked before. It turned out that Luo Qingtong's previous sentence, I advise you not to do anything, or you will have to bear the consequences, was not that they shouldn't fight with the Luo family, but that from now on, they couldn't use their strength, otherwise, they would lose their strength. These people, because Master Luo lost his strength, turned to the Dongli royal family. Luo Qingtong naturally wanted them to taste the corresponding pain, want glory and wealth? Want to be driven by the Dongli royal family to deal with the Luo family? She didn't give them a chance. She wanted to take back everything that the Luo family gave them, including these strength. At this point, the 3 armies that the Dongli royal family tried their best to control completely became a pile of mud and useless firewood. Since the Dongli royal family wanted to kill the cunning rabbit and cook the hound, then Master Luo didn't train the 3 armies for them. Luo Qingtong was such a vengeful and ruthless person. Those who helped her, she would repay them tenfold. Those who hated her, she would repay them 100-fold. She was righteous, but if they didn't, don't blame her for being ruthless. She didn't have Master Luo's loyalty to the Dongli country and the royal family. Naturally, she didn't care about the 3 armies. Since the Luo clan had no one to help them when they were in trouble, there were still people who hit them while they were down. Then, she would let them know that without the Luo family and old Master Luo's sacrifice, they were nothing. There were always some people who, after getting used to living a good life, began to forget who had brought these days to them. What? When King Dongli heard this, he almost thought that he had misheard. That's me, Royal Luo, the three armies, as the army's voice rose by an octave. After receiving Master Qingliu's panicked and frightened nod, King Luo felt dizzy and almost fell to the ground. Send a message to the Tianyu royal family, he roared. Let them see how to deal with Luo Qingtong. With her, we can't touch the Luo family openly. King Luo was really angry. Just as he sent a message to the Tianyu Empire, in the Black Field, Xianxia finished bathing and sat on the wide bed in his bedroom, rubbing the Shifeng dragon ring in his hand. A strand of spiritual force suddenly emanated from his body, wrapping around the 10-directional dragon ring in his hand. Xianxia had originally planned to personally look for Luo Qingtong. However, Elder Yu seemed to have comprehended a new method from the changes in his body. He hastily left behind a few words, telling him not to leave the Black Field for the time being and to return to the medicine hall for seclusion. Since it was related to his injuries, Xianxia could only stay behind and send Bei Qing's wind feather out. However, although he couldn't go himself, he still wanted to see that woman. He wanted to see if that heartless woman had forgotten about him. Thinking of this, Xianxia's deep eyes faintly flashed. With a whoosh, his consciousness followed his strand of spiritual force and entered the 10-directional dragon ring. The black ring on the ring finger of his left hand suddenly shone brightly and emitted a lustrous light. At the same time, eastern border country, Windgate City. Luo Qingtong had finished refining all the medicinal liquids needed by the Luo clan's Iron Army. She was indescribably tired and fell asleep as soon as she returned. Little Pig was tossed out of her sleeve. It snorted a few times and also fell asleep next to her. It was already sleeping soundly when Luo Qingtong was refining medicine. Now that it was on the bed, it was even more snoring. The master and pet were sleeping soundly, but they didn't notice that the 9 phoenix ring on Luo Qingtong's hand suddenly flashed. A faint, fiery red light flashed and disappeared. Where is this? Luo Qingtong was in a daze when she discovered that she had appeared in a strange space. It was a vast expanse of white all around. It was as if she was stepping on air. Where is this? Is this a dream? But why did she have such a strange dream? Shouldn't it be a better dream? For example, some delicious food, a handsome man. Luo Qingtong had just thought of this when the mist in front of her suddenly dispersed, revealing a black figure. The man was dressed in a pure black robe with golden edges. The outer robe was casually draped over his body, revealing a pure white inner robe and a slightly open chest. His long hair, which was like a waterfall, seemed to be dripping with water as it draped over the man's back, reaching his ankles. The water on the surface had dyed his heavy robe and made it stick to his body. It made the man's body look even more slender and his skin was as white as jade. That perfect face that angered both men and gods was now looking indifferently in the direction of Luo Qingtong. Women. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and spoke in a low voice. Oh my God! Looking at the man in front of her, Luo Qingtong almost subconsciously turned around to run. Seeing her actions, Xianren, who was originally quite happy to see her, suddenly had a heavy expression on her face. She instantly appeared beside her and raised her hand to grab her. This woman actually wanted to avoid him even in her dreams. Was he that scary? Why did she want to avoid him so much? Thinking of this, Xianren gritted her teeth. However, before he could grab Luo Qingtong, the latter suddenly slapped her head and stopped herself from running away. Aya! Why am I running? This isn't real, it's just a dream. Thinking of this, she turned around and walked towards Xianxia. Xianxia? Haha. This dream is so realistic. Except for the clothes I'm wearing, isn't this the first time that man tried to grab me? Luo Qingtong said as she threw herself into Xianxia's arms with a smile. The latter was stunned. Before he could react, she had already thrown herself into his arms. Woman, you, Xianxia retracted his hand. Just as he was about to say something, his body suddenly stiffened. Luo Qingtong was touching his body. Wow. The feeling of your body is exactly the same as a real person. Are all dreams so realistic now? Yi Xianxia was touched by her until his entire body was hot and dry. He was so stiff that he couldn't speak. His body was transformed from a wisp of his soul. Through the connection of the dragon and phoenix rings, he came to this consciousness space opened up by the 9 netherworld phoenix ring. It could be said that Luo Qingtong touching him now was equivalent to touching him. Woman, have you always been so bold and unrestrained? Yi Xianxia grabbed Luo Qingtong's hand that was constantly touching his body. His voice was hoarse as he looked at her with deep eyes. This woman had previously avoided him like a snake or a scorpion. Why did she suddenly become so enthusiastic? Yi Xianxia was very uncomfortable with Luo Qingtong's hot and cold attitude. No, I'm only bold and unrestrained towards you. Luo Qingtong blinked her eyes and said. Sure enough, this was a dream. This man would actually ask her such a question. How interesting. She thought as she hooked her neck closer to the man and blew into his ear, what's wrong? Lord doesn't like it? Facing a dangerous man in reality, Luo Qingtong naturally kept a respectful distance. But in a dream, it was different, this man was under her control. Of course, she could tease him however she wanted. How could Luo Qingtong let go of such a high-quality man? In fact, if Yi Xianxia wasn't too dangerous, in reality, she wouldn't let him go either. The young lady's sweet fragrance seemed to spread rapidly towards his ears with that breath. It was clearly a dream, but Yi Xianxia seemed to smell the sweet scent on her body. You. He tightened his grip on her hand and his eyes were indescribably deep. In the next second, in front of Luo Qingtong's widened eyes, he suddenly pressed her to the ground. You want to touch me? Come back to the black field with me. You can touch me however you want. His eyes were gloomy as he looked at the young girl who was like a blossoming peach blossom beneath him. He looked at her mouth that was slightly open due to shock and her eyes that were wide open. He was obviously such an evil and wanton person, but in this moment of surprise, he inexplicably gave people a very lovable feeling. However, Yi Qianyu knew that all of this was just an illusion. As long as this woman was given a chance, she would be able to turn the world upside down. He had never seen such a tormenting woman, but he was deeply trapped inside. Tell me your real name, woman. He gently nibbled on the young girl's delicate lips. His low and hoarse voice was like a demon's coaxing. Tell me where you are, your real identity. This woman clearly liked him. Yi Qianxian's eyes shone. This was the first time he wanted a woman so much. And this woman's hands were moving up and down his body, which meant that she wasn't completely indifferent to him. As if she was tempted by Yi Qianxian's words, Luo Qingtong opened her mouth. With a whoosh, Yi Qianxian's entire body seemed to be locked up by invisible chains. In the next second, Luo Qingtong, who was lying on top of countless white clouds, suddenly exerted force and pushed him under her body. Lord, are you happy? This is my little gift to you. Luo Qingtong's lips hung an evil smile. Her face, which was already beautiful to begin with, was now set off by a wicked and wanton smile, making her appear even more soul-stirringly beautiful. This kind of beauty even surpassed the beauty of a pure appearance, and directly struck at the heart. Like a soul-sucking demon. You. Yi Qianxian's 4 limbs were imprisoned by the invisible chains that extended from the surrounding white clouds, and he could only let the girl push him down. This woman, he was deceived by her pretense of being well-behaved and obedient again. Yi Qianxian's heart was filled with a burst of anger. He was angry that he always unconsciously let down his guard when facing this woman. He was also angry that this woman always thought of ways to avoid him. Yi Qianxian's face was dark, but Luo Qingtong's face was indescribably smiling like a flower. Previously, she really thought that she was dreaming, and was prepared to properly take liberties with Yi Qianxian. After all, she couldn't provoke this man in reality, but couldn't she be impudent in a dream? But after the man pushed her down and said those words, she instantly became vigilant. Luo Qingtong originally suspected that the 9 phoenix ring wasn't an ordinary ring, and it was very likely that it was an extremely precious item on Yi Qianxian's body. Since that was the case, then the connection between the 2 rings couldn't be one-sided. In other words, this man could use this ring to restrain her, and similarly, she could also use this ring to restrain him. The connection between these 2 rings should be equal. They should affect each other. Now it seemed that she had guessed correctly. Just now, She was being pressed down by Xianxia and couldn't move because she was looking for a way to control this space. Now, she had indeed found it. Be good, don't be angry, Luo Qingtong smiled and leaned over to kiss the man's thin lips, and her smile was indescribably evil. The man lying under her was truly a feast for the eyes, and Luo Qingtong's heart was somewhat stirred. But when she thought of this man's boundless strength in reality, Luo Qingtong instantly withered. Some men could be seen, but not eaten. Eating them could kill. Ai. She turned over and sat on Xianxian's body, her fingers lightly stroked the man's chest. Honorable Lord, tell me, why are you chasing after me so relentlessly? You see, although I've done some bad things to you before, I've made up for it. See, you fainted in the Nine Phoenix Mountain, eastern borders Black City, and the Tianyu Empire. Fine, let's forget that incident, that time. But, I've saved you too. Can we stop revenge, when there's an end of it? Tell me. What do I have to do to stop you from catching me? Xianxia was fuming from Luo Qingtong's touch, especially when the girl's fingers occasionally brushed against his sensitive spots. This woman, what exactly does she want? Let go of this lord first. He said with a dark face. I won't let go. Luo Qingtong looked at him from the corner of her eyes, and saw that the man's handsome face was even darker from anger, but he was still shockingly handsome. She couldn't help but lean over and kiss him on the lips. She licked her lips and said with a smile, it wasn't easy for me to catch you when you weren't paying attention. If I let you go, I'll be the unlucky one. That man's ring was definitely more advanced than hers. Luo Qingtong wouldn't gamble on a fluke. She would never let go of Xianxia. What's more, she had never heard of anyone who didn't want food delivered to their doorstep and sent it back. It was good for men to be like this. Luo Qingtong liked the way he was being suppressed by her. She didn't want to let go of him, only the current Xianxia was her prey that completely belonged to her. The smile on Luo Qingtong's lips was evil. She couldn't touch the real Xianxia, but now she couldn't let go of this Xianxia. Evil eye, you. Xianxia was so angry at Luo Qingtong's righteous words that the veins on his forehead were throbbing. This woman was really, Xianxia didn't know what words to use to describe Luo Qingtong. The only thing he was sure of was that this was the boldest and most difficult to see through woman he had ever met. Luo Qi. Just as Xianxia was angered by Luo Qingtong until his face turned black, the young lady's voice suddenly rang out. Luo Qingtong leaned over and whispered into his ear. She enunciated every word clearly. My name is Luo Qi. This is my real name. Remember it. This is my only name that is deeply engraved in my soul. Luo Qingtong was raised by a beggar in her previous life. What kind of culture could a beggar have? Luo Qingtong was picked up by him on the 7th of December. She took the beggar's surname Luo and was called Luo Qi. Luo Qingtong was the name she changed after she became famous. Firstly, this name was her first warm memory. She didn't want to take it out and let those who hated her curse at her. Secondly, those people who hated her called her Evil Eye. Luo Qingtong wanted to go against those people, so she gave herself the name Qingtong. Didn't they say that she was evil? She wanted to clear it. Luo Qingtong's temperament was so evil. Luo Qi? The anger in Xianxian's heart was immediately extinguished by this name. Luo Qingtong might not have known, but in the True Spill continent, only a child that had been completely abandoned by their family would not be given a name. Instead, their name would be replaced by a ranking number. Then, he thought about how he had been looking for the other party for so long but still couldn't find him. With the other party's strength and ability, it was impossible for him to be unknown. There was only one possibility. Her situation was not good, so she needed to hide and cover herself everywhere. Thinking of this, Xianxian's heart suddenly ached for Luo Qingtong. He wasn't so angry that Luo Qingtong was always hiding from him. Let go of this lord. From now on, this lord will protect you. He would never let anyone bully her again. Protect her. Luo Qingtong's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. She looked at the handsome and solemn face of the man beneath her. She didn't know why, but she had an impulse to believe him. But, Luo Qingtong looked up and down at Xianxian's movements that she was suppressing. Her lips curved into a sly smile. High Lord has made great progress. You know how to use such words to deceive me. But, these are all leftovers from my games. So. High Lord, you should be obedient. I won't be fooled. As she spoke, she leaned over and nibbled on the man's lips. Luo Qi. The veins on Xianxia's forehead bulged again. Master. A voice suddenly sounded out from outside. Xianxia's mind was drawn out from the 10 Directions dragon ring, leaving only a wisp of his soul inside. Come in. He said in a low voice. Yes. The person respectfully waiting outside walked in. It was Suofei, the person in charge of the intelligence building. Master. Suofei didn't have the frivolous and enchanting appearance that he had in front of others. Instead, he stood in front of Xianxia with a very serious expression, without the slightest bit of frivolity. Speak. We found out some news from the Lanue family. This matter involves the young master of the Lanue family, so we came out a bit late. As Suofei spoke, he reported the information that Xianxia had asked him to investigate. After the young master returned from Nine Magus Mountain, he was suddenly able to cultivate. The Lanue family kept this matter a secret because they were afraid that the people there would cause trouble. My subordinates spent a great deal of effort to find out. And when they went to Eastern Fence Nation's Blackfield Branch City, the young master also went with them. If I'm not mistaken, the poison in the young master's body should have been cured by the evil doctor. As Suofei spoke of Luo Qingtong, his tone was very respectful. Firstly, he understood that his master had feelings for this evil doctor. Secondly, the medical skills that Luo Qingtong had displayed were truly amazing. It had to be known that the poison in the young master's body had been cured by the Black Field in the past, but almost no one had been able to cure it. Although Elder Yuelao could cure the young master, it would take far too long to guarantee that the young master would be completely unharmed. Not just that, but the herbs required were not something that could be found in the Truespill continent. Thus, he naturally had no intention of doing anything. But after a trip to Nine Magus Mountain, the young master was suddenly healed and could even cultivate. The young master's matter is still being kept a secret. I'm afraid that it will only be revealed to the public after the Tianyu Empire's the Empire of Qin Branch City enrolls students. The Lanue family wants to use this method to push the young master onto the stage so that the people there won't dare to act rashly. Xianxia nodded, his expression a bit dispirited. This news was useless to him. If it were before he discovered that Luo Qingtong was evil Dr. Ghost Eye, he might have been happy. But now, it was completely useless. But this matter was related to that woman. Thinking about the little boy's true identity, Yi Qianren frowned and ordered Suofei, have someone keep an eye on the Lanue family. Report to me if there are any strange movements. That little Shota's identity was not ordinary. The Lanue family might not have sent out such a grand invitation just to express their gratitude. Of the sect. Of the heavens. If that was the case, that woman might be involved in the dispute. Since he said that he would protect that woman, then he would definitely protect her. Perhaps through the Lanue family, he might be able to capture that cunning woman. With her temperament, if she saved that young master, she didn't owe him a favor. She must have hit it off with him. Since she had given him her name in advance, she would definitely appear when she received the news. He only needed to send someone to wait for her. Yes. Suofei answered and left. Whoosh, Xianxia's consciousness returned to that wisp of soul. His body was still bound by the chains, but that evil and hateful woman was no longer in this space of consciousness. Luo Qingtong had already mastered how to use the 9 Netherworld Phoenix Ring, so Xianxia couldn't use the Shifeng Dragon Ring to restrain her. If he hadn't wrapped the 9 Netherworld Phoenix Ring with a ball of energy in advance, he might have even lost her position. Thinking of this, the veins on Xianxia's forehead popped again. He pulled his consciousness out of the 10-directional dragon ring and found Suofei again. Spread a net throughout this sovereign's territory and find a person called Luo Qi, regardless of gender. Do this in secret and don't leak the news. Otherwise, with that woman's craftiness, she would run away without a trace. Although Xianxia doubted whether this was Luo Qingtong's real name, that woman didn't look like she was faking it, so he might as well give it a try. Yes. Suofei answered. Luo Qi, why was this name so strange? Could it be the name of the evil doctor? Suifei looked at his master's dark face and tactfully didn't ask. Master must have been defeated by the demonic doctor again, Suifei thought and glanced at the Shifeng dragon ring on Yi Qianxian's left ring finger. He suddenly coughed lightly and said, "Actually, Master, women like to hear sweet words." "Master, you can try." Every time Master was angered by the evil doctor, they, as subordinates, were also anxious. If this went on, when would Master be able to win the beauty's heart? And the evil doctor wasn't an ordinary person. Sweet words? Hearing his words, Yi Qianren frowned. He thought about how he and Luo Qingtong would protect her, but in the end, that woman still lied to him and even bit him on the lips. Thinking of this, Yi Qianxian's face instantly darkened. This sovereign said I would protect her, but she bit me. As Yi Qianxian spoke, he unconsciously raised his hand to touch his lips. That woman was really, but for some reason, Yi Qianxian didn't feel angry at being bitten at all. He only felt a faint pain in the place where he was bitten, mixed with a slight numbness. The soul fragment was connected to the main body, so when Yi Qianxian's soul fragment was bitten, his main body also felt it. He was really poisoned by that woman. Yi Qianxian's heart was filled with hatred. If it was someone else dared to do this, he would have long been torn to pieces. However, that woman treated his dignity as nothing. She kissed him whenever she wanted and nibbled on him whenever she wanted. She was clearly avoiding him like something, yet she was baring her fangs and brandishing her claws in places where he couldn't catch her. He really wanted to catch her and teach her a good lesson. Thinking of this, Yi Qianya's face turned even darker. Cough cough cough. Yi Qianxian's words caused Suifei to cough violently. It can't be, right, bite? So explosive, but his master had already confessed. How could the evil doctor be so indifferent? That's not possible. He stole a glance at Yi Qianxian's darkened face and asked carefully, "Master, did you say something at the wrong time?" When he said this, Yi Qianxian instantly thought of the time when he was pinned down by Luo Qingtong. What should he say? Should he say that he was careless and fell into that woman's trap? Seeing his master's face suddenly change, Suifei's heart was filled with alarm. He quickly found an excuse to leave and ran away. Oh my God, if he was any later, he might end up like that idiot Bei Qing. But what exactly did the evil doctor do to make his master so angry? She was really something. At the same time, the awesome Luo Qingtong had just woken up from her dream. She was lying on the bed, hugging her blanket and laughing mischievously. Yi Qianxian's appearance was simply too amusing. If it wasn't for him suddenly pulling his attention away, Luo Qingtong would have wanted to play for a while longer. It was rare to have the opportunity to tease that man without him being able to resist. Sigh. If she had known that this man was so terrifyingly strong, she would have taken advantage of him a few more times when she first met him. Unfortunately, it was hard to buy that with 1,000 gold coins. Moreover, that man at that time was also not to be trifled with. Luo Qingtong recalled Yi Qianxian's incomparably cold and furious gaze at that time. She immediately squinted her eyes and laughed again. She liked to tease large carnivores, especially men as strong as Yi Qianxian. Unfortunately, the other party's strength was simply too strong. Every time, she had to put in a lot of effort to tease him. Moreover, that man's improvement was too fast, right? Today, he actually knew how to use sweet words to corrode her heart. Fortunately, she wasn't the kind of person who would be charmed by men. If she really let that man go, perhaps the control of that consciousness space would be taken away again. She wasn't going to fall for it. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtong laughed again. However, that man's sweet-talking skills were pretty good. She almost believed that sentence. No one had ever said that they would protect her in front of her. It wasn't that no one said it, but that some people wanted to say it, but they were much weaker than her. As for those people who were stronger than her, Luo Qingtong supported her forehead with her hand and carefully thought about it. She realized that there weren't many of them. Of course, this was referring to her previous life. Hey, why are you laughing so happily by yourself? Little Pig was still in a daze from his sleep. He was almost suffocated by Luo Qingtong's action of rolling around in the blanket. With great difficulty, he crawled out from the blanket. When he saw Luo Qingtong's smiling face, he suddenly shuddered. What's wrong with this woman? His appearance was so horrifying. What's with that expression? Luo Qingtong glared at Little Pig's horrified expression and flicked its nose. Get up. You only know how to eat, drink, and sleep all day, and you're still talking about the ancient divine pig. No matter how ancient you are still a pig. You're insulting my divine pig's reputation. Little Pig jumped up in anger. Was he to blame it for not having the chance to display its strength? It was clear that this woman was too inhuman. He would kill any expert that came. If another one came, he would be beaten to death again. How could there be such a weirdo like her? If it were anyone else, they would have long prostrated themselves in worship. Humph, Luo Qingtong snorted and ignored it. This pig only knew how to twist words and force logic. However, Luo Qingtong could feel that Little Pig was much stronger than when she first met him. It should slowly grow along with her strength. If it wasn't for the fact that he still had some use, Luo Qingtong would have thrown him into the demon-subduing pagoda long ago. Alright, let's go. She stood up and said to Little Pig. Where are we going? Little Pig looked at her and asked. 9 Shaman Mountain. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes. It was time for her to tidy up the items in the Tianyu imperial family's treasury. Previously, she hadn't had the time to do so. You guys stay in the Luo residence. I won't see anyone when I'm not around. Kill all trespassers without mercy. Do you understand? Luo Qingtong instructed the group of battle slave experts before she left. Yes. The group of battle slaves answered. Your Majesty, we got the news that Luo Qingtong has left the Luo family. Should we, in the Dongli Palace, Prince Jing is reporting to Dongli King with a vicious face. At this moment, his face is full of hatred. When Prince Jing returns, he finds out that he has also fallen into Luo Qingtong's trap. He thought he wouldn't be poisoned by Luo Qingtong's unknown poison on the platform. However, he did not expect that when he returned to his residence, he would be yelled at as soon as he tried to circulate his energy. This Luo Qingtong is really vicious. That day in the 3-army camp, only she and the people she took away will be fine. The other party is vicious to this extent. This made Prince Jing, who previously thought that Luo Qingtong was not enough to support the Luo family, shudder in his heart. Fortunately, Luo Qingtong's strength is average. Because of the broken engagement, she offended the royal family of Tianyu. The whole Luo family is worried. This is not their family against them. Luo Qingtong did those things. No matter how arrogant she is, what can she do? It can only alleviate the Luo family's predicament for a while until the royal family of Tianyu makes a move. They can only wait for bad luck. Prince Jing hates Luo Qingtong in his heart, but on the surface, he tries to hide it so that Dongli King won't see it. Your Majesty, this is a rare opportunity. Are you stupid or am I stupid? Before the royal family of Tianyu says anything, you dare to touch her? Don't forget, Yuan Ma will marry no one but her. Dongli King scolds. This is what he and the other people who want to hit the Luo family when they are down are most afraid of. Even the Emperor of Tianyu can't win against Yuan Ma. He would rather be slapped in the face than break the engagement with the Luo family. Do they really dare to touch Luo Qingtong? If not for this, he would have 10,000 reasons to destroy her and the Luo family just based on Luo Qingtong's action of crippling the 3 armies. How can they bear such humiliation? But, Qinglu Wangye's face was full of unwillingness. Dongli King ignored him and asked his servant, is it certain that the news has reached the imperial family of Tianyu? Yes. Furthermore, it was passed to the 7th princess. The attendant replied. Very good. King Dongli nodded with satisfaction. Luo Qingtong, oh Luo Qingtong. Don't be so arrogant. How dare you embarrass the royal family? How much courage do you think you have? When Tianyu's royal family makes a move, let's see if you can still be so arrogant. King Dongli's face was cold. If it weren't for Luo Qingtong, the Eastern Fence 3 armies would have become his trump card. The Luo family was about to fall, but Luo Qingtong was still so insensible. Then don't blame him for being ruthless. Originally, he only wanted the 3 armies of the Eastern Fence line, but Luo Qingtong forced him to destroy the entire Luo clan. At that time, without his backing and being disliked by Tianyu's royal family, he would like to see how miserable Luo Qingtong would be. At that time, even if she cried and knelt in front of him, no one would look at her. Humph, while King Dongli was calculating, Yuan Shui also received news from Dongli country. With one look, he was instantly enraged. What kind of trash is this? They can't even deal with the Luo clan? What a bunch of shit-eating rice buckets. Yu Wenshua's chest heaved with anger. Before, she gave the idea to the Empress of Tianyu to have Dongli deal with the Luo clan. She thought it would be foolproof and wouldn't involve Tianyu's royal family. Who would have thought that these people would be refuted by Luo Qingtong? This was simply infuriating. Mother. Tianyu Imperial Palace. 7th Princess Yu Wenshue rushed to the Tianyu Empress residence with a group of servants. The latter had just woken up from her afternoon nap and was being served by servants. Seeing Yu Wenshue rush in from outside, she immediately frowned and scolded, "Look at you, what kind of person are you? Do you want to be grounded by your father again?" Mother. Yu Wenshue reluctantly slowed down and walked to the front of the Tianyu Empress with an aggrieved expression. What's the matter? What's made you so anxious? The Tianyu Empress looked at her. Isn't it because of that? Yu Wenshue was about to blurt out when she saw the servants by her mother's side and stopped. Enough, you can leave. I don't need you to serve me here. Seeing her like this, the Tianyu Empress dismissed the servants by her side, leaving only 2 of her trusted aides to serve her. Alright, go ahead and say it. What's going on now? The Tianyu Empress rubbed her forehead and looked at Yu Wenshue. It's all because of that Luo Qingtong. Yu Wenshue pouted, Mother, look, this is news from Dongli's royal family. We said we were going to teach the Luo clan and that old man Luo a lesson and make them regret breaking off the engagement, but look. Luo Qingtong messed everything up. Yu Wenshue showed the Tianyu Empress the news from Dongli's royal family. Mother, we can't let the Luo clan and Luo Qingtong off so easily. Look at her, she's too arrogant. On one hand, she wants to break off the engagement with us, but on the other, she's using her status as Tianyu's future 5th prince's wife to act so arrogantly outside. Look, this is too much of a slap to our royal family's face. Who does Luo Qingtong think she is? Mother, we can't let this go. Otherwise, Luo Qingtong will think that our royal family is willing to compromise and only wants her. She'll climb all over us. She might even think that my royal brother isn't good enough for her. She wouldn't dare. Yu Wenshue's words hit the point that Empress Tianyu cared about the most. Tianyu Empress was most proud of the fact that she had given birth to Yu Wenmo, a proud son of heaven. The Empire of Qin's Sacred Academy had defeated many geniuses from other empires, and even many geniuses from the Empire of Qin's Sacred Dynasty were no match for him. They were all willing to work for him. It was said that Yu Wenmo's development in the Holy Court of the Empire of Qin was extremely good. He had already gained a foothold among the heaven-rank candidates and was highly regarded by the teachers of the Holy Court. Every time the Empress of Tianyu gathered with the noble ladies, she would brag about her son and enjoy the admiration of everyone. How could he tolerate Yu Wenshue saying that Yu Wenmo wasn't worthy of Luo Qingtong? In her opinion, Luo Qingtong was the one who was clinging on to her son. If not for that engagement back then, coupled with Yu Wenmo's resolute refusal to break off the engagement and give up on Luo Qingtong, how could the other party be able to secure the position of the future 5th prince's wife? How many people wanted to marry her son? Even with that person's status, she still favored Yu Wenmo. Luo Qingtong had caused her son to be unable to have a meteoric rise, and now she was slapping her royal family's face again and again. Who gave her the guts? In an instant, the Empress of Tianyu was enraged by Yu Wenshue's words. She's really shameless. She incited her grandfather to break off the engagement and disregarded our imperial family's dignity. She even dares to use our imperial family's prestige to act arrogantly. Send a message to Dongli's imperial family. Tianyu's imperial family doesn't care about the Luo clan. As long as Luo Qingtong doesn't die, they can do whatever they want with the Luo clan. It doesn't matter if they're destroyed. Forget it. Yu Wenshue curled her lips. Imperial mother, you didn't see it clearly. Those trash from Dongli's imperial family were crippled by Luo Qingtong. She even brought a group of people back to the Luo clan to form a private army. Now, if you let them attack the Luo clan, I don't know if they can win. They might be destroyed by the Luo clan instead. Speaking of this, Yu Wenshue felt uncomfortable. Luo Qingtong was too lucky. Even without grandfather Luo, the Luo clan still had so many trump cards to protect her. Where did the poison that crippled the Luo clan's army come from? Most likely, her mother left it for her. Thinking of this, Xianxia felt resentful. Even as a princess of the royal family, she did not enjoy the treatment of being surrounded like Luo Qingtong. Her grandfather doted on her, her parents loved her, and she had so many trump cards. Her imperial brother still insisted on marrying her. She gained such a powerful backer for no reason. Even if the Luo clan was no longer glorious, they could still act arrogantly. Thinking of this, she felt unconvinced. How could the legitimate daughter of a marquis of a small inferior country have a better life than her, an imperial princess? She was going to destroy everything she had. If it wasn't for Luo Qingtong, her imperial brother would have agreed to that person's condition. She could have been treated as a princess of a holy dynasty and lived prouder than any other imperial princess. It was all Luo Qingtong's fault. Xianxia didn't dare to blame Yuanma. Naturally, she vented all her anger on Luo Qingtong and the Luo clan. Imperial Mother, how about this? We secretly send out a group of savage tiger guards to disguise themselves as bandits and directly destroy the Luo clan. Xianxia shook the Empress's arm. Imperial Mother, look at those people from Dongli. They're trash from a small inferior country. What can they do? Don't send them to Luo Qingtong again and increase the Luo clan's prestige. Imperial Mother, if we do this, then it'll be more and more difficult to deal with Luo Qingtong. After all, although old Master Luo has fallen, the Luo family has not. Now, she has the Luo family's iron army. In the future, she'll really give us a look's face. Especially Imperial Brother won't. Xianxia's mother. Imperial Mother, we have to take this opportunity to knock down her arrogance. Let her know that even if Imperial Brother doesn't want to marry anyone but her, she is nothing in front of us. Imperial Mother. Xianxia shook Empress Tianyu's hand and said coquettishly, look at what I did to her. She must hate me. She might even hate our imperial family. When moved by Xianxia's words, the Empress's expression turned cold. But she still had a bit of reason in her heart. Go find your uncle for this matter. You must do it in secret. Don't let anyone know. Our Tianyu imperial family can't afford to lose that much face. Especially your imperial brother. He can't bear such a heavy scandal. Do you hear me? Tell them to do it cleanly. When the time comes, have the Dongli imperial family cooperate. Yes. Xianxia jumped up in joy. I'll go find my uncle now. Imperial Mother, don't worry. I'll definitely do it properly. 9 Magi Mountain. Luo Qingtong shook off a bunch of people who were following her in the dark and easily found the valley where old monster Xianxia had captured her. Master. Seeing Luo Qingtong appear, the martial king experts who were guarding the valley all greeted her. Yes. Luo Qingtong responded in a low voice and scanned the surroundings. She found that this place had been built very well by the martial king experts. This secluded valley had already become a small base of power. In the future, this place would be the prototype of the Luo family's secret power. It would also be the starting point of her future power. This place will be called Heavenly Evil Valley from now on. Under the Heavenly Tao, I am evil. Luo Qingtong liked the meaning of this name very much. Yes. The crowd nodded in agreement. They had no objections to the name Luo Qingtong came up with. Although the name Luo Qingtong came up with was obviously not righteous, they were not righteous people in the first place. Where is the storehouse? Take me there. Yes. The crowd dispersed. A martial king expert stepped forward and said to Luo Qingtong, Master, this way please. Yes. Luo Qingtong followed him to a storehouse that had been transformed into a cave. These martial king experts were very good at choosing places. Although the entrance of this storehouse looked narrow, it was a stone cave that had almost hollowed out a small mountain. Luo Qingtong walked in and immediately saw a completely different world. Yes. This place is very good. This storehouse was very hidden. Luo Qingtong only needed to casually set up some formations inside and it was enough to make it impossible for anyone to come out. If there was an emergency and it could not be stopped, then she could directly destroy the entire mountain. In this way, unless the opponent was a martial emperor or above, they would not be able to escape from the depths of the mountain when the mountain collapsed. You guys move aside first, Luo Qingtong said to the martial king experts who followed her. These people had already recognized her as their master and there was no need to doubt their loyalty. Luo Qingtong naturally would not deliberately hide the information about the Tianyu imperial treasury from them. On the contrary, a suitable deterrent could give them confidence. Luo Qingtong now needed these people as her right-hand men. She did not want them to become loyal walking corpses. Yes. The crowd obeyed and retreated. Luo Qingtong took out a few useless rings from her bosom and threw 2 to Little Pig. Then, she released the rest. Boom! Almost in the blink of an eye, countless resources and rare treasures suddenly appeared in this storehouse built from a natural karst cave. Heavens, the crowd couldn't help but be blinded by the appearance of Luo Qingtong's eyes. Everyone squinted their eyes as they stared at the treasures in front of them that were emitting countless rays of light. They were so shocked that their jaws dropped. Mistress, this is, even though these martial king experts were strong enough to establish a small country or even become a distinguished guest of an intermediate country, they were still shocked. They had never seen so many treasures and resources. Almost every one of these treasures was of a higher quality than the treasures they had seen before. After all, they were martial king experts, the treasures they used were incomparably powerful. But at this moment, in front of this cave full of treasures, the treasures they owned were completely overshadowed. There were many things inside that even a martial emperor-level expert might not be able to possess. More importantly, they looked at the rings in Luo Qingtong's hands. That was a sumerospatial spiritual artifact? Heavens, the group of people almost couldn't stand still. A martial king expert even supported himself on the wall beside him. Luo Qingtong's voice rang out. You can choose any one of these items. This is your reward for following me. Also. As she spoke, she tossed the storage rings in her hand to them. Take these storage rings as well. Don't show them to anyone. There are many resources in the 9 Magi Mountain. You can take them all. With these few martial king realm experts, they could do whatever they wanted in the 9 Magi Mountain, except for some of the more dangerous forbidden areas. With these storage rings, they could take whatever resources they wanted in the 9 Magi Mountain. Luo Qingtong wanted to turn the 9 Magi Mountain into her personal treasure trove of resources. In the future, when the Luo family's Iron Army had fully recovered, or even reached a higher level, Luo Qingtong would bring them to the 9 Magi Mountain for training. In the future, the resources of the Luo family and the Heavenly Evil Valley would all be provided by the 9 Magi Mountain. They would no longer need to depend on others. Luo Qingtong's eyes turned cold at the thought of how old Master Luo had been mocked and ridiculed every time he went to the Tianyu Empire to buy resources for the Eastern Fence Army. If not for that, she would not have been so cruel to the Eastern Fence Army. Those people had really let down old Master Luo's previous efforts. Adding insult to injury, being ungrateful. All of these were enough for Luo Qingtong to torture them to death. Since they did not want to be humans and only wanted to be dogs, then they would be useless dogs. Moss. Master? All of these were given to them. The group of martial king realm experts almost thought that they had heard wrongly. Master said that they could choose any one of these treasures. She even said that she would give all of these sumerospatial spiritual weapons to them. The group of people took the storage rings that Luo Qingtong tossed to them in shock. Was this real? Was this a dream? The group of people imprinted their mental strength on the storage rings as if they were sleepwalking. Then, they were shocked by the space of a few hundred square meters. This was a sumerospatial ring? They stared at the storage rings in their hands as if they had seen a ghost. Such a huge sumerospatial ring? If any one of these rings were to spread, it would cause an incomparably huge wave. Now, the few of them, each had one? No matter how strong and calm they were, they couldn't help but pinch their own thighs. After that, they were shocked to discover that it was actually true. Oh my God, normally, these martial king realm experts would not be able to come into contact with sumerospatial spiritual tools. But Luo Qingtong gave them such a precious sumerospatial spiritual tool? Master, what was her background, and these treasures? The group of martial king realm experts looked at the rings in their hands, and then looked at the treasures in the cave. In their hearts, they were even more in awe of Luo Qingtong. Master, don't worry, we will definitely protect these rings. Even if we lose our lives, this sumerospatial spirit artifact will not be lost. A martial king expert said with a trembling voice. He held the ring as if it was a rare treasure. Oh. That's not necessary. Luo Qingtong's voice was indifferent. If you accidentally expose yourself and are targeted by others, you can destroy the storage ring. Returning safely is more important. To Luo Qingtong, these storage rings were nothing more than scraps left over from Tianmingzi's previous refinement. Little Pig still had a lot of them. More importantly, she would definitely practice the inscription technique in the future. As such, these storage rings were naturally not that important. However, she still had too few experts under her command. It would be best if these martial king experts did not die. As for the storage rings, it was no big deal if they were destroyed. Just as Little Pig had said, these items might be rare treasures and priceless in the eyes of others. However, to her, they were nothing more than scraps that were slightly useful. Luo Qingtong was more interested in the real Sumeru spatial spiritual tool that Little Pig had described. As for these scraps, she did not really care about them. Mistress, the group of martial king experts were indescribably moved. Who would dare to say that their lives were more important than these priceless storage rings? Their mistress truly valued and cherished them too much. If they had pledged their loyalty to Luo Qingtong in the past, it was partly because they were forced to acknowledge Luo Qingtong as their mistress, and partly because of Luo Qingtong's strange methods and extraordinary abilities. But now, they were sincerely submitting to her from the bottom of their hearts. They were willing to do anything for Luo Qingtong until she no longer needed them. We are willing to die for mistress. The group of people suddenly knelt on the ground. Luo Qingtong replied in a low voice. She then waved her sleeve and said, "That's enough. There's no need to say such sentimental words. Pick one item from here. I will prepare to seal the treasury." Luo Qingtong naturally had to separate the inner and outer vaults like the royal treasury in this huge cave vault. The outer vault stored the resources from the 9 Shamans Mountain, while the inner vault stored the resources from the imperial treasury. Not interfering with each other could also serve as a cover. In the future, only Luo Qingtong could enter the inner vault. Yes. The group of people calmed down and excitedly rushed into the cave. They began to pick out what they wanted from the pile of items. After they had all finished choosing and left, Luo Qingtong raised her hand and directly sealed the treasury. Layers and layers of array lights lit up. Luo Qingtong used the treasures in the royal treasury as array cores and set up layers and layers of arrays. Compared to the overlapping and independent formations she had set up, the formations and mechanisms in the Tianyu royal treasury were child's play. The formations that Luo Qingtong had laid down were almost double-stacked formations, even triple-stacked formations and quadruple-stacked formations. These were all formations within formations, layer upon layer, extremely difficult to solve, if it weren't for the limited space in the cave and the fact that the reiki of the treasures in the royal treasury could only support up to the 5th layer. Luo Qingtong could continue to stack up. For someone like her who possessed the eye technique, the problems that plagued spirit array masters and the balance of spirit arrays did not exist at all. She could always find the most appropriate point. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. After sealing the treasury, Luo Qingtong began to take inventory of the items inside. She wanted to see if there were any antidotes she needed. After all, even though the antidotes were hard to find, the treasury of the Tianyu royal family had been here for nearly 1,000 years. Perhaps she could find them. Bang! Dongli Country, Windgate City. In a secluded room in the corner of the Tianyu branch of the Empire of Qin, Luo Xingning swept the things in her hands to the ground. Luo Qingtong. Why? Why are you always so lucky? Luo Qingtong's face was ferocious. Under the scattered veil, there was a wound that looked like it was torn by a ferocious beast, from her left cheek to her right cheek. Under such circumstances, it was completely destroyed by Luo Xingning's beautiful face. Her face was twisted with anger, like that of a ferocious ghost. Looking at the scar on her face in the mirror, Luo Xingning was even angrier. This scar was caused by the encounter with a ferocious beast after she was rescued by the imperial family of Tianyu. Originally, Luo Xingning had taken the healing medicine brought by the imperial family of Tianyu, and her injuries were already healed. It was impossible for her to not be able to fight back against the rank 3 ferocious beast. But inexplicably, just as she was about to dodge, the power in her body suddenly stagnated and disappeared in an instant. Although she recovered quickly, how could she be distracted in a battle, not to mention that all her power had disappeared? She could not resist at all and was sent flying by the brown earth bear. Half of her face was smashed. Even though she had taken the medicine in time, it still left a deep scar. Touching the scar on her face, Luo Xining's heart was filled with hatred. She always showed that she was not inferior to Luo Qingtong, but in reality, other than her talent and strength being stronger than Luo Qingtong, she was really not as good as Luo Qingtong in other aspects. Even the face that she was originally proud of had been destroyed, and Luo Qingtong, she thought that the Luo family would fall this time, and Luo Qingtong would become a pitiful person without the family's protection. But now, the new Luo residence that she was so proud of was completely destroyed by Luo Qingtong. Not only that, her carefully planned plan with the imperial family of Tianyu to take over the army was completely destroyed. Not only was the army destroyed, but Luo Qingtong also took some people to the Luo family to build a private army. Everything made Luo Xianxia angry and frustrated. She had schemed so much and even ordered her father to drug the old man and make him lose his cultivation, but she still could not defeat the entire Luo family and Luo Qingtong. That woman, why did she have a better life than him? Why did she get everything? Because they were both daughters of the Luo family, even God was on her side. Old Luo's father trusted her so much that he gave her the Luo family's trump card. Or else, she would not have lost so badly. At the thought of this, Luo Xining felt as though her heart was being bitten by countless ants. That strong feeling of unwillingness and resentment almost overwhelmed her, but what she hated the most was that she could not do anything to Luo Qingtong. Even the only hope that the imperial family of Dongli could defeat the Luo family disappeared with the news of the army. Luo Qingtong had so easily crushed everything that she had spent so much effort to obtain into powder. Just as Luo Xining was filled with hatred, a carrier pigeon landed in front of her window. Haha. After reading the letter, Luo Xining was overjoyed. Luo Xining's smile was cold. The royal family of Tianyu had finally made a move. Or rather, the 7th princess and the empress had finally made a move. It was an elite troop of tiger guards, consisting of hundreds of people. They were all above the general realm, and many of them were in the martial lord realm. The leader was the younger brother of the empress of Tianyu, King Xiaowu of Fiji. He was the young genius of the Fei family and the pride of the Fei family. He was at the peak of the martial king realm. It was said that he would soon reach the martial royal realm. It was like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken for such a troop to deal with a marquis mansion of an inferior country. How could the Luo family survive? Humph. Luo Qingtong, this is what you get for being so arrogant. Luo Xining sneered. The power of the empire of Tianyu was not something that ordinary countries could compare with. For example, a troop of tiger guards from the empire of Tianyu was enough to wipe out the small and middle countries. Even the superior countries had to avoid them. What could Luo Qingtong and the Luo family use to fight against them? Her identity as the future 5th prince's wife was nothing in front of these main tiger guards. Luo Qingtong, after I strip you of your identity as the 5th prince's wife, what do you have left? I'll wait for you to suffer so much that you wish you were dead. Luo Xianning said with a sinister smile on her face. She read the contents of the letter again and sneered, bandits? Luo Qingtong, how about I turn the show into a reality for you? You escaped death on the 9 Magi Mountain. You won't be so lucky this time, Luo Xining sneered and threw the other letter in her hand. At the same time, an attendant rushed in from the outside of Dongli Palace. Your Majesty, great news. The royal family of Tianyu has replied. He wants us to be prepared. Tianyu's royal family has already sent out a group of savage tiger guards. When the time comes, they'll quietly kill the Luo clan. Other than Luo Qingtong, the Luo family will be wiped out. Good. King Dongli's gloomy face finally brightened up after reading the letter from his close attendant. Immediately send people to the meeting point and provide them with all the convenience. We've been waiting for them for so long, so get ready to attack. Dongli King wanted to eradicate the Luo family for a long time, but because of the marriage agreement between the other party and the royal family of Tianyu, no matter how impatient he was, he could only endure it. Who would have thought that grandfather Luo would be so foolish as to offend the royal family of Tianyu and cancel the engagement for the sake of his beloved granddaughter? He had given them a chance to uproot them for no reason. As long as the Luo family was eradicated, no one in the Eastern Fence Nation would be able to stop him from carrying out his orders. Even without the Eastern Border Army, the Eastern Border royal family would still be the strongest ruler of the Eastern Border country. He no longer had the disgusting Luo family to constantly suppress him and make him feel helpless. King Dongli had been waiting for this day for a long time. While Luo Xinning and Dongli King were busy, Luo Qingtong had found 7 antidotes. Here they are. Luo Qingtong looked at the 7 antidotes in her hand and smiled. The treasury of the royal family of Tianyu was indeed a 1,000-year-old treasure. She had found all 7 antidotes in one go, and there were even more. What's this? There was a letter in the brocade box where the Heaven and Earth Dragon Soul Herb was placed. Luo Qingtong remembered the strange old man who gave her the Heaven and Earth Dragon Soul Herb. Did he give it to her? Thinking of the strange words he said to her before he left, Luo Qingtong opened the letter curiously. She opened her eyes wide when she saw what she saw. A purple name card appeared in front of Luo Qingtong. The words Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin were especially large on it. Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin? Is this a letter of recommendation? Luo Qingtong turned over the purple name card and found nothing on it except for the words Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin. But the material of the name card seemed to be very special. Luo Qingtong poured her strength into it and found that she couldn't destroy it. Why did the old man give me a letter of recommendation from the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin? Luo Qingtong looked at the purple name card and found it funny. She thought it was something special. She didn't expect it to be a letter of recommendation from the Holy Academy. However, this recommendation letter seemed to be different from the one that the original owner had received before. Luo Qingtong looked at the purple letter of recommendation from the Holy Academy. She could enter the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin by herself. She didn't need this at all. But, maybe this thing could be used for an unexpected purpose, Luo Qingtong thought. Suddenly, an idea came to her mind. The corners of her lips curled up slightly as she put away the purple name card. Let's make elixirs first. Luo Qingtong's treatment was about to be finished. Then she needed to improve her strength quickly. For people who had abandoned their cultivation and started over again, their experience and comprehension were still there. As long as they had enough strength in their body, they could continue to improve and recover their previous strength. At that time, it would be up to them to make further breakthroughs. The medicinal pills that Luo Qingtong wanted to prepare this time could not be replaced by medicinal liquid. Compared to medicinal liquids, after medicinal herbs were refined into pills, their medicinal properties were preserved more completely, and the medicinal properties were condensed more firmly. More importantly, alchemy could draw in the power of the heavens and the earth, and under the support of that power, the effect of the pill would undergo a great change. Luo Qingtong's dough technique could completely remove the impurities in the medicinal liquid, achieving the 100% medicinal effect that only medicinal pills could achieve. However, the medicinal liquid wouldn't undergo any changes like medicinal pills. Alchemy and medicine refinement were two completely different things. Only after refining medicine to the extreme would one begin to concoct pills. It could be said that the end point of an alchemist was the starting point of an alchemist. Luo Qingtong's eye technique allowed her to completely ignore this step and directly start refining pills. This was an advantage that others could not compare to. Half a tael of sunflower wood, 3 taels of oblivion sea flower. Luo Qingtong added the medicinal herbs according to the formula. What she wanted to refine for Luo Qingtong and the others were the essence increasing pill and the enlightenment spirit pill. If these 2 pills were taken together, they would be able to restore Luo Qingtong and the others' wasted cultivation as soon as possible, allowing them to return to their peak. Luo Qingtong wouldn't allow Luo Qingtong and the others to spend another few dozen years slowly cultivating their strength. These 2 elixirs were created by Luo Qingtong based on the situation of Old Master Luo and the rest. There were no rare alchemy recipes or manuals in the True Spill continent. Everything depended on Luo Qingtong's own exploration. Fortunately, she had her dough technique. As long as she used the right medicine, there shouldn't be a problem. Little Pig stared dumbfoundedly at Luo Qingtong, who was busy adding the herbs and controlling the fire. He was so shocked. This woman was actually refining pills, alchemy, what couldn't she do? Bang! The triangular furnace in front of Luo Qingtong was blown to smithereens. A boundless energy rushed out from the furnace. If it weren't for Luo Qingtong and Little Pig running fast, they would have been caught in the blast. Haha. Looking at the shattered cauldron, Little Pig was finally satisfied. So there are things you don't know. I thought you really knew everything. Little Pig laughed mischievously. Then I'm a monster. Luo Qingtong rolled her eyes at Little Pig. What's so great about it? She would soon find out. At the moment of the explosion, Luo Qingtong's eye technique quickly saw the changes in the fusion between the medicinal properties and the world's power. She saw where she failed. She would remember to avoid this place later. However, alchemy was really magical. Compared to alchemy, it was a completely different experience. The fusion between the medicinal properties and the world's power was simply ever-changing. If the medicinal properties were just a little bit off, there would immediately be a mutation. Luo Qingtong was in high spirits. This world was really worth exploring. The alchemy books she had memorized in her previous life actually came in handy. It was really incredible. TSK. There's only one furnace left. Luo Qingtong frowned as she looked at the room that was full of holes because of her explosion. The furnace she used for alchemy was taken from the royal treasury of Tianyu's royal family. There was almost no alchemist in True Spill continent. Those furnaces were mostly used as decorations. Tianyu's royal family also collected some, and most of them were rare treasures. At this moment, Luo Qingtong's left and right were about to explode. It seemed that she would have to buy more furnaces as backup. It would be best if she could buy a high-quality furnace. It would be great if she could find a furnace that specialized in alchemy. Luo Qingtong thought as she continued. After several experiments, she had found a way. She didn't dare to say anything about the other pills, but for these 2 pills, she was already 80% sure that she could refine them. While Luo Qingtong was refining pills in the Heavenly Evil Valley, outside Easternly Nation's Windgaze City, a group of people traveled day and night and finally arrived at a dense forest outside Windgaze City. His Majesty has sent me to receive you. This must be King Xiaowu, right? King Xiaowu was indeed a man of striking appearance. With King Xiaowu's help, the Luo clan will definitely be wiped out this time. The personal attendant sent by King Dongli said with a flattering smile. As the Empress's maternal family, the Fei family had great influence in the Tianyu Empire. The man in front of her was the only brother of Empress Tianyu and was highly valued by the Fei clan. If he could become a martial emperor in the future, his future would be limitless. Even the emperor of Tianyu thought highly of. Fiji. Cut the crap. When are we going to attack? Fiji's voice was cold. His face was hidden under the armor and could not be seen clearly. However, his tone was extremely impatient. A dignified peak martial king was sent to deal with the marquis of a small inferior country. If it wasn't for his sister's request, he would never have taken action. The Luo clan was not worthy of him taking action. It was truly a stain on his hands. As for the people of Easternly Nation, he didn't even bother to look at them. These people didn't even have the qualifications to stand in front of him. King Xiaowu, please wait a moment. My Majesty is making the arrangements. We will attack tonight. At that time, the gates of Windgaze City will be open and the aristocratic families, armies, and even the royal family will be restrained. King Xiaowu can go on a killing spree. No one will stop you. End of chapter 346. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.